30 minutes before the zombie apocalypse, the prison system has found the optimal host. Please choose the prison type: men's prison, women's prison. In the early morning, inside the unfinished building, a voice echoed in Jiang Han's ear. Startled, he sat up abruptly, the beer bottles around him clattering to the floor. Seconds later, what the hell? Apocalypse. System. With over 8,000 hours of reading on Fanxia, Jiang Han understood the apocalypse better than the apocalypse itself and understood systems better than systems. He was originally a senior university student. While others scrambled for internships, he had taken this job, guarding this tall, unfinished building whose main structure was already complete. The salary was decent and didn't interfere with his novel reading. Perfect. The building had 38 floors, each 300 square meters, and the exterior was largely finished. As for why it was left unfinished, he didn't know and didn't care. As long as the boss paid, that was all that mattered. Last night, because of his girlfriend, no ex-girlfriend, Yao Shanshan breaking up with him, Jiang Han had specifically bought a dozen beers to celebrate. She said he was unmotivated, had no future, and was just wasting time with internships, and that she had taken a fancy to that rich second-generation guy. He scoffed. He had grown tired of her anyway. If she wanted to break up, so be it. As for the money he'd spent on Yao Shanshan, he could earn it back. He wasn't going to be like other apocalypse protagonists, heartbroken over a woman who betrayed him. Besides, now he had a system. He closed his eyes and looked at the panel in his mind. Please name the women's prison. PP Women's Prison. Jiang Han tried to input. Approved. The apocalypse is about to begin. Please select an unoccupied building as soon as possible to serve as the prison. The larger the area, the better. Jiang Han paused. An unoccupied building, the larger the area. Wasn't there one right in front of him? Under his mental command, the entire unfinished building flashed with a yellow light. Women's prison bound successfully. Shop synchronized and opened. At the same moment, a three-dimensional image of the building appeared in his mind. Outside, a surrounding wall had also appeared. This meant that everything inside the wall, including the building itself, now belonged to him. Most of the building was gray, locked, with only a few rooms lit up. The warden's office is on the 38th floor. Please unlock and upgrade areas as soon as possible. Note: unlocking and upgrading requires PP coins, which are provided by female prisoners. Female prisoners with a beauty score of 85 or above can provide corresponding values daily. Note: if PP coins run out, the host will be in mortal danger. This is no joke. As Jiang Han clicked on that small lit area on the top floor, a prompt appeared. After briefly understanding the system, he began inspecting his prison according to the image. True to its reputation, the system had transformed the rough concrete building into a simple interior: cold cement walls, bright white lights, and heavy alloy doors. The debris in the outer yard had been cleared, replaced by a flat concrete surface. This area could also be lit up, allowing options like flower beds, paved paths, training grounds, or even anti-aircraft guns. Among the 12 elevators that had no power, the one near the entrance was now lit. The others required unlocking, the next one costing 100 coins, which seemed unnecessary for now. He decided to head to his office first. Inside the elevator, a strange camera scanned his eyes, and then displayed pass. 100 units of electricity gifted. After depletion, each additional 100 units costs 1 PP coin. As the elevator lit up, another prompt appeared in his mind. He ascended slowly to the 38th floor. Exiting the elevator, he walked down a long hallway to the warden's office. The door had a fingerprint lock. He casually pressed a finger, and the door swung open. The entire office was about 80 square meters with a desk, chair, TV, computer. The furnishings were relatively complete. Sofas lined the walls, and there was a bedroom on each side. Sitting in the large office chair, Jiang Han lit a cigarette and looked down at the street. It was early morning with few pedestrians on the road. The sun was bright. Where was any sign of the apocalypse? Suddenly, he noticed the crowd below begin to stir, then run, and then break into a frantic sprint. Because it was too high, he couldn't see exactly what was happening, but the people's states were obviously abnormal, as if fleeing from something terrifying. Looking further behind them, grotesque postures, backward bent arms. It was indeed zombies. Then from the ground, wisps of red mist began to rise, obscuring everything. The red mist rose quickly, reaching 3 stories high in the blink of an eye, and continuing to climb. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes. The apocalypse had indeed arrived. With the pervasive red mist and zombies, going outside was practically suicide. The most crucial thing now was to understand the system. At the top of the interface, there were 3 boxes: building, people, shop. He was currently in the building tab. The warden's office was currently level 1A, showing that upgrading required 100 PP coins. On the first floor were prison cells. Only 2 had been unlocked, both level 1, each capable of housing 20 people. In addition, there were locker rooms, electrical rooms, cafeterias, bathhouses, medical rooms, discipline rooms, interrogation rooms, guard rooms, etc. There were also a gymnasium, swimming pool, cinema, spa center, and even a water park. Unlocking a level 1 water park cost 88000. Except for the locker room, electrical room, cafeteria, and restroom, the rest were gray and locked, requiring corresponding values to unlock. Each building had its function, most of which increased the daily coin supply from female prisoners. For example, a female prisoner with a score of 90, living in a level 1 cell, could provide 90 coins per day. If she lived in a level 5 cell, the coefficient became 1.5, meaning 135 coins. Additionally, it increased the obedience of female prisoners. When first clicking on the interrogation room on the 18th floor, the system reminded him that if obedience reached 100, the reward would double. In short, to make female prisoners more effective, he needed to upgrade the prison as soon as possible. The next page was the character panel. When he clicked, the prison building disappeared and was replaced by information columns. The first one was Jiang Han. Warden Jiang Han, strengthening 12, ordinary humans are 10. Each point increase costs 100 PP coins. Special ability none. Awakening costs 1000 PP coins. Female prisoners 0. Go find some quickly. PP coins 1000 gifted by system. Special ability. Jiang Han stroked his chin. Although he really wanted to have an ability, he only had 1000 coins now, and using them all would be life-threatening. Next were Vice Warden, Secretary, Assistant, Prison Guard, Dr. Cook, and so on, all blank, not yet appointed. Further down was Shop. The shop had very few items, only a handful. Level 1 cafeteria, unlocked bottled water, instant noodles, bread, sausages, eggs. A level 1 restroom, unlocked tap water, toilet paper, towels, soap, toothbrush, toothpaste. A note specifically indicated that 10 tons of water had been gifted, costing 1 PP coin per 10 tons after depletion. There was also the level 1 locker room, unlocking prison uniforms, and the level 1 electrical room, unlocking electricity. 100 units of electricity were gifted, same as water, costing 1 coin per 100 units after depletion. Finally, the level 1 warden's office unlocked handguns and bullets. Seeing the handgun, Jiang Han's heart leaped. This thing was a sharp tool in the early apocalypse. Anyone would think twice when facing it. The handgun cost 50 coins, a box of 100 bullets cost 10 coins, a silencer cost 10 coins, and a magazine cost 5 coins. He immediately bought the gun and bullets. Then a prompt appeared: all weapons sold in the shop are ineffective against the warden. After that, Jiang Han played with his gun and inspected the entire prison from the 3rd basement level to the top. Only the 38th floor office, the 10th floor cafeteria, the 1st basement level electrical room, the 1st floor locker room, restroom, and 2 cells had been unlocked. He couldn't enter the other areas. The next step was to start recruiting people. In that short time, the red mist had already submerged the entire building, or perhaps the entire Tianhai city, or even the globe. Even inside the prison, a significant amount had seeped in. From Jiang Han's observation, visibility outside was less than 10 meters. Urgent notice: zombies are roaming in the red mist. All citizens, do not go outside. Do not get bitten. Do not drink tap water. On his phone, it was an official triple alert. The apocalypse had officially begun. The prison was located in Jinhong district of Tianhai City, just beyond the 3rd ring road to the east. To the north stood Lijing Residential Community, home to over 4,000 residents. To the west rose the city's renowned financial building, and to the south lay Jiang Han's alma mater, the Tianhai Vocational and Technical College. He was an orphan with no parents to discipline him, so his studies had naturally never been good. The first step was to advertise the golden reputation of the women's prison: free room and board. Familiar with the tropes of apocalyptic novels, he naturally thought of WeChat. The only group he had was the schools. The entire Tianhai Vocational and Technical College had over 10,000 students, among them 5,000 female students. Surely a few hundred scored above 85. He took out his phone and opened the group chat. The chat history had already exceeded 999 messages. Lee Sun from Civil Engineering Class 201. The zombie outbreak is here. Haha, I don't have to worry about my internship anymore. Ma Chao from the sports department. Brothers, who's coming with me to go chop some zombies and see if they have cores in their heads? Let's level up together. Any fairy girl willing to come to our 419 dorm? We'll protect you, you keep us company. Abs photo, abs photo, abs photo. These voices were basically the main theme of the group. After all, the apocalypse had just arrived, and most boys were still immersed in excitement. Jiang Han decided to wait a little longer until people truly realized the cruelty of the apocalypse before posting his ad. At that moment, a mechanical alert sounded. Detected a stranger approaching the prison. Detected a stranger approaching the prison. The location indicated was by the gate of the courtyard wall. Host, do you wish to install a gate surveillance camera? Ordinary camera 5 units, hidden camera 10 units. Since safety came first, Jiang Han chose to install one. As for whether it was hidden or not, that didn't seem too important. Head save where he could. Soon the image was connected. Video and audio were all displayed in the system panel, accessible at any time. Outside the gate stood more than a dozen people. To be precise, 4 middle-aged women, 3 elderly men, a middle-aged couple, and 5 young people. Judging by the banner they carried reading "Return our hard-earned money," they had come to cause trouble. Excluding the older women, there were 4 females in total. Seeing the appearance of 2 of them, Jiang Han's heart stirred. The first batch of prisoners, hadn't they just arrived? He picked up his pistol, ready to receive guests. A square wall had also appeared around the building, which could be upgraded. The next upgrade would cost 1,000 Papa coins. The red mist outside was indeed thick. Stepping out of the building, the courtyard wall, 20 meters away, only became visible after walking 10 meters. The gate could also be upgraded separately. For now, it was just an ordinary iron door. If a car rammed it, it might break open. Upgrading to the next level would cost 2,000 Papa coins. There was a long way to go. Jiang Han walked while observing the surveillance feed, also clearly hearing the sound. Anyone there? Open up. Strange, I didn't hear about any construction recently. When were those words put up? They weren't there last month. Maybe the building is about to be handed over. But it can't have become a prison. Prison or not, let's get inside first and take shelter. Jiang Han smiled slightly and opened the small side door. Can I help you? He said, his face expressionless. A woman in her 60s wearing a pink coat poked half her body through the door. You? Are you from Xiangxing Real Estate? Step aside, we're the property owners here. Though her expression was fierce, her voice was not loud. Clearly, she was deliberately restraining herself. Jiang Han raised his hand and pressed it directly on the pink-coated woman's face. This is private property. Get out. With that, he pushed her out the door with force. The woman fell to the ground theatrically. Ouch. Assault. Someone from the Xiangxing group is beating people up. They want hand over the property, and now they're hitting us. I'm calling the police, calling the police. The elderly men nearby quickly stepped in to dissuade her. Ani, don't shout. You'll attract those things, and well, all die. The pink-coated woman fell silent at those words, but remained lying on the ground. No way you hit me. Pay up. Jiang Han lit a cigarette and stood calmly inside the gate. It seemed the zombies had poor hearing. All that shouting hadn't attracted a single one. He felt much more relieved. Then he looked around at the people before him. Name Qin Shireen, age 30, charging one person, newly married, appearance score 88. Meets requirement. Qin Shireen wore a Weinard cake skirt paired with a white shawl and blue diamond earrings. She was the most beautiful among the women. In Jiang Han's eyes, she should have scored at least 90, but the system only gave her 88. Next, name Zheng Jiaro, age 26, charging one person, abandoned by ex-boyfriend, appearance score 85. Meets requirement. She was the second prettiest besides Qin Shireen, wearing a light pink knit top, a pink hair clip pinned in her long hair. She looked like someone you'd want to tease. One was 30, the other 26. And Jiang Han. He was 22. Healthy kidneys. The others scored at most 76. The older women were, of course, even more unsightly. Useless people. Just then an elderly man approached. Young man, I don't know who you are, but this is indeed our house. Now there are biting monsters outside. You must let us in. Jiang Han took a deep drag of his cigarette and shook his head. Are you deaf? I said this is private property. How can that be? This is Xinghe International Residential Community. We're all owners. It's been sold to me. At this, the old folks were first stunned, then immediately argued. How come we didn't know? When we came last month, it was still under Qiangxing. I bought it this month, said Jiang Han. That's impossible. Then tell us, what did you buy it for? To run a prison. The crowd outside exchanged puzzled glances. Could it really have become a prison? No way. A man with gold-rimmed glasses released Qin Xian's hand and stepped forward. Brother, let's set aside whether this is a residential complex or a prison. Look, it's too dangerous out here. Let us in to take shelter first. When the police come, we can discuss the rest, all right? Jiang Han nodded. Fine, but this is a women's prison. Men can't come in. As for the women, he drew out the last word, then said, only those two can enter. He pointed at Qin Shireen and Zheng Jiaro. The bespectacled man was taken aback, then his face darkened. Little brother, these are extraordinary times. If you refuse to let us in, don't blame us for being rude. Fine, then don't be polite. Jiang Han looked at him with a playful smile. The bespectacled man stared hard at Jiang Han, then suddenly reached out and pushed against the small door. Everyone come in. But before he could finish, a cold gun barrel pressed against his forehead. Staring into the dark muzzle, the man froze in place. Looking at the inexplicably high wall and iron gate, the words Papa Women's Prison above the gate, and the pistol in the other's hand. Could it be? It really was a prison. Which meant the gun was real. The bespectacled man hesitated, unable to determine whether the gun in Jiang Han's hand was real or fake. Just then Qin Shireen approached and tugged at his sleeve, murmuring, honey. Her meaning was clear, don't act rashly. Unexpectedly, this tug only ignited the bespectacled man's fury, reminding him of Jiang Han's lecherous gaze earlier. He shook off Qin Shireen, abruptly snarling, this is our house. Why can't we enter, and why did you hit someone? When the police arrive, let's see how you explain yourself. Jiang Han stood at the doorway, speaking calmly. I'll say this one last time, this is a prison. Whoever dares to step inside will be shot for attempted jailbreak. With that, he raised his gun, aiming at the bespectacled man's head. Perhaps emboldened by his fiancée's presence, the bespectacled man felt his pride wounded and strode toward the entrance, muttering, Kid, I don't believe you dare fire, and I doubt that's a real gun. Bang! The gunshot rang out thunderously loud. The bullet grazed the bespectacled man's cheek before vanishing into the thick fog. Originally, Jiang Han had intended to kill him outright, but upon learning that Qin Shireen was his fiancée, his plan shifted. Killing him so simply would make claiming Qin Shireen more troublesome and far less interesting. They'll give you a chance, kneel and apologize, and he'll spare your life, Jiang Han said, blowing on the gun's muzzle, as if to clear non-existent smoke. The shot stunned everyone present. The sound confirmed it was a real gun, a lethal one. Jiang Han then shifted the pistol, aiming it at the bespectacled man's head. You have 3 seconds. 3, 2, As he counted, the gun barrel nudged aside the man's glasses and pressed into his eye socket. 3. The bespectacled man was truly terrified, sweat beading on his forehead like peas. 1. Jiang Han barely uttered, and the man dropped to his knees with a thud. So sorry. Jiang Han noticed a flicker of complex emotion in Qin Shiyan's eyes. Zombies. Zombies are coming. Zheng Jia's scream drew everyone's attention, inadvertently rescuing the bespectacled man from his predicament. The next moment, likely drawn by the gunshot, a zombie staggered out from the edge of their vision. The middle-aged woman in pink looked back, her face turning ashen with terror. With a shriek, she tried to scramble up, but tripped over her own banner. The zombie pounced, tearing a chunk of flesh from her with its jaws. Help! Old Wang, oldly, pull me up. The woman panicked, shouting and thrashing, but the elderly men nearby were so frightened their legs gave way, they couldn't possibly aid her. Summoning all her strength, she managed to shove the zombie aside and stagger to her feet, ignoring her bitten arm as she charged toward the yard. Let me in. Let me in. Bang. Jiang Han's gun fired again. This time he showed no mercy, the bullet striking her forehead squarely. A spray of yellow and white matter splattered from the back of her skull. As everyone knew, a zombie bite was fatal. He was just helping her. After all, Jiang Han had a kind heart. The shot plunged the scene into chaos. Women screamed, men cursed, and more zombies emerged, drawn by the noise. Qin Shiyan reacted swiftly, seizing the moment to pull the dazed, bespectacled man to his feet. Honey, quick, back to the car. Indeed, a yellow bus was parked not far away, suggesting they had carpooled. That vehicle posed a threat to Jiang Han. If they rammed his gate or drove into the yard blaring the horn. Without hesitation, he emptied his magazine into all 4 tires. Bang, 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 bang. Amid the pandemonium, no one noticed his subtle act, assuming he was helping. The gunfire attracted more zombies. 2 elderly men were surrounded and swiftly engulfed by the horde. People fled in panic, some bitten, some clawed, others vanishing into the fog, while Jiang Han reloaded and observed. These zombies resembled those from movies: bloodshot eyes, ashen skin, and most horrifying mouths full of blackened teeth. He also noted their sluggish movement, far slower than a normal person's walk, only accelerating when within a meter of their prey. That distance was about 1 meter. In truth, if not for the red fog obscuring vision, these slow-moving zombies wouldn't be so fearsome. But the fog drastically amplified their lethality. By the time you spotted them, they were already within 10 meters, or had encircled you. As more zombies converged, Jiang Han narrowed the door to a crack. You two coming in or not? If they refused, he wouldn't hesitate to leave these tools outside. In the apocalypse, human life was worthless. Even beautiful women could be replaced. As Zheng Jiro hesitated, a zombie emerged behind her. Meeting its red eyes, her bladder gave way completely. Bang, bang, bang. At the critical moment, Jiang Han fired 3 shots, felling the zombie, and confirming another trait: only headshots worked. Zheng Jiro was petrified. Turning, she spotted Jiang Han with his pistol and rushed toward him without a second thought. Let me in. I want to enter the prison. Jiang Han's lips curled slightly as he reached out and pulled her into the yard. Zheng Jiro collapsed onto the ground, still muttering unconsciously, Don't come near, don't bite me. Jiang Han ignored her, raising his pistol to practice his marksmanship, while offering aid to those already bitten. By then, Qin Shiyan had reached the bus. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow and called out, Hey, it's safe here. Want to come in? Qin Shiyan paused mid-step, turning back. Can my husband come in too? Goodbye. With that, Jiang Han slammed the gate shut. He was the warden of a women's prison, not the dean of Notre Dame. No sooner had the door closed than he heard Qin Shiyan scream. Through the gap, he saw zombies surrounding the bus as she, the bespectacled man, and a few others scrambled aboard. Behind the window was Qin Shiyan's terrified face. Jiang Han sneered coldly. Sooner or later, Shed begged to enter. Turning to Zheng Jiro, he found her still screaming with shut eyes, Don't come. Enough, you're inside the prison now. You're safe. Jiang Han reached down and pulled her arm. Only then did Zheng Jiro dare to open her eyes, taking in her surroundings before staring at him nervously. Is it really safe here? Jiang Han smiled. Rest assured, it's absolutely safe. But you'll have to follow orders. Her face pale, Zheng Jiro bit her lower lip and nodded softly. Leading her back through the fog, Jiang Han hugged the wall to find the main entrance. He noticed 2 garages flanking the gate, currently empty. The system allowed purchasing a prison van. The basic model cost 1,000 Papa coins. Upon entering the gate, they arrived at the changing room. As a level 1 changing room, its decor and furnishings were exceeded. The floor was paved with plain white tiles, the ceiling and walls similarly white. Along the wall stood a row of lockers containing 10 sets of prison uniforms with matching shoes and socks. These were complimentary, any further purchases would require PP coins. Aside from the lockers, there were only a few wooden benches and nothing more. Jiang Han led Zheng Jiro inside and said, Since you've chosen to reside in my prison, there are certain rules I must inform you of. This is a women's prison. From now on, you are my inmate. As a prisoner, the most important thing is obedience. If you cannot comply, you may leave now. Zheng Jiro quickly shook her head upon hearing this. No, please don't send me away. He'll be obedient. Then she murmured under her breath, Is this really a women's prison? Of course, Jiang Han replied. As I said, I've purchased this place. Afterward, Jiang Han took a female prison uniform from the locker. This is your first order. Also, as a prisoner, you cannot bring any personal belongings into the prison. He spoke as he unfolded the garment in his hands. The top was a form-fitting bodysuit, the bottom a pair of fishnet stockings, and the shoes were classic red-soled black stilettos. The shop offered other clothing options, but they only differed in color, with styles being largely similar, starting at 2 PP coins. Jiang Han surmised that acquiring other styles would require upgrading the cell block. This? How am I supposed to wear this? Zheng Jira's pretty face flushed deeply. Yet after glancing at Jiang Han's gun, she silently accepted the uniform after a few seconds. Jiang Han then said seriously, one more thing. I need to check if you've been bitten by a zombie. Zheng Jira's face grew even redder. Could you find a female guard instead? There are no female guards. 10 minutes later, a chime sounded. Ding. A qualified female prisoner detected. Binding complete. Name Zheng Jiro, appearance 85 points. No bonus. Daily reward 85 PP coins. PP coin balance 1001, 5 compliance 28. Please improve as soon as possible. As long as a qualified person entered the prison and wore the uniform, they would be automatically bound. However, the compliance was rather low. There were many ways to increase compliance within the prison, such as unlocking the discipline hall and torture chamber to brainwash the women. Another method was upgrading the cafeteria to provide better meals, but all of these required spending money. So he needed to think of another approach. From his observation, Zheng Jiro had a hint of Stockholm Syndrome. Perhaps he could exploit this angle. First bully her a bit, then offer some kindness. Repeat this 3 times, and it would surely yield excellent results. After that, Jiang Han led Zheng Jiro to cell block 1. It contained 10 bunk beds totaling 20 berths, each equipped with a pillow and bedding. Aside from that, there was only a sink and a very simple squat toilet, nothing else. Though the facilities were basic in a zombie apocalypse, having such a place could be considered paradise. Indeed, Zheng Jiro didn't find it unsatisfactory. Instead, she felt relieved. The various signs before her indicated that this was indeed a real prison. Just then, Jiang Han pulled out a pistol from behind and pressed it against the back of Zheng Jira's head. Let's proceed to the next step. 20 minutes later, Zheng Jira's compliance began to rise. After half an hour, it broke 60. An hour later, it had reached an astonishing 85. Jiang Han was extremely satisfied. You've passed. You can stay here for now. They'll call you when it's time to eat. Zheng Jiro sobbed quietly, her tears like pear blossoms in the rain, pitiful and endearing. During the process, Jiang Han had realized that this method seemed more effective at boosting compliance. A thought gradually took shape in his mind. Leaving Zheng Jiro in the cell, Jiang Han installed a hidden camera inside before stepping out. The door to each cell could be controlled through the system. Unless he opened it, no one could get out. He then proceeded to the second cell block, which had the same layout as the first. Upgrading cost 1,000 PP coins. Jiang Han gritted his teeth and clicked to upgrade. Level 2 cell block, corresponding supplies unlocked. Hot water shower, head flush toilet, 10 sets of prison uniforms, cups, thermos, electric kettle, slippers. About a dozen items, all aimed at improving the quality of life. At the same time, the interior of the cell block transformed. Though still bunk beds, the ordinary iron frames had been replaced with wooden ones, and the dimensions had expanded from 1 meter to 1.2 meters. The pillows, quilts, and sheets were entirely different from before, upgraded from coarse linen to more comfortable pure cotton. Most importantly, each bed was now equipped with a privacy curtain. Additionally, there were 20 small lockers, one for each prisoner, containing another set of bedding for rotation. The lockers also thoughtfully held cups, towels, soap, toothbrushes, and toothpaste, though only one set, each requiring repurchase once used up. The bathroom was private, featuring not only a toilet, but also a simple shower head for bathing. At the center of the room stood a large table with an electric kettle and a thermos on it, meaning residents here could enjoy hot water. Beyond these amenities, a 32-inch TV was mounted on the wall for entertainment during idle moments. Those 1,000 PP coins were truly well spent. At noon, Jiang Han sat at his desk slurping instant noodles while toying with a mobile phone. There was no helping it. Since the cafeteria's level hadn't been upgraded, his meals remained subpar. Fortunately, the instant noodles Head unlocked covered almost every flavor on Blue Star, and had deliberately chosen a crayfish variety. Though it couldn't compare to real crayfish, it was passable. For bread, Head picked the chicken drumstick kind Head loved as a child. As for Zheng Jiro, she was eating a chicken and mushroom noodle soup alone in the cafeteria. Through the surveillance camera, he could see the woman gulping down the broth desperately. After all, the first-level cell block had no hot water, and mealtime was her only chance to get some soup. She looked so lonely, so isolated. Humans were social creatures, and Jiang Han silently vowed to find her at least 10 cellmates today. The phone belonged to Zheng Jiro. Head already figured out the password. His own green bubble account only had a few student groups, far from enough to upgrade the prison quickly, so naturally Head thought of using hers. News of the apocalypse flooded Dumoulin. The entire world was shrouded in a crimson mist. The cause of the zombie transformation had been identified: water. Unless it was sealed bottled water or food, everything carried zombie toxin. Consuming it turned 9 of people into zombies. The remaining few were still comatose, likely to transform sooner or later. This worked perfectly in his favor. How many days could others survive without food or water? Grinning Jiang Han first took several close-ups of bottled water, the caseback kind, then posted them directly to Zheng Gyrus Moments with a caption. In this apocalypse, danger lurks everywhere. Sisters, you need a safe haven. PP Women's Prison officially opens its doors to all women. With solid defenses and ample supplies, whether you're alone or with companions, will shelter you from the storm and fight the cruelty of the end times together. If you want to join, contact me ASAP. Jiang Han was confident that Qin Shirin would see it along with Zheng Gyrus' friends and neighbors. Then he opened the Tianhai Vocational Technical College main group. The atmosphere there had shifted. Sunning from the Foreign Languages Department. Macho Dorm 419, do you have water? They'll come if you do. But 419 didn't reply. Instead, a student named He Xiaotao posted, Sun and Goddess, no water left. I have some here, you can come get it. Lu Yutong from the Fine Arts Department. Student Supermarket. Chen sister Yin, our dorm needs 2 cases of water. If you can't deliver, we can pick it up ourselves. Chen Yun has left the group chat. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes. This Chen Yun ran the campus supermarket. Not stupid, knowing the value of supplies, Shed left the group directly. But even if Shed left, the supermarket was still there. Sooner or later, those desperate for water would loot it. Even with zombies outside, those slow-moving creatures weren't impossible to bypass. With caution and enough weapons, people could still venture out. These were chat records from half an hour ago. Just now, He Xiaotao had claimed to have water, posted another message. Holy crap, is there no law? Everyone come see. They're robbing in broad daylight. Attached was a shaky few-second video clearly taken in haste. It showed 3 or 4 boys storming into a dorm accompanied by He Xiaotao's curses, then a large hand reaching toward the screen, and the video cut off abruptly. The moment had come. Jiang Han directly changed his name. Prison Warden. Everyone, this prison recruits beauties. Food and drink provided, unlimited supply. DM if interested. Dinosaurs need not apply. Transgenders, may your whole family die. Image. He sent it 3 times in a row. The students in the group reacted as if someone had applied bomb to a certain spot. Collective chaos. Zhang Xing from Fine Arts. Holy crap. Did a lunatic join our group? Lu Xin from Arts, a women's prison. That's obviously shady. So gross, so cringe. Student Council President Wang Ba. Classmate, in times of disaster, your bottled water should be handed over for unified distribution. Only by working together can we overcome the crisis. Yin Yu from the Women's Department. Wang Ba, hubby, I support you. His water must be illegally obtained. It needs to be confiscated. But that message was quickly retracted and reposted, this time replacing hubby with president. A torrent of curses followed. Jiang Han replied uniformly, idiots. Someone demanded he be kicked out, but the group admin never replied, probably zombified. Soon someone recognized Jiang Han. Zhang Mingyu from Computer Science. This guy's called Jiang Han, he's in our major. Didn't expect him to be such a pervert. Must've read too many novels and gone crazy. He lives in dorm 3, room 527. Anyone nearby, go check if he really has water. But Zhang Mingyu quickly retracted that message. The intent was obvious. If there was water with so many people going, there'd be none left for him. Jiang Han chuckled. Recognizing me. So what? Try finding me first. Many cursed him, but even more added him as a friend, both men and women. As he scrolled through, a name appeared, Su Yingxue. His eyes lit up. This was one of Tianhai University's 3 campus belle goddesses. An absolute beauty. In the past, a goddess like Su Yingxue was someone he wouldn't even dare to think about. He accepted her request immediately. Soon Su Yingxue sent a message. Jiang Han, is that you? Indeed, the warden himself. Campus belle Su, interested in incarceration. There was a pause on the other end, then she continued, does the prison you mentioned really exist? Without wasting words, Jiang Han sent a few photos had saved. They showed a faint red mist, proof they were taken after the apocalypse broke out. Su Yingxue, our entire dorm wants to come. Is that okay? Also, is this official? How many people are there? How long will the food last? How do we get there? She fired off over a dozen questions. Jiang Han replied, don't worry about any of that. Just tell me your address. Also, whoever wants to come, send me their photo in advance. Otherwise this prison won't accept them. After a while, Su Yingxue sent 4 photos. The first was of herself. Jiang Han gazed at the picture admiringly when the system suddenly popped up a dialog box. Name Su Yingxue, age 21, beauty score 93, meets requirements, good, very good. Campus belle Su, your warden is on his way. He looked at the other 3, Zhang Xiaowen, Dong Jin, and He Mengmeng. Their scores were all decent. The prettiest was Zhang Xiaowen at 90, while the other 2 scored 87 and 85 respectively. It seemed the goddess roommates were no slouches either. Additionally, Zhang Xiaowen had 3, Dong Jin had 0, and He Mengmeng had 1. Jiang Han didn't mind. This wasn't about finding a wife. Once they entered his prison, if they wanted a man, it could only be him. Apart from Su Yingxue, many others had added Jiang Han on WeChat, inquiring about various matters, primarily to confirm the authenticity of the prison. He said little, responding uniformly with pictures. boxes of bottled water and instant noodles along with photos of the cell interior. Finally, over 20 female college students who met the requirements were confirmed. Preparations were underway, but much needed to be done before departure. First and foremost, enhancing strength was not to be neglected. Jiang Han discovered that the zombies outside weren't particularly terrifying, especially with a gun in hand. However, his current pistol was too loud, so his first purchase was a silencer. Next, he needed to address the issue of reloading. His pistol held 10 rounds, and once emptied, reloading each bullet was time-consuming. Thus, Jiang Han bought another pistol, 2 silencers, 10 magazines, and 5 boxes of bullets, costing a total of 170 papa coins. He also realized that with the upgrade of the warden's office, defensive gear, like bulletproof vests, would likely appear. But not today, as a significant expense lay ahead. After resolving the weapon issue, the next problem was transportation. Jiang Han spent 1,000 papa coins on a vehicle. Level 1 prison van unlocked, corresponding supplies unlocked, gasoline, engine oil, windshield fluid, wrench tool set, spare tire jack. After purchase, the van was parked in the designated spot. Jiang Han ran down to inspect it. It was a dark green bus with oversized tires, half a person's height, showcasing its off-road capability. A protective shield was installed around the windows to effectively prevent zombie intrusion. Due to its height, boarding required climbing. The interior was simple. An iron gate separated the driver's seat from the passenger area. The passenger area had 20 seats resembling those on a bus. However, it wasn't limited to 20. If crowded, it could accommodate up to 50. The driver's area was relatively luxurious with a spacious leather seat and metal trim. Though the materials weren't top-notch, they were durable. Beside the driver's seat was a small dashboard displaying vehicle information, fuel level, tire pressure, temperature, and more. The fuel tank was full. Once depleted, refueling cost 1 papa coin per 10 liters. Directly in front of the steering wheel was a large screen, the vehicle's essence, a real-time GPS positioning system. It showed the vehicle's location, the situation within 10 meters, and nearby obstacles at a glance. One could even drive by looking at the screen. With this feature, driving became much easier. After solving weapons and transportation, the next step was enhancing personal strength. Jiang Han accessed his panel and began allocating points under the enhancement section. Each point cost 100 coins. He spent 300, directly raising his enhancement to 50. Instantly, a warm current surged through his body, leaving him refreshed and ethereal. Jiang Han got out, picked up a brick, and with a crack crushed it to powder with his right hand. So strong. Moreover, his vision seemed sharper, his sight farther, and the thick fog had less impact on him. This series of operations reduced Jiang Han's papa coins to 400, but these were necessary expenses. In the apocalypse, survival was paramount. With this physique, this trip should be foolproof. But this feeling. After the enhancement, Jiang Han felt an overwhelming urge to find Zheng Jiao immediately. Was this a side effect of the body enhancement? He couldn't help but rejoice inwardly. Previously, he had worried that surrounded by beauties, he might lack the stamina to enjoy them. Now that worry was gone. However, venturing out with desire was risky. It could cloud his judgment. Jiang Han strode to cell block 1. He also wanted to relocate Zheng Jiao. Upon opening the door, Zheng Jiao was staring at her hand, lost in thought. Seeing Jiang Han enter, she shot up, looking flustered. Warden, hello. Jiang Han said nothing, merely gazing at her silently. Within half a minute, Zheng Jiao's face flushed crimson. Her eyes lowered, tears seemed to glisten, and finally, unable to bear the pressure, she slowly raised her hand. Jiang Han was satisfied. A single glance could crush this woman's will to resist. He beckoned for her to come out. Zheng Jiao paused, a hint of disappointment flickering across her face. The two left cell block 1 and headed to cell block 2, built at a cost of 100 papa coins. Jiang Han pushed open the door and gestured inside. Take a look at this room. As the door opened, Zheng Jiao was stunned by the sight. Above hung a row of bright fluorescent lights, far brighter than the dim cell. There were wooden bunk beds with small bookshelves at the head, empty, but uplifting. And there a kettle and thermos. She could drink hot water now. Overjoyed, she rushed to the bathroom and found she could shower. Small curtains hung by each bed. Everything filled her with longing. This is wonderful. Jiang Han, no warden, can I stay here? In that moment, Zheng Jiao felt as if she had entered paradise. Jiang Han pretended to ponder. Well, that depends on your performance. Zheng Jiao hesitated only briefly before nodding in agreement. In truth, the first time was the hardest. After that, it became routine. This time, Jiang Han showed no tenderness. He had fully grasped Zheng Jiao's character, timid and drawn to strength. His goal was to project a power that would intimidate her. An hour later, Zheng Jiao fell into deep sleep, while Jiang Han felt refreshed. In the system, her obedience level had risen to 99. Indeed, this could increase obedience. Yet no matter how hard Jiang Han tried, the final point remained elusive. Very well, enough for today. There would be plenty of time later. Locking the door, Jiang Han left the cell block, got into the van, and headed for the school. Controlled by his mind, the gate opened, and the green prison van slowly drove out. Before long, the GPS showed a bus ahead on the right, likely Qin Xian's group. Its tires were flat, making escape impossible. According to the location, it had only moved about 20 meters. Now wasn't the time, so Jiang Han deliberately detoured around them, then drove onto the main road, toward Tianhai Vocational and Technical College Dormitory, Building 1 Room 208. This location was given to him by Suing Shua. Jiang Han had a driver's license, but little driving experience. He couldn't afford a car before, and the red fog made him drive slowly. The GPS could detect obstacles within about 20 meters, including zombies. Jiang Han noticed that there weren't many zombies on the road, far fewer than in movies or TV shows. He figured it was due to the recent outbreak, and the early morning hour with most people still at home, some not even awake. The zombies moved slowly, only lunging when within a meter of the van. Of course, they were all blocked by the sturdy iron bars. After driving for over an hour, the familiar school gate came into view. In the guardhouse at the school gate, two elderly men were leaning by the window, staring at the entrance in utter shock. Old Wang, see that car? It says women's prison on it. Where did it come from? Look how tall its wheels are, and the windows have protective grills. Must be secure. Old Lee, how about we stop the car? While the driver gets off, we snatch it and go find some food outside. Sure, especially water. I heard some female college students would trade their company for a few bottles of mineral water. Old Lee's words plunged the two into boundless fantasies. Young, tender, vibrant. These female college students whom they could only admire from afar at the gate now seemed within their grasp. And that possibility hinged on just one vehicle. Without further delay, Old Lee and Old Wang each grabbed a chair leg. Seeing no zombies outside the gate, they stepped out with confidence. If you stop, we'll seize it. But the next moment, with a roar, Jiang Han's massive prison van crashed straight through the gate, without slowing, flattening the half-open sliding door into a metal pancake that scraped noisily along the ground. Damn! Back inside. Old Lee quickly leaped aside. Such a commotion was bound to attract zombies. Jiang Han, familiar with the route, headed straight for the female dormitory. On the way, he spotted a group of 7 or 8 male students armed with iron rods and wooden planks, apparently scouting for supplies. Seeing the prison van, a short-haired youth at the front waved frantically, "Stop, stop." Jiang Han ignored him, stepping on the accelerator and speeding away. The boys chased for a short while, but dared not continue. The van was too fast, and at that speed they couldn't see their surroundings clearly. A headlong rush into a zombie horde would mean certain death. Dorm leader, did that damn van not see us, or what? Why didn't it stop? The short-haired youth called. The dorm leader narrowed his eyes at the direction the van had vanished, then said, "If I were the driver, I wouldn't stop either. By the way, did you notice the words on the van?" "Yeah, I saw it. Papa Women's Prison." "Sounds familiar somehow," a short-statured guy said through gritted teeth. The short-haired youth rubbed his chin. "It's from the school group chat. A student named Jiang Han said his prison only takes beauties." The short guy immediately caught on. Right. From the chat. So what he said was true. He has a prison with water and food. I think so. Maybe he really went to the female dormitory. Damn. If we could get into that prison surrounded by women, wouldn't that be heaven? The others crowded in. "Dorm leader, tell us what to do." The short-haired youth pulled out half a pack of cigarettes, reluctantly took one out, and said, "From here to the female dorm is about the same distance as to the supermarket. How about we skip the supermarket and go straight for the van?" Agreed. The group changed direction and by instinct trailed the prison van from a distance. Meanwhile, Jiang Han slammed the brakes right at the main entrance of female dormitory building No. 3, sending a few zombies flying. He wiped the sweat from his brow. Driving through the red mist was truly torturous. Jiang Han glanced at the plush passenger seat beside him. The system allowed appointing a driver if he found a suitable inmate he might consider it. Through the window, he saw a circle of zombies gathered outside the dorm entrance. He honked the horn. Beep, beep, beep. The zombies, drawn by the sound, turned around with vacant stares and shuffled toward the van. Thud, thud, thud. Jiang Han opened the protective grille on the window, raised his pistol, and fired off a series of shots. After expending over 30 rounds, all the zombies lay dead. As he pressed bullets into an empty magazine, he scanned the surroundings for any more threats. Just then a creak sounded as a window on the second floor opened. "Is this the official rescue team?" A girl with a ponytail pushed open the window and called out softly. Her dorm room was directly above the entrance, offering a clear view of the scene below. The armored vehicle, the pistol, and the pile of corpses all suggested official rescue. "This is the Papa Women's Prison van. I can only take 20 people. First come, first served. And don't bother if you're ugly. It's a waste of time." Jiang Han added through the window. Then he messaged the girls head contacted earlier, starting with Suing Shua. "Do I qualify?" the ponytailed girl called out again. "Prison." She'd seen it in the group chat and remembered it vividly. She'd been hesitating whether to contact Jiang Han, but now the prison van was already at the dormitory door. She understood what Jiang Han meant by only accepting beauties, but compared to survival, nothing else seemed to matter. Jiang Han looked up at her. Name Lu Shuangshuang, age 19, charge 0, A untouched, looks 86 points, meets criteria. He gave her a thumbs up. "Come on down." At the same time, he kept an eye on his surroundings. He couldn't afford to stir up too much noise and attract more zombies. Upon hearing him, Lu Shuangshuang quickly closed the window and soon came down the stairs. Though there were zombies in the corridor, they were few, and as long as she kept her distance, she could make it out. Lu Shuangshuang moved cautiously, at first terrified of making any sound that might alert the zombies. But when she saw the bus at the entrance open its rear door, excitement overtook her, and she charged forward recklessly. Just then a zombie emerged from the east side of the hallway, seemingly drawn by the noise, and turned its head toward her. Up! Lu Shuangshuang was startled and couldn't stifle a scream. That fully alerted the zombie, which began shuffling toward her. Yes, shuffling. The zombie moved slowly. Get down! At that moment Jiang Han shouted from the van, raising his gun. There was no need to yell. Lu Shuangshuang's legs had already given way. Pop! Pop! 2 shots, and the zombie fell. But more emerged from the mist. Her sharp scream had drawn them out. Don't come near. Save me, Jiang Han. No, brother Jiang, save me. Lu Shuangshuang kept screaming as Jiang Han fired shot after shot. Soon a small pile of zombie corpses formed behind her. She was his first female inmate on campus, and he needed to build an image. Follow me, Jiang Han, and your safety is guaranteed. Though it cost some bullets, Jiang Han noticed his marksmanship seemed to improve. He could nail a zombie's head from 10 meters away. After emptying 2 magazines, no more zombies appeared in the hallway. He finally called out, "Stop lying there. Get in the van." Lu Shuangshuang was terrified, trembling violently. It wasn't until Jiang Han called a 3rd time that she dared to open her eyes. Seeing the corpses just 2 meters behind her, she couldn't muster any strength. I can't stand up. Brother Jiang, can you come down and help me? Lu Shuangshuang stammered. No, Jiang Han refused flatly. You can crawl over. Oh, okay. Nodding, Lu Shuangshuang crawled inch by inch toward the prison van. After much effort, Lu Shuangshuang finally climbed into the vehicle. Jiang Han, noticing her parched lips, tossed a bottle of mineral water from the driver's seat. Drink up. There's plenty. Water. Water. Lu Shuangshuang's eyes lit up, and forgetting all else, she grabbed the bottle and gulped it down. She was so thirsty that she had rushed down without a second thought. Ever since the red mist erupted, the water from the taps had turned a dark crimson, utterly undrinkable. The mineral water in her dormitory had just run out. Moreover, amidst the red mist, people seemed to grow parched with an unnatural intensity. Normally going without water for a few hours was trivial, but now a few hours without it felt like being roasted over a fire. She had even contemplated drinking a bowl of the poisoned water. Better to die than to die of thirst. The bottle was soon drained. Lu Shuangshuang licked her lips and timidly looked at Jiang Han. Brother Jiang, do you have any more water? Yes, Jiang Han replied, pulling out another bottle, but not handing it over. Call your prettiest friends and tell them to join you in the prison. Then this water is yours. Okay. Lu Shuangshuang agreed without hesitation. In truth, before coming she had already discussed it with her roommates. As long as the prison was safe, she would send word immediately. Come on down. Brother Jiang's place is super safe, and there's water. Unopened mineral water. I'm already in the vehicle. There aren't many seats. Lu Shuangshuang sent several messages. She wasn't worried about Jiang Han's water supply, or the fact that he could hand out sealed bottles meant only one thing: he had plenty. Jiang Han turned around. Who are you texting? Got photos. If they're not pretty, I don't want them. Lu Shuangshuang's face flushed slightly, but she still opened her moments and handed the phone to Jiang Han. I'm texting my roommates. Here are their photos. Jiang Han took the phone with a grin. It was a group photo taken in the dormitory showing 4 people besides Lu Shuangshuang. There were 2 others, both quite attractive, one rated 86, the other 85. But the last one. Looking at the one on the far right, a tank in flesh weighing at least 160 g, her face caked with white powder, he let out a wry smile. Name Lu Yuanyuan, age 19, charging 6 people. 3 ex-boyfriends, 3 current boyfriends, looks 55 points, does not meet requirements, a toad, mating with a frog, ugly as sin, but living a wild life. Jiang Han silently saluted the 6 brave souls and returned the phone to Lu Shuangshuang. This one shouldn't come. It's a waste of time. Lu Shuangshuang knew exactly who he meant. She hesitated. Brother Jiang, we're all in the same dorm. Isn't that a bit harsh? If your prison has room, can't you bring her along? No room. If you want to bring her, you'll have to give up your spot. Lu Shuangshuang bit her lower lip lightly, then said into her phone. Yuan, you don't need to come down. Soon 3 women appeared at the entrance. Lu Shuangshuang's 3 roommates. That Lu Yuan was wider than the other 2 combined. Jiang Han had already cleared most of the zombies from the corridor, especially near the entrance, leaving it spotless. The 3 women tiptoed down, and upon seeing the prison van, especially the mineral water in Lu Shuangshuang's hands, their eyes lit up in unison. They all dashed toward the van. Lu Yuanyuan, originally at the back, suddenly lunged forward, shoving the other 2 aside and sprinting to the front. Water. I need water. Just as she was about to step into the vehicle, an icy pistol pointed at her. Jiang Han said flatly, get out. My prison doesn't want you. Lu Yuanyuan froze, staring at Jiang Han with a mix of confusion and anger. Why? To avoid any surprises, she had set her phone to vibrate before leaving and naturally hadn't heard Lu Shuangshuang's message. Because the prison is mine. Jiang Han's answer was simple and clear. Lu Yuanyuan was furious. Why? Why can they all get on, but not me? Even if the prison is yours, you can't stop me from staying. While she raged, the two slender girls slipped through the gap in the door. Lu Yuanyuan panicked and tried to follow, but Jiang Han raised his pistol, aiming it at her head through the barrier. Do you believe that if you take one more step, it'll make you see your own brains? Lu Yuanyuan's foot froze midair. She knew Jiang Han's gun wasn't a fake. At a time like this, even if he killed her, no police would intervene. After all, so many had already turned into zombies. Meanwhile, more people were arriving. Some who had contacted Jiang Han on WeChat earlier, others drawn by the commotion, all wanting to board. Line up. They'll decide who gets on. Jiang Han shouted, the cold gleam of his gun reflecting the light. Intimidated by the pistol, none of the women dared to rush forward. They obediently waited to be called. You. Jiang Han pointed out 18 in a row, summoning all the pretty ones. The total count exceeded 20, but so what? They could stand. Outside, more than a dozen remained. Those left behind were indignant. Why weren't we called? Why can't we enter the prison? Lu Yuanyuan yelled. If you don't let us on, well, lure the zombies here, and then no one will get away. Jiang Han laughed. If you want to court death, who can stop you? Then he closed the door. Lu Yuanyuan stood frozen. Oh, she had only meant to scare Jiang Han. If she actually summoned the zombies, she would be the first to die. Jiang Han handed Lu Shuangshuang a bottle of mineral water. Here, a reward for you. She had helped him summon 2 beauties, so she deserved a reward. Immediately, a quick-witted girl sidled up to Lu Shuangshuang. Hey, how do I earn this reward? Lu Shuangshuang's eyes darted, then she said, send a message to your prettiest friend and tell her to come. The girl let out a puzzled, oh, and then looked at Jiang Han. Big brother, if my friend comes, will I get water to drink? Jiang Han glanced in the rearview mirror. She was a 90-point girl named Shunxinga, the prettiest on the bus. She seemed to be from the art department and had even won first prize in the last school singing competition. As everyone knew, the art department was full of beauties. This Shunxinga had great potential for development, but her charging number was a bit high, 3. Oh, well, it's not like I'm looking for a wife. Jiang Han said, don't send it yet. The bus is full. They'll come back after I drop you all at the prison. Shunxinga put down her phone, looking a bit disappointed, and then pressed close to the iron bars. Brother, but I'm so thirsty. Could you give me a bottle first? Don't worry, I know lots of beauties. Jiang Han turned around, looked at the face so close to his, and reached out to touch it. Shunxinga didn't flinch. Instead, she leaned in. Jiang Han laughed heartily and pulled out another bottle of water. Since you're so thirsty, take it and drink. Thank you, brother. With this precedent, other quick-witted girls immediately came forward. They kept calling him brother incessantly. Jiang Han rewarded everyone willing to please him, but a few more reserved ones blushed and held back. Most of them were girls who had never been charged. Jiang Han didn't force the issue. If you can resist temptation now, just wait until you see the difference in treatment among the female prisoners. Then we'll see if you can still hold out. He would never force anyone, only trade. After distributing the mineral water, Jiang Han picked up his phone and sent a message to Su Yingxue, departing in 1 minute. Latecomers will be left behind. Inside dormitory 208, Su Yingxue looked at her roommates. Have you decided? Are we going or not? Zhang Xiaowen, the second beauty, shrank her neck in fear. I always feel like this Jiang Han isn't a good person. And how do you know he actually has a shelter? What if he's using fake pictures from the internet to trick us? Another girl chimed in. Su Yingxue shook her head. I don't think so. I sent the photos Jiang Han took to my sister. She's a top student in computer science. Those pictures are definitely not from the internet, and there's no trace of editing. That means Jiang Han really does have a prison and supplies. I don't fully understand how it happened either, but it's better than waiting here to die. Wen Xiaojin Mingming, listen to me. Let's go to the prison he mentioned. At that moment, a short-haired girl stood up. I think we should listen to Yingxue. We only have 2 bottles of water left. What will we do after they're gone? Let's take a gamble. The speaker was He Mengming, the boldest in dormitory 208. Her eyes now held the resolute determination of someone betting everything. With that, she picked up the wooden sticks they had prepared earlier and handed one to Su Yingxue. Stay behind me, and we'll fight our way out. Zhang Xiaowen panicked. Yingxue Mingming, do you really trust that guy? Think it through. What if he's trying to trick us? He has a gun and food, while we have nothing. If anyone's going to be tricked, it's him. He Mingming retorted. Then Dong Jin, who had been silent, spoke up. I still think it's risky. Think about it. Jiang Han is just an ordinary college student. Where did he get a pistol? And how could he possibly own a prison? The group debated for a while until Su Yingxue made the final decision. Don't overthink it. Staying here means death sooner or later. If we go out, we might find a way to survive. The girls steeled themselves and gently opened the dormitory door. On the other side of the hallway, a zombie was aimlessly wandering. He Mingming made a quiet gesture, crouched low, and took the lead. Jiang Han checked the time. Only 5 seconds remained before the 1 minute he had promised. Once it passed, he would drive away without hesitation. After all, as the warden of a prison, if he didn't keep his word, how could he command respect? He glanced at the stairwell. Su Yingxue's figure had yet to appear. He started the car, ready to leave. Even if she came down now, he wouldn't look back. Just then, through his peripheral vision, he spotted several figures. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes. It was the group of boys who had blocked his car earlier, and they were carrying weapons. Clearly they had followed him, sneaking around with malicious intent. Jiang Han slapped the car door. "You bastards, take one more step and you're dead." Instead of stopping, they quickened their pace toward the vehicle. In an instant, Jiang Han made a decision. He would make an example of them. The women in the car and those still outside needed to see that he meant business when it came to killing. He flung open the door, leaped out in one swift motion, kicked the nearest boy flying, and raised his gun to fire. Ah, thud. The scream came from the one he had kicked. A boy weighing at least 150 to 160 Jiang was sent hurtling into the red mist, still ascending as his figure vanished. He was thrown at least 20 meters. Jiang Han's strength was immense now. That kick sent a sensation of internal organs rupturing through his soul. Pop, pop, pop. Without hesitation, he emptied the magazine. The short-haired boy farthest away was lucky. Bullets grazed his cheek twice, but missed him. With a cry of terror, he turned and fled, leaving his fallen roommates behind. "Dorm leader, save me." A chubby boy shot in the abdomen struggled to reach out for help. The short-haired boy didn't dare linger. He kicked the other's body aside and dashed into the red mist. Jiang Han's gaze was icy as he deftly swapped magazines, firing more shots at the fleeing figure as he pursued. But the short-haired boy was agile, and perhaps from watching too many action movies, he ran in its pattern, causing all 3 shots to miss. Jiang Han didn't give chase. Though he might have killed him, it carried its own risks. He understood the wisdom of not pursuing a cornered foe. "Save me, please." As he turned to head back to the car, a chubby boy lay 2 or 3 steps away, one hand clutching his stomach, the other reaching out. Jiang Han raised his gun. "Save you. I can help you, all right." With that, he pulled the trigger on the boy's head, ending his suffering. These people should have foreseen this outcome when they decided to act. The girls who hadn't boarded the car, led by Lu Yuan, let out screams. These weren't the kind of screams meant to attract zombies. They were involuntary shrieks of terror. They were just ordinary students. They had never witnessed murder. Jiang Han ignored them, carefully inspecting the bodies on the ground. Lesson 1 of the apocalypse: always finish the job. Many had died from not confirming kills. Sure enough, he found someone pretending to be dead. A small guy who had only been shot in the thigh. Dead. Jiang Han walked over and gently pressed his foot on the wound. Ugh. The small guy let out a muffled groan, desperately trying to hide that he was still alive. But the sweat on his forehead and his trembling body gave him away. Don't kill me. I just wanted to get on the car." Seeing that his act was up, the small guy quickly begged for mercy. Jiang Han chuckled. "Get on the car? More like hijack it. Why else would you be charging at the driver's seat with weapons? Don't kill me." It was all his idea. "Who's a?" "Our dorm leader from room 315, Lu Hao. The one who ran away." Jiang Han pressed. "Yeah, that bastard. He sent us to die while he made a run for it. How many of you came?" "I." The small guy's eyes darted. "Promise you won't kill me, and he'll tell you." Jiang Han looked at his wound and smirked. "Fine, I promise." "Spill it." The small guy seemed skeptical, staring into Jiang Han's eyes. "You're not lying to me, are you?" Jiang Han toyed with his pistol. "I'm not lying. But if you don't talk, I'll change my mind." The small guy swallowed. 8. There were 8 of us from 2 dorms. 8, Jiang Han muttered to himself. There were 4 bodies, 1 living person here, plus Lu Hao who had fled, and the one he kicked. That made 7. That meant there was still 1 more nearby. If Lu Hao hadn't gone far, then 2. Just then a loud bang came from the other side of the prison truck. Bang. Jiang Han was startled, but he quickly realized. Was that a tire blowout? Turning around the vehicle, sure enough, the right rear tire had burst. Not far away lay a person drenched in blood with an iron rod stuck beside them. It seemed this was the 8th person. A wave of inexplicable rage surged to his mind. Caught off guard, the tire had been punctured. This kid was also quite foolish. Have you not considered the immense force generated by the explosion of such a large tire? Although there was a spare tire on the vehicle, this item was worth 10 units in the mall. In other words, Jiang Han had suffered a loss of 10 PP coins for nothing. The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew. He picked up his gun, and in full view of dozens of women both inside and outside the vehicle, regardless of whether the person on the ground was dead or alive, shot him directly in the head. The women fell silent in fear. They had witnessed Jiang Han's methods and no longer needed screams to neutralize their inner emotions. Soon the loud noise from the burst tire attracted a large number of zombies. Jiang Han quickly opened fire, paying no attention to the small-statured man still feigning death on the ground. I did say I wouldn't kill you, but that doesn't mean I'll save you. The small man first begged for help, then cursed, and finally turned to wailing, but Jiang Han remained completely unmoved. Moments later, aside from Lu Hao, all members of the 8-person squad were dealt with. Now he needed to do 2 things. One was to eliminate the approaching zombies, and the other was to change the spare tire. This couldn't be done alone. As he fired his gun, he walked over to the women led by Lu Yuan, who immediately scrambled back several meters. Which of you knows how to change a tire? Anyone who comes to help gets a bottle of mineral water. The women exchanged glances. They did want water, but none of them knew how to change a spare tire. Who would dare trick Jiang Han into giving them water first? Just then 4 women walked over from the stairway. I do, shouted the woman in the white dress at the front. Jiang Han looked over and saw it was Su Yingxue, followed by her 3 roommates whose photos she had sent. If not for the unexpected situation, he might not have seen this woman today. He naturally wouldn't dwell on the issue of her lateness, now treating it as an arrangement of fate. Looking at Su Yingxue, he sighed inwardly. No wonder she was one of the 3 campus goddesses. Then you can start. As Su Yingxue stepped forward, Zhang Xiaowen behind her quietly tugged at her clothes. Su Yingxue gently patted her hand and comforted, Wenwen, don't be afraid. I believe this classmate Jiang will definitely protect us, right? She spoke the last part to Jiang Han. Jiang Han nodded, rest assured. As the warden, I have a duty to protect all female prisoners in this prison. Follow me, and I'll ensure your safety. Hearing the words female prisoners, Su Yingxue's face flushed slightly, a feeling of shame creeping in. However, she quickly regained her composure, turned to call her 3 roommates, and walked to the back of the prison vehicle. Passing by the mark reading PP Women's Prison on the vehicle, she couldn't help but glance at it a few more times. Could there really be a prison with such a name? How was it even approved? Besides, shouldn't prisons be state institutions? Shaking her head, Su Yingxue knew this wasn't the time for such thoughts. The priority was to change the spare tire. She actually had little experience. Since getting her driver's license, she had only watched her brother-in-law change a tire once. Let me tell you, spare tires are usually in the trunk. She mimicked her brother-in-law's tone as she walked to the back, but froze the moment she looked. It was quite different from what her brother-in-law had changed back then. Why was it so big? Jiang Han paid no attention to them, focusing solely on guarding the prison vehicle. The spare tire and tools were at the rear. The 4 women struggled with great effort to remove the spare tire, and Su Yingxue's white dress was now covered in mud and stains. Watching Su Yingxue's movements, Jiang Han felt a slight stir in his heart. A full half-hour passed before the 4 finished changing the tire. During that time, some zombies had approached, but they were taken out by Jiang Han before they could get close. These zombies were sluggish and utterly weak. Lu Yuanyuan's group of women had wanted to ask their classmates inside the vehicle for water, but the doors and windows were all tightly locked, so even those inside couldn't hand it out. In the end, they returned empty-handed. Can you drive? Jiang Han asked Su Yingxue after getting into the vehicle. He had already noticed that although she was clumsy while changing the tire, she was still familiar with the process. A freshman girl capable of such an operation. He could only assume she had learned to drive. And he happened to need a driver. Of course not just yet. As a driver, she needed not absolute obedience, but at least over 90% compliance. Su Yingxue nodded. Right after high school graduation, my family had me get my driver's license, she said, then added, as if remembering something. After learning, they even bought me a small car, so now I have over a year of driving experience. Jiang Han nodded inwardly. This Su Yingxue certainly knew how to showcase her own value. He smiled. So you're a rich man's daughter. Su Yingxue didn't refute because what Jiang Han said was true. Her family was indeed very wealthy. Besides, even if her family were ordinary, she would never be foolish enough to admit poverty. She firmly believed that a woman meticulously raised in luxury by a wealthy family was more attractive to men and more likely to receive extra care. Jiang Han pulled out from his feet 4 bottles of water, 4 loaves of bread, and 4 sausages. Clear rewards and punishments. That was the operational philosophy of PP Women's Prison. In truth, this was also the most presentable food he had at the moment. The 4 women were delighted simultaneously. These items meant little in the past, but to someone who had gone hungry for a day, they were a feast. Not only them, but the other women's eyes also turned straight. It had been a day, and most of them hadn't eaten a single grain, and after drinking water their hunger grew even more intense. Xinxinga also approached the railing and said in a coquettish tone, Brother Jiang, I'm hungry too. A reward. Su Yingxue frowned slightly. We worked hard for half a day only to receive the same reward as that kind of woman. If this continues, who will work in the future? That's not right either. In about the same time as the outward journey, the prison vehicle returned to the prison gate. Jiang Han noticed that Qin Shirin and her group were still trapped inside the bus. He screeched to a halt beside it, the driver's seat directly facing Qin Shirin's seat. Hey, have you made up your mind? Coming with me or not? Jiang Han rolled down the window and deliberately took a sip of the mineral water in his hand. Through the window, he saw 5 people inside the vehicle: Qin Shirin, the glasses-wearing man, 2 middle-aged women, and an elderly man. After a day of suffering, these people were all in a terrible state. Now seeing someone arrive, they nearly cried out in excitement. Let's go. Let's go. Well, I'll go with you. Only one person was an exception, the glasses-wearing man. His face was twisted with rage. You motherfucker. But the next second, the dark muzzle of the gun silenced him. Jiang Han naturally didn't fire because there was no need. These people couldn't go anywhere now, they could only slowly await death. Driven by a strong will to survive, perhaps Qin Shirin would make a more correct decision. Qin Shirin's face paled. After a moment of hesitation, she gently tugged at the bespectacled man's hand. Can my husband come along? Jiang Han shook his head. Of course not, but... He paused, glancing at the others in the vehicle, then continued. If you're willing to come with me, I can give each of them a bottle of water and a piece of bread. Upon hearing this, the elderly men and women in the car turned their heads in unison, their gazes fervent as they looked at the young couple, hope shining in their eyes. When they had set out, they had indeed prepared a case of bottled water, but no food. None had anticipated such a predicament. A day had passed, and only 7 bottles of water remained in the car. They could last perhaps one more night, but by tomorrow both water and food would be completely exhausted. The bespectacled man's face flushed crimson with anger. Though he understood the importance of provisions, he would never hand over his fiancée. He wanted to lash out, but realized that aside from a few curses there was little else he could do. And the other party had a gun. Even swearing seemed risky. Seeing his goal achieved, Jiang Han chuckled. If you change your mind, feel free to find me. Just contact Zheng Jira's phone. With that, he floored the accelerator and sped away. Only after he had disappeared into the distance did the bespectacled man slam his hand against the seat. That bastard is going too far. The elderly folks nearby listened to his roar, exchanged glances, and saw the same thought mirrored in each other's eyes. An elderly man with barely a dozen strands of hair left stepped forward. Shaoruan, actually, I think. If you truly love your wife, you should find her a safe place. The bespectacled man's name was Ruan Kuan. Ever since a male celebrity named Go Shu Kuan had gained notoriety a few years ago for urging fans to have abortions, he had grown to detest his own name. Ruan Kuan's expression turned extremely ugly as he glared furiously at the bald elder. Bullshit. If anyone brings that up again, I'll kill them. The elder, startled by Ruan Kuan's murderous look, muttered under his breath. Young man, don't you know to respect the elderly? Why take your anger out on an old man like me? Take your anger out on that bastard from earlier. Ruan Kuan felt his face burning with humiliation and snorted coldly. Let me tell you, don't think I can't deal with that little punk. With that, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. He had been contemplating this for a long time. Soon a gruff male voice answered on the other end. Hello, who's this? Ruan Kuan immediately switched to a fawning tone. Brother Yong, it's me, Shaoruan. Shaoruan. Where the hell did a Shaoruan come from? Brother Yong, it's the one who asked you for a refund. This time the man on the other end remembered. Oh, I know the one with the beautiful wife, something like Ian, right? Ruan Kuan's expression turned somewhat awkward as he cleared his throat. Yes, her name is Qin Shirin, and I'm her husband. I'm calling to tell you something. Qin Shirin, sitting nearby, looked at Ruan Kuan in astonishment upon hearing the call. Honey, you. But before she could finish, Ruan Kuan impatiently waved her off. Brother Yong, today, I discovered that quite a few people have moved into our Xiangxin group's Xinghe International community, and they're bringing in women by the truckload. All beautiful women. He poured out everything he had found out about Jiang Han, focusing on the photos in Zheng Jira's social media feed. The more Qin Shirin heard, the more alarmed she became. There was a small backstory here. A year ago, the couple had bought an apartment in Xinghe International. The down payment alone had nearly drained the savings of both families. But as it turned out, the project had been abandoned. Later, Ruan Kuan had asked a friend to find a manager at Xiangxin Group, a man named Bald Yong. After rounds of drinking and foot massages, Bald Yong finally agreed to refund the money. But as luck would have it, when the contract was being signed, Ruan Kuan brought Qin Shirin along. On the surface, Bald Yong was the project manager for Xinghe International, but in reality, he was Xiangxin Group's top enforcer, well connected in both the underworld and legitimate circles. He took one look at Qin Shirin, and without any pretense made a direct demand that she spend a night with him. If she agreed, not only would the money be refunded, but the apartment would remain in both their names. If not, well, she would have to face the consequences. Bald Yong was a ruthless killer who wouldn't bat an eye, and Ruan Kuan dared not offend him. He could only say he needed to discuss it at home, thus temporarily escaping. If it hadn't been for the subsequent crackdown in Tianhai City, Qin Shirin felt certain she would have fallen into his clutches. She never expected Ruan Kuan to take the initiative to call Bald Yong now. Watching her husband describe the situation to Bald Yong with a fawning smile, she felt a chill run down her spine. Because Bald Yong had said on the phone that if the information was true, they would come over tonight. The Xiangxin Group people were coming. And what about her? She didn't need to think twice. Those men were used to bullying and abusing women, especially now. This move would undoubtedly send her straight into the tiger's den. All right, good, very good, Ruan Kuan said, nodding obsequiously before hanging up. When he looked up, his face was brimming with pride. It was as if he were telling the elderly folks, see, I'm also a victim, but I know the very people who are harming us. The bald elder stared at Ruan Kuan in shock. Mr. Ruan, you know Manager Yong from Xiangxin Group? Ruan Kuan nodded smugly. Of course. Brother Yong has already said he'll send people over tonight. That punk won't be arrogant for much longer. And he'll bring us food. Not just a few bottles of water and some bread, Ruan Kuan declared proudly. Upon hearing this, 2 other elderly women quickly gathered around. Shaoruan, oh Mr. Ruan, could you ask Brother Yong to take us home? Our sons and daughters-in-law are still waiting for us. Well, don't worry, we won't let you work for free. Well, definitely prepare a big red envelope for you, one of the elderly women said ingratiatingly. Ruan Kuan deliberately put on a stern face. What was that attitude of yours just now? Do you think I'm the kind of man who sells his wife? And you still want my help? Dream on. The elderly folks, quick to admit their mistakes, immediately bowed and apologized. Mr. Ruan, we were momentarily deceived by that scoundrel. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against us common folk. Qin Shirin kept her head down, scrolling through her phone, remaining silent. She was deeply worried, for her husband's vision was far too short-sighted. She knew full well that Bald Young was 10 times more wicked than the warden inside. At least that man was reasonable. He could provide safety and give food and water. Look at Zheng Jira's social media posts: safe, clean, good lodging, good food. And what would Bald Young do when he came? Bring us food? Impossible. On Jiang Han's side, he had Lu Shuangshuang confiscate the phones of the 26 women and led them to the changing room. Just like Zheng Jiro, the first thing was to change clothes. It wasn't until they saw the gate of the women's prison that the women in the car finally believed such a prison truly existed. Entering the changing room, Jiang Han followed his usual routine. I need to make sure there are no wounds on your bodies. The women naturally resisted, but after Jiang Han uttered his ultimatum, if you don't cooperate, you're out. Shen Qinga gritted her teeth and was the first to take off her coat, followed closely by Lu Shuangshuang. Once one began, others followed, until only Su Yingxue and 3 other girls remained. The scene that unfolded in the room was thus: 22 people stood with arms crossed while 4 remained fully clothed, and these 4 were undeniably out of place. Jiang Han wasted no words. He flung open the door, for his prison tolerated no exceptions. I'm doing this for everyone's safety. Since you refuse to comply, I must assume you're infected with the zombie virus. Now please leave and don't endanger the rest of us. Su Yingxue frowned. Don't dress it up so nobly, Jiang. We all know what's really on your mind. Besides, everyone knows infection sets in within 10 minutes of a bite. We've been on this bus for over an hour. If we'd been bitten, it would have shown by now. Jiang Han's eyes swept over the 22 women, then he said with feigned gravity, how do you know there are no exceptions? What if one of you was bitten but shows no symptoms until midnight? Then you doom everyone. Su Yingxue muttered bitterly, pervert. Then louder, why not call a female officer? Sorry, this prison just opened. No female guards yet, Jiang Han said, slapping his forehead. All right, I'm officially announcing that the Papa Women's Prison is recruiting female guards. Anyone who meets the requirements can apply. Great benefits. The women raised their hands, eagerly revealing generous cleavages. Brother Jiang, what are the requirements? I want to sign up. Even Su Yingxue's eyes lit up. You're hiring guards. Final apply. They'll do the inspections for you. Welcome, welcome. But first, to apply as a guard, you must pass the inspection, Jiang Han said, clapping his hands. You? Zhang Xiaowen tugged at Su Yingxue from behind. Yingxue, let it go. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. If they want us to strip, let's just strip. In the end, Su Yingxue had to steel herself and let Jiang Han conduct the inspection. With a conscientious attitude, he examined every inch, leaving no corner unchecked. Half an hour passed, leaving his heart racing and blood pressure soaring. All right, now change clothes. They'll take you to see the cells. For Su Yingxue, these words were like a chilled watermelon in the desert. The past half hour had been excruciating, as she needed to get dressed immediately. But when she saw the design of the uniform, her face flushed even deeper. This wasn't a prison uniform. It was a one-piece outfit. What was the difference between this and that kind of clothing? Can I skip wearing it? Su Yingxue was nearly in tears. Jiang Han nodded. Of course. I never force anyone. Then I won't wear it. But prison rules say you either wear the uniform or wear nothing at all. Think it over. Su Yingxue spat softly and relented. Give it here. Ding. Qualified female prisoner detected. Found. Name Su Yingxue, appearance 93 points, no bonus. Daily reward 93 Papa coins, obedience 5. Improve quickly. Damn, this woman is hard to tame. Ding. Qualified female prisoner detected. Found. Name Shen Qinga, appearance 90 points, no bonus. Daily reward 90 Papa coins, obedience 65. Continue improving. In total, the 26 women yielded 2265 coins. His balance now stood at 6630. Jiang Han was satisfied that at this rate, he could purchase an ability in 2 days. Of course, this was just the first batch. More would come. First stop, he led them to the level 2 cell, where Zheng Jiro was. Zheng Jiro was sipping hot water and watching TV, Tianhai News. The signal was intermittent, likely affected by the red mist. Hearing footsteps, she hurried to the door to greet him, only to find Jiang Han wasn't alone. Behind him were over 20 beauties. What was this? In an instant, she felt nothing but grievance. They had shared intimacy just half a day ago. After all that, how could he do this? Obedience 10. At the same time, Jiang Han received the notification of her declining obedience. She was dissatisfied, but he didn't care. This was something Zheng Jiro had to deal with on her own. Seeing someone already living there, the girls were surprised. 26 pairs of eyes sized up Zheng Jiro. Soon they felt relieved. This woman was pretty but older than them. Men always prefer the young and beautiful. Yet soon they sensed something was off. Here were 26 female students and 1 young matron. Scarcity creates value, and clearly the matron seemed to have the advantage. Quickly, hostility crept into the 26 gazes. Zheng Jiro sensed it. She stared blankly at the college girls, calculating her own strengths and weaknesses. Jiro introduced the environment to the new inmates. Jiang Han's voice snapped the women back to reality. Zheng Jiro straightened her back. He called her Jiro. That rekindled hope in her heart. She was the first female prisoner lacking in youth, but possessing other advantages. Ahem, she cleared her throat. Everyone look. This is the cell of Papa Women's Prison. 10 bunk beds, 20 berths total. She smartly reintroduced the private bathroom TV kettle and personal lockers. Actually, the girls had already seen it all. Someone murmured, "The conditions here are pretty good, better than our dorms. You can shower anytime. Look, the beds have privacy curtains. I've always wanted a set of pink ones like these." Jiang Han smiled, watching their reactions. Once the tour ended, he said, "All right, you've seen everything. But this is a level 2 cell. To live here, you need my approval. Now I'll take you to where you'll be staying, the level 1 cell. It might differ a bit from here, but rest assured with effort level 2 isn't a dream." The girls exchanged glances. Only Zheng Jiaro knew what Jiang Han meant. Her heart stirred with excitement. She knew exactly what the level 1 cell was like. Jiang Han hadn't granted these younger women the same treatment. Instead, he sent them to more austere quarters. What did that mean? It meant this man held a place for her in his heart. Yet she also caught the subtext: good behavior could earn them the chance to live with her, or even surpass her conditions. A sense of crisis surged within her. Zheng Jiaro silently vowed never to let anyone rise above her. Zheng Jiaro, obedience 10, now 99 points. No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than Jiang Han received the notification. He rubbed his chin. Though he didn't fully understand why her obedience had suddenly increased, perhaps today, he could try to raise her favorability to 100. He patted her shoulder. "Jiaro, come along too. This is level 1 cell." Outside the cell, Shun Qing's mouth fell open. She could scarcely believe her eyes. The environment of a level 1 cell was a world apart from level 2. Dim lighting, cold iron-framed beds, a crude squat toilet. No television, no hot water, no chance to bathe. This was a true prison. Comparison breeds discontent. Had they not witnessed the luxury of level 2, this place might have been barely tolerable. If that was heaven, this was hell. The girls erupted instantly. "We don't want to stay here." Jiang Han let out a sly chuckle. "That can be arranged, but first you'll need to come to my office. Then you can move to better cells." Everyone wore expressions of feigned confusion, though their hearts already grasped the gist. "They'll sign up." Shun Qing raised her hand. Jiang Han smiled and promptly appointed Zheng Jiaro as his secretary. The system panel boasted numerous positions: secretary, assistant, guard, administrator, driver, and so on. He couldn't manage everything himself. He needed others to handle some of the administrative work. The prison reward system followed its own calculation method. Take Zheng Jiaro for example. Her appearance score was 85, so her base reward was 85 per day. Residing in a level 2 cell added a 20 bonus, bringing it to 102 units. Once obedience reached 100, the base reward doubled, adding another 85, ultimately reaching 187 units. Upgrading a level 2 cell cost 100 units and could accommodate 20 female prisoners. Based on the system's minimum score, if all 20 had a score of 85, the daily yield would be 340 units. The investment would be recouped in 3 days with pure profit thereafter. With 26 people arriving at once, Jiang Han spent another 100 units to unlock a new cell, still level 1, while mentally beginning to plan the entire prison's layout. The first floor housed the lobby, changing room, restroom, garage, security office, and cells. Based on the area, after deducting other facilities, roughly 10 cells could be unlocked. One level 1 cell had to remain, and directly opposite, it should be the most luxurious cell. Comparing the two, he believed that few women could hold fast to their principles. In the middle, one could set up facilities such as a gym, cinema, tea room, or even an esports room, though access would be determined by the female prisoner's rank. Those unwilling to submit could of course do so, but they would only be entitled to the most basic services, merely eating, drinking, and answering the call of nature. Their meals would be the simplest fare, their drink tap water costing 1 yuan for 10 tons, and their toilet an open squat latrine. To advance, one had to strive, and the path of striving was undoubtedly the formal trial. The 10th floor housed the first cafeteria, where food was also graded. Level 1 prisoners received plain porridge, pickled vegetables, and steamed buns. Level 2 added a modest serving of greens. Level 3 offered ordinary meat and beverages. Level 4 introduced fruit. Level 5 included seafood. Level 6 provided desserts and Western cuisine, and so on. Above the 10th floor, his trusted confidants should reside with the basic requirement of 100 compliance. Functional facilities ought to be built here, such as the guard room, armory, chastity training hall, and interrogation chamber. The 20th floor housed the second cafeteria, which would provide more premium ingredients. What exactly would depend on specific functional unlocks. As for above the 20th floor, core members lived there with even more comprehensive amenities: a swimming pool, spa, sauna, bar, massage parlor, and wellness center. Jiang Han grew more excited the more he thought, nearly letting out a foolish chuckle. Of course, this was merely a foundational concept. The specifics would depend on his available PP coins. So in the end, earning money was the ultimate priority. He opened the system and navigated to the character panel. The first sub-item was the deputy warden, the second was the secretary. He selected Zheng Jiaro. Detected that Zheng Jiaro's compliance has exceeded 90, meeting the requirements for secretary binding. Bind. Jiang Han chose to bind. Ding. Binding complete. Warden's Secretary Zheng Jiaro, age 26, compliance, 100 daily PP coins, provided 187 enhancement, 8 special ability, none permissions to be personally selected by the warden. The permissions column had many options, but most were grayed out, such as cinema or cafe, as these were not yet unlocked and naturally could not be selected. Selectable options included main gate, courtyard gate, elevator, prison cells, garage, electrical room, changing room, and so on. Jiang Han activated the permissions for the elevator, prison cells, and changing room. This way Zheng Jiaro could lead the women directly to his office door. Ding. Corresponding items unlocked in the mall: black secretary dress set, dedicated walkie-talkie, tablet, computer, office supplies, TT set, bottled water. With the secretary appointment, several more items were unlocked. Soon he arranged the female prisoners into 2 rooms, issued Zheng Jiaro a pen and notebook along with a dedicated walkie-talkie, and the time reached 7 in the evening. Time to eat. At Jiang Han's command, the women were delighted. Indeed, they were all hungry, even Su Yingxue, who had eaten half a bread roll on the way. But their joy was short-lived. The cafeteria was on the 10th floor. Only Zheng Jiaro could take the elevator up, while the rest had to take the stairs as their permissions were insufficient. Can you take us up with you? Lu Shuang and her 2 roommates approached the elevator. No. Zheng Jiaro crossed her arms, the walkie-talkie at her waist gleaming with a blue light. Lu Shuang had to slink away dejectedly. Not only could they not use the elevator, but even their dinner was different. Zheng Jiaro sat at a round table eating instant noodles, ham, and bread, specifically shredded pork floss buns, the kind that cost 1 yuan for 5. The others, however, sat on long benches eating steamed buns and drinking plain water. Jiang Han could certainly have provided better meals, but he chose not to. He needed to fill the level 2 cells as quickly as possible, yet he couldn't hand out favors to these women for nothing. He understood the principle: a liter of rice fosters gratitude, a bushel fosters enmity. The aroma of instant noodles wafted through the air, exceptionally tempting in that moment. Shenxinga sniffed the air delicately a few times, then tossed her steamed bun onto the bench, swept her glossy black hair behind her ear, and strode gracefully to Zheng Jiaro. Sister Zheng, do I sign up for the formal trial with you? Zheng Jiaro nodded, though her heart was deeply uneasy. Yet she showed no sign of it, merely saying flatly, do you want to sign up? He'll register you. With that, she pulled a small notebook from her chest. What's your name? Shenxinga. Once someone took the lead, the other women naturally loosened up. 2 bold ones ran to Zheng Jiaro's table. Sis, put me down too, please. As Zheng Jiaro wrote, tears streamed down her face. Jiang Han was supposed to be her man, so why was she helping him do this? She even wanted to hurl the pen away, but she didn't dare, for she knew that everything she had now was given by Jiang Han. If she offended him and lost her position as secretary, she would surely be trampled underfoot by these women. Most people harbor a certain psychology: they delight in seeing those once high and mighty fall from grace. After dinner, the female inmates descended in small groups, but the 6 who had made appointments, led by Shenxinga, remained unmoved, all waiting for news in the cafeteria as she directed. Watching their determined, unyielding demeanor, Zheng Jiaro sighed softly, and then said, waiting here is useless. I still need to report upstairs. How about this? You all return to your cells and wait for my notification. She said this with her own intentions in mind. Shenxinga felt a twinge of disappointment, but since the initiative lay with the other woman, she could only signal her group and head downstairs to wait. After the last of them left, Zheng Jiaro wasted no time. She went to her room, first took a hot shower, and then hurried upstairs. As his secretary, her elevator access allowed her to go directly to the warden's office. At that moment, Jiang Han was seated in his office chair, chuckling as he watched surveillance footage on the system. When he saw Zheng Jiaro head to the restroom, he lit a cigarette. He had already guessed what this woman intended. So should I call you warden, or your name? Zheng Jiaro asked, her face flushed the moment she entered. Jiang Han appraised her, noting how the prison uniform perfectly accentuated her figure. He smiled and said, that depends on how you define our relationship. If you're acting as my secretary, then call me warden. If it's something else, call me Jiang Han. Zheng Jiaro's pretty face reddened even more. Jiang Han. I want to call you Jiang Han now. Jiang Han knew that a shift had occurred in this woman's heart, which reminded him of a famous saying by Zhang Ailing. Just as he placed one hand on her head, the phone on his desk suddenly rang. Jiang Han frowned, initially intending to ignore it, but when he saw the screen, he chose to answer anyway. It was a video call from Yao Shanshan, his girlfriend. No, his ex-girlfriend. He pressed the answer button, and Yao Shanshan's face appeared on the screen. Jiang Han, look at what you've posted. Have you gone delusional from the breakup? You've embarrassed me too. This instantly reminded Jiang Han of Yao Shanshan's usual overbearing demeanor. This woman, though beautiful, was always nagging in his ear. Her best friend's boyfriend bought this bag. Her best friend's boyfriend treated her to seafood buffet, as if he owed her something. He said coldly, what is it? Yao Shanshan snorted. Hurry up and take back what you posted. Even Shuiyao called me thinking you actually own a prison. Jiang Han sneered. The Shuiyao she mentioned was her often talked about best friend Lin Shuiyao, beautiful with a great figure and dating a very wealthy boyfriend. Yao Shanshan always liked comparing him with Lin Ziyao's boyfriend. He adjusted his posture, signaling Zhang Jiaro to continue with a glance, and then said, "What does it have to do with you whether I take back my post or not?" This was the first time Yao Shanshan had heard Jiang Han speak to her in this tone. Furious, she said, "Jiang Han, is this how you talk to me? I'll count to 3, apologize immediately. We've already broken up, and you're still using this trick to scare me." Jiang Han felt a surge of anger whenever he heard Yao Shanshan counting. During their relationship, no matter who was at fault, she always demanded he apologize. If he hesitated, she would start counting, claiming it was to test his attitude. With that, Jiang Han turned the camera around. He had to show his ex-girlfriend how well he was doing. The next second, the other end of the line exploded. "Jiang Han, what are you doing? We just broke up. How can you be with another woman already?" Jiang Han laughed. "Haha, you said it yourself, we're already broken up. Why can't I be with another woman? You bastard." Yao Shanshan was about to curse again when she suddenly noticed near Jiang Han's feet under the sofa there were more than a dozen cases of bottled water. Although she wasn't particularly thirsty at the moment, what would happen after the bottled water in her room ran out? Yao Shanshan couldn't help but feel worried. Moreover, the water supply on Jiang Han's side was clearly much larger than hers. Looking at his surroundings, the spacious desk, the soft leather sofa, could it be that Jiang Han really did own a prison? Previously, Yao Shanshan had refused to believe it. She knew Jiang Han's background better than anyone. No parents, no social connections, just an ordinary low-class man. If it weren't for his good looks and physique, she would never have chosen him. But in just one day, how did he end up with such a large office? And that woman, what was going on now? The apocalypse had erupted. Without ample water and food, would anyone treat him like this? A series of thoughts flashed through her mind, and Yao Shanshan swallowed the curse words that were about to come out, changing her tone. "Jiang Han, I was actually just testing you. I didn't think you'd really agree to the breakup. Haha, you're hilarious. If you were testing me, then tell me, where are you right now?" He had already seen from the video that Yao Shanshan wasn't in the dormitory. She was sitting on a toilet, which meant she was in a hotel. Yao Shanshan was momentarily speechless, but she quickly recovered. "I'm in a hotel, so what? I was too heartbroken last night and got drunk. And then a friend took you to the hotel, right?" Jiang Han added. Yao Shanshan was taken aback. "Nonsense. I came alone, it's just me here." Just then the bathroom door suddenly opened. "Baby, what are you doing?" came a deep, husky male voice. Yao Shanshan quickly covered her phone. "Honey, I'm on the phone with my friend." The man grunted in acknowledgement, his voice filled with the laziness and disinterest that follows release. Men are like that. After their urges are spent, nothing else seems to matter. "Ha ha ha," Jiang Han sneered from the phone. "Yao Shanshan, you have nothing to say now, do you?" Unexpectedly, this woman still remained unrepentant. Her made-up high-class face reappeared on the screen. "Jiang Han, you don't actually think I've done something to betray you, do you?" Enough, stop wasting my time," Jiang Han said, and then indulged himself without further ado. Yao Shanshan continued to repeat her lies. "Humph. A clear conscience laughs at false accusations. If you insist on thinking that way, there's nothing I can do about it. You're a good person in every way, it's just that you're too narrow-minded." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Han gently patted Zhang Jiao's head as a reward for her. Zhang Jiao felt extremely wronged. How could this man treat her like this, chatting with his ex-girlfriend while she didn't even want to think about it? Feeling aggrieved, Zhang Jiao opened her notebook and said, "Look, there are so many women in line, it's up to you to decide." Jiang Han detected the dissatisfaction in the other person's tone and took out the tablet he had just bought. It cost 50 PP coins. He also had a standard OL outfit with a short skirt, a typical urban white-collar attire, which cost 5 PP coins. "You performed very well earlier. This is a reward for you. As a secretary, it's not appropriate to wear the same as others. From now on, wear this skirt to work." Although the prison uniform was more tempting, seeing it too often led to numbness. A variety of styles was better. He continued, "And this tablet can help me manage things. You can also play some mini-games on it when you're free." He had already bought the tablet, but didn't give it to Zhang Jiao immediately. Instead, he researched it first and concluded that the tablet sold in the mall had a specialized operating system that couldn't connect with others. The main function of this tablet was to manage the existing female inmates. There were currently 27 individuals listed with their names, ages, appearances, and more, including their permissions, such as whether they could use the elevator or enter the cafeteria. However, permissions couldn't be changed, only viewed, and the ultimate control remained with Jiang Han. Additionally, there were some data about the female inmates that needed to be recorded after further measurements, including certain counts that also needed the secretary to fill in later. Apart from that, there were television on demand and gaming features similar to current generic tablets. Zhang Jiao was extremely happy upon seeing this. It was undoubtedly a form of recognition for her identity. She thought that it wouldn't be long before Xin Gu and those women would live together with her, and with these, she would still be ahead of them. She leaned in closer, saying, "Thank you. They'll go call someone for you." After changing clothes, Zhang Jiao twirled around and obediently spoke. Jiang Han sighed inwardly. It was true that women often exhibited Stockholm Syndrome. While waiting, he began considering candidates for the cook. He had already seen through the system that a first-class cafeteria could accommodate one cook, and it could unlock rice, white flour, and 10 types of vegetables, which was enough to make some simple home-cooked meals. Moreover, it would save PP coins. For instance, the cheapest steamed bun cost 1 coin for 10 in the mall, but a 50-pound bag of flour only cost 2 coins. With 50 pounds of flour, how many steamed buns could he make? Soon Shinqing was brought upstairs by Zheng Jiarou. At this point, he didn't need to waste words. Those willing to come up had already prepared mentally and went straight to the point. An hour passed, and Jiang Han lay comfortably on the sofa feeling refreshed, while Shinqing's face was flushed. On the table was the tea that Zheng Jiarou had just brewed. When delivering the water, he had already informed Zheng Jiarou to let Shinqing move to the level 2 dormitory tonight, where she would enjoy the same treatment. After the official review, the benefits must be immediate. This way, Shinqing, who scored 90 points, would have a reward coefficient of 1.2, meaning she would earn 108 coins daily. Jiang Han did not call anyone else. Firstly, he was tired, and he was there to enjoy, not to serve. Secondly, he needed to create a sense of scarcity. He had to let the women know that it wasn't immediate to get an official review just because they signed up, or it depended on his mood, so they should sign up quickly and line up. At midnight, Jiang Han lay alone in bed, determining his next target. Ding! Today's rewards have been issued, totaling 2,470 PP coin balance, 7,910. As Zheng Jiarou and Shinqing's scores rose, the daily rewards of PP coins also increased. At this rate, they would awaken their abilities by tomorrow. With hopes for a bright future, he gradually fell asleep, unaware that just 15 kilometers away at the headquarters of the Changsheng Group, a Land Rover was heading his way, accompanied by 5 vans. The gate opened and the black Land Rover, equipped with protective nets and bumpers, slowly set off through the thick fog, crushing the zombies that blocked the entrance and carving a bloody path. In the back seat of the Land Rover, a bald, middle-aged man with a fierce appearance was reclining expressionlessly against the seat. It was Bald Yong. Brother Yong, with the outside being so dangerous, is it necessary to bring so many people for a small brat? The driver asked as he turned back. Do you even know anything? The driver quickly smiled, saying, Yes, Brother Yong, please don't be angry, I was just asking. Bald Yong ignored him and continued to rest his eyes, but his mind was focused on something else. Just yesterday, the entire Tianhai city suddenly erupted with zombies and fog. Fortunately, the zombies moved slowly, and with the chairman's capable command, hundreds of brothers worked together to clean out all the zombies in the group. By evening, he received a message from Ruan Kuan along with photos taken on a phone, high walls, gates, armored vehicles, and a truck full of female college students, as well as food and water. All this indicated that someone had occupied the Xinghe International Community and turned it into a place very suitable for survival in the apocalypse, and there was likely a large amount of reserve supplies. This was impossible, so he immediately reported to Gao Laoda. Gao Laoda, the true master of the Changsheng Group, a figure who had the power to cover the sky in Tianhai City, was also the person he admired most in his life, without exception. According to the news Gao Laoda received privately from the authorities, the higher-ups, including some major financial tycoons, had been aware of the apocalypse's arrival in advance, and some had already been quietly stockpiling supplies and establishing shelters. Could it be that someone had their eyes on the Xinghe International Building and built a shelter while he was unaware? After all, they hadn't visited for a month. Therefore, Gao Laoda immediately decided to send Bald Yong to scout the situation at night. If someone had indeed transformed Xinghe International, they would take it by force and establish a base for the Changsheng Group's own power. Bald Yong took out a cigar and lit it, the faint aroma wafting through the car as he felt the handgun at his waist, which gave him a little reassurance. The car moved slowly. Without an extreme familiarity with the terrain, they would never have found it. 15 kilometers took a full 4 hours. Finally, at 4 o'clock in the morning, they arrived at Ruan Kun's bus. Brother Yong, we're here, said the driver, wiping the sweat from his forehead. It was damn hard to drive. The fog seemed thicker at night, and if it weren't for their knowledge of the terrain, they would have been lost long ago. Bald Yong took out his walkie-talkie to start giving orders. Soon the car doors opened and 7 people got out of each vehicle, each holding a sharpened iron pipe with white cloth tightly wrapped around their hands. This was discovered to be the most labor-saving method during the fight with the zombies yesterday, using the iron pipe to stab through the zombies' eyes. There were plenty of iron pipes at the construction site. With a quick cut from a cutting machine, they could become handy weapons. As these people alighted from the vehicle, they dispersed with remarkable tacit understanding, centering around the Land Rover. Any zombie that drew near was swiftly impaled with a single thrust of their pipes. Soon the vicinity was cleared. One of the underlings then opened the car door, pointing at the bus and saying, Brother Yong, there aren't many zombies here. They've all been lured over there. Looking in that direction, Ruan Kuan was seen pressing against the glass, gazing back. Bald Yong chuckled, knowing that not only Ruan Kuan, but also a beauty named Qin Shirin was inside the bus. She was the woman he had fantasized about for months. However, he needed to get things straightened out first. Go bring that kid out first. The underling acknowledged, and then led 5 or 6 men over. They were originally thugs for the Changsheng Group, and with their experience quickly dispatched the dozen or so zombies surrounding the bus. Ruan Kuan was jubilant inside the bus, turning to the others with pride. See, the Changsheng Group has come to rescue me. They must have brought food too. He waved out the window. Brother Young, I'm here. Save me. In the back seat, Xian's heart sank to the depths. She had thought the harsh outside environment would deter the Changxing group from coming, but they had indeed arrived. The car door opened and thugs wielding iron pipes ushered Bald Young inside. Brother Young, it's me, Xiao Wan. I know you're soft. Now tell me what exactly happened at the prison. Bald Young said as he casually found his seat, noticing 2 bottles of mineral water on the floor. He picked one up and drank heartily while his shifty eyes constantly appraised Qin Shirin, who was hiding in the back. Ruan Cohen winced at the sight of the water bottle being consumed, then forced an awkward smile as he pulled out his phone, which had only 10% battery left. I didn't believe there was a prison here either, but there was this woman who went in and posted these on her moments. Take a look, Brother Young. Bald Young narrowed his eyes at the images Jiang Han had posted, his suspicions growing stronger. He rolled his eyes. Blondie, take our brothers and let Brother Ruan lead the way. We're going in. A young man with a full head of blonde hair chuckled in response. Ruan Cohen almost burst into tears. Brother Young, please don't make me go in. He'll just wait outside. Bullshit. You provided the information. Who knows if there's a trick? And these 2, they're coming too. He pointed at the man and woman who were staring wide-eyed at him. As for me, I'll stay here and protect this beauty. Bald Young licked his lips. What? The woman was not about to comply. Ignoring who he was, she flew into a rage. Who do you think you are drinking our water? We wouldn't even touch it ourselves. And why should we go in while you stay? Hands on her hips, the woman shouted at the top of her lungs. Bald Young didn't respond, but the blonde youth beside him grabbed her by the hair and dragged her out. Old hag, how dare you speak to our Brother Young like that? Soon the sound of slaps echoed from outside. The others were terrified into silence. Bald Young stared expressionlessly at Ruan Cohen. After a few seconds, Ruan Cohen wiped the sweat from his brow, his face contorted with misery. Brother Young, you rest here. They'll go right now? Honey, you. Qin Shirin called out anxiously, but Ruan Cohen cut her off. Wife, wait here. They'll help Brother Young take care of that kid and come back for you. With that, he fled the bus. Soon only Bald Young and Qin Shirin remained. Bald Young walked to the window. Blondie, be careful. Don't worry, Brother Young. Blondie drew a pistol from his waist, left 5 men guarding the bus entrance, and led the rest toward the wall. Meanwhile, Bald Young stayed on the bus drinking water and keeping his eyes fixed on Qin Shirin. At that moment, Jiang Han was sleeping when the system's alarm suddenly blared in his mind. Detected strangers approaching the prison. Detected strangers approaching the prison. He jolted awake, immediately grabbed his pistol, and stared intently at the surveillance feed from the entrance. One glance told him this was a premeditated attack. At least a dozen men were at the gate, each armed, and the blonde leader even carried a gun. An overwhelming sense of crisis washed over him. Soon the camera at the entrance was smashed, and all signals were lost. The disadvantage of non-hidden cameras became immediately apparent. While you spot the enemy, they spot you too. Detected strangers entering the wall. The system warned again. Jiang Han grabbed his pistol and left the office. These people knew the prison's location. Not one of them could be left alive. As he walked, he opened the system and purchased 2 hidden cameras under the gate section of the building menu. He saw that the number of people at the gate had dwindled, and he heard voices. It was the blonde he had seen earlier. Have the brothers jump over the wall and regroup inside. They were planning to scale the wall. Jiang Han's system could detect people in the yard, but couldn't pinpoint their exact locations. So he went to the wall section of the building menu and bought 10 cameras for each of the 4 walls, north, south, east, and west, and installed another 20 on the outer walls of the prison building. 600 Papa coins spent. This was no time to be stingy. With that, the entire yard was under his watch. He didn't turn on the lights. That would only expose him. Chambering around, Jiang Han quietly moved to the window. It was a small side window near the main entrance. According to the display, at least 5 or 6 people would come this way. Soon they arrived. He silently opened the window. When the enemy was close enough, he aimed the dark muzzle at one of their heads and pulled the trigger. With a soft thud, the man's head exploded and he collapsed stiffly. Thud, thud, thud. A few more shots. Damn, we've been spotted. Someone quick to react shouted in warning. Then he too fell. 2 more shots emptied the magazine, and the squad was completely wiped out. After firing, Jiang Han quickly closed the window, ducked back, and pressed himself against the wall as he moved to the changing room, because enemies had arrived there as well. He reloaded as he moved, discarding the empty magazines. Traveling light, he could pick them up later. He stuck to his old method, guided by the images. He opened the window and waited for the enemy to enter his range. In less than 20 minutes, he had killed over a dozen people using this tactic. Jiang Han didn't choose to go outside. That would be too risky. All the windows were now closed, so if the enemy wanted to get in, they'd have to break the glass, and he would hear it. Outside, Blondie was unaware that so many of his men had died. He led the main force to the front entrance. Smash it! Blondie bellowed, but he took a step back. This was Changxing Group territory, yet someone had occupied and renovated it without their knowledge. It was eerie. He wasn't about to charge in. A fat man wielding a sledgehammer rushed forward and swung. Crash! The glass pane nearest the door shattered. Immediately a hail of bullets flew out. Jiang Han had spotted them long ago. Holding the pistol with both hands, he fired indiscriminately, not caring exactly where the men outside were positioned. The fat man was riddled with bullets and several others behind him were hit, collapsing with screams. Blondie reacted, quickly retreating and firing his own gun wildly. But Jiang Han was far behind the wall. The random shots didn't even come close. Detected 0.0001 damage to the prison structure. Repair cost 10 papa coins. Repair. Jiang Han received the notification simultaneously. Damn it. If you bastards had come a few days later, I'd have upgraded everything to bulletproof glass. Jiang Han crouched behind the wall, clutching his pistol, refraining from immediately repairing the shattered glass. He reasoned that since this was the only breach in the entire building, the enemy would surely concentrate their firepower there. Bang bang bang. Several more shots rang out, fired by the yellow-haired man. He'll cover you. Charge it. Damn it, get him, someone yelled, and a crowd of men hunched low rushed toward the building. Their figures appeared on the monitor. Jiang Han extended his gun from behind the wall, roughly gauged the enemy's positions, and began firing. After 10 shots, he mastered the technique of aiming via the surveillance feed and hit the first man, then the second, the third. He reloaded with practiced ease, firing one shot after another, a pile of shell casings accumulating beside him. Outside the door, a cacophony of curses and screams erupted. Jiang Han, what's happening out there? Came Zheng Jirah's anxious voice over the walkie-talkie. The gunfire had startled her awake. Stay put. Jiang Han said in a low voice, then switched off the walkie-talkie. Outside, the yellow-haired man, enraged by the retreating crowd, fired off a few more shots. There aren't many of them inside. Let's all rush in together, he shouted, though his voice was loud. Jiang Han noticed on the monitor that the crowd was slowly backing away. These men under the yellow-haired man's command were usually belligerent, but only towards ordinary folk. Now, however, one careless move could cost them their lives. Who would dare to advance? But you can't just stay out there, can you? Am I supposed to hunt each one of you down outside? A flash of inspiration struck Jiang Han. As the yellow-haired man fired again, he let out a sudden yell. Up! He stomped his feet vigorously, feigning a retreat. As expected, the people outside halted their withdrawal upon hearing the commotion. The yellow-haired man fired 2 more shots, listening intently. After a moment, he made his judgment. I hit that bastard. Brothers, charge in. Thud thud thud, the sound of leather shoes. This time Jiang Han didn't fire immediately. He waited until they reached the doorway, scrambling to get in. That was when the crowd was densest and easiest to hit. Rat-a-tat-tat, Jiang Han opened fire again. This time the enemy suffered heavy casualties. Damn, it's an ambush. Fall back, fall back. But the bodies blocked their path, and as they slowed, they were struck. In an instant, countless lay dead or wounded. This time the survivors fled without a second thought, racing straight for the courtyard exit, not pausing even when they couldn't find the way. One thought dominated their minds: run as far away as possible. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes. He had already noticed that aside from the yellow-haired man, the others wielded only cold weapons, posing no threat to him now. So he hesitated no longer, raised his gun, and dashed outside, immediately choosing to repair the glass. This way, if anyone else broke in through the window, he would know instantly. Jiang Han's physique had been enhanced to 50 points, his speed and strength far exceeded ordinary men. Without firearms, 20 opponents would be no match for him. With a single sprint, he caught up to the slowest runner, swung his gun, and executed a headshot. Half a minute later, he spotted the yellow-haired man, fleeing in panic. Jiang Han's marksmanship had grown increasingly accurate. One shot, and there wasn't even a scream. He bent down to retrieve the yellow-haired man's pistol, only to find it empty. Then Jiang Han began a slaughter while monitoring the surveillance feed. He saw someone had reached the wall. It was 2 meters high, not too difficult to scale. If he didn't act, some would surely escape. So gritting his teeth, he spent 2,000 yuan to upgrade the courtyard wall to level 2. Instantly, the once 2-meter-high wall shot up to 4 meters, its sides slick and smooth. Without special tools, an ordinary person could never climb it. Upgrading further would cost 3,000 yuan, unnecessary for now. Damn, this wall's different. Was this where we came from? It's all thick fog, who the hell can tell? Curses came from not far away from those trapped by the level 2 wall. Jiang Han followed the sound, not giving them a chance to speak, and fired directly. After finishing them off, he began walking along the base of the wall. Those who couldn't escape would surely be lingering near the wall, trying to find a way out. This was the perfect opportunity to pick them off. In this manner, he took down over 20 more, including some elderly men and women. Yet the system's prompt continued, meaning there were still living people in the courtyard. Jiang Han searched the area. Whenever he encountered a fallen body, regardless of whether it was a corpse, he would put a bullet in its head. This ensured they were truly dead and also prevented any chance of reanimation. A full half-hour passed, but the prompt still hadn't ceased. Finally, he had to scrutinize the surveillance footage once more. He noticed someone lying at the base of the building's outer wall, looking somewhat familiar. So that's where you were. He followed the direction indicated and, sure enough, found Qin Xian's husband. Wan Kuan had been following the yellow-haired man earlier, but upon seeing the dead, he had fainted from sheer terror. He was the one who had been missing. Jiang Han kicked him twice. Wan Kuan slowly regained consciousness, and upon seeing Jiang Han's face, he was terrified out of his wits. Don't shoot. You were the one who told them about my location, weren't you? Jiang Han asked, brandishing his pistol. No, it wasn't me. Jiang Han pressed the gun directly against his forehead. He'll ask one last time, was it you or not? Yes, it was me. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. Ruan Kuan was so frightened, he burst into tears. Not only were tears streaming from his eyes, but a stream of pale, yellow urine also flowed uncontrollably. Who are they? Jiang Han stepped back to avoid the urine and continued questioning. They're from Xiangxin Corporation. Under the threat of the pistol, Ruan Kuan spilled everything he knew like beans from a jar. Jiang Han listened quietly. The Xiangxin Corporation had come calling, which could lead to more people learning the prison's location. How many of them came in total? Ruan Kuan stammered. I don't know. I only know their leader is called Bald Yong, and he's on the bus outside. Bald Yong. Jiang Han repeated the name. This man had to be eliminated. Then he turned an ominous gaze toward Ruan Kuan. Ruan Kuan shuddered and quickly said, don't kill me. I'm willing to give you my wife. Isn't she the one you've always wanted? Jiang Han shook his head. Whether you live or die, she's coming with me. No. Anyone who knew the prison's location had to be silenced. By now the original 300 rounds of ammunition were nearly depleted. Jiang Han opened the shop again and bought 2 more boxes. Then, after observing through the door camera for a moment to ensure no one was around, he slowly opened the courtyard gate. Outside was pitch black and the night fog seemed even thicker. Pistol in hand, Jiang Han crept slowly toward the bus. Inside the bus, Bald Yong was on top of Qin Shirin. No, Brother Yong, please don't. Qin Shirin struggled fiercely, but her strength was no match for Bald Yong's. Soon her top was torn off. Jiang Han slowly approached the bus where 5 men were smoking outside, just as Ruan Kuan had said. Hey, do you think after Brother Yong has his fun, hell, let us have a taste too? Tisk, 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 that little look of hers is enough to get anyone excited. From their conversation, Jiang Han knew that Bald Yong was inside the bus. He raised his gun, aimed at the flickering cigarette butts, and pulled the trigger. After the faint gunshot, 5 corpses lay at the entrance. Walking up to the bus, Bald Yong was still oblivious to what had happened outside, laughing heartily as he shoved his hand into the Weinert cake skirt. Seeing that only 2 people were left inside the bus, Jiang Han decided there was no need to hide any longer. He kicked open the door with a single blow. What the hell? Bald Yong managed to curse a few words before swallowing the rest, realizing that the newcomer was not one of his men. Who are you? Where are my men? Bald Yong roared, his eyes darting toward the ground below the bus. When he didn't see his subordinates, a flicker of panic crossed his face. Jiang Han glanced at the man's trousers, which had been pulled down to his knees, and smirked. Is this all you've got? Bald Yong's eyes wavered, as if a sudden realization dawned on him. Are you that prison warden? Jiang Han didn't answer. Instead, he raised the already loaded pistol a little higher. Hand over your gun. He didn't actually know if Bald Yong had a gun, but since even the yellow-haired punk had one, it stood to reason that Bald Yong, as the boss, would too. Sweat beaded on Bald Yong's bald head as he stared at the gun in Jiang Han's hand, trying to determine if it was real. He already had a suspicion. His men's silence was telling enough. Slowly he pulled up his trousers, unlatched the holster on his belt, and carefully drew his pistol. Then, steeling himself, he thought, surrender. Never. It's either you or me. Then the gunshot rang out, fired by Jiang Han. Whether in physical fitness or reaction speed, Jiang Han far surpassed Bald Yong. Coupled with his heightened state of alert, the shot was steady and precise, striking Bald Yong square in the wrist. Jiang Han pressed the pistol against the man's forehead. I ask you, answer, or you die. Understood. Bald Yong nodded, clutching his bleeding wrist. Are you from Xiangxin Group? Yes. Jiang Han pressed on. How did you find out about the prison? Her husband made the call. Jiang Han glanced at Qin Shirin, and then asked again, does anyone else know you came here tonight? Chief Gao knows, the chairman of Xiangxin Group. Chief Gao, a familiar name, a man who seemed to walk the line between both worlds, the lawful and the lawless. Where is he now? Bald Yong swallowed hard and whispered, if I tell you, you have to let me go. He wasn't stupid. This was the most crucial piece of information, and he intended to use it to bargain for his life. Jiang Han agreed. Fine, as long as you're telling the truth. Bald Yong gritted his teeth. He's in the northern district in a private villa east of the Xiangxin Group building. Jiang Han stared into the man's eyes for a moment, then nodded. You can go now. Really? Jiang Han adopted an expression that suggested he might change his mind if the man didn't leave quickly, then stepped aside to clear a path. Bald Yong watched him warily, then bolted out of the bus in a flash. Jiang Han bent down, picked up the gun without a silencer from the ground, covered one ear, and fired several shots in rapid succession at Bald Yong's retreating figure. Bang, 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 bang. Bald Yong was so terrified that he dropped to the ground, curling up and nearly crying. You said you'd let me go. Jiang Han chuckled. I did let you go, didn't I? Then why did you shoot? I didn't hit you. True enough. Every bullet struck the ground. Bald Yong stood up shakily then. Can I leave? But before he could finish, he caught a glimpse of something in his peripheral vision. Zombies. They had been drawn by the gunfire. It dawned on him instantly this was a murder disguised as an accident. Son of a bitch. Jiang Han smirked. Originally, if you'd begged me, I'd have given you a quick death. But since you cursed, I've changed my mind. With that, he raised his own pistol and began firing slowly at the zombies near Bald Yong, taking the opportunity to practice his aim. He only stopped when Bald Yong was covered in bites and wounds. By then, Bald Yong was lying in a pool of blood, unable to get up. Death was only a matter of time. Help! Help me! Driven by the instinct to survive, he cried out unconsciously. Jiang Han remained unmoved. He returned to the bus, plopped down in a seat, and said with a grin to Qin Shirin, "There, now the whole world is finally quiet. You heard what that bald man said. Your husband leaked my secret, yet I still saved you despite that, didn't I? By rights you should die, but am kind-hearted, so you're free to go." Jiang Han gestured toward the door using the same motion he had with Bald Yong. Qin Shirin snapped back to reality, staring at him blankly. Go. She would probably end up worse than Bald Yong. Besides, everything that had just happened was beyond her capacity to process. If Jiang Han hadn't arrived in time, if he hadn't had a gun and killed Bald Yong, her fate would have been unimaginable. Looking at Jiang Han's ruthless demeanor, the scales in her heart began to tip. Perhaps following a man like this was the only way to survive. Can I still join your prison? Qin Shirin asked softly, her cheeks flushing. Jiang Han laughed. I hate forcing people. It's not force, I'm volunteering. In that case, I'll take you in. But once you're inside, you have to behave. Jiang Han stood up and gently touched her face. Qin Shirin murmured in response. She had made up her mind. Jiang Han's place had food and drink. It was the only place where she could survive. Jiang Han looked at the bus and the bodies, but lacking the spatial abilities of characters in novels, he had no choice but to leave everything as it was. As soon as they got off the bus, Qin Shirin clung fearfully to Jiang Han's arm and whispered, I'm scared. There are zombies outside. You're my prisoner now, so your safety is my responsibility. His words filled her with a profound sense of security. It was already 5:30 in the morning. Jiang Han took out a walkie-talkie and called Zheng Jiaro down, specifically instructing her to wear a prison uniform. When the two old acquaintances met, they exchanged pleasantries for a while. Qin Shirin's face flushed as she looked at Zheng Jiaro's clothes. Jiaro, this outfit. Sister Qin, this is the uniform here. You'll have to change into one too. She spoke firmly, leaving no room for argument. Although they were old friends, principles couldn't be compromised. Zheng Jiaro was increasingly attuned to Jiang Han's intentions. He had asked her to come down in a prison uniform precisely for this reason. Qin Shirin felt embarrassed, but seeing that Zheng Jiaro wore the same, she had no grounds to object. What followed was simple: an inspection to check if Qin Shirin had any wounds on her body. Don't you want to ask about your husband? Jiang Han asked cheerfully, sitting in a chair and watching Qin Shirin change into the prison uniform. Qin Shirin's hand paused for only half a second before she continued her movements. It doesn't matter. If you want to tell me, you'll listen. If not, I don't care. In truth, ever since Wan Kuan had left her alone in the bus, Qin Shirin had been utterly disillusioned with her husband. Jiang Han nodded and said casually, he's dead. Oh. Qin Shirin showed no particular reaction, merely uttering a faint "oh," before adding, let's not mention that person again. Don't stop now. You're the first married woman I've had. 10 minutes later, as Jiang Han had instructed, all the female prisoners gathered in the hall. They stood in 2 rows with Zheng Jiaro and Shun Qinga at the front, and the others, including Qin Shirin, at the back. Jiang Han cleared his throat and began to speak. Last night's events, I believe you all know about them. Dozens of brutes armed with weapons came to seize our prison, and I killed them all, saving your lives. Listen, the gunfire still echoes through the building. Look, blood still spreads beneath your feet. If it weren't for me, you would either have been abducted by those scumbags and wantonly abused, or you would be a corpse slowly rotting away. Long live the warden. At that moment, Shinshinga suddenly raised her voice, waving her arm and shouting. Some of the others were stunned, but quickly caught on. A few female students who had come with Shinshinga echoed the cry, long live the warden. Long live the warden. Shinshinga added another cheer. This time, everyone understood and followed suit, shouting, long live the warden. At the same time, Jiang Han reaped a wave of obedience points in the system. Excellent. Regardless of appearance or charging numbers, as long as they were helpful, he could put them to good use. Jiang Han even considered building a rostrum here. He observed the women below. Some were sincere, while others were merely going through the motions. He could tell from their micro-expressions and obedience levels. Lighting a cigarette, he spoke again. The difficult work is done. Now everyone needs to do something simple: carry those scumbag corpses outside. Carry corpses. The women all changed color at the words. Jiang Han continued, I'll now assign the tasks. Zheng Jiaro. Present. Zheng Jiaro, hearing her name called, straightened her back and shouted loudly, casting a sidelong glance at Shun Qinga beside her. The other's abrupt shout had caught her off guard and posed a significant threat. Zheng Jiaro inwardly marveled at the other's quick thinking, while also regretting her own lack of initiative. So when she heard Jiang Han call her name first, she immediately displayed her most spirited demeanor, as if the words absolute obedience were written on her face. You are in charge of supervision. When the work is done, record clearly who performed well and who didn't. I want to see it. Yes. Zheng Jiaro was delighted inwardly. Being in charge of supervision meant everyone had to listen to her. Shinshinga. Present. Shen Qing's voice was even louder. And Lu Shuangshuang Yu. Jiang Han rattled off 6 more names, all of whom were among the first to join the chant, and had also signed up for the political review. I lost 5 magazines yesterday. You 7 are responsible for finding them. Understood. Understood. This time the 7 women replied in unison, their voices clear and strong. 7 people to find 5 magazines. The others weighed this in their minds. This task was so easy, and most importantly, it didn't involve touching corpses. And they knew what these 7 had done, especially Shen Qingga, who had been out for over an hour yesterday and returned to move into that high-grade cell. Whoa, I want to go too. All right, everyone get to work. I've been fighting bad guys all night. I'm too tired. I'm going back to rest for a while. With that, Jiang Han turned and went back to his room. The most disappointed in the crowd were 2 Su Yingxue and Qin Shirin. Su Yingxue had thought that as the school beauty, she would receive some special consideration. Even if she wasn't made the overseer, she should at least get a relatively easy task. She would even be willing to serve him tea and water. But from yesterday to today, she realized that Jiang Han showed no special treatment towards her. He had only given her food once, but that was in exchange for the work of changing a spare tire. In this prison, rewards and punishments were clearly meted out. Was there really no other way to turn her situation around except to go and accompany that lecher? Qin Shirin, on the other hand, had just arrived. In her previous life, wherever she went, she was the center of attention. At work, she was the focus of her colleagues. At home, she was her husband's queen. But here, she was just another face in the crowd. Looking at the girls around her, none were younger than her. Most crucially, Jiang Han, who had just sworn to protect her, was now ordering her to move corpses. Jiang Han paid no heed to these thoughts. He returned to his room ready for a nap. Outside, the women were working in groups of 4 under Zheng Jia's watchful eye. Their task was to pile the corpses together. Zhang Xiaowen wrinkled her nose in disgust as she looked at the dead body before her. I can't take this anymore. I want to go for the political review. Su Yingshu's face was also pale. She wanted to comfort her cellmate, but found herself unable to overcome this hurdle. Zheng Jiao stood behind them, also afraid, but she had to pretend to be unfazed. Get used to it. If it weren't for Warden Jiang, the corpses on the ground could very well be us. Do you want to move corpses, or become one? Jiang Han slept until 9 o'clock, waking up refreshed. He checked his phone and found that many apps were unresponsive, displaying a no-signal message. Messages on WeChat were also intermittent. Some girls he had contacted yesterday were unreachable, whether dead or for other reasons. But most of them had left their addresses. There were over 30 in total, a significant treasure trove. He needed to pick them up today. The one he had been in most frequent contact with was a girl named Yanyu. He knew that Yanyu was one of the 3 school beauties on par with Su Yingxue. But unlike Su Yingshu's pure and lovely image, Yanyu was an athletic beauty, a special recruit for the sports department specializing in hurdles. Her thighs were round and firm, paired with professional shorts, something one could enjoy for a year. At the same time, Jiang Han noticed some issues in the chat group. Everyone be careful, don't open the door for the student council. There was a video attached, but it couldn't buffer and wouldn't open. Bro, upstairs, what's wrong? The student council people came to our floor. They seem to be killing zombies. Should I go out? Holy crap, someone's robbing. From these few words, Jiang Han could roughly deduce that the student council was looting. In the apocalypse, everything was in chaos. He put away his phone and called Zheng Jiao up to report. All 5 magazines had been found, but only 8 corpses had been moved. The girls were vomiting so much that even a pregnant woman would be impressed. Jiang Han nodded. This was within his expectations. It was indeed tough for these girls accustomed to a life of ease to do this kind of work. But now that society had changed, if they couldn't adapt, they would be eliminated. In essence, Jiang Han was helping them adapt to the apocalypse as quickly as possible. Compared to fighting and struggling, this was already the simplest task. Let's stop here for the morning. Continue this afternoon. Let them go take a shower and then eat. As Jiang Han spoke, he stretched out his foot. Zheng Jiao, while agreeing, dutifully put on his socks. Where should they shower? Zheng Jiao only knew that her own cell had a shower, but she didn't want the others to use it. Jiang Han thought for a moment. The level 2 cell only had 1 bathroom with a single shower. Given the girls' state today, they probably wouldn't finish washing until nightfall. Money was earned, not saved. It had to be spent when necessary. To awaken supernatural abilities, one needed to recruit more female prisoners, not scrimp and save. So Jiang Han opened the system and found the bathhouse. Level 1 bathhouse, 1,000 papa coins, 20 shower stations activated. Rest area, pool, sauna, scrubbing area, oxygen room, game room, not activated. Upgrade to level 2 costs 1,000 papa coins, unlocks 20 more shower stations, sauna, rest area. Besides the 20 shower stations, all other corresponding facilities were in an inactive state. Level 1 bathhouse, corresponding unlock items, hot water body, wash, shampoo, loofah, body scrub, bath towel. The thing that pleased Jiang Han the most here was the hot water. Although one could shower in a level 2 cell, it didn't provide hot water. That was a privilege of level 3 cells. Similarly, Jiang Han's level 1 office required an upgrade to level 2 for hot showers. But the bathhouse was different. It was a dedicated place for bathing, so hot water was available upon unlocking. The price of hot water was far higher than regular tap water, 1 papa coin per ton. The system had gifted 1 ton, which was certainly not enough, so Jiang Han spent another 5 coins. The female prisoners had performed well and deserved a good reward. According to Jiang Han's designation, those entering the bathhouse were divided into 3 groups. The first group consisted of Zheng Jiaro Shenqinga and himself. The second group included the 6 women led by Lu Shuangshuang who had signed up for political review along with He Mengmeng and Qin Shirin. He Mengmeng was the boldest. It was said that while other women were vomiting, she had single-handedly completed the transport of the 8th corpse. Such individuals deserved a reward. Qin Shirin, on the other hand, had other arrangements. The third group comprised the remaining individuals. Furthermore, Jiang Han imposed strict time limits for bathing, half an hour for the first group of female prisoners, 20 minutes for the second, and a mere 10 minutes for the last. Those who couldn't finish in 10 minutes would have to manage on their own. He intended to manifest the superiority of the high-ranking female prisoners in every aspect of daily life. The first group began their bath. This was also Jiang Han's first hot shower since the apocalypse. The scent of jasmine permeated the humid air as the hot water cascaded over their bodies. Both women were shy and nothing particularly special occurred. Just ordinary scrubbing and applying body wash. One scrubbed while the other applied soap. Then came the second group. As for Jiang Han, since he had been exceptionally tired the previous night, he needed to wash a bit longer. Surely there was no problem with that. Lu Shuangshuang's boldness differed from He Mengmeng's. He Mengmeng could face zombies and corpses, but when confronted with Jiang Han, she nearly buried her head in her crotch. Lu Shuangshuang, however, was different. She found Jiang Han far more endearing than zombies. The moment she entered, she fixed her wide eyes on him, showing no sign of retreat. Under her lead, the other 5 women gradually gravitated towards Jiang Han. What a golden opportunity. The women harbored the same thoughts. In truth, they had already conspired while changing clothes outside. They had registered long ago, yet their names were never called. Opportunity knocks, but once a today, they had to seize this chance. Jiang Han was taken aback. I'm just washing a bit longer. Don't tell me you're planning a mutiny with your numbers. He mused, inwardly contemplating the possibility of creating a position for a bath attendant. Due to special circumstances, Jiang Han extended their time, and they bathed for a full hour. The third group outside grew anxious. They naturally knew what was happening inside, and they remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Zhang Xiaowen in particular felt this keenly. In terms of appearance, she was second only to Suing Xue. She believed that if she had signed up, Jiang Han would surely have chosen her. But Suing Xue had always advised her, in this apocalypse we don't need to concern ourselves with how others choose. Let's just stay true to our original intentions, the 4 of us. Now their unbreakable quartet had become an unbreakable trio. She made a silent resolve. When she entered, she would truly hold fast to her original intention. Her original intention was simply to live a better life. Time was up. The group emerged chatting and laughing. It wasn't that they were particularly open-minded, it was just that everyone was doing it, and they had grown accustomed to it. Jiang Han stopped washing as well. He had now entered a state of serene detachment, unwilling to even look. If you go find Zheng Jiaro to swap rooms, Jiang Han instructed as soon as he stepped out, clearly speaking for the others to hear. He Mengmeng's face was as red as a monkey's rear. She dared not even lift her head to look at Suing Xue, as she silently slipped out. Suing Xue was deeply disappointed. Degeneracy. He Mengmeng was the closest to her among the 4, and yet she was the first to fall. The third group showered under a tense and oppressive atmosphere, finishing in 10 minutes. They not only had to bathe themselves, but also wash their prison uniforms, as each person's clothes were stained with blood to varying degrees. The prison naturally had a laundry room, but it had not yet been unlocked. However, even if it were unlocked, they wouldn't be spared from doing laundry. Instead, they would have to serve the high-ranking female prisoners. Moreover, the corpses still needed to be moved in the afternoon. The most critical point was that the workforce had shrunk by 2. Thus, the mood of the third group of women was particularly heavy. While they were bathing, Jiang Han summoned Qin Shirin to his office. As a married woman, you should know how to cook right. He sat in the spacious office chair smoking a post-coital cigarette. In truth, Jiang Han had wanted to ask this question for a long time. However, to become a cook, one needed not only culinary skills, but also a compliance level exceeding 90. Through his efforts, Qin Shirin had finally met the standard. Qin Shirin wore a new prison uniform, a perk of moving to the level 2 cell block, possessing 2 sets of prison attire. Unlike those women who had nothing to change into after washing. Hearing Jiang Han's question, Qin Shirin felt a surge of joy. She already knew that Zheng Jiaro was the secretary, the only woman in this building who was not a prisoner. And now she was about to become the second. She had to seize this opportunity. She looked at Jiang Han and nodded emphatically. I can. Very well. I now appoint you as the cook of the Pa Pa women's prison. Thank you. Oh no, thank you, warden. It seemed that addressing him this way better suited her new role as the cook. Jiang Han stubbed out his cigarette. Come accompany me to the kitchen. At the same time, he accessed the character panel in the system. Ding. Bound. Prison cook no. 1 Qin Shirin, the level 1 cafeteria could only accommodate 1 cook. To add more, the cafeteria would need to be upgraded. Age 30 compliance 93 daily Papa coin output 108 with Qin Xian's move to the level 2 cell block the coefficient had also increased to 1. 2. Strength 8 ability none permissions to be selected personally by the warden Jiang Han unlocked the elevator and cafeteria for her allowing her access even outside of mealtimes. Unlocked corresponding items in the shop pots pans bowls ladles gas stove oil salt soy sauce vinegar rice flour oil tomatoes cucumbers cabbage eggplant. A long list followed all common vegetables 10 types in total. They were cheap costing only 1 yuan for 10 jin. With these they could now cook simple hot meals. Soon the two arrived at the kitchen. With the cook bound the kitchen door could now be opened. Inside there was a stove a wok and a steamer. On the counter were a chopping board and a cleaver with a sink nearby. The scale resembled that of a small roadside diner. On the shelves above were rows of bowls and plates while below were 10 jin of each of the 10 vegetables. Following the system's usual practice, these were complimentary. Once consumed they would have to be repurchased. Jiang Han pretended to pull a carton of eggs from under the cabinet and said, "Show me your best work. I'm hungry." He spoke the truth. After several consecutive meals of instant noodles, followed by combat, Jiang Han was now ravenous. Qin Shirin did know how to cook, but her skill was average limited to simple dishes. At this moment she felt immense pressure. Yet she was also relieved that Jiang Han's ingredients were so basic. If he had asked for lobster or pufferfish, she would have been utterly exposed. Qin Shirin silently encouraged herself. Go for it. This was her chance to turn things around, perhaps her only chance. The moment Jiang Han left she threw herself into the work. Just as Jiang Han had said, she gave it her all. She meticulously peeled the tomatoes, carefully shredded the potatoes, and washed the cabbage 3 times as if these actions would make the food taste better. All that remained was the cooking. As long as she could cook it well she would succeed. The lunch was primarily vegetarian. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, vinegar braised cabbage, shredded potatoes, and smashed cucumber. Yet everyone ate with relish for this after all counted as a proper meal. To be honest, Qin Xian's cooking was mediocre, some dishes were too salty, others too bland. Jiang Han felt he could have done better himself. Could it be that beautiful women simply can't cook? However, Qin Shirin was clever enough to prepare a separate dish for Jiang Han, steamed egg custard. She dubbed it the warden's special meal. This move effectively masked her lack of culinary skill. Shenxinga blinked, scooted over, and scooped up a piece with her spoon. Brother Jiang, don't burn yourself. Let me blow on it for you. She harbored her own little scheme. As of now she held no official position, essentially no different from the other female inmates, so she had to act quickly. Oh, and you'd better be talking about the egg custard. Jiang Han sat at a table with those from level 2 dormitory. As he was finishing his meal, he noticed several girls approaching, whispering quietly to Zheng Jiaro. He recognized the leader Su Yingshu's roommate Zhang Xiaowen. It seemed tonight would be busy. After lunch Jiang Han told Qin Shirin to pick 2 people to help her, washing vegetables, scrubbing dishes, and the like. Qin Shirin wasn't foolish. She didn't choose from the level 1 inmates, knowing that those who hadn't signed up for political review were destined for menial labor in Jiang Han's eyes. If she took them away, wouldn't that disrupt his plans? How could she stay in his favor then? So she picked 2 from the second batch of those who had showered. Both appeared dexterous and obedient. After lunch it was time for real business. Jiang Han called Shenxinga, and he Meng to his office. Change clothes. Let's go. Shenxinga from the art department was responsible for contacting the girls. The only woman who seemed to remain in touch with Jiang Han was Yanyu. As for He Mengming, she was the boldest among the 28 women fit to serve as a muscle. After planning the route, Jiang Han, accompanied by the 2 women, and Zhang Jiaro headed to the garage. On the way they ran into Su Yingxue, who was working. She had just finished moving a corpse, and was struggling not to vomit. Jiang Han's eyes flickered, and he called out, "Yingxue." Su Yingshu's body trembled, her heart leaping with joy. She quickly wiped her mouth, then turned around, feigning indifference. "Hello, warden." She had learned her lesson. Though unwilling to give herself, she at least had to show basic courtesy. "You know how to drive, right? Have you ever driven this kind of vehicle?" Jiang Han asked, jangling the prison van keys. Su Yingxue had never driven such a thing, but she didn't want to miss this opportunity. If she could leverage this skill for special treatment, wouldn't that be wonderful? She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, speaking earnestly. "I've never driven it, but I've had my license for a year. Experienced drivers say I have a knack for it. If you trust me, you'll take it for a spin right now." Jiang Han nodded. "From now on you'll be the driver. No need for other chores." Su Yingxue nearly jumped for joy, but at the same time she scoffed inwardly at Jiang Han. "See, even if I don't give myself, you still come crawling to please me. What kind of warden is this? Just a simp who drools over pretty girls." She reached for the keys, but just then Jiang Han suddenly pulled his hand back. He turned to Zheng Jiaro with a serious expression. "By the way, has Su Yingxue passed the political review?" Zheng Jiaro was taken aback. Didn't he already know? But she quickly caught on. "One moment, please. Let me check." She pulled out a tablet and tapped on it, then replied with equal gravity, reporting, "Warden. Female inmate Su Yingxue has not yet passed the political review." Jiang Han let out an oath, withdrew his hand, and shook his head. "What a shame. I'll have to drive myself. Alas, I hope I can find a driver out there today to share the warden's burden." With that he strode off, leaving Su Yingxue staring in disbelief. I can also change a spare tire, she called out, unwilling to give up. He Ming already learned how. Jiang Han replied without turning back. Toying with me. Suing Xue realized instantly. Jiang Han had done it on purpose. He was telling her that no matter how talented she was, without offering herself, she would never be valued. Jiang Han, managing your team like this will only hurt you in the end. The ones you promote are all shameless women. Don't you understand meritocracy? Suing Xue stood there silently fuming about Jiang Han's management style. Finally grinding her teeth, she went back to moving corpses. Once in the car, Jiang Han handed his phone to Shenqinga. Start now. He wasn't worried as Shen Qing's obedience level was over 90. He didn't trust her, but he trusted the system. Shenqinga began messaging her former friends on social media. Being beautiful was the primary criterion. Of course, she would seek out her closest allies to secure her voice in Jiang Han's presence. A short drive later, Jiang Han made a new discovery. The zombies outside seemed to react faster today than yesterday, and their danger radius had increased. Yesterday, they only reacted when within a meter. Today, that distance had stretched to about 2 meters. Could it be that these zombies are evolving? Jiang Han frowned, speculating. Don't underestimate that mere meter. It could be fatal for anyone scavenging for supplies. With the fog, visibility was already low, making everything more difficult. Most critically, the zombies were evolving. If this pace continued, in a few days their detection range would exceed human sight. Imagine being in thick fog, not seeing the zombie before it finds you, then charging at you relentlessly. Almost no one could survive. But had have to wait until tomorrow to confirm. Shenqinga was shaking her phone frantically while on a call. Hello? Hello? The signal is terrible. This reminded Jiang Han of something else from today onward. The phone signal seemed particularly poor. Was it affected by the thick fog? He grabbed the walkie-talkie. Calling Secretary Zhang. Warden, here. Your orders, came the immediate reply. Fortunately, the system's products were top-notch. The walkie-talkie was unaffected. Tell Qin Shirin I want braised eggplant tonight. Braised eggplant with rice was the pinnacle of level 1 canteen fare. Putting down the walkie-talkie, Jiang Han pressed harder on the accelerator. With zombies evolving and the fog intensifying, this apocalypse would only get tougher day by day. He had to hurry. Brother Jiang, 2 classmates told me their roommates were taken away. I think the campus might not be safe, Shenqinga said, staring at her phone midway. This was her conclusion after nearly an hour of contacting people. Oh, it seemed order had crumbled. Without the law might made right. Boosting strength was urgent, both against zombies and humans. Soon Jiang Han arrived at the gate of Tianhai Vocational and Technical College. As he approached, he sensed something off. The entrance looked different from yesterday. 5 or 6 cars were parked sideways, blocking the gate. He frowned, feeling as if he had stumbled into a trap. Inside the school's security booth, a dozen people were discussing something. If one looked closely, their attire stood out. Their chests, backs, and limbs were strapped with steel plates, or woks. Their forearms were wrapped in thick cloth, with wooden sticks bound inside for defense. He's here. He's here. The old guard at the window suddenly shouted, interrupting the discussion. The leading young man stood up. Everyone execute the plan. Just as Jiang Han was wondering, he suddenly saw a group of people emerge, and immediately understood. They were waiting specifically for him. He could have floored the accelerator and driven past them, but when he saw who was leading them, he couldn't help but pause. That man was named Wang Ba, the very student council president discussed in the group chat today. Wang Ba lived up to his name, being extremely domineering. Once during a dorm inspection, a large group barged into the room like a gang. Spotting a pack of white General cigarettes on Jiang Han's bed, he sneered in disdain and confiscated it. If you look down on my smokes, at least don't take them. To this day, Jiang Han still remembered the words Wang Ba said as he left. From now on, remember our faces well. When we show up, it means we're doing an inspection, got it? So Jiang Han kept it firmly in mind. Seeing Wang Ba waiting specifically for him, Jiang Han had a vague premonition, because this guy was Yin Yu's boyfriend, known to everyone on campus. In other words, the person who had been contacting him as Yin Yu was actually Wang Ba. It seemed the other party had been well prepared. Wang Ba, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, strolled casually toward the prison van and beckoned to Jiang Han through the window. You're Jiang Han, right? Come over here. He stopped about 5 meters from the van and didn't come any closer. Jiang Han rolled down the window. You're a little Wang Ba, right? What's up? Wang Ba's expression shifted slightly. He didn't appreciate the joke, but he quickly regained composure and said with a smile, Jiang Han, nice ride. Where'd you get it? Jiang Han chuckled. Where my car comes from, is that any of your business? Little brother, don't be so fiery. Let's talk nicely. Wang Ba's face turned cold. I can't take it anymore. When your student council bullied people, you didn't exactly speak kindly. If you don't like how I talk, you can just not ask. As Jiang Han spoke, he pulled out a gun. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Drop the fake smile. Wang Ba's expression changed, and he quickly put on a sincere look. Classmate Jiang Han, don't misunderstand. I just wanted to ask about the prison. If you don't want to talk, that's fine. After saying that, Wang Ba slowly backed away, his eyes fixed on the gun in Jiang Han's hand. Only when he was half hidden in the red mist did he let out a couple of cold chuckles. If I'm not mistaken, you probably don't have too many bullets, do you? With that, he vanished without a trace. Jiang Han restarted the van ready to ram straight through, but the next second he stopped. Upon closer inspection, he saw many nails scattered on the ground directly in front of the vehicle. These nails were clearly modified. Ordinary iron nails or screws had been twisted into triangles with pliers. If the tires ran over them, they'd be ruined instantly. So this was Wang Ba's plan, to blow out Jiang Han's tires and then rush in to steal the van. Jiang Han shifted into reverse. If the main gate was a no-go, had crashed through a wall. After all, the prison van was sturdy, and there were plenty of dilapidated walls on campus. He could find one and break through easily. Just as he backed up a few meters, he spotted a faint figure in the rearview mirror. On alert, he zoomed in on the image from the rear camera displayed on the screen and quickly noticed something. Nails had also been thrown behind the van, even more than in front. At that moment, half a dozen unidentified objects flew in from all directions. These items were a motley collection: alarm clocks, small speakers, radios, phones. All of them capable of making noise. A chaotic din erupted, a mix of music and ringtones, instantly attracting a horde of zombies. They shuffled stiffly toward the van, arms outstretched, surrounding it completely. Now Jiang Han fully understood. They had been setting a trap for him all along. Wang Ba first used Yu's phone to contact him, then came out to talk and distract him. While he was occupied, his minions threw nails behind to immobilize the van, and then used noise to lure the zombies. No wonder Wang Ba had said what he did. His goal was to drain Jiang Han's bullets. Jiang Han sneered inwardly. Did he think such petty tricks could hold me back? But the two women in the van, Xinxinga and He Mingming, were frightened. Especially Xinxinga, who immediately burrowed into Jiang Han's arms. Warden, we're surrounded. Don't worry. No one can hurt you except me. Xinxinga was startled, feeling there was something off about those words. Then she leaned close to Jiang Han's ear and said coquettishly, I'm willing to let you hurt me. Jiang Han pushed her away. This was no time for that. He looked at the horde of zombies before him. You put a lot of thought into this plan, didn't you? But was it useful? Not to mention how many bullets he had. Even if he had none, could those things get into the van? Besides, he could deal with the nails without even getting out. Ever since his tires were punctured last time, Jiang Han had been thinking about upgrading the van. The cost to upgrade the prison van and the cells was the same. Level 2 cost 2,000, level 3 cost 3,000, and so on. Jiang Han gritted his teeth and clicked to upgrade. Would it come with features like bulletproof tires? He hoped so. Ding detected that there are other people besides the host inside the prison van. Cannot upgrade. Cannot upgrade. This was the first time Jiang Han had encountered such a thing. So that's how it was. Thinking back, every time he purchased or upgraded a building, it was done when no one else was around. This must be an ironclad rule of the system. It seemed this plan wouldn't work, but Jiang Han still wasn't tense. In fact, with his current abilities, even if he got out of the van, he had a 90% chance of taking down the zombies, killing Wang Ba, and escaping unscathed. However, he soon thought of something else he could do: practice shooting. What a perfect opportunity. He called He Mingming over. Want to shoot a gun? He Mingming blushed. Whatever you say. No, I mean a real gun, this one. Jiang Han pulled the gun from his waist. He wasn't afraid because the system had long stated that any weapon sold would have no effect on the host. You're giving it to me. He Mingming was stunned. She thought this was Jiang Han's most prized possession and would never give it to anyone. Think about it. We're so close. If I had any ill intentions, you'd be done for. No, Jiang Han wouldn't really give me the gun. This must be a test. I need to be careful. He Mingming warned herself inwardly. Do you want to shoot or not? Jiang Han urged, seeing her lost in thought. I wouldn't dare. This is the warden's property. You weren't afraid to move corpses, but now you're scared to fire a gun. It's not that I'm scared of you, I just don't dare. He Mingming explained. But Jiang Han simply placed the gun in her hand. There's nothing to be afraid of. Fire a couple of shots and you'll get the hang of it. He Mingming was a bit dumbfounded. Were there bullets in it? She tentatively raised the gun and pulled the trigger toward the outside. Click. Nothing happened. It's an empty gun with no bullets, He Mingming pouted. You just wanted to see if I'd pointed at you, didn't you? You don't trust me at all. There's a safety on this gun, you have to turn it off. As he spoke, Jiang Han moved closer, wrapped an arm around her waist, and with the other hand lifted her fair arm, flicked off the safety, and aimed at the zombies under the van. Pow! The gun fired, and a zombie dropped. Got it? Jiang Han asked. Compliance 30. Jiang Han was somewhat baffled. How could firing a real gun yield better results than a fake one? He Mingming was now convinced that the gun Jiang Han had given her was real, loaded with bullets capable of killing. This was no ordinary trust, it was placing one's life in her hands. With that thought, her obedience increased by another 8 points. It was full. Jiang Han stroked his chin, seeming to grasp something. Once obedience reached 100, the base reward could double. That meant an extra 85 units tomorrow. He took out another box of bullets, a full 100 rounds. Practice your marksmanship well. Oh, our prison still lacks guards, the implication clear. He Mingming's spirits lifted. This was good news, no work and access to a gun. Excitedly, she raised the weapon again, firing round after round. After another wave fell, an idea struck her as she glanced at the alarm clock in the distance. Why were the zombies coming? Drawn by the sound. Stopping a boil by skimming the surface was less effective than removing the fuel. So she aimed the gun at the clock, squinting one eye. Uft, 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 uft. Due to the distance and small target, it took 5 shots to hit. The alarm fell silent, and the zombies in that direction noticeably thinned. Meng was addicted to shooting. After finishing the left side, she moved to the right. 2 boxes of bullets later, silence returned with 3 rings of corpses outside. Meng finished her task and handed the gun and remaining bullets back to Jiang Han. Jiang Han waved her off. Keep it for now. You'll need it later. The ground was littered with bodies. There was no need to clear nails. Jiang Han stepped on the gas, driving straight over them. In the guardroom, Wang Ba pressed against the glass, unable to see the distant situation, but hearing the sounds fade. Anxious and unsure how Jiang Han had managed it, he wanted to check, but feared encountering zombies. Suddenly, a massive shape appeared in his view, a vehicle. The next second, the prison van smashed through the glass window, followed by a barrage of bullets. It was Jiang Han, having killed the zombies and charged over. Holy shit. Wang Ba, closest to the window, was caught off guard and sent flying. Brothers, get up. He scrambled to his feet, brushing off shattered glass, his hands and face covered in blood. Then he frantically ran toward the door. Screw that. The hail of bullets alone had already intimidated them. Jiang Han held another pistol, firing from left to right through the open window. He said to Meng, you handle the door. Don't let a single one escape. Huh? Meng was stunned. Kill people? I can't. She could kill zombies and move corpses, but killing people was beyond her. So the guardroom door swung open and several people fled, including Wang Ba. By the time Jiang Han reacted, they had vanished into the mist. Sigh. He had overlooked Meng's psychological barriers. After all, killing humans was different from killing zombies. He continued eliminating everyone still in the guardroom, regardless of who they were. Boss, spare me. Uft. Boss, I'll give you money. Uft. Boss, I don't want to die. Uft. Boss, I'm a woman. Jiang Han forced himself to stop mid-shot. Before him, a person crouched with their head in their hands, wrapped in layers, and wearing a black helmet. If she hadn't claimed to be a woman, she might have been shot dead. He chose to spare her. Moving on, 7 of the remaining 8 in the room were dead. Only the woman was left. Take off your helmet. Jiang Han commanded, keeping his gun raised. If she didn't meet his criteria, he would shoot immediately. Everyone here had a hand in the ambush. The helmet came off, revealing a delicate oval-shaped face. Jiang Han recognized her at once. It was Yin Yue, the one who had contacted him. At the academy, her fame surpassed even Su Yingshu's. 3 consecutive championships in sprinting and hurdles, one of the 3 campus beauties, and the girlfriend of the student council president. Name Yin Yue, age 22, appearance 93.0, charge, overall 93 points, meets requirements. Don't shoot. I didn't mean to harm you. Yin Yue panted heavily. Jiang Han stared at the 0, puzzled. Yin Yue and Wang Ba had been together for at least 2 years. How could it still be? He scrutinized her. She was at least 175 centimeters tall, her limbs and torso wrapped in thick cloth, yet it didn't hide her impressive figure. Dressed like that, she still had curves. In a prison uniform, shed B. He asked Yin Yue, do you know who I am? Yin Yue swallowed and nodded. Yes, you're Jiang Han. She quickly added, but their ambush had nothing to do with me. Jiang Han chuckled. Nothing to do with you? Those photos you sent on Green Bubble. Didn't they require your cooperation? But Wang Ba forced me. Don't play innocent. If I were killed, wouldn't you enjoy the spoils? This? Yin Yue was at a loss. Deep down, she had harbored that hope, secretly wishing Wang Ba would succeed. So then, Jiang Han aimed the gun at Yin Yue. You're guilty too. No, don't shoot. Yin Yue was terrified, collapsing to the ground. The gun fired. The bullet whizzed past her face, hitting the head of the person behind her, someone playing dead who had secretly opened an eye. Jiang Han feigned surprise. I only said you're guilty, not that I'd kill you. What's this? Just a tone. Yin Yue, already petrified, nodded frantically. Okay, I'm guilty. Ill a tone. Jiang Han grunted. This isn't the place to talk. Get in the car. Yin Yue, trembling, got in without knowing which leg she moved. The moment she left the guardroom, Jiang Han began finishing off the bodies. A bullet to each head, as was his habit. Yin Yue entered through the middle door and sat in the back. You two search her, Jiang Han instructed Shinshinga and Meng. The women were in the front, where they could open the iron bars separating the compartments, meaning passage from front to back was possible, but not the reverse. Yin Yue glanced at the 2 women. Junior Shun. They knew each other. But Shinshinga showed no leniency, and Meng deliberately revealed the gun at her waist. Yin Yue dared not resist and submitted to the search. Not wasting time, Jiang Han turned around. Talk. What's the whole story? Why did Wang Ba ambush me, and where might they go? Wang Ba had escaped a potential threat. Though he might not pose a direct danger to Jiang Han, there were still useful women at the school he needed to collect. He had to eliminate the root of the problem. Under Shin King's command, Yin Yue, who had originally been in a cross-shaped position, shifted into a spread-eagle stance and truthfully recounted everything she knew to Jiang Han. It turned out that after Jiang Han left yesterday, Wang Ba's student council immediately learned of the situation. Combined with intelligence from the gatekeepers Old Wang and Old Li, they concluded that Jiang Han possessed a minibus fitted with protective mesh and a pistol. This led Wang Ba to speculate, could a prison truly exist? After all of zombies had appeared, nothing was impossible. He swiftly decided to seize the opportunity. Yet the pistol in Jiang Han's hand instilled fear in him. After much deliberation, he finally devised this scheme. First use a woman to lure Jiang Han and then exhaust his ammunition through attrition before swarming him to kill and steal the vehicle. Jiang Han also learned that Wang Ba's rise to student council president was entirely due to his father, Wang Mingtong, the vice dean of Tianhai Vocational and Technical College. Jiang Han naturally knew of Dean Wang, but this was his first time hearing that he was Wang Ba's father. No wonder Wang Ba, despite his lack of competence, had managed to become student council president. After the apocalypse, the father and son duo joined forces, first seizing the cafeteria, then rallying the physical education department and the security team. These men, accustomed to year-round training, were physically robust and better equipped to survive in the apocalypse. The Wang's method of winning them over was simple: clean water, food, and women. The school cafeteria had water purifiers. Someone discovered that filtering water multiple times before boiling prevented infection. Food was also straightforward. Some stockpiled in the cafeteria, the rest acquired through plunder. With a large student population, many had stashed snacks. Gathering these supplies could sustain their followers. As for women, with food and clean water, they were easy to come by. Thus, this force rapidly grew within the college. Jiang Han surmised that Wang Mingtang's lair was the school cafeteria, so Wang Ba had likely fled there. Let's go to the cafeteria. He needed to show everyone in the college the consequences of opposing him. Yen Yu glanced at Jiang Han. Can I get dressed now? Jiang Han nodded. It was better to dress, lest his Dao heart waver. Yen Yu's figure was impeccable. The muscles of her abdomen and legs, honed by constant exercise, blended seamlessly with her fair skin, distracting Jiang Han despite himself. Yen Yu, clad only in her usual outerwear, stared at Jiang Han through the rearview mirror. Can I come with you? Ever since learning of Jiang Han's safe haven, she had harbored this desire. Her earlier plan to ambush him with Wang Ba was also to seize a secure vehicle for scavenging. Now that a safe house was directly available, she naturally preferred the latter. Jiang Han was inwardly pleased, but concealed it, feigning thought before replying. If your information proves true, then yes. If you deceive me, Yen Yu quickly interjected. Brother Jiang, rest assured, I wouldn't dare, nor do I need to deceive you. As they spoke, the prison van neared the college cafeteria. Tianhai Vocational and Technical College had 5 cafeterias. According to Yen Yu, the Wangs were now at the first one. Jiang Han drove slowly, first surveying the entrance. He noticed 6 or 7 cars blocking the doors, presumably to fend off zombies. How many people do they have? Which floor is Wang Mingtang on? Jiang Han asked. Yen Yu calculated briefly. The security team has about 17 or 18, the student council 12, our PE department over 40, plus the male and female teachers Dean Wang, or Wang Mingtang summoned. Total around 120 or so. That many? Jiang Han was taken aback. Over 120 people posed a risk, even without guns, given the cafeteria's many hiding spots. Do you know which floor Wang Ba might be on? Wang Ba. Yen Yu pondered, then suddenly exclaimed. Oh, I remember something. Yesterday afternoon, Wang Mingtang got a call and urgently sent Wang Ba to find someone named Gao Zichen, a freshman at our college. Unfortunately, by the time they found him, Gao Zichen was unconscious from drinking toxic tap water. Wang Ba then had him moved to the innermost room on the 4th floor of the cafeteria, saying this person was very valuable. I don't know the details, but Wang Ba is likely in Gao Zichen's room. Gao Zichen, Jiang Han muttered. He vaguely recalled the name. The young man came from a wealthy family and arrived on campus in a sports car on his first day. But what intrigued Jiang Han most wasn't Gao Zichen's background, but the fact that he hadn't turned into a zombie after drinking the water. When TV signals were still available, Jiang Han had seen similar reports. Global water sources were contaminated with tap water containing zombie toxins. 99% of those who drank it became zombies, but the remaining 1% fell into a coma instead. It seemed Gao Zichen belonged to the latter group. Jiang Han, well-versed in apocalypse novels, couldn't help but speculate. Would they become psychics? It was best to capture this kid for observation. But with over 120 people inside, he needed a foolproof plan. Suddenly he recalled that he had a system. Binding a prison guard might unlock something. And now a suitable candidate was right beside him. He Meng Meng. Jiang Han opened the character panel and made his selection. Insufficient permissions. To bind a prison guard, you must first unlock the guard room. Spend 1,000 Papa coins to unlock. Yes. Level 1 guard room unlocks M36 revolver and ammunition, MP7 submachine gun, and ammunition silencers, magazines, daggers, stun batons, standard riot shields, handcuffs, loudspeakers. Jiang Han bound the prison guard slot to He Meng Meng. Ding. Binding successful. Prison guard He Meng Meng, age 21, obedience 100 daily Papa coins, provided 187 enhancement, 10 psychic ability, none permissions, awaiting warden selection. Jiang Han unlocked the guard room, elevator, and garage for her. Ding. Corresponding items unlocked in the shop: level 1 protective suit, level 1 helmet, tactical boots, tactical socks, tactical gloves, tactical underwear. All tailored to prison guard He Meng Meng's measurements. Jiang Han realized the guard room unlocked weapons, while binding a guard unlocked individual combat gear. But tactical underwear. He bought the full set, from helmet to boots, socks, underwear, and moisture-wicking shirt. The entire ensemble cost 500 coins. Paired with a submachine gun worth 200 coins, 300 rounds of ammunition, 5 magazines, a dagger, and a stun baton. Since he already had a pistol, this full gear set came to exactly 1,000 coins. Jiang Han also equipped himself with a submachine gun, 300 rounds of ammunition, and 5 extra magazines, costing another 380 PP coins. By now he had only 290 PP coins left. He pretended to retrieve the items from beneath the front seat, and said, "I have a set of combat gear here. Who among you is willing to go in with me and take down that bastard Wang? When we return, she can be our prison's first guard." He turned to look at Xinxinga and He Mengmeng. "He'll go." He Mengmeng stood up immediately. Her goal was to become a prison guard. Jiang Han shook his head. "No. WHWHY. What do you think?" Jiang Han's expression turned cold. "If it weren't for your hesitation just now, Wang Ba wouldn't have escaped. Now we have to take the risk of going in there. Do you think this is kindness? I'm telling you, this kind of behavior will only get more people killed." He needed to enlighten her. He Mengmeng lowered her head in silence. Jiang Han didn't rush her, simply waiting quietly. After a moment, He Mengmeng suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with determination. "Warden, I beg you to give me another chance. Rest assured I won't hesitate this time." In truth, she was the only viable candidate at the moment. If Xinxinga went in, she might have her gun taken. Of course, crossing the threshold of killing wasn't something that could be resolved in a few words. It had to be gradual. Jiang Han tossed the clothes and gear in front of He Mengmeng. "Then I'll trust you one more time. Remember, if you mess up, you won't just be getting yourself killed. You'll be getting me killed too." Hearing this, He Mengmeng's pretty face turned pale. In the short 2 days they had spent together, her feelings for Jiang Han had deepened repeatedly. Her life had been saved by Jiang Han in the first place, and now with the apocalypse upon them, the notion of gender equality never even crossed her mind. In the prison, all the women obeyed Jiang Han and revolved around him. She was neither the most beautiful, nor the earliest arrival, nor the most skilled. Not even. Yet Jiang Han still brought her along, and even entrusted her with a gun. This trust felt incredibly heavy to He Mengmeng. If her mistake caused Jiang Han to get hurt, it would be more painful than if she herself were injured. He Mengmeng nodded solemnly. "I understand." Jiang Han was very satisfied, and continued, "Of course we don't need to kill indiscriminately. I have only 2 targets. First, the Wang father and son. They must die. Second, a man named Gao Zichen. I'm very interested in him. Once we're inside, he'll make it known that anyone who surrenders their weapons won't be harmed. But if anyone approaches with ill intent, we must shoot decisively." "Understood." He Mengmeng's eyes lit up. Earlier, when she heard there were over 120 people inside, she had even steeled herself to kill them all. Hearing Jiang Han's words, she felt an immense sense of relief. Jiang Han had a gun and bullets, yet after being ambushed he insisted on killing only 2 and taking 1 away. Such a merciful act. Moreover, those 2 truly deserved to die. They had tyrannized the campus even in peacetime, and in the apocalypse they extended their evil hands to innocent students. How many people had they indirectly killed? What angered her most was that they had dared to ambush Jiang Han, her beloved Jiang Han. He Mengmeng straightened her back. "I understand. Repeat it back." Jiang Han sounded like a general delivering a battle speech. "Kill the tyrannical Wang father and son, take Gao Zichen away, and shoot anyone who stands in our way." "Good." Jiang Han nodded with satisfaction, then as if by magic produced a loudspeaker, an ordinary megaphone with recording capabilities. "Attention, everyone. We are officers from PP Women's Prison. Wang Mingtang and his son Wang Ba have committed heinous crimes against students, and their sins are beyond redemption. We hereby sentence them to death to be carried out immediately. Listen up, their accomplices. Anyone who obstructs us will be treated as equally guilty. Whoever captures these 2 alive will be rewarded with 10 loaves of bread. Lay down your weapons and let me see your hands." While he recorded, He Mengmeng changed into the combat gear. The combat uniform bore a clear insignia blue background, with white lettering reading PP Women's Prison on the front and guard on the back. Wearing the uniform and boots, she cut quite a dashing figure. After finishing the recording, Jiang Han handed his pistol and a walkie-talkie to Xinxinga. "Your duty is to guard the prison van. If anyone approaches, shoot immediately. For any special situations, use this walkie-talkie to contact us. Remember, no one is allowed to board the vehicle." "Understood." "Understood, Warden. Rest assured." In truth, Jiang Han wasn't entirely reassured. He seriously doubted whether Xinxinga would actually dare to fire. But for now this was the only option. So he resolved in his heart to cultivate a batch of talented individuals upon his return, hoping that next time he ventured out, he would lead a combat-ready team. Finally, there was Yen Yu, an unpredictable factor. Without wasting words, Jiang Han spent 10 PP coins to buy a pair of handcuffs and locked her up. These handcuffs wouldn't go to waste either. Everything was ready. The 2 got out of the vehicle. Before leaving, Jiang Han locked the entire van, leaving only a few windows suitable for shooting. These windows were small enough to allow a gun barrel through, but impossible for anyone to climb in. So even if Xinxinga wanted to, no one could board the van. Visibility outside remained around 10 meters. The 2 walked slowly toward the entrance. Meanwhile, in a room on the 4th floor, "Hurry. Carry him and go out the back door." The speaker was none other than Wang Mingtang. 15 minutes earlier, Wang Ba had narrowly escaped from Jiang Han's gunfire, and after an enormous effort managed to return to the cafeteria. Wang Mingtang was in the middle of harassing a female teacher named by Jia, about to take things further when Wang Ba's shout startled him. "What the hell are you yelling about?" Wang Mingtang was furious. "Dad, it's bad. That kid Jiang Han is too tough. He killed all the men I took with me." "What?" Wang Mingtang was shocked. "How many bullets does he have?" Wang Mingtang had always believed that even if Jiang Han had a gun, he couldn't have many bullets. After all, Dragon Country had strict gun control. An ordinary college student, even if he managed to steal a gun by chance, couldn't possibly have stolen many bullets. Maybe just one magazine. His plan should have exhausted Jiang Han's ammunition quickly. A gun without bullets was no better than a wooden club. But the news from his son made him realize something was terribly wrong. Jiang Han had killed over 100 zombies and more than a dozen people. Wasting so many bullets could only mean one thing: he had a lot of ammunition. Meanwhile, they only had machetes and iron pipes. If Jiang Han came at them with a handgun, they would be sitting ducks. "Quick, call Boss Gao and ask when his men will arrive." Wang Mingtang muttered to himself, then took out his phone. An ordinary phone requires the signal to be transmitted to a base station, then routed through a switching center to reach the terminal. As a result, the signal was now extremely weak. However, Boss Gao had a satellite phone, which connected directly to ground stations via satellite links, reducing signal degradation by half. "Hello." The call connected quickly. Wang Mingtang hurriedly said, "Boss Gao, I have something to discuss with you." He quickly summarized the situation. Upon hearing this, Boss Gao fell silent for a brief moment before speaking. "Vice Dean Wang Zichen is my only son. He hasn't turned into a corpse yet, so there must still be hope for him. You must find a way to protect him. Otherwise, don't expect a single one of the 5 pistols and 1,500 caddies of food I promised you. My men are already on their way to the academy, but the roads are uncertain now. Stall for as long as you can. If it comes to it, abandon the cafeteria first and find a hidden place to lie low. Once my people arrive, everything will be manageable." "Abandon the cafeteria?" Wang Mingtang wiped the sweat from his brow. There was a considerable amount of food here, and the water purifier wasn't easy to dismantle. Besides, there were women, especially Bai Jia. He had long coveted her even before the catastrophe, using his authority to harass and suppress her without success. If not for the ability to use force in this post-apocalyptic world, he might never have tasted such a swan in his lifetime. Now he couldn't bear to give it up. The crux was that he hadn't truly had his fill yet. "Fool." Boss Gao's roar came through the phone. "Is the cafeteria more important than your life? Once my men get there with guns, are you afraid you can't take the cafeteria back?" Wang Mingtang steeled himself. "All right, Boss Gao will listen to you. He'll take young Master Gao now and find a safe place. He'll contact you when we get there." Hanging up, ignoring Bai Jia's sobs, he began directing his men to carry the injured and retreat. At the back door of the cafeteria's 4th floor, there was an external staircase. Descending from there should go unnoticed. He had 6 people by his side besides his son Wang Ba. There were 4 of Wang Ba's close buddies, all from the student council, and the head of security Sherdali. Sherdali was a distant relative from his hometown, strong and robust, and had been promoted by him personally, a trusted confidant. "Dali, take them and carry young Master Gao. We'll go out the back door." "Uncle, should we dismantle the water purifier and grab some food?" Sherdali was reluctant to leave. "There's no time. We leave now. Once Boss Gao's men arrive, we'll fight our way back." Just then a voice suddenly called out from outside. "Attention, everyone. We are the prison guards of Papa Women's Prison. Wang Mingtang and his son Wang Ba, guilty of harming students with heinous crimes, are hereby sentenced to death, to be carried out immediately. Listen up, their accomplices. Anyone who obstructs will share the same fate. Whoever captures these 2 alive will be rewarded with 10 loaves of bread." It was the loudspeaker Jiang Han had placed at the entrance. The volume was turned up to the max, audible throughout the entire cafeteria. Wang Mingtang's body trembled involuntarily. Jiang Han moved fast, and his methods were vicious. Offering a reward for capturing him alive was surely meant to incite betrayal among his men. He stole a glance at Sherdali and the other 4, feeling slightly relieved only when he saw them staring outside, nod at him. "Damn it, this kid is way too arrogant. Uncle, wait here, go kill him," Sherdali said, about to rush out. "No," Wang Mingtang quickly advised. "Dali, this isn't the time for impulsiveness. Once Boss Gao's men arrive with guns, we'll come back for him. Don't worry, he'll give you all the food he mentioned, plus 2 female college students each." Sherdali licked his lips. The words female college students made his blood surge. Opening the back door, the external staircase was narrow and steep, merely a formality for fire inspections rarely used. Carrying Gao Zichen, the group moved slowly. Jiang Han wedged the loudspeaker into the doorframe to let the sound travel farther. Walking shoulder to shoulder with He Mengming, the red mist in the cafeteria had thinned somewhat, but visibility remained at most 15 meters. After a few steps, 4 male figures appeared at the edge of their sight. They were raising knives and heading toward the entrance. "Drop the knives." He Mengming spotted them and shouted immediately. She didn't want to harm these people, so her voice was especially loud, hoping they would surrender obediently. But contrary to her wishes, her shout gave them a target, and they charged forward with roars. Bang! She shot one boy in the leg. A heart-wrenching scream followed. Come any closer, and he'll shoot. He Mingming's voice trembled. Instead of retreating, the others advanced, weaving in shaped paths. Even the boy with the bullet wound through his machete as he fell. Their ferocity stemmed from their nature. After the apocalypse under Wang Bas leadership, they killed zombies and robbed classmates. The soft-hearted had long perished. The machete flew toward her, and He Mingming stood dumbfounded, forgetting to dodge. At the critical moment, Jiang Han reached out and firmly caught the blade's back. His 50-point enhancement was no joke. The blade deformed under his grip. Then Jiang Han whispered in He Mingming's ear, "If you don't kill them, they'll kill you." He could have shot them dead, but he didn't. He wanted to temper He Mingming to forge her into his blade, or perhaps his scabbard. Staring at the knife tip inches away, He Mingming screamed, pulling the trigger. A burst of gunfire erupted, and the four opponents collapsed in a pool of blood. The magazine emptied, but her screams continued, punctuated by the harsh, empty clicks of the firearm. "It's over, they're all dead," Jiang Han said, gently patting He Mingming's arm, finally making her stop. Looking at the four men before her, she struggled to adapt. Just 2 days ago they were classmates, now they had turned into enemies wielding weapons. But Jiang Han's words echoed in her mind, "If you don't kill them, they'll kill you." He Mingming's gaze gradually hardened. "Are you alright? Need a rest?" Jiang Han's tone was gentle. This time He Mingming shook her head decisively. "No, I'm fine. Let's go upstairs." Jiang Han studied her for a moment, and seeing no issue, he proceeded forward. Half a minute later, they spotted the stairwell and 3 security guards there. "Who are you?" The guards barked upon seeing them. "Drop your weapons, and you'll be spared." The 3 stared at the gun in Jiang Han's hand, hesitating. They knew someone had entered with a gun, and that people had been killed. But would he really let them go if they dropped their weapons? They wavered. Jiang Han didn't hesitate. After his warning, anyone who didn't immediately discard their knife was considered an enemy. And to enemies, he had only one word: kill. Besides, it was a chance to test the performance of this hip-firing ace. Jiang Han fought his way straight to the 4th floor. In the face of absolute power, no one dared to resist. Those he encountered next merely threw down their weapons and surrender. He did not slaughter the innocent, only ordering them to crouch against the wall with their heads down and not rise without command. The 2 soon arrived at the room Yin had mentioned. He Mingming entered first, only to find it completely empty. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Han's mind. Had Yin lied, or were they hiding? He leaned toward the latter. After all, Yin had no reason to deceive him. "Check every room one by one. Stay cautious," Jiang Han said, positioning himself at the stairwell, where he could survey the entire floor more comprehensively. He Mingming nodded and began inspecting the rooms from the left. When she reached the 3rd room and opened the door, a woman's scream immediately erupted. "Don't shoot. We're teachers here." Jiang Han approached at the sound. Inside, a dozen young women were imprisoned. He Mingming. Teacher Bai. The most beautiful teacher among them recognized He Mingming. Jiang Han knew this teacher too. Her name was Bai Jie, the epitome of beauty on the faculty of Tianhai Vocational College. His gaze swept over her. Name Bai Jie, age 28, charges 0, remaining chaste, appearance 91 points, meets requirements. Besides Bai Jie, there were 5 other female teachers who qualified. After all, Wang Mingtang had deliberately chosen the most attractive ones. The others also recognized He Mingming. In fact, the imprisoned women, even at the lowest score, were at the level of class beauties. Such stunning women left a deep impression wherever they went. "He Mingming, why are you dressed like that? Oh my God, and a gun. Is that real?" The female teachers, seeing that their rescuer was a student from their own college, cried out in relief. He Mingming's appearance clearly indicated she was backed by a formidable organization. In the current situation, having a powerful ally was undoubtedly a beacon of hope for survival. The teachers chattered among themselves. The youngest one stared at the text on He Mingming's chest and murmured softly, "Papa Women's Prison." She had heard of this place. It had been buzzing in the group chats for the past couple of days. But Bai Jie spoke up. "He Mingming, can you take us with you?" He Mingming, of course, knew she didn't have that authority. She stepped aside, revealing Jiang Han. "This is the warden of our women's prison. If you teachers wish to be incarcerated, you may ask Warden Jiang." Incarcerated? The word felt so awkward. They looked up at Jiang Han, an ordinary young man, merely taller and more handsome, though naturally nothing compared to our esteemed readers. Yet how could such a person suddenly transform into a prison warden after the apocalypse? Could he be some hidden rich second-generation official? Just as they were about to speak again, Jiang Han waved his hand. "Teachers, we can discuss other matters later. Has anyone seen Vice Dean Wang Mingtang?" Bai Jie blinked her beautiful eyes. "I know. They left just a moment ago." She then told Jiang Han everything she knew. His eyes flickered as he asked Bai Jie to lead the way. True enough, in the corner he found the small door she had mentioned. The iron door was well hidden. Jiang Han hadn't known of its existence before. He opened it and peered down the stairs, a vast expanse of red mist below, visibility limited to about the 2nd floor. The Wang father and son had left, even having people carry Gao Zichen away. The college was so vast that finding them would likely be difficult for now. But he had also learned that someone called Big Boss Gao would soon send people bringing guns and supplies. Could it be the same Big Boss Gao from the Changxing group that Bald Young had mentioned? He speculated silently. Whether or not it was, he had to temporarily abandon the search for the Wang father and son. Jiang Han returned to the room where the female teachers were gathered. Teachers, our women's prison can indeed provide food, water, and an absolutely safe shelter. Unfortunately, space is limited and I cannot take all of you. So I can only select those who are useful. The teachers exchanged glances. They couldn't all be taken. Then they would have to perform well. Jiang Han fixed his gaze on them. Well, who here can cook? That should be the simplest skill, shouldn't it? After all, Jiang Han respected his teachers, and even for those he couldn't take, he had to give them a reasonable explanation. Among the 6 who met the appearance standards, 4 raised their hands. I can. Me too. Only Bai Jie and another female teacher did not raise their hands. Jiang Han stroked his chin and called over the 4 who qualified. These 4 teachers, please come forward. The rest of you, wait a moment. It seems I don't need that many people for cooking. He then continued, now who knows how to use a computer? He recalled that as university teachers, computer skills should be a must. I do. I'm excellent at making PPTs. I even prepared the principal's public lectures. A female teacher called out. Unfortunately, she only scored 72 points. Bai Jie and the other teachers still hadn't raised their hands. Jiang Han pretended to slap his forehead. Oh, he almost forgot. Someone was already in charge of the computer room. He then took a closer look at the teacher standing with Bai Jie. She seemed familiar. Back when he was a freshman, she had still been a student. It appeared she had stayed on to work at the college. Name Lu Wenjing, age 24, charges 0, appearance 88 points, meets requirements. Although Lu Wenjing's appearance wasn't exceptionally high, her figure was superb. Her fair, slender neck stretched elegantly like a swan's, her collarbones subtly revealed her shoulders, straight waist, slender arms smooth. Her entire silhouette was graceful. Had she practiced dance? So Jiang Han asked again, does anyone here know how to dance? The group was taken aback. They could understand needing a cook, needing a computer expert, but what use was a dancer in a prison? But they only thought it, not daring to ask. It was his territory, he could choose whatever talent he wanted. They may have been teachers, but that was in the past. The apocalypse had rendered their former identities meaningless. Just moments ago, they had already experienced the taste of being threatened with a knife by their own former student. When Jiang Han finished his question, only Lu Wenjing raised her hand, a look of pleasant surprise on her face. She had studied ballet and Latin dance since childhood, and after graduation stayed on as a dance teacher in the arts department. Dancing was her everything. She never imagined a prison would need a dancer. Jiang Han naturally motioned for her to stand behind him. Then he looked at Bai Jie. Anxiety was evident on her face. She clearly wanted to go with him. Jiang Han cursed inwardly. Fool, can't you just raise your hand? Even if you can't do anything, come with me first. Could your own student possibly eat you alive? Just then Meng suddenly spoke up. I remember teacher Bai is proficient in several foreign languages, English, Japanese, and Korean. Warden, weren't we still short a translator? Jiang Han shot her an appreciative glance, then pretended to have a sudden realization. Oh, look at me, I nearly forgot about that. Alright, teacher Bai, you come over too. Warden, there's something going on downstairs. Just as Jiang Han had brought the 6 female teachers under his command, Shin King's lowered voice came through the walkie-talkie. Jiang Han's heart stirred. Could it be that Wang Mingtang and his son had been discovered? What's wrong? He asked. I saw some classmates from our physical education department along with a few female students, about 20 or so in total, all carrying weapons into the cafeteria. Jiang Han pointed at the walkie-talkie and asked Bai Jie, do you know who she's talking about? He noticed that Bai Jie seemed more familiar with the situation here than the others, perhaps because she was beautiful and had been in the same room as Wang Mingtang. Thankfully, he had come over this afternoon, or else the number of people she could charge might have become 1 or even 10. Bai Jie said, it should be Lu Hao and his group. Wang Mingtang sent them to the student supermarket earlier to grab some food and cigarettes. Lu Hao, Jiang Han muttered under his breath. The name sounded familiar. Wasn't he the short-haired guy who had led an attack on him during his first visit? Back then the kid was pretty agile, had missed him with 2 shots. Well, let's see if your luck holds up today. He picked up the walkie-talkie. Got it, wait for me in the car. Then taking Meng and his 6 trophies, he headed downstairs. As for the others, they were none of his concern. The loudspeaker at the entrance blared on, the Wang father and son have committed heinous crimes against the students. It has now been decided that they will be executed immediately. Lu Hao, who had just walked in, heard this. Behind him were over a dozen students armed with clubs and machetes, each clutching a plastic bag. In their midst were more than a dozen women. Damn, what the hell is that? Scared the crap out of me. Lu Hao cursed, then began looking around. A few of his underlings in the group quickly spotted the loudspeaker on the doorframe. Brother Hao, over here. There's a talking speaker. The underling said as he took it down. What a piece of junk. Lu Hao fumed, grabbing it and smashing it with a crack. The loudspeaker's voice cut off abruptly, but another voice rang out. Why did you break my thing? From within the red mist, 2 faint figures emerged. Lu Hao froze, then snapped angrily. Who the hell are you? But when he turned and saw who was beside Jiang Han, he swallowed his words. How had a special forces soldier shown up? Indeed, from a distance, He Mengmeng looked very much like a special forces operative, especially the submachine gun in her hand that gleamed coldly, sending chills down one's spine. Who are you? Lu Hao was quick to react, immediately changing his tone. Jiang Han. Jiang Han said flatly. Lu Hao shuddered. Of course he knew Jiang Han, his roommates had all been killed by him. So cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Jiang Han. Is it you? Now Jiang Han was certain of his identity. This was the man who had ambushed him that day. He said with a chuckle, what a small world. And here I thought it was some car thief. Your brothers are all dead and you're still alive. How lonely, how solitary. Let me do a good deed and send you to join them. How about it? Lu Hao's legs went weak. No boss, don't shoot. Let's talk this out. Jiang Han switched the MP7 to his left hand, drew his pistol first, ejected the magazine to check it, then continued. You got away that day. That's fine, that was your skill. Today he'll give you another chance. With that he reloaded the magazine and made an aiming motion. 3 seconds. He'll give you 3 seconds and he'll only fire 1 shot. If I still miss, you're lucky. Lu Hao, terrified, shielded his head with his arms. I didn't mean it that day. Don't kill me. 3. Jiang Han naturally ignored his pleas and began counting. You. Brothers attack together. Kill him and take his gun. We'll be the bosses. Lu Hao's face twisted savagely, but his underlings were just ordinary students. Faced with a pistol, who would dare step forward? Especially when the pistol's owner was backed by a fully armed female soldier holding a submachine gun. 2. Jiang Han continued counting unperturbed. Lu Hao cursed and turned to run at that moment, wishing he had more legs. 1. Bang. The gun fired. In that instant Lu Hao somehow mustered the strength to leap a meter to the right. But no matter how fast his movements were, they couldn't outrun the bullet. And after all this shooting and firing so many rounds, Jiang Han's marksmanship had improved immensely. The bullet whistled into Lu Hao's right chest. Thud. He crashed heavily to the ground. Blood gushed from his mouth as he struggled to breathe. The bullet had pierced his lung. Jiang Han walked over and shook his head. Oh, why didn't you jump left? Lu Hao, with blood streaming from his mouth and nose, felt excruciating pain with every breath as his lung was punctured. Give me a quick death. He pleaded with his last ounce of strength. The pain was unbearable, worse than death. Jiang Han shook his head. No can do. I said I'd only fire 1 shot. I can't break my word. Ignoring Lu Hao on the ground, Jiang Han looked up and surveyed the terrified crowd. This man. He raised his voice, pointing at Lu Hao, who lay face down, drenched in blood and barely alive, and continued, is a complete scoundrel. He ambushed me to steal my car. Worst of all, when his ambush failed, he abandoned his teammates and brothers to flee alone. Tell me, doesn't a man like that deserve to die? The people below exchanged glances. The atmosphere and tone seemed to expect a response from them. A bolder male student blurted out, he deserves to die. Jiang Han immediately tossed him a pack of instant noodles. Well said. A man like that deserves to die. Wow. The crowd erupted. Instant noodles. That was instant noodles. Ask yourself who nowadays would be so generous as to give away a pack of instant noodles for free. So the next second, he deserves to die? Deserves to die. Deserves to die. The shouts rang out. Jiang Han didn't throw any more instant noodles, of course. He did this partly to build the atmosphere, and partly to show he had supplies, setting the stage for recruiting female prisoners. And are there still people like him here? He glanced sideways at a male student holding a weapon. The terrified kid immediately dropped the steel pipe he was holding. Clang. It hit the ground, and he even quietly kicked it aside. Jiang Han continued, I'm sure there are. So for everyone's safety, I hereby announce that the Papa Women's Prison is now open to all female students. Anyone who wants to sign up, raise your hand. It was a strange logic, but Jiang Han felt no embarrassment. As the saying goes, as long as you're not embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed. Because he had already discovered through the system that among the 13 women brought by Lu Hao's squad, 11 met the standard. Next step, recruit people. It was entirely up to Jiang Han to decide who could board the vehicle and who could not. He made no coercion, merely holding up his phone to show everyone the prison's cafeteria and cells. Naturally, the level 2 cells. Thus, soon enough, 6 teachers, including Bai Jie and Lu Wenjing, along with 11 women who met the standards brought by Lu Hao's squad, all followed him aboard. Among the 11 women, 10 were students. The other one Jiang Han recognized, Chen Yun, who ran the small supermarket on campus. A woman of 32, she possessed a certain charm. Lu Hao's main mission this time was to send people to rob her, and the bags they carried back were filled entirely with goods from the student supermarket. Since these items belonged to Chen Yun, they naturally became his. Jiang Han accepted them all without exception. Although he had them all, he preferred to save where possible. Moreover, among the loot were over a dozen cartons of cigarettes, items not yet unlocked in the system. He had the 17 women carry the bags, and under He Mengmeng's protection the group headed toward the prison van. As for those left behind, they were naturally unwilling. Those were goods they had fought tooth and nail to obtain. How could they be so easily taken by someone else? But did they dare to speak up? The answer was clear. Only after the prison van vanished into the crimson mist did the crowd sigh in resignation. Yet some quick-witted individuals had already sneaked upstairs knowing that Wang Mingtang had left behind a fair amount of food. Another struggle for power and resources was inevitable. However, these matters no longer concerned Jiang Han. Once aboard the vehicle, he glanced at the people behind him. Still not enough. So he immediately started the engine and headed toward female dormitory building No. 1. Their Shinshinga had helped contact over a dozen girls, and he had reached out to quite a few himself. He was determined not to stop until the van was full. Everything went smoothly thereafter. Half an hour later, the vehicle was packed with chattering women, and only then did Jiang Han feel satisfied enough to return. There was truly no more space. The prison van had only 20 seats, but now it held 53 people, the air thick with the scent of human flesh. Even so, over 20 people were left behind. There was no help for it. The female dormitories had a large population base. Even if only 1 in 20 girls was beautiful, the numbers still exceeded 100. He drove all the way back, having contacted Zheng Jiaro in advance. It was time to prepare for bathing and changing clothes. He purchased a corresponding quantity of prison uniforms, towels, soap, and $10 worth of hot water from the system. These people absolutely had to take a bath. The stench of blood and sweat was enough to suffocate him. The journey was uneventful. After returning to the prison, Jiang Han handed them all over to Zheng Jiaro, following the same procedure: first change clothes, then tour the level 2 cells, and finally settle into the level 1 cells. As for the background check, he would let them decide for themselves. This time a total of 53 people had arrived. Adding the previous 28, the total reached 81. He couldn't remember many of their names, but it didn't matter. Sooner or later he would know them all. The prison previously had 3 cells, 1 level 2 cell housing 8 people, and 2 level 1 cells housing a total of 20. To accommodate everyone, he needed to unlock 2 more cells. That cost another 2,000, reducing his balance to 888. An auspicious number, but the lowest he had ever had. But it didn't matter. As the 53 newcomers changed into prison uniforms, the total count would soon skyrocket. Feeling hungry, Jiang Han sat in the cafeteria eating the braised eggplant Qin Shirin had just prepared while listening to the system's notification tones. 5 companions joined him for the meal, a scene of pure enjoyment. Of the 53, he received only 51 notifications, totaling 4,477, indicating that 2 people had refused to change clothes. Before long, Zheng Jiaro came up. "Warden, 2 people wish to see you. Their names are..." She glanced down at her notebook. "Bai Jie and Lu Wenjing." Jiang Han picked up a piece of eggplant with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. What do they want? They refuse to change clothes, and they won't even bathe. Chewing his food, Jiang Han's mind churned with a single word: discipline. In the future, there would be more and more female prisoners. He could not allow anyone to think they were special. Suing Xue was beautiful, yet she received no special treatment for refusing the background check. Here, rewards and punishments must be clear-cut, and the scales must be balanced. Going down to see them wouldn't be a big deal, but it would make him seem too accommodating. In short, if he went down for them today, what about tomorrow? What about the day after? If someone else made excessive demands, what then? Moreover, so many people were watching. Zheng Jiaro, who had come to report Qin Shirin cooking in the cafeteria, and Lu Shuangshuang, and the others eating beside him. In my prison, no one is allowed to be so arrogant. Jiang Han took a sip of lukewarm tea and said calmly, "Tell them this is the prison's rule. If they don't want to change clothes, that's fine. Have them wait at the garage entrance. They'll be heading back to the school soon and can drop them off on the way." Zheng Jiao's spirits lifted, and she felt secretly pleased. "Understood," she said, pouring him another cup of tea. To be honest, she was quite annoyed that Bai Jie and Lu Wenjing refused to change clothes. "Oh, so you two think you're the noble and pure ones while the rest of us have no shame." If Jiang Han had actually gone down obediently and granted them the privilege of not changing, Zheng Jiaro would have been utterly aggrieved. But now, she felt relieved. One of the women eating with him served Jiang Han another bowl of rice and said indignantly, "What nerve making our warden come down to see them. People like that should be stripped naked." With that, she picked up a spoon and began feeding him. Zheng Jiaro left cheerfully, and Jiang Han ate 3 full bowls of rice. After his physique enhancement, his appetite seemed to have grown somewhat. It was now 6 in the evening, and outside the sky had already turned pitch black. Jiang Han planned to go out again to pick up the remaining 20-plus people. The earlier they arrived, the sooner they could earn papa coins. That way, after midnight tonight, he could awaken his superpower. But this time he needed to be fully prepared. He roughly calculated his current funds over 5,300. His daily income now exceeded 7,000. Even without adding any new female prisoners, by tomorrow morning, he would have 12,000 papa coins. Spend it. He kept Lu Shuangshuang behind and bound her as a prison guard. One more person meant one more layer of insurance. Ding. Binding successful. Prison guard Lu Shuangshuang, age 19, obedience 96, daily papa coins provided 103, enhancement 8, superpower none. Ding. Corresponding items unlocked in the mall: tactical backpack, standard tactical earpiece. Can communicate with same model earpieces. Without wasting words, Jiang Han spent 1,000 to buy a set of gear identical to He Mingming's. He also spent 150 to buy 3 tactical earpieces, allowing him to stay in constant contact with both of them outside, without fear of being overheard by enemies. Much more convenient than walkie-talkies. The prison van also needed an upgrade. A level 2 prison van cost 2,000 and could be upgraded directly in the system. After confirmation, the van's information appeared. Upgraded to 4-wheel drive with 2 differential locks, upgraded with standard bulletproof glass and carbon steel protective mesh, upgraded to all aluminum body and puncture-proof tires, upgraded fuel tank to 800 liters. The 2,000 was well spent. The van's defensive capabilities had been significantly enhanced. If he encountered someone throwing nails again this time, he could just drive straight over them. Just as he finished upgrading the van, he suddenly received 2 more messages. Ding. Female prisoner meeting requirements detected. Binding successful. Name by Jia. Ding. Female prisoner meeting requirements detected. Binding successful. Name Lu Wenjing. Jiang Han smiled. See, I didn't go down and you still obediently put on the uniforms, didn't you? Since that's the case, I might as well go down and inspect the work. Those going out included Shinqinga, He Mengming, and Lu Xuanshuang. He and Lu were responsible for security, while Shinqinga was tasked with taking care of him. When Jiang Chun descended the stairs, Zheng Jiaro was leading newcomers on a tour of the second-level cell block. From a distance, he saw Su Yingxue walking down the staircase, peppering Zheng Jiaro with questions. Sister Zheng, do any of the people brought back this time know how to drive? Zheng Jiaro gestured for everyone to enter the cell block before replying. The statistics aren't done yet, but there are 6 teachers among them. They should all know how to drive. Su Yingxue's face paled upon hearing this. Yingxue. Among the newcomers, many recognized Su Yingxue and rushed over to greet her. Su Yingxue was astonished, especially when she saw the usually dignified and composed female teachers wearing the same clothes as her. Teacher Bai. Teacher Lu. You're all here. The reunion between teacher and student lacked the expected harmony, leaving them speechless. Bai Jia and Lu Wenjing couldn't even lift their heads. They had wanted to discuss with Jiang Chun whether they could skip the prison uniforms, but in the end they never got to see him. Only Zheng Jiaro's words remained, don't wear them, then leave. They naturally didn't want to leave. Here there was food, water, and the chance to shower far better than the outside. Besides, everyone else was dressed the same. After some inner turmoil, they decided to comply obediently. Jiang Chun strolled through the crowd with a grin, glancing at this one and that one, making comparisons in his mind. Yan Yue, Bai Jia, Lu Wenjing, and Chun Yun each had their own unique charms. When Zheng Jiaro saw him, a girlish smile appeared on her face. She pulled out a notebook and said, Warden, here are the people who signed up for political review today. Please take a look. There were 11 names on the paper. Jiang Chun couldn't even remember some of them, but one stood out: Su Yingxue's roommate Zhang Xiaowen. Jiang Chun pointed at her name. Let her go first. Have her get ready. I don't know when he'll be back yet. Yes. Zheng Jiaro replied, then instructed a woman behind her, notify Zhang Xiaowen to go to the bathing center. Su Yingxue's pretty face grew even paler. She bit her lower lip. With the second roommate defecting, their original 4-person group was now down to 2. She looked at Jiang Chun, gathered her courage, and walked over. Jiang Chun, Warden, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Zheng Jiaro immediately interjected. If it's about the political review, just talk to me. I handle all the arrangements. Su Yingxue quickly shook her head. No, it's not the political review. It's something else. Jiang Chun sized her up. She looked somewhat anxious, as if she truly had something important. They'll give you 1 minute. All right, okay. Su Yingxue said, her face reddening. Forgetting the boundaries between men and women, she took Jiang Chun's hand and led him to a corner. Jiang Chun, I'd like to use a phone. Don't worry, I just need to make one call. You can watch me the whole time. Is that okay? Jiang Chun checked her compliance level through the system. It was 42. She probably didn't intend to reveal the prison's location. Most importantly, even if she wanted to, she couldn't. The phones weren't working now. Who do you want to call? Jiang Chun asked. My sister, Su Yingxue said, making a pleading gesture. Please, I'm begging you. We contacted each other a few times after the apocalypse. She said she was safe at home, but when I finally got on the bus, I sent her a text, and she never replied. Your sister? Is she your biological sister? A strange thought suddenly occurred to Jiang Chun. Su Yingxue quickly nodded. Yes, she's my biological sister, 4 years older. We've been close since we were kids. To be honest, I'm really worried about her now. Jiang Chun let out a long oh, and continued, do you two look alike? Huh, pretty much. Su Yingxue was taken aback, but quickly caught on. You bastard, Jiang Chun, are you thinking about my sister now? I don't get any ideas. I already have a brother-in-law. Really? Jiang Chun's voice carried a hint of excitement. Su Yingxue rolled her eyes. Jiang Chun, just tell me, can I make this call, or not? Of course. Jiang Chun leaned in close to her ear and whispered, no problem. It tickled Su Yingxue. Then, thank you. She rolled her eyes internally, but dared not show it, thanking him obediently. Secretary Zhang, Jiang Chun called out. Give her back her phone. After saying this, Jiang Chun led the 3 women to the garage. Hey, aren't you going to watch me? No need, I trust you. Jiang Chun, with a woman on each arm, waved casually, without looking back. Compliance 5 setting out again. The outside was pitch black. At the same time, Jiang Chun noticed a problem: the temperature was dropping. It was about 17 or 18 degrees Celsius outside. In previous years, Tianhai City in June would have been at least 25 degrees, even at night. The primary reason was the thick red fog that blocked the sunlight. Without sunlight, there was no warmth. If the sun continued to be blocked, the temperature would keep falling, soon dropping below zero, or even lower, making survival even harder for humans. He needed to consider heating. The female prisoners were wearing too little. If they got sick or died, his losses would be significant. Lost in thought, Jiang Han drove the car into the academy. He had already arranged with the girls in Building 1 a honk would be their signal to come downstairs. Meanwhile, He Meng and Lu Shuangshuang were responsible for any zombies that might appear outside. They stood on either side of the prison van, each with 5 magazines, 300 bullets, and wearing earpieces. If one spotted danger, the other could immediately provide support. As for Xinxinga, she could massage the warden's legs. Jiang Han remained in the passenger seat, calling out names one by one. Only those he approved would be allowed onto the van by Lu Shuangshuang. One by one the women came. Soon Jiang Han spotted a familiar face in the crowd. Lin Shuyao, also a senior female student, was Yao Shanshan's best friend. They had even shared a few meals. In terms of looks, she was far superior to Yao Shanshan, a solid 90. At the same time, Lin Shuyao noticed him. Jiang Han, so it really is you. I was just talking about you with Shanshan yesterday. Lin Shuyao tucked a strand of soft hair behind her ear, a surprised smile on her face. Due to the angle, she didn't see Xinxinga. Jiang Han was a bit surprised. Didn't Lin Shuyao know that he and Yao Shanshan had broken up? Or perhaps she was pretending not to know. Either way, it didn't matter. He nodded. It's me. Find a seat. He didn't act as if they were familiar. In truth, every woman now was just a tool to him. Tools for earning clapping coins. Even Yao Shanshan was an ex-girlfriend, let alone her best friend. Lin Shuyao felt a bit awkward, but still found a seat closest to Jiang Han. About 20 minutes later, He Meng and Lu Shuangshuang boarded the van. Warden, everyone's here. This time they took 23 more people. Jiang Han glanced at his phone. It was 7:50 p.m. Driving at night was slower. The trip from the prison took about an hour and a half. A round trip would be over 3 hours, meaning they'd be back around 11. It was too dangerous in the dark, and Jiang Han was also tired. So he decided to come back tomorrow. Tonight he needed to reward himself well. Weren't there 11 female prisoners waiting for political review? Miss Shin, how about singing a song to liven things up? Jiang Han said cheerfully to the front seat. Huh. It was only then that everyone realized the passenger seat wasn't occupied by just one person. It was already past 10 p.m. when they arrived at the prison, a full half-hour longer than the trip there. Besides the obscured visibility due to darkness, there was another reason: the zombies had increased in number and grown faster. Jiang Han had specifically tested it. Some could even keep up with a car moving at 10 miles per hour. He was certain these zombies were evolving. After the upgrade, the prison van's sturdiness and collision resistance became apparent. Four-wheel drive, an all-aluminum body, formidable bulletproof glass, and anti-collision nets all bolstered Jiang Han's confidence. There were several instances that sent the women in the car shrieking, and it was fortunate that Xinxinga managed to soothe the atmosphere, leading them in song after song to calm everyone's nerves. These women were all strikingly beautiful, brimming with artistic talent, and their voices were sweet and enchanting, thoroughly cleansing Jiang Han's soul. As usual, he left everything to Zheng Jiaro. Zheng Jiaro blinked her big eyes. Take a look, so many people have signed up in just a few hours. Jiang Han sniffed the air. There was a sour scent. Before him lay a long list, enough for 30 people. He hadn't expected that mere differences between cell blocks would drive so many female prisoners to risk everything. Tomorrow after breakfast, wouldn't even more sign up? Jiang Han then asked, did you call Suing Shua? Zheng Jiaro nodded. I did, but it didn't go through. She's crying in her room. Jiang Han grunted in acknowledgement, ignoring her, and told Zheng Jiaro to arrange the women in order of sign-up. He returned to his room. He had more important matters to attend to. Awakening his superpower tonight. A graceful figure stood at the office door. Zhang Xiaowen. Jiang Han slapped his forehead. He had almost forgotten about her. Well, since she was here, he might as well let her in. Besides, after his physical enhancement, his needs had multiplied. The last batch of female prisoners numbered 23. Jiang Han unlocked another cell block, reducing his balance to 1100. However, with Lin Shuyao and the others' incarceration, the Pa coins increased again, eventually reaching 3087. Now there were 104 female prisoners total, with several having reward coefficients of 2, and some at 1, 2. The total daily reward came to over 9300, meaning that after midnight tonight his balance would exceed 1200. He could awaken his superpower. After dismissing Zhang Xiao, and Jiang Han didn't call anyone else. Instead, he waited quietly, playing on his phone. Though for now, only single-player games were available. Finally, midnight arrived. Issuing today's reward, 9368 Pa coins, Jiang Han abruptly sat up from the bed. He quickly opened the system's character interface. Pa Women's Prison Warden Jiang Han. Physique 50. Baseline for ordinary humans is 10. Each point increase consumes 100 Pa coins. Superpower none. Awakening requires 1 to 0 Pa coins. Female prisoners 104 Pa coin. Balance 10455. He selected the superpower slot and clicked Awaken. In the apocalypse, each person can awaken only one superpower. Awaken randomly. A system prompt appeared before his eyes. Yes. Moments later, Ding host has randomly awakened superpower space gate. Jiang Han was overjoyed. He closed his eyes, carefully experiencing the changes in his body. After a moment, he raised his right hand, and a transparent square door materialized out of thin air before him. Exactly 1 meter by 1 meter, no larger or smaller. This was his superpower space gate. Behind the door lay a mysterious extra-dimensional space, though it was very small, only 1 cubic meter. Soon Jiang Han made another discovery. Within a 1 meter radius around him, he could see everything with perfect clarity. Spatial perception. This must be a skill attached to Space Gate, because only within his perception range could he open the door. In short, he could open a 1 meter by a meter door anywhere within a meter of his body, no larger, no smaller. This door was invisible and intangible, perceivable only by him. Like many protagonists who first acquire superpowers, he began experimenting. First, he verified that time inside the space was frozen, including kinetic energy. He tossed his phone in, and after a while he reopened the door in a different direction, and the phone flew out from the other side, exactly as it had been when he threw it in down to the same time. What about living things? He pondered, wondering if it was like in the novels. Living things entering the space would die instantly. But he had nothing suitable on hand. He couldn't exactly use a female prisoner as a test subject. There was another difference from what he'd read in novels: the method of storage. In the story's, protagonists only needed to touch an object to transfer it into their space, but he couldn't. He had to open the door and physically toss the item inside. Jiang Han immediately grew excited. Space Gate was arguably the most practical superpower, balanced for both offense and defense. As for storage, that was trivial. From his understanding the ability he had awakened leaned more toward combat. If he opened a space gate in front of himself during a gunfight, it would be a one-sided affair. Only he could shoot at the enemy, not the other way around. How would you deal with that? Or if he preloaded bullets into the gate, then strolled up with his hands in his pockets and fired point blank, how would you counter that? But as his experiments increased, Jiang Han suddenly felt dizzy and lightheaded, as if his mental energy had been drained. He immediately understood. It was because he had opened the door too many times. That feeling of weakness was the sign of his superpower nearly depleted. He decided to sleep and see if he could recover his superpower. That night, he slept exceptionally soundly, not only from exhaustion, but also from the fatigue of having his power drained. By the next morning, he woke up full of energy. He first tested the space gate. It opened normally, so sleep could replenish his superpower consumption. He didn't experiment further. Opening it too many times would tire him out, requiring rest. After washing up, Zhao arrived with breakfast, followed by 5 women who had signed up. They all knew that Zhang Xiaowen had switched cell blocks after returning last night. After a hearty meal, Jiang Han told Zhao to gather everyone he wanted to reward merit. The crowd quickly assembled, still divided into 2 groups. Zhang Jiro, Qin Shirin, Lu Shuangshuang, Shun Xinga, He Mengming, Meng Chao, Zhang Xiaowen, and 2 others, 9 women in total, stood in front while the ordinary prisoners stood behind. In our Papa women's prison, merit is rewarded and faults are punished. Yesterday's rescue mission saw 3 people who were indispensable. Without them, most of you wouldn't have made it to the prison alive. Jiang Han declared loudly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. They are He Mengming, Shin Xinga, and Lu Shuangshuang. With that, Jiang Han slowly stepped forward, approaching the 3 women, who stood tall and proud. Jiang Han, like a general inspecting his soldiers, continued, I have decided to appoint He Mengming as the prison guard captain, Lu Shuangshuang as the deputy captain, and Shin Xinga as the warden's assistant. Lu Shuangshuang's obedience 4, reaching 100 points base coefficient, reward doubled. Shin King's obedience 3, a reaching 100 points base coefficient, reward doubled. Jiang Han received the prompts and continued, from today onward, He Mengming and Lu Shuangshuang, you 2 are responsible for the prison security. At this stage, we need a total of 10 guards. Discuss among yourselves who is suitable and inform me. The others' eyes lit up. 10 guards meant 8 spots still available. In the prison, being a guard was naturally superior to being a female inmate. Jiang Han continued, Shun Xinga, your duty is to be solely responsible for my daily life. Applause erupted. And this is also a reward for you, Jiang Han said, producing 3 small bags. Their contents were identical: 2 packs of chips, several bags of spicy sticks, and instant noodles, and a bottle of milk tea. All spoils from yesterday, items from the student supermarket. All the women's eyes gleamed with envy, even drooling. Snacks. In the current situation, snacks were an incredible rarity. They could indeed eat their fill, but snacks, none. Things they had once taken for granted now held an irresistible allure. Thus, in the next moment, a fighting spirit arose within them. I must perform well too. I want snacks too. Yet most of the female inmates knew one thing. They hadn't even passed the political review, so they lacked the chance to prove themselves, let alone earn rewards. Seeing the effect was sufficient, Jiang Han dismissed the group. Shin Xinga and the other 2 women returned to their room, content locking their prizes in their small cabinets. They planned to enjoy them in the evening while watching TV in front of their cellmates. Setting off again, their destination remained the vocational and technical college. Before leaving, Jiang Han selected Shinshinga as the warden's assistant in the system. Ding. Found. Assistant no. 1. Shinshinga age 20 obedience 100 daily Papa coins provided 198 enhancement 8 points ability none ding unlock corresponding items in the shop. Underwear, socks, shoes, suits, shirts. About a dozen personal items. Now there were clothes to change into. Depart. Still the vocational and technical college. Dormitory building no. 1 was finished today. They were heading to building no. 2. Accompanying him were Lu Shuang and He Mengming, both with obedience at 100, making them ideal enforcers. Additionally, Jiang Han called a girl named Dong Jin. Dong Jin, Su Yingshu's last roommate, stood just over 1 meter 50, the petite and cute type. With a look score of 87, she wasn't outstanding in a prison full of beauties, but outside, she would be considered class belle material. Calling Dong Jin was deliberate. At this moment, Su Yingxue, without news of her sister, was feeling low and in need of comfort. If Dong Jin also left her, who else could Su Yingxue turn to? Only him. When Dong Jin, with her hair in a bun and wearing a Mickey Mouse hairpin, was brought by Zheng Jiaro, Jiang Han clearly sensed her surprise. In truth, Dong Jin had never shown anything special. She worked 8, and even bathed quietly, her head always lowered, never revealing any desire for a political review. If she weren't Su Yingshu's roommate, Jiang Han might never have noticed her. Warden, is there something? Dong Jin looked up at Jiang Han, her face slightly flushed, seemingly shy. Jiang Han studied her surprise to find an obedience level of 85. Seems like the compliant type. Today you'll accompany us on the rescue mission. Are you willing? He asked. Dong Jin's face reddened further, biting her lip. After a long pause, she forced out, I want to undergo the political review. Jiang Han almost laughed. What were you thinking? I didn't mention the political review. Are you trying to remind me? Dong Jin quickly lowered her head. I wasn't. Jiang Han casually patted her. Actually, I don't want to review you either. Oh, huh. Dong Jin's pretty face grew even redder. Was he mocking her? She wanted to retort, but couldn't find the right words, so she simply bowed her head and followed behind Jiang Han. As the prison van slowly departed, a sudden thought struck Jiang Han. What if he randomly bound a driver? Not for driving, just to occupy the position to see what items would unlock. He had already discovered that the jobs female inmates didn't need to match the system's roles. For instance, appointing Qin Shirin as a cook, while letting other women handle the cooking, was perfectly fine. Acting on impulse, he selected the driver position in the system and chose Zhang Xiaowen. Ding. Detected that Zhang Xiaowen cannot drive, unable to bind. Jiang Han frowned. It seemed the corresponding skill was necessary. No matter, he still had the teacher team. 6 beautiful teachers, surely someone could drive. He chose Baijie. Ding. Detected that Baijie's obedience is below 90, unable to bind. Could drive, obedience over 90. Zheng Jiaro and Qin Shirin should work. He tried again. Ding. Qin Shirin's current identity is cook, unable to bind. Alright, Jiang Han completely gave up. Let fate decide. The prison van rolled slowly, Dong Jin sitting silently in her seat, head bowed, lost in thought. At 10 a.m., the van entered the college, which was eerily quiet. The security booth was a wreck from yesterday's gunfight. The bodies of those he had killed were missing their internal organs, with a few zombies gnawing on the remains. Jiang Han accelerated past, and soon arrived at dormitory building No. 2. After ensuring the area was safe, he had He Mengming and Lu Shuang get out, tossing a pre-recorded loudspeaker about 20 or 30 meters east of the entrance. This would let those inside know rescue had arrived, while also attracting the zombies' attention, reducing pressure on the van. In the apocalypse, though merciless people have feelings, Papa Women's Prison offers a safe haven. We provide food and shelter exclusively for beauties. The loudspeaker's voice echoed outside the building. Soon a girl opened a window. Is that the Papa Women's Prison? Her voice was low but couldn't hide her excitement. News had spread across the campus, a women's prison offering food, shelter, and safety, a place to survive. But there was a catch: only beauties. He Mengming casually dispatched a zombie that tried to approach, looking up. Yes. If you think you qualify, come down. But there are a few zombies in the hallway. Figure it out yourselves. This was also Jiang Han's requirement. Zombies weren't particularly fast. With caution, they could make it out. And with only 2 fighters currently, sending one away would endanger the van. Of course, Jiang Han wouldn't say that. His stated reason was that he didn't want his women to take risks. Lu Shuang guarded the van door, while He Mengming watched the building entrance. Meanwhile, in the principal's office of the now deserted administration building, a dozen burly middle-aged men surrounded a bed. On the bed lay a youth with closed eyes. Beside the bed sat a man around 50, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Boss, the young master's temperature has dropped a bit. It's now 47 degrees. Seated on the bed was none other than Gao Laodao, the chairman of Changxing Group, who had crossed paths with Jiang Han once before. Around 1 in the morning last night, he had personally led over 100 of his men, driving 16 vehicles, to the vocational and technical college. It was practically a full-scale mobilization of the entire group, all for the sake of his only son Gao Zichen. After confirming with Wang Mingtang and Wang Ba, he quickly deduced Jiang Han's identity. This was the very person who had occupied Xinghe International and was rumored to have a women's prison there. Gao Laoda was utterly perplexed. The abandoned building belonged to his group, yet someone else had turned it into a prison without his knowledge. This was almost an impossibility. Could it be the descendant of some high-ranking official or a prominent family? He had indeed heard some rumors since the apocalypse broke out, that the upper echelons of the authorities, including certain major clans, had known the news in advance. They had secretly stockpiled supplies and even built shelters, all to expand their own power in the midst of the cataclysm. If that were the case, he had to capture him alive. Since you knew about the apocalypse beforehand, you must have supplies on hand. So Gao Laoda formulated a plan overnight. As long as Jiang Han showed up at the college again, he was confident he could detain him. For no other reason than the supplies. Just then a man about 1.6 meters tall with a muscular build walked in. He leaned close to Gao Laoda's ear and said, "Boss, one of our brothers spotted Jiang Han coming." Gao Laoda's eyes lit up. After hearing the details from the stocky man, he said a long "well done." Then he turned his gaze to Wang Mingtang and his son, who were not far away. "Dean Wang, which direction is the No. 2 female dormitory building on your campus?" Wang Mingtang was now filled with regret. He had abandoned the cafeteria given up on by Jia, whom he had long coveted, and protected Gao Zichen while hiding in the principal's office. But where was the pistol he had been promised? Gao Laoda had never given it to him after arriving. Not only that, but he had also offended Jiang Han. According to a trusted subordinate left in the cafeteria, Jiang Han had killed over 30 people yesterday just to find him. If he had known this would happen, he should never have ambushed him in the first place. Why not just let Jiang Han take away some beauties? He had heard that Jiang Han had high standards. Among the dozen female teachers he had his eye on, only 6 were taken. Even the leftovers were more than enough for him to enjoy. Alas, it was too late to say anything now. With Gao Laoda here armed with men and guns, he would have no say from now on. Forget about enjoying women. He might not even be able to protect his own son. Look at how that man named Along was eyeing his boy. Just as he was wallowing in regret, he suddenly heard Gao Laoda's question and had to steel himself to reply, "It's to the southwest of the office building." Be more specific. 3 minutes later, Gao Laoda gazed at the dormitory building through the window. "Along, tell the brothers to proceed with the plan." "Yes," the stocky man replied, then glanced at Wang Ba standing in the corner and continued, "Boss, I want to bring a few helpers. How about him?" He gestured with his chin towards Wang Ba. Wang Mingtang was on the verge of tears. "Along, he's just a kid, he can't do anything." Along chuckled darkly. "No problem, as long as he listens." Wang Mingtang wanted to say more, but was cut off by Gao Laoda. "Fine, but make sure it gets done." Along's expression turned serious. "Don't worry, boss." Amidst Wang Mingtang's pleading gaze, Wang Ba was taken away by Along. The two got into a Mercedes-Benz and drove off, stopping about 10 meters later in front of a white off-road vehicle. Along rolled down the window and shouted to the driver of the off-road vehicle, "Jiang Han, we'll be coming down that road soon. Hit him as we planned." "Got it, Long." And so Along went from car to car, informing everyone of their positions and tasks with crystal clarity. Wang Ba could only sit dumbly in the passenger seat. After deploying all 15 vehicles, Along parked in a corner and smiled at Wang Ba. "Don't move," he said, pulling out a gun and shoving it into Wang Ba's mouth. Wang Ba was already terrified, trembling uncontrollably. "Long," he managed to mumble around the barrel. "Don't call me Long, call me Daddy." Meanwhile, Jiang Han had been busy for half an hour loading 18 girls into his car. There weren't many girls in Building 2 to begin with, and after 3 days of apocalypse, few beauties remained. Seeing that time was running short, Jiang Han called out, and had he Ming Ming and the other girl get in the car to head home. The entire Tianhai Vocational and Technical College held no more value for him. There might still be some women who met his criteria, but they would be scattered. Rather than waste time searching for them, it was better to move on. He already had a plan. 3 kilometers north of the prison was Lijiang residential area, home to several thousand permanent residents. What mattered most in the apocalypse? Supplies. In other words, food and water. Those trapped in their homes would likely have more food on hand, so they would survive longer. It was a pity, though, that he hadn't gathered all 3 campus goddesses, especially missing the top one among them. Jiang Han turned to ask the 18 new girls, "Does any of you know Yin Xiaoxiao?" In truth, this name was known to nearly everyone on campus. She was the most beautiful of the 3 campus beauties, rumored to come from a very prominent family. Both her parents were in politics, holding high positions. It was said that Yin Xiaoxiao was surrounded by a crowd of rich young masters, every day receiving enough flowers to open a shop. One girl raised her hand, and after receiving permission said, "I shared a dorm with Xiaoxiao. She stopped coming to school a few days before the apocalypse." "Oh." Jiang Han was taken aback. "What a shame. Do you know where she lives?" The girl glanced at those around her and shook her head. "I'm not sure. She never mentioned it." Jiang Han looked at this girl through the rearview mirror. Name Wang Na, age 21, appearance 89 points, meets requirements. Just then something flew in from an angle, tumbling and smashing into the car window. Crack. The sharp sound of shattering glass. Jiang Han jolted. Someone was ambushing him again. The noise wasn't from the window breaking, but a glass bottle. To be precise, a Molotov cocktail. The bottle, half filled with liquid, burst open and quickly ignited a large sheet of flames. The bulletproof glass crackled under the heat and half the windshield was obscured by the blaze. He instinctively hit the brakes. Then the seemingly empty cars around him suddenly roared to life, surrounding Jiang Han's vehicle. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless Molotov cocktails flew from these cars, crashing viciously onto the prison van and the ground nearby. The entire vehicle quickly caught fire. That wasn't all. As the flames rose, several gunshots rang out abruptly. Bang! Bang! No silencers. The benefit of Jiang Han's 50-point enhancement became apparent. The moment the shot sounded, he reacted instantly, ducking down to hide beneath the seat. When he raised his head again, he realized he had overreacted. After the vehicle's upgrade, it was equipped with bulletproof glass. The spots where bullets had struck only showed faint white marks. Gasoline bottles blazed fiercely as flames churned beyond the window. Through the air distorted by scorching heat, Jiang Han spotted 3 vehicles parked not far ahead. At the same moment, his adversaries noticed him as well. The driver and passenger doors of each car swung open simultaneously, and 2 figures emerged from every vehicle. 6 individuals, 6 guns, all aimed in unison at the prison van. A scene reminiscent of a cinematic gangster deal gone awry. Bang bang bang. Open fire. Oh. The newly arrived girl behind him let out a piercing scream, cowering in terror, covering her head as she dove beneath the seat in a frantic mess. Bullets howled through the air, striking the windshield and leaving a constellation of white specks that blurred his vision. Detection: prison van damage at 1. Repair requires 30 papa coins. Detection: prison van damage at 2. Repair requires 60 papa coins. Jiang Han's heart jolted. Even bulletproof glass had its limits. If it endured too many rounds, it would eventually shatter. Fight back. Offense was the best defense. Yet he had no idea what lay outside. There might be more gunmen. Opening the window was out of the question. A sudden inspiration struck him. He retrieved the submachine gun and opened a spatial gate right before him. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The MP7's rate of fire was staggering, an entire magazine emptied in under 2 seconds. Within Jiang Han's tiny 1-cubic pocket dimension, 30 bullets now floated. He flipped the spatial gate, projecting it beyond the windshield. With a mere thought, the 30 rounds poured out like a torrential storm. Bang! The explosions merged into a single, thunderous roar. This wide-ranging assault left the enemies no room to escape. They were riddled like sieves. Effective. But no sooner had the 6 fallen than gunfire erupted from the side. More of them. And their aim was deadly accurate. Rounds struck the side window. Jiang Han saw clearly without the bulletproof glass that shot would have pierced him. He turned his head, spotting 2 armed men in the crimson mist squinting as they took aim. Before he could return fire, a rumbling sound emerged from the prison van's left. The next second, a massive white rectangle appeared in his field of vision, racing closer at breakneck speed. A truck. Jiang Han realized the white shape was a reversing box truck. Crash. The truck's rear slammed violently into the prison van's side, sending it into a violent shudder. Then another truck, even larger, struck from the right in the same manner. Damn it! Jiang Han cursed, disoriented by the relentless assault. Was there no end to this? After the collision, both trucks sped forward into the red mist, then reversed once more. Again. But this time Jiang Han was ready. He floored the accelerator at the perfect moment. The prison van roared like an arrow released from a bow, shooting forward. Under the force of inertia, the girls in the back were tossed about in a chaotic tumble. Oblivious that their target had escaped, the 2 trucks continued at full throttle. Boom. A deafening crash echoed as their rears collided in a violent embrace, the cargo boxes crumpling and locking together. He Meng stumbled from the fall, but scrambled up without a care, stepping over the scattered women to peer outside. Spotting numerous armed figures closing in, she shouted urgently, "Warden, we're under attack." She moved to retaliate. "Don't open the window." Jiang Han barked. He Meng quickly withdrew her hand. He addressed her and the girls on the floor. "Everyone stay calm. Our vehicle is bulletproof. As long as you remain inside, you're absolutely safe. Xuan, get everyone back in their seats and buckled up. I'm about to drive like hell." He switched magazines and began stockpiling bullets. In under 10 seconds, all 4 magazines were emptied. Most of the girls finally snapped out of their panic. Urged by Lu Xuan, they ignored their bruises and crawled back to their seats, truly terrified of being thrown around again. Yet joy mingled with their fear, for the car's glass was indeed bulletproof. Bulletproof. That alone showcased the strength of Papa Women's Prison. Jiang Han closed the spatial gate and tossed the empty magazines to He Meng. "Reload." He Meng caught the magazines and began loading them swiftly. Jiang Han pondered. These men had guns, weren't from the school, and had set an ambush along his exact route. From this, he deduced that Boss Gao had allied with the Wang father and son. Boss Gao providing men and weapons, the Wangs supplying intelligence. "They're trying to stop me with this." With a thought, he opened a spatial gate directly facing the group, closing in from the left. After using this method once, he seemed to grasp a knack for improving accuracy. Over 20 bullets took down 4 enemies. Repeating the tactic, Jiang Han moved to the passenger seat. Since the gate only worked within a meter of him, he pressed his face as close to the window as possible. Dong Jin was petrified since hearing the gunfire. She had been convinced death was imminent. Seeing Jiang Han approach, she clung to him as her anchor. "Warden, save me," she cried, throwing herself into his arms. This was no time for distractions. Jiang Han shoved her head, pushing her back into her seat. "Shut up. Keep yapping, and he'll hit you." Compliance 5, huh? Jiang Han's mind froze for a split second, but he quickly refocused on the enemy. With practiced ease, he opened the gate and fired, this time with even greater precision. After a round, the would-be attackers were decimated. "Holy crap, this kid's ruthless. Run." A man's voice, trembling with terror, came from outside. He abandoned his gun, fleeing, as if escaping a nightmare. "Trying to leave now? A bit late, isn't it?" Jiang Han swiftly returned to the driver's seat and wrenched the steering wheel. "Hold tight, it's time to strike back." The women, hearing this, gripped their seats for dear life, bracing for acceleration. He floored the gas, ramming the white car ahead. The small car soared into the air, then landed heavily upside down, like an overturned turtle. Jiang Han pressed on, second, third, fourth vehicles. He smashed every car in sight, occupied or not. Soon he spotted a red sports car. Its original mission had been to hurl Molotov cocktails, but after witnessing Jiang Han's overwhelming firepower, had gone silent, hoping to escape notice. To its horror, the towering prison van bore down on it, forcing it to flee. But it was too late. The moment it started, its tires were blown out. Seeing the low-slung sports car, Jiang Han floored it and drove straight over its roof, flattening it into a metal pancake. Onward. He overturned over 30 vehicles, 9 of which were occupied. Truly cathartic. A black Mercedes soon caught his eye. Just as he accelerated, the doors flew open. A stocky man, pantsless, scrambled out from the driver's side, while a younger man, also without trousers, emerged from the passenger side. Looking closer, the younger man seemed familiar. Wasn't that Wang Ba? Jiang Han was momentarily stunned by Wang Ba's appearance. It took his brain 2 seconds to react before he opened the space gate. This gave the short, stocky man time to escape. The man seemed trained, moving swiftly as he rolled on the ground, twice dodging the bullets before vanishing into the thick red mist. Jiang Han sighed. Let you live a little longer then. He didn't kill Wang Ba. Instead, he followed him with amusement, occasionally toying with him using a loudspeaker. Wang Ba, barefoot, his buttocks and thighs drenched in blood, kept looking back in terror, running faster each time. A zombie appeared on his left. He dodged right, only to find another on his right, forcing him back left. He was like a beaten cur of fish slipping through a torn net. Of course, Wang Ba saw the car behind him. But what could he do? He could only keep running. Was he supposed to turn back and fight to the death? Beep, beep, beep. Just as he struggled through a pack of 5 or 6 zombies, the honking behind him rang out at the perfect moment, attracting even more of the undead. Fuck. Finally, he couldn't run anymore. His feet were embedded with stones and glass, causing excruciating pain. The wound on his buttocks grew larger with every step, tearing at his lungs. He collapsed onto the ground. Come on, just kill me. I don't want to live anymore. Jiang Han certainly wasn't going to let him die so easily. He activated the space gate and bullets flew out silently, killing the encroaching zombies. Then he said to He Mengming, "Go down and bring him up." Wang Ba closed his eyes, certain he was about to die. But after waiting for what felt like an eternity, the expected pain never came. He opened his eyes to see a beautiful girl in combat gear. However, her next words made him wish he were dead. "Is that all? Are you a baby?" Wang Ba knew exactly what she meant. It was his biggest secret for years, one not even his girlfriend, Yin Yu, knew. And now it was exposed for all to see. Yi Mengmeng curled her lips in disgust and kicked Wang Ba twice with her shiny black leather boots, as if kicking a dead dog. "Get up. Our warden wants to see you." "Jiang Han wants to see me." "No, I don't want to go. Let me die." Wang Ba screamed inwardly. But under the threat of guns, he had no choice. Eventually, he got into the car, followed by gasps and snickers from the girls. "It's even smaller than my little brother's," one girl said, half covering her eyes and blushing as she spoke to another. "Your brother is in elementary school, right?" "He's 3. Ha ha. Most of them had seen enough to recognize Wang Ba's abnormality at a glance. Wang Ba, listening to the women's voices, covered himself, frantically looking at Jiang Han in terror. "What do you want?" Jiang Han suddenly understood why Yin Yu's charge count remained at 0 after 2 years with him. He chuckled. "Wang Ba, I'm a reasonable man. You ambushed me, tried to kill me. That's your right. Now that you're in my hands, isn't it my right to decide how to deal with you?" Wang Ba's legs trembled violently, his teeth chattering, but he still tried to appear calm. "Jiang Han, if you're a man, just shoot me." Yi Mengmeng was furious. She lifted her little foot and kicked Wang Ba in the knee. "Does our brother Jiang have the right to be called a man? Who are you to judge?" Jiang Han toyed with his submachine gun. "Kill you? That would be too easy. That short guy seemed pretty close to you. How about this'll find him and send you to him? What do you think?" This struck Wang Ba's deepest wound. He shook his head frantically. "No, just kill me." Tears and snot streamed down his face as he wailed in despair. Jiang Han's face darkened. "Talk. Who are they? Tell me everything you know, and they'll give you a quick death." Wang Ba was on the verge of a breakdown, sobbing. "They're boss Gao's men from Qianxin Group. They came to pick up Gao Zichen." Jiang Han listened quietly while drinking water. What Wang Ba said matched what he already knew. Boss Gao. This was the second time Head sent someone to kill him. He couldn't be left alive. Where are they? Jiang Han asked. Wang Ba had regained some clarity and looked up at him. Brother Jiang, can I ask you for a favor? Can I join your prison? Huh, that's not what you were saying earlier, Jiang Han replied. Wang Ba quickly said, Brother Jiang, I don't want to die. He'll follow you from now on. Just give me something to eat, and he'll do anything. Jiang Han shook his head. Unfortunately, this is a women's prison. To get in, you'd need surgery. Aside from himself, no other man was allowed or possible inside the prison. To his surprise, Wang Ba looked down at his own manhood and suddenly gritted his teeth. Fine. Brother Jiang, he'll do the surgery. His face was filled with determination. Jiang Han spat out a mouthful of water. Can't you take a joke? He continued, besides the surgery, there's something else you need to do. What is it, Brother Jiang? Just say the word. Lead the way. I'm going to kill Boss Gao and his men. Deal. According to Wang Ba, Boss Gao and his 10 men were in the school's principal's office. Leaving Lu Shuang in the car, Jiang Han, He Mengming, and Wang Ba got out and headed straight for the office building. Meanwhile, in the principal's office. Boss, look. The young master's fever is breaking. A lackey said to Boss Gao, who was frowning by the window. Boss Gao's spirits lifted. The fever's breaking. Yes, it's down to 38 degrees now. It's dropping fast. Boss Gao was overjoyed and rushed to his son's bedside. He touched his forehead. It was no longer hot. Just then hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. Boss. Boss Gao turned and saw Along, who had narrowly escaped Jiang Han's gunfire. One look was enough to fill him with dread. Along had no pants on, his body covered in blood, a clear sign of a disastrous defeat. What happened? Boss Gao demanded sternly. Boss, it's bad. That Jiang Han's firepower is too strong. All the brothers. They're dead. Boss Gao's scalp nearly exploded. What did you say? Useless. He cursed furiously. Dozens of men ambushing one with guns and ammo, and they still suffered a catastrophic defeat. All those subordinates raised for nothing. Useless, useless, a bunch of useless fools. Along said with a mournful face. Boss, stop scolding me. We need to leave now. That Jiang Han might come for us any minute. Boss Gao looked back at his son on the bed and let out a frustrated grunt. Then he said, quick, carry Zichen. We're going downstairs. The men scrambled to lift Gao Zichen, ready to leave. Wang Mingtang rushed over and grabbed Along's arm. Brother Long, don't go yet. Where's my son? Along was already anxious. Seeing Wang Mingtang wasting his time, he kicked him directly. Get the fuck out of here. Wang Mingtang was knocked flat on his back and couldn't get up for a while. He lay on the ground cursing. Son of a bitch. Fuck your mother. Along's temper flared. Am I supposed to take shit from Jiang Han and then from you? He didn't have a gun now, but he still had his fists and feet. So in the next moment, he unleashed a relentless beating on the prone Wang Mingtang. Slap, slap, punch, kick. He worked out regularly and was incredibly strong. After just a few blows, Wang Mingtang was barely breathing. Along felt satisfied. He spat viciously and waved his hand. Let's go. Just then a voice spoke from the doorway. Going. Do you think you can? Along shuddered at the sight of the newcomer. Jiang Han. Those two words were like a curse. The people at the door scattered in an instant. Two burly men instinctively reached for their waists, only to remember that all the guns had been taken by Along for a concentrated ambush. But they had already made the motion to draw their weapons, so the next second both men collapsed simultaneously, each with a bloody hole in their head. Spatial bullets were truly miraculous. The bullets entered, yet the noise remained outside, fired in utter silence. Everyone present turned pale. What kind of superpower was this? Firing bullets with his hands in his pockets. Rush him together. Boss Gao, seasoned in the underworld, quickly regained his composure. He knew that only by swarming Jiang Han could they possibly kill him and survive. His henchmen were different from the students at school. They were accustomed to violence, and at this life-or-death moment a fierce brutality surged within them. So they charged forward. But was it any use? In the face of absolute power, everything was but a fleeting cloud. Jiang Han opened his spatial void wide, first to the left, then to the right, and bullets flew out in torrents. Though not very accurate, their sheer quantity made up for it. Then these men were all struck down dead. Having an ability was that formidable. The only ones left alive in the room were Boss Gao Long and the still unconscious Gao Zichen. Jiang Han pulled the pistol from his waist and handed it to Wang Ba behind him, pointing at the two trembling men. Come on, the choice is yours. This bastard killed your father. Wang Ba's eyes were already burning with fury. Having witnessed his father's murder with his own eyes, he was enraged. He took the gun and aimed it at Along. You son of a bitch. Oh no, please. Along was terrified, fearing the shot, and quickly covered his head with his arms. Wang Ba's face twisted with malice, not only for the blood feud, but also for what had happened earlier. Go to hell. He snarled fiercely. Click. No bullet. Wang Ba stared at the pistol in confusion, pulled the trigger twice more, and then suddenly realized it was empty. Jiang Han slapped his forehead. Oops, sorry, I forgot to load it. He could never give Wang Ba a loaded gun, even if those firearms were useless against him. You tricked me. Wang Ba muttered, then was tackled to the ground by Along. You little punk, trying to kill me. The two wrestled fiercely. Brother Jiang, save me. Wang Ba, overpowered and pinned down by a long, called out for help amidst the struggle. Then fists rained down on his face like a storm. Jiang Han watched the scene calmly. Let the dogs fight among themselves. Half a minute later, Wang Ba, like his father, was beaten to death by Along. Along sat on the ground, panting heavily. Jiang Han sighed. How fragile. I wanted to watch a bit longer. Then he put a bullet through Along's head. Bang. The corpse crumpled. Having done all this, Jiang Han stared expressionlessly at Boss Gao. Well, now it's just you. Gulping hard, Boss Gao shielded his son. Stay back. Just then a scream erupted from the bed. It was Gao Zichen, who had been unconscious for days. Jiang Han's heart jolted. Gao Zichen was awake. Overjoyed at the sound of his son's voice, Boss Gao forgot about Jiang Han and turned around hastily. Zichen, you're awake. How do you feel? Any discomfort? On the bed, Gao Zichen lay with eyes closed and brows furrowed, as if struggling to break free from some torment, like the final push against sleep paralysis. Odd. Suddenly he snapped his eyes open, sat bolt upright in bed, gasping for breath as beads of sweat rolled down. Jiang Han noticed his pallid, terrifying complexion. Then Gao Zichen stared fixedly at Jiang Han. You fucking killed my dad. They'll fucking kill you. As he spoke, something bizarre happened. Two beams of white light shot from Gao Zichen's eyes, hurtling toward Jiang Han at incredible speed. Ever since drinking the tap water, Gao Zichen had been feverish and unconscious, but this was no ordinary coma. He could hear and feel everything around him with perfect clarity. From yesterday on, Gao Zichen had sensed changes in his body. Gradually he understood that he had acquired a superpower which felt as natural as a part of his own being. He would have needed more time to sleep, but hearing his father in danger, he couldn't bear it and forced himself awake. This turn of events caught Jiang Han completely off guard. He never imagined that someone who had been unconscious moments ago could become so lethal in an instant. But his 50-point enhancement was not for nothing. Though his mind lagged, his legs moved on their own. He leaped to the right, his entire body springing away. The white beams missed, striking the wall and leaving two small holes. Formidable. This was far more destructive than bullets. Seeing his attack miss, Gao Zichen jumped off the bed. They'll fucking drag you out. Whoosh. Another beam of white light. But in the next second, Jiang Han suddenly stood still. In his haste, he had almost forgotten about the spatial gate. Come on, hit me, Jiang Han said, his eyes blazing at Gao Zichen across from him. At the same time, he opened the spatial gate in front of him. This was absolute defense. You're asking for it. Gao Zichen yelled with a hint of excitement, his eyes flashing. The white light shot out instantly. Jiang Han instinctively closed his eyes and made a dodging motion, but he didn't actually move. Because once the spatial gate was opened, it couldn't be relocated. If his body moved beyond the sensing range, the gate would automatically close. And that would be the real danger. These were conclusions he had drawn after repeated testing yesterday. Warden, watch out. Just then Meng suddenly shouted. Unaware of the spatial gate, she only saw Jiang Han in peril and was panic-stricken. Like a madwoman, she raised her gun and fired at Gao Zichen. No. Jiang Han tried to stop her, but it was too late. Gao Zichen whirled around faster than her action. Before Meng could fully lift her gun, the white beams had already shot out. Their speed was nearly that of light. One struck her shoulder, the other her left chest. Damn it. Jiang Han wanted to go to her, but Gao Zichen was too fast. By the time he reacted, Meng had already fallen, blood staining her chest. They'll fucking kill you. Jiang Han cursed, ready to finish Gao Zichen. But Gao Zichen was no pushover. After hitting Meng, he turned back to attack Jiang Han. Forced to abandon the idea of killing him for now, Jiang Han had to defend himself with the spatial gate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Beam after beam of white light flew steadily into the gate. Jiang Han wanted to counterattack, but Gao Zichen's rate of fire was too high. He had to wait for an opportunity. After a few seconds, Gao Zichen gradually slowed down. Perfect timing. Spotting an opening, Jiang Han closed the spatial gate, flipped it, and opened it again. This entire sequence took only a fraction of a second. Go to hell. Jiang Han shouted as the remaining bullets in the space poured out. Just then another twist occurred. Boss Gao, who had been frozen in shock, found a sudden surge of strength. He lunged forward, pushing his son out of the way. Thud, thud, thud. Over a dozen bullets embedded themselves in his body. He died on the spot. Daddy. Gao Zichen was frantic, utterly frantic. They'll fight you to the death. Gao Zichen shot Meng, and Jiang Han killed Big Boss Gao. Both were consumed by bloodlust. A streak of white light after another shot from Gao Zichen. He couldn't understand why he couldn't hit Jiang Han, but he knew he couldn't stop, for in the brief moment he had paused earlier, he had nearly been killed by Jiang Han. In the past few days, the unconscious Gao Zichen's heart was racing with excitement. He knew he possessed supernatural powers, especially when his father brought people to his side, making him feel incredibly secure. He had believed himself to be unique, the protagonist, the master of this world. But to his surprise, the first opponent he encountered upon waking was so formidable. He could deduce that Jiang Han was also someone with some kind of supernatural ability, which meant he wasn't the only one. For a moment, Gao Zichen was overwhelmed with a myriad of emotions, his mind in a whirl, feeling dizzy. Dizzy? Why was he dizzy? The moment this thought surfaced, Gao Zichen suddenly couldn't stand stars dancing before his eyes, and his once proud eyes could no longer emit any white light. What's happening to me? In an instant his legs gave way, and he thudded to the ground. It's over. That was the last thought in his mind before he blacked out. Meanwhile Jiang Han was also feeling unwell, the world spinning around him. But unlike Gao Zichen, he knew this was a sign that his supernatural energy was nearly depleted, so he was mentally prepared. At this moment Jiang Han was struggling to stabilize the space gate, sweat pouring down his forehead like a waterfall. Finally, he noticed Gao Zichen's abnormality. What a perfect opportunity. Overjoyed, Jiang Han mustered his last bit of strength, deactivated the space gate's defensive mode, and flipped it around to face his opponent. He would turn the tables and use Gao Zichen's own white light to end his life. How dare you touch my woman? Die. But the next second the space gate didn't open. Damn. No more energy. Jiang Han never expected that at such a critical moment the space gate wouldn't open. But it didn't matter. He still had his gun. He staggered back a few steps, barely steadying himself, then drew his pistol and aimed it at the unconscious Gao Zichen. Bang bang bang, the bullets fired. The first shot hit his opponent's left arm, but due to physical exhaustion, he couldn't control the gun's recoil. From the second shot onward the bullets flew higher, shattering the office's ceiling and chandelier. It was this shot that jolted Gao Zichen from his semi-conscious state. Ignoring the pain, he mustered his last ounce of strength, bolted upright, and then shot towards the window like a cannonball. Crash! The glass shattered, and he jumped out of the building. Jiang Han wanted to rush over, even if just to fire a few shots into the air, but he couldn't. All he could do was watch helplessly as Gao Zichen jumped. He lay on the ground for a full 10 minutes before pulling out his earpiece. Lu Shuangshuang, bring 4 people to the principal's office. After speaking, he supported himself on the table and stood up, took a few deep breaths, straightened his disheveled clothes and hair, and forced himself to perk up. He Meng lay on the ground, her eyes closed, her face pale, with a large patch of blood on her chest. Jiang Han felt for her breath. Still alive barely, but she was severely injured and needed immediate treatment. Before long, Lu Shuangshuang arrived with 4 female students. Seeing the bodies on the floor, they screamed in terror. Only Lu Shuangshuang, who had fired a gun before, remained relatively calm and rushed to Jiang Han's side. Jiang Han, are you hurt? Jiang Han maintained his composure. Of course not. They're no match for me. As the prison warden and the pillar of the female inmates, he had to appear as if nothing was wrong. He needed to cultivate an image that as long as he was there was no danger, no problem unsolvable, and the prison was the safest place in this apocalypse. Jiang Han's words reassured Lu Shuangshuang. Soon she spotted He Meng in a pool of blood. Meng, what happened to her? To be honest, He Meng's appearance was terrifying. Her complexion was no different from the corpses on the ground. If not for her unique clothing, Lu Shuangshuang would have mistaken her for dead. Jiang Han took a deep breath and said as calmly as possible, "Don't worry, she'll be fine. But we need to get back to the prison immediately." The 5 women worked together to place He Meng on a stretcher, the same one Big Boss Gao had used to carry his son. Back in the car, Jiang Han was extremely weak, but no one noticed. "Let's go." He laid He Meng flat on the passenger seat, while Dong Jin held her head, crying incessantly, tears streaming down. But Jiang Han noticed He Meng's brow furrow slightly. She's not dead. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he opened his interface while driving. He was too weak and decided to try adding some enhancements to alleviate it. These enhancement points were meant to improve physical functions, but his current depletion was in mental energy, so the effect was minimal. Spending 1,000 units, his enhancement value increased from 50 to 60, providing only a slight relief. Jiang Han could have added more, but there was another matter that forced him to be frugal. He Meng's injury required treatment. He opened the building interface and found the infirmary. In truth, even without this incident, he had been planning to unlock the infirmary. He would also need to bind a good doctor. Given the current situation, someone could get injured at any time, and having a doctor would provide a sense of security. He tried, but none of the women he had possessed this skill, so he couldn't bind anyone. The infirmary was on the 12th floor and cost 1,000 units. Jiang Han had 1,200 left, so he clicked to unlock it. Ding, infirmary unlocked. Corresponding items in the shop unlocked: iodine, cotton swabs, medical alcohol, Yunnan Baiyao, ibuprofen, cephalosporin, banlangen, amoxicillin. He had medicine now, albeit only the basics, but it was better than nothing. He picked up the walkie-talkie and briefly explained He Meng's injury, instructing Zheng Jiaro to bring people to the garage entrance. Driving through the red mist was already extremely difficult, and with his supernatural energy depleted, Jiang Han truly wished he had a good driver. An hour later, the prison van slowly entered the prison. Zheng Jiaro was already prepared. As soon as the door opened, she led a dozen female inmates to greet them, including Su Yingxue, as the two were best friends. Jiang Han handed over a large bag of medicine he had prepared earlier and left the rest to Zheng Jiaro. He needed to sleep. He was so tired, unbearably tired. He Meng was carried out of the van, her top removed, and taken to the infirmary on the 12th floor. The women gathered around her at a loss. The wound on He Meng's arm wasn't too severe, but the hole in her left chest was critical. The injury looked terrifying, and none of them dared to act rashly. In the end, Su Yingxue mustered her courage, gritted her teeth, and poured 3 bottles of Yunnan Bai Yao onto the wound, plugging the gaping hole. It had at least the effect of stopping the bleeding. It was not until 11 o'clock at night that Jiang Han finally rose from bed, brimming with energy. He first tested the ability of the space gate, and was pleased to find it had recovered. Through his afternoon battle with Gao Zichen, he had gained a basic understanding of supernatural abilities. For instance, with the space gate, he could currently only keep it open for a brief period, roughly 1 minute. Whether he kept it continuously open or opened it for just a second, the total duration could not exceed 1 minute. If he exceeded that limit, he would experience a dangerous depletion of his supernatural energy. Gao Zichen's performance that day had also demonstrated this point. His combat duration was similar to Jiang Han's, but because he was unaware of his own energy limit, he ultimately lost. Jiang Han pondered this situation, then opened the system interface again to check his own status. Ability Space Gate, there was a plus sign behind it. He clicked it, and the system prompted upgrade requires 200 pp, coins insufficient balance. A surge of joy filled Jiang Han's heart. It seemed abilities could indeed be upgraded. If he and Gao Zichen were both first-level ability users with equal energy reserves, then what would happen if he became second-level? Death, of course. However, the next upgrade cost 200 coins, indicating that the PP coin cost for ability upgrades was cumulative. This was an astronomically huge number. If he upgraded to level 10, the cost would range from 1000 to 1000. How much would that be? 550000. What about level 100 or 1000? Astronomical figures. He currently had only a little over 100 female prisoners, yielding a daily income of just 1000 coins. Even if he abandoned constructing other buildings and only focused on upgrading his ability, it would still take nearly 2 months. So in the end, it came down to having too few women. I need more people. Jiang Han screamed inwardly. After getting up, his first task was to check on He Mengmeng. This woman was loyal and bold, traits he admired. Most importantly, He Mengmeng had been injured while out with him. If she died, who would dare to work in the future? The infirmary lights were on. Zheng Jiaro, Su Yingxue, Qin Shirin, Zhang Xiaowen, Dong Jin, and others were all still awake. Lu Shuangshuang had only returned to her room to rest after several persuasions from Zheng Jiaro. As soon as Jiang Han entered, the women immediately crowded around him. They had already heard from Lu Shuangshuang that they had encountered an ability user during the outing, and that He Mengmeng had been injured by that person. This was an ability user. If they weren't with Jiang Han, who could guarantee their safety? Warden Mengmeng's bleeding has stopped, but her fever has spiked to over 40 degrees. Her injuries are too severe, Zhang Jiaro said softly, being the first to approach. Jiang Han nodded. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, she won't die. The 18 new female prisoners have been settled in. They were clamoring for political review, so I've written down all their names. Also, Sister Qin made you dinner. You should go eat something. Zheng Jiaro continued updating him on the situation. As Jiang Han listened, he observed He Mengmeng's condition. Her delicate brows were slightly furrowed. Her clothes, shoes, and socks had been removed, and she was covered with a cotton quilt stained with patches of blood. He touched her forehead. It was scorching hot. He reached under the covers and grasped her small hand. It was ice cold. Although Jiang Han had no medical knowledge, he knew He Mengmeng had an infection and needed an 4-drip. An 4-drip. He muttered to himself. But now he had no medicine and no doctor. How could he administer one? He turned to look at Su Yingxue and noticed her eyes were red, as if she had been crying. Jiang Han said, Yingxue, go and rest now. Tomorrow you're coming out with me. You'll drive. Su Yingshue's body trembled upon hearing this. You want me to drive? Yes, I need to go to the hospital to find some medicine and also find a doctor to treat Mengmeng's injuries. Are you willing? Upon hearing that driving was for He Mengmeng's sake, Su Yingxue quickly nodded. Yes, I'm willing. The other women spoke in unison. Go to the hospital. That's too dangerous. To be honest, they could all tell that He Mengmeng's injuries required a professional doctor. But how dangerous was the outside world now? The sky was filled with red mist, zombies were everywhere, and there were even powerful ability users. Going to the hospital now was practically courting death, so none of them dared to suggest it. But now, Jiang Han himself proposed going to the hospital just to save someone. And it was worth noting that Jiang Han was not short of women. They couldn't help but imagine themselves as He Mengmeng. If one day they were injured for Jiang Han's sake, would they receive the same treatment? The next moment, Jiang Han's words set their minds at ease. As long as you are my people, I will never stand by and do nothing. Ding. Su Yingshu's obedience 5, Qin Xian's obedience 5, Dong Jin's obedience 5. He received a wave of notifications. Even He Mengmeng on the bed seemed to smile slightly. Well, it looked like she would be fine. Su Yingxue helped He Mengmeng adjust her blanket, then returned to the cell block to get a good rest. Tomorrow's opportunity was too rare for her to afford any mistakes. As she reached the door, she suddenly turned back and gave Jiang Han a sweet smile. Thank you. Then she ran off shyly. Jiang Han squinted at her retreating figure. A 93-point woman, the pinnacle of beauty in the entire prison. It seemed a waste to keep her as just an ordinary prisoner. Afterwards, he left Dong Jin and Zhang Xiaowen in charge of taking care of He Mengmeng. As her roommates, he trusted they would do their utmost. He sent the rest back to their rooms. There was no point in them all staying here, it would only hinder Mengmeng's recovery. Once everyone was gone, Jiang Han decided to eat something and relieve his fatigue. He knew that every time he enhanced his physical constitution, he would feel an almost uncontrollable urge. And today on the way back he had added 10 points to it. So then Jiang Han looked at the two remaining women. Zhang Xiaowen seemed a bit unchallenging. So he said, Xiaowen, you stay here and take care of Mengmeng. Dong Jin, you come with me to eat. Dong Jin was startled and said weakly, maybe. Let Xiaowen go with you. No, it has to be you. Jiang Han's tone was filled with an unyielding finality. Dong Jin's body trembled, and she replied in a voice as soft as a mosquito, yes. The two arrived at the cafeteria. The meals prepared by Qin Shirin were all in the kitchen. Jiang Han sat casually at the table smoking a cigarette, watching Dong Jin busily moving about with a flushed face. His gaze was like an eagle eyeing its prey, causing Dong Jin's little heart to pound wildly. She thought to herself, is he going to do something to me? Suddenly crash. Lost in her wild thoughts, she stumbled and fell. A plate of scrambled eggs spilled all over the floor. Jiang Han stood up, recalling the scene in the car today, and unconsciously touched his chin. Seeing the food on the floor, Dong Jin snapped back to reality. Terrified, she hurried to clean it up, but then she heard Jiang Han's cold voice ring out, stop. This froze her in place. Do you know how precious this food is outside? Jiang Han said, I am sorry, I was wrong. Is an apology enough? Then what should I do? Dong Jin was on the verge of tears. You need a profound lesson. Indescribable. Too difficult to elaborate. The late-night canteen was utterly deserted. Jiang Han had a hearty meal for his midnight snack, feeling thoroughly satisfied. By midnight, another notification arrived. His Poppy coin balance had exceeded 13,000. It wasn't enough to upgrade his abilities, but it sufficed for physical enhancement, also preparing him for the trip to the hospital. Having spent 4,000 coins, his enhancement reached 100. This number was 10 times that of an ordinary person, yet the effect was far greater. With his current stamina, he could easily take down not just 10, but even 100 men. An intense urge accompanied this. Unable to trouble anyone in the dead of night, he had no choice but to continue educating Dong Jin. He disciplined her until she was utterly submissive and obedient, yielding to his every command. It wasn't until 2 in the morning that Jiang Han, having overslept, still felt no drowsiness. With important work awaiting him tomorrow, he had to sleep. He thought of a good method for hypnosis, overusing his ability. Purchasing 500 bullets, he opened the space gate and set the timer on his phone. He began stockpiling bullets. By the 55th second, the familiar fatigue washed over him, and he quickly stopped. Continuing would bring nausea, dizziness, and even unconsciousness. 1 minute. The combat duration for a first-level ability user was only 1 minute, with the last 5 seconds already being a dangerous state. He had to remember this number. At the same time, he finally welcomed the long-awaited drowsiness and could at last go to sleep. The next morning at 7, Jiang Han rose full of energy. During breakfast, he made a detour to see Mengmeng. Zhang Xiaowen was dozing by the hospital bed, while Dong Jin stood nearby, not sitting. Seeing Jiang Han, her face flushed crimson. Dad, Warden, you're here, she stammered. Jiang Han smiled. Why are you standing? That must be tiring. Dong Jin shook her head. It's fine, I'll stand. Then stand if you must. Oh, by the way, go find Zheng Jiro to switch rooms. Also take whatever iodine and cotton swabs you need from here. Dong Jin lowered her head. Can I not switch? Why? Jiang Han was a bit puzzled, but immediately understood, adding, don't worry, your good roommate will join you there soon enough. After breakfast, he went downstairs. Suing Xue and Lu Shuangshuang were already prepared. Suing Xue had changed back into her arrival clothes of pink lace top, white shorts, and leather shoes, once again looking like a campus belle. Seeing Jiang Han, she stepped forward proactively. Warden, let's set off. The three got into the car. Suing Xue stared blankly at the spacious seats and the steering wheel. This car was too big. Honestly, she had even dreamed of shifting gears last night, all to perform well today. But now facing the real vehicle, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of hesitation. You can do this, Suing Xue, you can do it, she muttered to herself, sitting in the driver's seat, constantly psyching herself up. Thump. The engine stalled. Why is this manual transmission so hard to drive? Suing Xue muttered, her face reddening. Jiang Han stared at her from the passenger seat. Seriously, can you do this or not? Yes, I definitely can. After much effort, the prison van finally drove out of the jail. Suing Xue wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and looked at Jiang Han. Warden, where to? The second People's Hospital, he said, the nearest place he knew of. But the second hospital is at least 10 kilometers away, Suing Xue said, shifting into second gear. And we have to take the third ring road. What if we hit traffic? We won't even have a way to deter. Oh. Jiang Han studied Suing Xue. So what do you suggest? Suing Xue replied, 3 kilometers north, there's a Lijiang residential complex. Across from it is a community hospital. I think we should go there. First, it's closer, saving time. Second, we don't need the third ring road. Even if there's a traffic jam somewhere, we can easily take a detour. Jiang Han looked at her with slight surprise. Looks like you've done your homework. But can the medicine and doctors at a community hospital handle it? Mengmeng was injured by an ability user. Mengmeng's injuries are severe, but they're only external. Any regular doctor can treat them. Besides, the community hospital isn't small, it has all the anti-inflammatory drugs and antibiotics we need. Su Yingxue answered quickly, as if she had prepared for this question. Jiang Han lowered his head in thought. Going to the community hospital wasn't a bad idea, but he felt she had planned this. No, he couldn't let her have her way. So he shook his head. A community hospital can't have many doctors. With a small base, the number of survivors is small. Lijiang and the second hospital are in opposite directions. If we go to the community hospital and find no one or no medicine, 10 kilometers become 16. Round trip, we might not make it back today. Su Yingxue sighed. All right. There's one more thing I didn't mention. My sister, she's at the community hospital. Your sister? Jiang Han finally understood why she insisted on going there. He stroked his chin. This gives me something to think about. Su Yingxue bit her lower lip. Jiang Han, I'm begging you. Let's go to the community hospital. I promise you'll find what you want there. Oh, by the way, you know about Dong Jin's background check, right? Jiang Han changed the subject with a grin. Su Yingxue rolled her eyes dramatically. Let me tell you something else. Last month, my sister's hospital got over a dozen new interns. They just graduated from medical school, and they're all beauties. Really? Of course it's true. I swear on my life. Su Yingxue said irritably, then slammed on the brakes, stopping the car. The intersection is ahead. Left for the second hospital, right for the community hospital. Warden, what's your call? Turn right, Jiang Han said decisively. He Mingming's injuries can't wait. As the van with its 3 occupants slowly drove on, Jiang Han noticed the zombies seemed more perceptive, detecting the prison van from 3 or 4 meters away, roaring as they charged, as if to bite through the windows. Su Yingxue gradually adapted, from screaming at every encounter to later ramming them without blinking. Good, with a bit of training, she could become an excellent driver. After driving for over an hour, they finally reached the community hospital. It was only 2 stories tall. According to Su Yingxue, it usually had only 4 doctors on duty, and her sister Su Yingxue was one of them. Jiang Han looked up, peering through the red mist at the hospital's sign. What department is your sister in? This place is a hospital. It's so small, and only 4 doctors. He seriously doubted if this place could treat anyone. Pediatrics, Su Yingxue said. Jiang Han frowned. Pediatrics? Can she administer IVs? Who are you looking down on? My sister is a top student. If it weren't for... Anyway, just trust me. My sister can do anything. Jiang Han instructed Lu Shuangshuang to guard the car and handed Su Yingxue a pistol before they both stepped out. Before they even reached the door, 2 zombies drawn by the noise lunged at them, their jaws wide open against the window, baring blackened teeth and howling eerily. Up! Su Yingxue screamed in terror and tried to retreat, but Jiang Han grabbed her arm. What are you afraid of? You have a gun in your hand. Kill them. This. I can't do it. She stammered, her legs giving way at the sight of the zombies' pale eyes. Jiang Han took her hand and opened the side window. Think of your sister. Don't you want to save her? This is only the first step. If you can't do it, then fine, well, leave now and never come back. No. Shoot. Kill them. Remember, aim for the eyes. That's their weakest point. A bullet can easily pierce their brainstem, and only then will they be truly dead. Jiang Han continued. Su Yingxue squeezed her eyes shut, let out a final scream, and emptied the gun with a series of muffled pops. The 2 zombies fell. Jiang Han steadied her hand and slowly ejected the magazine. Now I'll teach you how to reload. Remember, always keep spare magazines on you and never carry an empty one. When it's safe, make sure they're all full. He spoke deliberately, thinking to himself that all the female prisoners should practice their marksmanship. Who knew what unexpected events might arise? Su Yingxue, her eyes flickering, stared at his profile. He made her feel so secure. The earlier screams attracted more zombies, but this time Su Yingxue performed far better. She didn't fire wildly, and even learned to aim. 10 minutes later, they got out of the car, the ground littered with corpses. Jiang Han, Su Yingxue said softly from behind, thank you. You're really a good person, just a bit too lecherous. Her face flushed crimson. How about you conduct a political review and help me change that? There you go again. They soon approached the entrance of the community clinic. The glass doors and windows had long been shattered, and a few zombies could still be seen wandering on the ground floor. After killing them, they entered the hallway, which was pitch black and lifeless. Su Yingxue's heart leaped into her throat. Jiang Han, my sister. She won't be in trouble, will she? It seems like no one's alive here. No, someone's here. Look over there, Jiang Han said, pointing at the dark staircase. Someone's blocked the stairs with furniture to keep the zombies from going up. And I noticed the windows upstairs are all intact, which means the second floor should be free of zombies. Su Yingxue felt an inexplicable relief. She had a vague sense that anything Jiang Han said must be true. Should I call out to her? No, we don't know the situation up there yet. Let's just go up ourselves. Seeing the mountain of furniture, Su Yingxue grew worried. But how do we get up? The stairs were tightly blocked, preventing both zombies and people from passing. Jiang Han walked over to the clutter. At the front was a row of stainless steel benches, the 8-seater kind, wedged firmly at the bottom by other items. He reached out and felt the bench legs. It was solid. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to budge it. But he was no ordinary person. His 100-point enhancement wasn't for nothing. He turned to Su Yingxue and said, step back a bit. It'll move the stuff. Huh, move it. Can you even do that? Doubtful as she obediently retreated a few steps. Jiang Han grabbed the bench leg and pulled hard. Crash. The entire bench came out dragging a heap of debris with it, and the noise immediately attracted a few zombies. Jiang Han, zombies are coming. They're yours, Jiang Han said without looking back. Su Yingxue gritted her teeth and raised her gun to fire. After a few minutes they cleared a small space on the stairs, just enough to squeeze through. Jiang Han surveyed his surroundings as he headed up. He hadn't gone far when he heard a shrill woman's voice. Scarface Chang's men are here. Immediately several unidentified objects flew toward him with a whoosh. Jiang Han reacted swiftly, opening a spatial portal in front of him. But when he saw what was coming he closed it just as quickly. They were just ordinary 4 bottles, harmless to him. No need to waste energy. There were 4 bottles in total. With sharp eyes and quick hands Jiang Han caught them all one by one, shouting, "Don't misunderstand. We're here to find someone." But the people upstairs wouldn't listen, yelling something about Scarface Chang and throwing more empty bottles. In the chaos Jiang Han noticed that all the throwers were women dressed in the white coats of nurses, slim and attractive. A quick glance told him they all met his standards. He frowned. If they were men he'd have fired a few shots without hesitation, scaring them senseless. Forget it. He grabbed a chair and hurled it into an empty space. Bang. The deafening noise made the women stop, startled. Jiang Han raised his voice. "I'll say this one last time. I'm not Scarface Chang. My name is Jiang Han. If anyone throws another bottle at me, I'll throw a chair back. You hit me once, I'll hit you 10 times. True to his word, no more bottles came. Su Yingxue peeked her head out, looked up, and her eyes lit up. "Lin, is that you?" She was calling out to the woman who had been at the front, the first one Jiang Han had noticed for her looks. The woman heard Su Yingxue's voice, looked down carefully, and exclaimed in delight, "Xiaoxue. Is that you, Xiaoxue? Dr. Su said you were at school. And who's he?" Su Yingxue quickly took Jiang Han's hand. "He's my friend. He came to help me find my sister. Please don't misunderstand." The woman called Lin blushed. "Sorry, we thought Scarface Chang had sent someone. Did we hit you? I've got a hard head." Jiang Han made a pun, but the woman didn't catch it and just giggled. A few more people came out, all around 24 or 25 years old. They seemed to know Su Yingxue and gathered around, chattering away. Jiang Han took a quick look around and felt the trip was worthwhile. All 6 women here met his standards. Through the system, he learned Linlin's full name. Su Linlin scored 92, the highest among them, and with 0 charges. Good. This wasn't a wasted trip. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Yingxue took Su Linlin's hand. "Linlin, where's my sister?" But Su Linlin's expression suddenly changed. She lowered her head and stayed silent, clearly troubled. This made Su Yingxue even more anxious. Just then a girl behind Su Linlin stepped forward. "Xiaoxue, your sister was taken away by Scarface Chang." "What?" Su Yingxue was shocked. She didn't know who Scarface Chang was, but she was sure he wasn't a good man. Otherwise Su Linlin and the others wouldn't have been so terrified. She quickly asked, "Linlin, when did this happen? Where is this Scarface Chang? How is my sister now?" Su Linlin sighed. "It's all because of that good-for-nothing brother-in-law of yours." Su Linlin recounted the entire ordeal, infuriating Su Yingxue so much that she nearly cursed. Su Yingxue's brother-in-law, the husband of her elder sister Su Yingyue, was named Zhao Jian, a civil servant. On the first day of the apocalypse, the couple was trapped in their home in Lijiang residential complex with only a meager supply of food and water. Zhao Jian, though a grown man, was more timid than a mouse. At the mere mention of his wife asking him to search for supplies, he was so terrified he nearly wet himself. Thus the two soon exhausted their resources. Just then a faction suddenly rose to power within the complex. Their leader, called Scarface Chang, was a hardened criminal even before the apocalypse, ruthless and commanding a large group of underlings. With his bold and brutal tactics along with a modified pistol, Scarface Chang led his men to kill zombies, scavenge for food, and raid the small supermarkets downstairs, amassing a wealth of supplies. He then began trading with the starving women in the complex. Su Yingyue, being one of the most beautiful women in the area, naturally became Scarface Chang's primary target. When those men came knocking, Zhao Jian hesitated. He was parched, and if trading his wife for a few bottles of water was an option, he was willing. So that night, Zhao Jian slipped out to find Scarface Chang. Fortunately, Su Yingyue was sharp enough to sense something amiss with her husband and secretly followed him. She discovered Zhao Jian making a deal with Scarface Chang, groveling like a dog, agreeing to every demand, and uttering degrading words to curry favor. Terrified by what she saw, Su Yingyue fled the complex that very night, running all the way to the community hospital. Thanks to Su Linlin and the others, she was safely brought upstairs. But Zhao Jian was left in a difficult spot. Having taken the water but failed to deliver his wife, Scarface Chang, as a gang leader, would not let the matter rest. Beating and kicking were the least of it. Scarface Chang threatened to castrate him if he didn't produce his wife. This terrified Zhao Jian. But where was his wife? He had no idea. After a day of agonizing thought, he finally figured out that Su Yingyue was likely hiding in the community hospital. So Zhao Jian came with his men. To keep Scarface Chang's people from entering, and to prevent those beasts from seeing Su Linlin, and the other women Su Yingwei chose to go out alone and face everything 2 hours ago. After hearing Su Linlin's account, Su Yingxue clenched her teeth in fury. Brother-in-law, no Zhao Jian, that bastard. How could he be such a person? Look at Jiang Han. Whether he's a lecher or not, at least he protects his own woman. And you, surviving by selling off your wife. Trash scum. She mentally cursed Zhao Jian's ancestors for 18 generations, then looked at Jiang Han with a pleading gaze. Jiang Han, can you go save my sister? I'm begging you. Jiang Han didn't hesitate for a second. No problem. Since it's our sister's matter, I have to handle it. Really? Su Yingshu's heart surged with joy. She had expected Jiang Han to make things difficult or impose some condition like a political review, but he agreed so readily. As for his saying, our sister, she couldn't be bothered to quibble. Jiang Han agreed, not only because Su Yingwei was Su Yingshu's sister, but also for another reason. Su Linlin had mentioned that Scarface Chong had captured many women, and what he needed most right now were women. He naturally intended to take the women before him as well. By now, without him having to say a word, Su Yingxue had already brought it up. Sister Linlin, all of you should come with us. We have a prison with food and water. She gave a brief overview of the prison situation, deliberately omitting the part about the political review. In truth, she wasn't trying to deceive them. Jiang Han had never forced anyone to undergo a review. Signing up for the review granted special treatment, but those who didn't sign up could still survive. Even living in the most basic cells and eating the plainest steamed buns and pickled vegetables was a better fate than 99 of the people in the world now. The description of the prison environment made the women's eyes light up. Since they all knew Su Yingxue, her words carried great credibility. Though it was called a prison, so what? In times like these, as long as there was a place to take shelter, whether it was a prison or a crematorium, they were willing to go. Moreover, Jiang Han's display of strength and his resolve to rescue others only solidified their choice. Thus, all 6 women unanimously decided to go to the prison. Su Yingxue then detailed He Mengmeng's condition. Su Linlin, as a doctor, immediately diagnosed it as a high fever caused by wound inflammation or infection, possibly accompanied by excessive blood loss requiring immediate intravenous fluids and blood transfusion. This was a hospital well stocked with medicine. With 1 doctor and 5 nurses, all professionals, they quickly packed 3 large boxes of medical supplies, enough to handle any emergency. With He Mengmeng, Su Yingxue felt they still hadn't gathered enough. Having made the trip to the hospital, they should take more. What if others fell ill later? Su Linlin asked about the basic situation at the prison, whether there were elderly or children, infectious diseases, or anyone with diarrhea, vomiting, or fever. She then prepared accordingly. But when she learned that the prison housed only about 100 young women and 1 man, Su Linlin froze. She cast a deep glance at Jiang Han, as if a realization dawned on her. As usual, Lu Shuangshuang was responsible for security between the vehicle and the gate, while the women swiftly moved the supplies. 15 minutes later, the group drove toward Lijing residential complex. The vehicle was stocked with bottled water and bread. Once aboard, they ate first. The point was simple: to show these women how wealthy the Papa Women's Prison was. Su Linlin and the others were starving. These past days they had survived solely on glucose and saline, never seeing real food. With Jiang Han's permission, Su Yingxue generously brought out the bread and water. Come on, our warden is treating us. The residential complex was just across the road from the hospital. The streets were littered with cars, some crashed together, others with doors wide open, some on fire or smoking. A few zombies were even still strapped into their seats by seatbelts, struggling and growling mindlessly. Su Yingxue anxious drove fast, ramming any vehicle that blocked her path. None of them, including Su Linlin, knew exactly where Su Yingwei was, so they first drove to Building 3, where Su Yingyu's home was located. They parked the car at a distance from the building's entrance, concealing it in the red mist. Better to avoid trouble than to court it. This greatly reduced the chance of being discovered. Lu Shuangshuang looked at Jiang Han. Warden, let me go with you. Ever since He Mengmeng was injured, she seemed to harbor a fierce determination to fight for Jiang Han. Jiang Han tidied his clothes and shook his head. Shuangshuang, there are many bad people outside. The vehicle is equally important and needs someone trustworthy and capable. I can't think of anyone else but you. Lu Shuangshuang's spirit lifted immediately. She nodded firmly, then sat upright with her gun poised to shoot anyone on sight. The 2 got out and made their way to the 11th floor, where Su Yingyu's home was. As soon as they entered the stairwell, they suddenly heard a scream. A woman's scream. Stop hitting him, I beg you, stop. Su Yingxue instinctively grasped Jiang Han's hand. Jiang Han, what's going on? It couldn't be my sister, could it? She naturally associated the scream just now with her sister Su Yingwei. Jiang Han, patting and stroking her hand, comforted. Don't worry, it's definitely not your sister. The sound came from 3 or 4 floors above. Isn't your sister on the 11th floor? This time Su Yingxue didn't dodge. Instead, she blushed and let Jiang Han hold her, whispering, what you said makes some sense, but she was captured. What if, just what if? There's no what if. Your sister is so beautiful, a Scarface Chong definitely wouldn't bear to hit her. How do you know my sister is beautiful? Jiang Han brought his hand under his nose and sniffed. She's your sister, how could she not be beautiful? This remark made Su Yingshu's heart bloom with joy. She cast a coquettish reproachful glance at Jiang Han. Can you be serious? As the two talked, they reached the 5th floor. Sure enough, the door was wide open. 3 or 4 burly men were blocking the entrance of an apartment, kicking and punching a man on the ground. The man, bleeding from his nose and mouth, lay like a corpse, enduring the beating without moving. Beside him, a pretty woman, frantic as if mad, pulled at the assailants. Stop it, please stop. He'll go with you, okay? A bald-headed thug at the front chuckled darkly. Little lady, I've changed my mind. Strip right here, let us brothers have some fun, and he'll let this waste life. How about it? The pretty woman's face turned pale. You're not human. Still cursing me, eh? The bald thug suddenly flew into a rage. He lifted his leather-hood foot and kicked the man on the ground right in the neck. Crack. Honey. The woman rushed forward desperately, but the others held her arms tightly. The bald man leered. Now this is perfect. Playing with you right next to your husband's corpse will certainly be a unique thrill. Clap, clap, clap. Just then the sound of applause rang out. Good, ruthless enough, twisted enough. I like it. Jiang Han stood on the stairs, clapping, a smile on his face. The bald man turned his head, and his eyes went wide. Su Yingshu below was far more beautiful than the weeping woman beside him. He laughed heartily. Brothers, another one's delivered herself to us. How about we have a double widow's delight today? Huh? The others immediately roared with laughter. A man with a small mustache asked with feigned surprise, Brother Bald, but there's only one widow here. No problem, there'll be 2 soon enough. The bald man said, beckoning Jiang Han with his finger. You boy, roll over here, kneel, and prepare to die. Su Yingshu already despised these men, and hearing him speak to Jiang Han like that made her pretty face darken. She immediately drew a pistol from her waist. Beast, you kneel and prepare to die. Whoa, a gun. The bald thug's face changed drastically. How could these two who looked like college students possibly have a gun? Jiang Han lit a cigarette and said coolly, my wife told you to kneel and prepare to die. Didn't you hear? Su Yingshu, holding the gun, blushed slightly. At a time like this, he's still thinking about taking advantage of me. The bald thug's eyes grew serious as he carefully examined the gun in Su Yingshu's hand. Fake. Doesn't look like it. The kid is too calm. No one holding a fake gun could be this composed. Jiang Han took a few steps forward and shook his head. What a pity, what a pity. Such a twisted person, yet deaf. Let me treat you. As he spoke, he walked closer. The mustachioed man's eyes suddenly flashed with intense excitement. Idiot. An inexperienced fool. A pistol is a ranged weapon. Getting this close is just asking for death. The next second, he violently yanked a dagger from his waist, twirled it in a habitual flourish, and thrust it viciously towards Jiang Han's lower back. Too slow. Jiang Han sidestepped slightly, then stuck out a foot to trip the mustachioed man. Stumbling forward, the mustachioed man's dagger thrust towards the bald thug. Oh. The bald thug couldn't dodge in time, and immediately let out a scream like a stuck pig. Brother Bald, I. Are you blind? Jiang Han glanced at the wound on the bald thug's upper thigh, and thought regretfully, my aim is still off. Missed by half an inch. He looked at the bald thug, and said with feigned realization, so a knife can cure you. Alright, I'll treat you some more. Before he finished speaking, he moved swiftly, easily grabbing the mustachioed man's knife-wielding right hand, and thrusting it towards the bald thug's crotch. This strike was fast and accurate, directly castrating him. The bald thug let out a strange cry, immediately clutching his groin and rolling on the floor. Blood splattered everywhere, and his ghostly screams pierced the eardrums. Jiang Han turned his head to look at the others. I've cured his deafness. Do any of you have needs too? The other men felt chills running down their spines. This guy was too ruthless, castrating someone just like that. The next moment, the mustachioed man knelt first. Big brother, I'm not deaf. I heard. He had personally felt Jiang Han's terror. His right hand was shattered. This kind of power left him with no will to resist. The other 3 didn't kneel. A dignified man kneels just like that. Besides, even if we can't beat you, can't we just run? So one of them turned and fled. But he was too slow. Jiang Han grabbed him by the neck. Looks like your illness is serious. Watch this. With a slight exertion of force, the man's neck was twisted cleanly, and he collapsed limply. The other 2, seeing this, went weak in the knees. Thud thud, they both knelt down. Big brother, don't kill us. That's more like it. Jiang Han nodded with satisfaction. My wife told you to kneel and prepare to die, so you kneel and prepare to die. He took out the gun and handed it to the pretty woman, now a widow. Hey, race your chance for revenge. The woman, seeing her husband beaten to death, was mad with grief and pain. She snatched the gun and pulled the trigger at the bald thug on the ground. Pop, pop, pop. She riddled him with bullets. Even after emptying the magazine, she wasn't satisfied. She rushed over, kicking and hitting the corpse until Su Yingshu came over to pull her away. Whoa, the woman sobbed, desperately shaking her husband, utterly broken. Jiang Han shook his head, retrieved the gun, and looked at the 3 kneeling men. One question. Whoever answers first, I won't kill. Their eyes lit up. Ask away, big brother. We'll talk. Scarface Chong captured a woman named Sue. Where is she now? The 3 were momentarily stunned. They had captured so many women, how could they remember all their names? Her husband's name is Zhao Jian, Jiang Han added. The mustachioed man immediately understood. Big brother I know. She's with Brother Chong in the underground garage. Good, Jiang Han said, then raised his gun and killed the other two. I said whoever answers first I won't kill. The mustachioed man urinated on the spot. Big brother please, I don't want to die. Lead the way, Jiang Han said simply. He led Su Yingxue and followed the mustachioed man, leaving the pretty woman crying alone. Jiang Han thought about taking her back, but it seemed inappropriate since her husband had just died. Better to rescue Su Yingxue first. As they walked, Jiang Han questioned the mustachioed man about Scarface Chong. He learned that a community-organized trading event was happening today in the underground garage, and Scarface Chong was currently leading his men to rob it. The underground parking garage echoed loudly. As soon as he entered, he heard someone shouting, "Listen up, everyone. The women over here cost 1 bottle of water each time, those over there cost 2 bottles. If you're interested, come pay up." Following the sound, he saw over a dozen cars parked in a row in the center of the garage with more than 20 women standing on their roofs. The women were divided into 2 groups. Those on the left priced at 1 bottle of water were of questionable quality. Those on the right priced at 2 bottles had only 2 who were acceptable. Jiang Han nudged the bearded man. "Who's Scarface Chong?" The bearded man quickly pointed to the man standing in the center before the cars. Jiang Han looked closely and saw a man in his 40s with a fierce face and a long scar running from his forehead across his brow to the corner of his eye. Clearly not a good person. He was now holding a woman in each arm. From their positions, it was clear they were not for sale, but kept for his own use. Su Yingxue's eyes lit up when she saw the woman in Scarface Chong's left arm. "Jiang Han, that's my sister." Indeed, the woman bore a striking resemblance to Su Yingxue, just slightly taller. She was 26 years old, with a beauty score of 93, a perfect pair of sisters. Jiang Han put his arm around the bearded man's shoulders and said, "Shout out that Warden Jiang Han has arrived, and he wants all the women here." The bearded man was taken aback, then said with a grimace, Okay, don't snivel. Pull yourself together and shout with authority, or he'll send you to meet that bald guy." The bearded man shuddered, cleared his throat, and yelled loudly, "Listen up, everyone. Warden Jiang Han has arrived. All the women here are taken by Warden Jiang, every single one." The shout was abrupt and jarring, its echo reverberating through the garage, drawing everyone's gaze. Scarface Chong frowned, then noticed it was his subordinate, Xiao Hu, who had shouted. "Xiao Hu, what the hell are you doing?" But before he could finish, Scarface Chong's attention was captivated by Su Yingxue, standing beside Jiang Han. What a beautiful woman. She looked so enticing. Not only he, but Zhao Jian beside him also noticed Su Yingxue's presence. Because of his wife, Zhao Jian had now become a member of Scarface Chong's gang. He exclaimed in surprise, "Xiao Shui, how are you here?" Scarface Chong was puzzled. "You know each other?" Zhao Jian chuckled nervously. Yes, Brother Chong, she's my sister-in-law." "Sister-in-law? You actually have a sister-in-law? Lucky bastard." Scarface Chong chuckled, a highly stimulating thought immediately filling his mind. He continued, "I'll have both sisters tonight. Don't worry, as agreed, you can watch from the side." But Zhao Jian felt something was off. Scarface Chong's face darkened. "No buts. I say you watch, so you watch. Watching your sister-in-law for free. Where else can you find such a deal?" No, Brother Chong, something's wrong. My sister-in-law should be at school right now." "Huh, school." Only then did they suddenly notice a young man standing beside Su Yingxue. "Who are you?" they both asked almost simultaneously. Jiang Han flashed a harmless smile. "Aren't you selling women?" "I'm here to buy women. I don't have any mineral water. How about 1 bullet per woman?" "What?" A huge question mark appeared on Scarface Chong's forehead. "What the hell did you say, you little bastard?" Jiang Han stepped forward, raised his hand to mimic a gun, and began scanning for targets. "You," he said, looking at the man who had shouted earlier. This man wore a floral shirt, half unbuttoned, with extensive tattoos on his chest and neck. Jiang Han raised his hand, made a bang sound with his mouth like a gunshot, and simultaneously opened a spatial rift. The next second, a shocking scene unfolded. The tattooed man suddenly threw his head back and collapsed to the ground. Scarface Chong was taken aback, thinking his subordinate was just playing along with Jiang Han for a laugh. He frowned. This wasn't funny at all. He walked over. "Lao Chi, what are you doing?" But before he could finish, a chill ran down his spine. Lao Chi, his most capable subordinate, had a gaping, bloody hole in his left eye. He was dead. This. Scarface Chong could hardly believe his eyes. How was this possible? It wasn't that Jiang Han's aim was especially accurate. He had actually been aiming for the forehead. But hitting the eye had its advantages. It was horrifying and intimidating. Jiang Han's calm voice rang out, "All right, I've given my bullet. Isn't it time you handed over the women? I want her." He pointed at Su Yingxue. Scarface Chong stared at Jiang Han in shock. "You, how did you?" Jiang Han cupped his ear. "What? You want another bullet? Fine, who can resist such a beauty?" With that, he aimed again. This time it was a fat man with a gold chain. Jiang Han targeted his right eye. Bang! It hit the forehead. Looks like he still needed to practice his aim. The fat man's brains splattered everywhere, covering the person behind him. This time, everyone saw it clearly and gasped in unison. What kind of power was this? Using his hand as a gun, he could actually fire real bullets. Jiang Han pretended to blow on his fingers. Is this enough? Enough, Scarface Chong quickly replied. Though he didn't know who this person was, he knew he couldn't afford to mess with him. Scarface Chong hastily released Su Yingyu's shoulder. Brother, no boss, this woman is yours. At the same time his eyes kept scanning the dark corners around them, searching for a sniper. There must be one. Su Yingyue felt as if she were dreaming. She didn't snap out of it until she grasped her sister's hand. Xiao Shui, is this? Su Yingyue made a reassuring gesture and whispered, sister with him here, you can rest easy. Jiang Han smiled warmly. Excellent. It seems Brother Chong is also a fair trader. Let's continue. I want her. Jiang Han gestured with his chin. He was referring to the woman standing on Scarface Chong's other side, just like Su Yingyue. She had smooth black hair, a beauty score of 90, and what was most striking was her tall figure, at least 180 centimeters. As he spoke, Jiang Han raised his gun again as before. Whoosh. This time, everyone present, including Scarface Chong, stepped back in unison. This was terrifying. But Jiang Han had already decided to kill them, and naturally wouldn't let them go. Bang. Another man was shot and fell. Scarface Chong was almost in tears. Boss, stop. They'll give you all the women here for free, all free. Jiang Han looked serious. How can that be? What kind of person do you take me for? With that he began a cleanup operation. His spatial bullets were fairly accurate with no friendly fire. In a simple sweep, at least half of Scarface Chong's underlings were dead, while the rest turned and fled. There were too many people here, so Jiang Han didn't bother chasing each one. But Scarface Chong himself could not. Jiang Han's bullet struck Scarface Chong's left leg, rendering him immobile. He walked over and said, Brother Chong, business is business, but friendship remains. Why run before settling the account? Scarface Chong, a seasoned underworld figure, gritted his teeth against the pain and demanded, what exactly do you want? Nothing much. You still owe me over 20 bullets, and since your men have fled, I'll have to collect from you. Jiang Han raised his hand ready to end the man's life. Just then, wait, hold on. A woman's voice choked with tears rang out from behind. Jiang Han turned. Her. It was none other than the widow who had just lost her husband. Name Wang Li, age 27, charge 1 person, appearance originally 85, now 70, does not yet meet system requirements. Was there such a rule? Jiang Han was taken aback. He studied Wang Li closely. Her eyes were swollen and red from crying like peach pits, and she was indeed far from beautiful. Wang Li, panting heavily, rushed before Jiang Han. Her eyes blazed with intense hatred at the sight of Scarface Chong on the ground. Steadying her breath, she bowed deeply to Jiang Han and said, Sir, thank you for avenging my husband. I have a request, could you? Yes. Jiang Han replied before Wang Li could finish, already knowing what the widow intended. He handed her the pistol. Go ahead. Kill him. Take your revenge yourself. But Wang Li shook her head. I regretted killing Baldy too quickly. He shouldn't have died so fast. Oh. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Wang Li pulled a fruit knife from her bosom and with red-rimmed eyes approached Scarface Chong. Their gazes locked. She hissed through clenched teeth, Scarface Chong, your men killed my husband. Today you will pay with blood. With that she raised the knife and thrust. The knot's a sharp blade traced a chilling arc, plunging deep into Scarface Chong's face. Oh. He let out a scream and shoved her away violently. You crazy woman. Wang Li paid no heed and charged again, a maniacal grin on her face. Scarface Chong was still a strong man, only his leg was crippled, leaving 80% of his strength intact. As she came at him, he kicked out with his good leg. Go to hell. Thud. Wang Li was sent flying like a broken kite, landing 5 or 6 meters away. Su Yingyue closed her eyes at the sight. Jiang Han, I should help her. No, Jiang Han stopped her, keeping the gun in place. Let her handle it herself. She can do it. True to his words, Wang Li scrambled to her feet, murderous intent radiating from her. Her knife was gone, but she didn't bother searching for it. Instead, she grabbed a shard of glass from the ground, clutching it tightly, ignoring the cuts on her right hand. With a roar and a curse, she charged forward. Jiang Han winced at the sight. A weapon that harms the user as much as the enemy. Don't come closer. Scarface Chong lost his nerve seeing the resolve in Wang Li's eyes. She kicked his wounded leg, then pounced, glass in hand. Scarface Chong will kill you. Soon the glass was knocked away, but she still had her hands, her nails, her teeth. The two wrestled, blood and flesh flying. Ah! Scarface Chong let out a series of blood-curdling screams. The searing pain unleashed a surge of strength. Seizing an opportunity, he punched Wang Li square on the nose, sending blood spurting. He scrambled up, grabbed her slender neck, and pinned her beneath him. He tightened his grip, and Wang Li's face turned purple. At the critical moment, she jabbed 2 fingers into his eyes. With a wet squelch, her long nails pierced the eyeballs. That single move decided the fight. Scarface Chong was finished. He howled, clutching his bleeding eyes, rolling on the ground. Blinded, he had lost all combat ability. Wang Li rose, gasping for breath, cursing under her breath. Then she lunged at the exposed flesh of his neck, sinking her teeth in. She was more terrifying than a zombie. Blood sprayed as she tore away a chunk of skin and muscle, revealing a mass of tube-like tissue beneath. Holy shit. That's brutal. Jiang Han's scalp crawled. This woman was something else. Scarface Chong gasped like an asthmatic, mouth wide open, desperate for air. but every breath escaped through the gaping wound in his neck, never reaching his lungs. Finally his legs stiffened, and he breathed his last. The savage brawl was over. The Sioux sisters and the tall woman, unable to stomach the scene, crouched in a corner vomiting. Wang Li spat out a bit of chewed flesh, then turned to Jiang Han with a bloody grin. Her nose was crooked, her hair torn out in clumps, and blood streamed from her mouth, like a river indistinguishable from her own or Scarface Chang's. "Thank you," she said as she walked toward him, her words garbled, perhaps from bits of flesh still in her mouth. When she was 2 meters away, she suddenly dropped to her knees, as if to kowtow. But before her knees hit the ground, her body went limp, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed unconscious. Her injuries were severe. Suing Xue came over and tugged Jiang Han's arm. "Let's take her with us. If we leave her like this, she won't survive." Frankly, she admired the woman. To avenge her husband, she had taken on a burly man in his 40s, a cold-blooded gang leader. Not everyone had that kind of courage. Jiang Han agreed. This woman was formidable. He liked that. Suing Xue pointed at the bearded man. "You carry her." The man shuddered, his face grim, and nervously picked up Wang Li. Wang Li was light, no more than 100 pounds, but the bearded man trembled with fear. He was terrified that this demonic woman might wake up and take a bite out of his neck too. After all, he had a hand in killing her husband. The group returned to the vehicles. Su Linlin and the other women were overjoyed to see Suing Yue, but when they saw Wang Li drenched in blood, they gasped. It was a gruesome, horrifying sight. Fortunately, they had medical supplies and were all trained professionals. They immediately gathered around Wang Li and began tending to her. Jiang Han pulled the envious bearded man out of the vehicle. "Stop staring. Get out." The man cast one last longing glance at the women, then turned to Jiang Han. "Sir, you're the most badass person I've ever met. Can I be your lackey? He'll follow you and do whatever you say." "Whatever I say." Jiang Han chuckled. "Yes, yes. From now on, you're my big brother. Know my own father. Tell me to go east, I won't go west. Tell me to chase chickens, I won't kick dogs." The bearded man bowed and scraped. "Following me? Then you'll have to earn your keep," Jiang Han said with a chuckle, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it for himself. The bearded man stared at the cigarette, licking his lips. "Brother Jiang, I know where Scarface Chang has hidden the women he's captured. Want me to take you there?" Jiang Han had been pondering this himself, feeling the women on stage earlier were too ordinary. Lijiang District was a new neighborhood filled with young people. Why were there only mediocre faces? Hearing the bearded man's words, he understood at once Scarface Chang had kept the best for himself. A flicker of delight crossed his mind, and he tossed out his cigarette. "Good. Your information is valuable. This warden rewards you." The bearded man quickly caught it. "Thank you, boss, thank you." Leaving the women in the car, Jiang Han had the bearded man lead the way to find Scarface Chang's hidden superior women. Scarface Chang's home was originally on the 13th floor of Building 5. After the apocalypse, he summoned many underlings, and with the captured women, one room was far from enough. So his first move was to ransack the floors above the 8th, killing the men and taking the women. Floors below the 10th were for his underlings, while he and the women occupied the 10th and above. Those of average looks were taken to the underground garage to be traded for food and clean water. The bearded man explained the situation as they walked. Soon they reached the 10th floor. An iron gate secured by an oversized lock barred the way. According to the bearded man, only Scarface Chang had the key. Jiang Han reached out and grabbed it. Crash! The iron gate was torn apart, revealing a large hole. The bearded man was stunned. Was this even human? "Let's go." Jiang Han gestured for the bearded man to lead. As they entered, they heard women sobbing. Opening a door, Jiang Han saw 5 or 6 young women in thin clothing sitting on a sofa. His eyes lit up, a find. Seeing someone enter, the women shrieked like startled mice, scrambling to the corner. Don't come closer," Jiang Han said. "No need to fear. I'm not a bad person." The women wouldn't listen, shouting curses like bastard and monster, desperately retreating. "Scarface Chang is dead," Jiang Han shouted. The words had an effect. The women fell silent, instantly staring at him wide-eyed. One bolder one asked, "He's dead? Really?" "Of course it's true. He's in the underground garage. You can go flog his corpse anytime." When the women heard Scarface Chang was truly dead, they exchanged glances, then burst into bitter, heartbreaking sobs. As they cried, they began to laugh. A cathartic, unrestrained laughter. Their husbands and families had been killed by Scarface Chang and his men, leaving them torn between grief and joy. Beyond this room, women from upstairs, downstairs, and neighboring apartments all came upon hearing the news, totaling over 30. When their tears subsided and they calmed, Jiang Han cleared his throat and spoke loudly. "I killed Scarface Chang. Do you know why?" He stood tall, transforming into an orator. "Because I'm stronger than him, more formidable, more fit for the apocalypse. Follow me and you'll survive, you won't be bullied. I have a prison with food, clean water, guns, and bullets. Enough for all of us to live well. There are 15 seats left in the car. If you're willing to come with me, raise your hands so I can see." Of course, not everyone who raises a hand will be chosen, but at least you'll have tried with no regrets. He almost laughed at his last line. He only wanted 15 because that was the number of women who met his standards. The women looked at each other, but no one raised a hand. The apocalypse was too chaotic. Who could tell good from bad? They couldn't trust a stranger, especially one accompanied by a man from Scarface Chong's crew. Indeed, Jiang Han noticed two women glaring at the bearded man with murderous intent. Suddenly he understood why no one had raised their hands. His eyes darted and he yanked the bearded man forward, declaring, "Scarface Chong is dead, but the evil isn't gone. During his reign of terror, some aided him, abetted his crimes. I ask you, should such people die?" "Yes." The women's cry came from the heart. Jiang Han nodded, pointing at the bearded man. "This man is Scarface Chong's underling. Today I hand him over to you. Kill him." A woman shouted with reddened eyes. Kill him," the others echoed. The bearded man panicked. "Brother Jiang, you said you wouldn't kill me. You are breaking your word." "But," Jiang Han replied with righteous indignation. "Who would keep a promise with a beast like you? I said that only to rescue these victims." Without another word, he shoved the bearded man toward the women. They surged forward, punching and kicking him. Someone stomped hard on his groin. "Oh!" The sound of crushing eggs. With the bearded man dead, the women's emotions ignited. One raised her hand. "Benefactor, he'll go with you." With one taking the lead, the rest followed easily. 10 minutes later, Jiang Han returned to the car satisfied with 14. One qualified woman chose not to go, and Jiang Han didn't force her. He wasn't short a few dozen. He didn't neglect the women who couldn't board, either, distributing Scarface Chong's loot equally among them. Whether they survived afterward was no longer his concern. Cheerfully descending the stairs ready to head back, he suddenly heard Lu Shuang's anxious voice through the earpiece. "Warden, it's bad. Su Yingxue has been taken hostage." "What? What happened?" Jiang Han asked, startled. Lu Shuang's end was chaotic. Women crying, men cursing. Jiang Han struggled to understand, finally piecing it together. While he was away, a man had crept close to the vehicle. Lu Shuang spotted him and immediately aimed her gun to stop him. But the Su sisters insisted on getting out, saying they had words for the man. Uncertain, Lu Shuang let them go. One sister cried, the other cursed. The man initially knelt, slapping his own face, but suddenly flew into a rage, pulled out a dagger, and seized Su Yingxue, demanding the car in exchange for her release. Hearing this, Jiang Han understood. Zhao Jian. It had to be him. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He had planned to let him off, but the fool had delivered himself. Before the prison van, Lu Shuang, clad in a guard's uniform, aimed her rifle, while heavy beads of sweat trickled down from beneath her helmet, dripping onto her chest and forming a large patch of dampness. Opposite her, a man pressed a sharp dagger against Su Yingxue's throat. "Zhao Jian. She's my sister. Let her go." Behind Lu Shuang, Su Yingxue's face was pale, her voice choked with sobs. She never imagined her own husband would turn his blade against her sister, her dearest sister. Zhao Jian refused to listen, screaming hysterically, "No. Tell them to hand over the car keys, or I'll kill her." As he spoke, he pressed the blade slightly deeper, and blood immediately trickled from her fair, slender neck. "Don't." Su Yingxue's voice was heart-wrenching. "Zhao Jian, I beg you, please don't. The sisters had just reunited. If her sister died, she wouldn't want to live either. Give me the car keys, or I'll really do it." Zhao Jian's face twisted with agitation. He turned to Lu Shuang and shouted, "And you, drop your gun and kick it over." Lu Shuang hesitated, uncertain whether to fire. If she did, she had no guarantee. What if she accidentally hit Su Yingxue? But could she ensure Su Yingxue's safety by not firing? Just then Lu Shuang's eyes lit up, for she saw a figure emerging from the thick red mist behind Zhao Jian. Jiang Han. She immediately felt a sense of relief. With Jiang Han here, everything could be resolved. Lu Shuang was no fool. She glanced only briefly before averting her gaze to avoid arousing Zhao Jian's suspicion. To put him at ease, she raised the muzzle of her gun and lifted her hands. All right, as long as you don't harm the hostage, I'll agree to anything." "Then throw your gun on the ground." Zhao Jian's eyes were fixed on the muzzle. "Fine," Lu Shuang agreed readily, then began to disarm herself. The submachine gun had a sling. She slowly removed it from her shoulder, looping it over her fair neck bit by bit, doing her utmost to buy time for Jiang Han. Su Yingxue had also spotted Jiang Han. With a quick turn of thought, she called out to Zhao Jian. "Honey, you said earlier you wanted me to come with you." "Fine, I agree." Zhao Jian's spirits lifted. "Wife, you mean it? You forgive me. Really, I've made up my mind. A married woman follows her husband no matter what. You're my husband, and he'll stick with you even in death." Jiang Han crept forward silently, making no sound. After receiving Lu Shuang's distress signal, he had left the 14 women behind and come alone to quietly eliminate the threat. 6 meters, 5 meters, 4 meters. He drew closer. Just then Su Yingxue suddenly shouted, "Honey, look who that is." She pointed in a direction completely opposite to Jiang Han. What a perfect opportunity. Seizing the moment when Zhao Jian was distracted, Jiang Han opened a spatial portal diagonally behind him. A bullet shot out, piercing cleanly into the back of his head. Zhao Jian collapsed limply, never understanding who had killed him. Su Yingxue was frozen in shock until Zhao Jian fell, then she burst into loud sobs. Su Yingxue hurried over to embrace her sister, whispering comfort. Lu Shuang quickly strode to Jiang Han's side. "Warden, I hesitated earlier." Jiang Han patted her shoulder. "It's fine, it's over. At the same time, he thought to himself that these women, especially the female prison guards, needed to improve their mental resilience and personal skills. In the apocalypse, hesitation could cost you your own life or your teammates. He would arrange it as soon as they returned. Jiang Han. Su Yingxue ignored her sister and ran straight toward him, burying her head in his chest and sobbing. I thought I'd never see you again, sob. Jiang Han glanced at the system. Her obedience had jumped to 96. He remembered it was only 55 when they left today. How fast? As they set off again, Jiang Han didn't let Su Yingxue drive due to her shock. The tall, quiet woman spoke up, Big brother, I can drive. Jiang Han turned to look at her, and information automatically appeared. Name Tian Xinyue, age 29, appearance 92 points, meets requirements. What's your job? Jiang Han asked Tian Xinyue, thinking to himself that her boss must have quite the lifestyle. A flight attendant, Tian Xinyue replied with a hint of pride. Though all the women in the car were beautiful, she was undoubtedly the tallest, and she knew she should leverage her advantage. Jiang Han immediately thought of a place where beautiful women gathered. The airport was definitely one. He could arrange that. All right, you drive. The car started slowly. Tian Xinyue was unfamiliar at first, but having worked on airplanes for years, she had picked up enough to be better than most women, quickly adapting to driving the prison van. The women chatted among themselves, mostly asking Lu Shuangshuang about the prison. Jiang Han noticed Tian Xinyue blinking her big eyes, occasionally stealing glances at him through the rearview mirror. Soon they arrived. The prison van drove into the yard, and the main building came into view. The 14 women from Scarface Chang's home plus Tian Xinyue were handed over to Zheng Jiaro. They had all witnessed Jiang Han's methods and obediently changed. However, he made no demands of Su Yingxue, Su Linlin, and the 5 nurses. After all, he still needed their help. But these women sensed something was off. As soon as they got off the car, the women helping carry Wang Li were all wearing uniform prison garb. The nurses blushed and whispered among themselves, wondering if they had left one den of wolves only to enter another. Just then Xinxinggu appeared. She first chatted with the young nurses to build rapport, then began to persuade them. Would you rather be seen by one person, or? The nurses' faces turned pale with fear. Su Yingxue and Su Linlin, both doctors, treated He Mengmeng and Wang Li respectively. When Jiang Han learned that neither was in danger, his anxious heart finally eased. Afterward, he returned to his office. It was a day of celebration, so he decided to reward himself. Zheng Jiaro held a long list and got to work. After several hours of busy activity, he finally fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Jiang Han found Lu Shuangshuang early. With He Mengmeng absent, she took on the role of selecting prison guards. After reviewing the list, Jiang Han waved his hand. Training. He aimed to forge a capable female squad. The training method was simple: kill zombies. Jiang Han bought 8 more submachine guns and 8 pistols at once, along with combat suits for the 8 newcomers. Then he drove them to the vocational and technical college. First, they practiced shooting in the vehicle. Once they grew somewhat familiar with the firearms, they got out to face the zombies in close combat. Lu Shuangshuang served as the instructor, teaching hand over hand, while the 8 women learned earnestly. Only Jiang Han had spare time, but he soon came up with a great idea: why not hold a competition? Whoever killed the most zombies would receive a reward. After training, Jiang Han led them on a sweep through the college, also searching for Gao Zichen, his father's murderer. Over 2 days, he found 12 more eligible women who had survived by chance. Meanwhile, he gathered some news about Gao Zichen. Reportedly 2 days ago, someone had seen him driving a small car out of the college's north gate. That kid, could he have gone home? Jiang Han vaguely recalled that Bald Yong had once mentioned that old Gao's residence was in a private villa east of the Changxing Group building in the North Lake District. As of now, the Papa Women's Prison housed over 150 inmates, with 12 at a coefficient of 2 and more than 20 at 1.2. Daily rewards exceeded 15,000 credits. After 3 days of accumulation, Jiang Han's balance had reached 48,000. The first order of business was to upgrade his ability. Spending 2,000 credits, he immediately sensed a change. The size of the spatial gate had transformed. Previously, it was a fixed square of 1 meter by 1 meter, but now the maximum side length had expanded to 2 meters, while the minimum shrank to 90 centimeters. Within this range, he could alter it at will. Simultaneously, his spatial perception extended to 2 meters, meaning he could open the gate from a greater distance. As for his personal space, its dimensions, length, width, and height, had all doubled from 1 meter to 2, resulting in a volume of 8 cubic meters, an 8-fold increase. Next, he needed to upgrade the facilities, starting with the prison cells. Currently, there were 10 cells. To make the privileges granted after political review more apparent, he spent 300 credits to elevate the level 2 cells to level 3. The level 3 cells unlocked corresponding items: 10 sets of Jake-style prison uniforms, facial cleanser serum, eye cream, foundation, face masks. Upon upgrading, the cells were no longer communal for 20 people. Instead, they were divided into 5 small rooms, each housing 4 female inmates, complete with private bathrooms. Additionally, there was a small living room with a sofa set and a coffee table, and the television had been upgraded from 32 to 40 inches. With no signal available, TV programs could only be purchased from the system store. To enrich the inmates' spiritual lives, Jiang Han decided to make a small purchase: 10 Chinese TV dramas for 1 papa coin, 10 anime series for 1 coin, 10 comedy films for 1 coin, and 10 Japanese adult films for 1 coin. Once bought, these were permanent editions accessible on any television in the prison. Jiang Han directly selected the last option, spending 10 credits to acquire 100 films, enough to keep the inmates entertained for a while. They could either watch films or sleep. The choice was theirs. The accumulation of desires took many forms, but there was only one outlet for release. He chuckled slyly. Beyond the cells, he also upgraded the perimeter wall and the main gate to level 4. The level 4 wall stood 5 meters high and 2 meters wide, constructed entirely of reinforced concrete. The outer face was vertical, making it impossible to scale without professional tools. The top 2 meters wide could accommodate several people walking side by side, with railings and gun ports on both sides. Whenever Jiang Han wished, he could station guards up there. The level 4 gate was even taller than the wall, with a thickness of 2 meters. Made of high-strength armored steel, it was incredibly hard and heavy. According to the system, each opening required 100 units of electricity. As the building levels increased, the required papa coins grew exponentially. With just this modest round of upgrades, over 200 credits were gone. He had initially planned to install bulletproof glass for the entire building, but his balance was insufficient, so that would have to wait a few days. After the upgrades were complete, Jiang Han summoned his people and prepared to set out in search of Gao Zichen. For this trip, he came fully prepared, bringing 2 drivers, 1 doctor, and 9 prison guards. The drivers were Su Yingxue and Tian Xinyue, who would take turns to avoid fatigue. The doctor was Su Yingyue, equipped with emergency medications to handle any unforeseen incidents. The 9 guards, led by Lu Shuangshuang, were fully armed. This time they were headed to Beichen district. According to the map, they would pass by an airport along the way. If time allowed, Jiang Han planned to check it out and perhaps recruit some flight attendants. 5 hours later, the group arrived at Changshan Group. According to Bald Yong, the Gao family villa was located east of Changshan Group. Due to the dense fog, it took them nearly an hour to find the 4-story standalone villa. Getting out of the vehicle, Jiang Han took 5 guards with him, leaving the others in the car. His order to them was to shoot anyone they saw. Meanwhile, inside the Gao family villa, Gao Zichen lay on the sofa with a grim expression. His left arm was wrapped in thick bandages, but blood still seeped through. Jiang Han's bullet remained lodged in his body, though every movement brought excruciating pain. Standing beside Gao Zichen were 3 women in yoga attire who had just finished changing his bandages. One of them spoke. "Young master, we've run out of food. Do you think?" Gao Zichen frowned. "Didn't my father leave any provisions?" The woman shook her head. "No." Then she changed the subject. "Is the old master really dead? I mean, passed away?" Since being injured by Jiang Han, Gao Zichen had struggled greatly to return home, thirsty and hungry. He had assumed his father would have left some food and drink, but upon asking, he discovered there was nothing. Already agitated, her question only irritated him further. He snapped his eyes open, and a white light grazed the woman's pretty face. "Get out." The woman was nearly frightened to death by his roar as she trembled, and the medicine bottle in her hand clattered to the floor. Seeing Gao Zichen's ferocious face, she lowered her head and silently left the room. The other 2 wisely followed her out. Gao Zichen cursed, "Damn it. A bunch of useless trash. I don't know why my father kept you." Just outside the door, the woman who had been scolded touched her nearly disfigured face and muttered indignantly, "Pa. What a piece of trash." Another woman behind her added, "Exactly. What's the point of taking it out on us? You're supposed to be your father's concubine, and you have no manners." They cursed, and more women gathered to join in. A closer look revealed 12 of them, all wearing matching pink yoga outfits. Their slender necks, collarbones, navels, shapely long legs, and taut stomachs were all exposed to the air. Their heights and hairstyles were nearly identical, all around 170 centimeters, with black hair tied up in buns. Each had willow leaf eyebrows, cherry-like lips, and features that drew admiring glances. The only difference was their age. The oldest was around 30, while the youngest was under 20. The oldest woman, named Luo Qingyan, spoke up. "Come on, let's go eat. We'll take turns, and make sure that Brat doesn't find out." "Hee, don't worry, Qingyanjia. Let that fool starve." They hurried to the basement where old Master Gao had left supplies: instant noodles and bottled water. These were more precious than life itself, and there was no way they would give them to Gao Zichen. These 12 women were all kept by old Master Gao. Years ago, he had fallen gravely ill. A blind fortune-teller told him that he needed to keep women to ward off bad luck and survive the crisis. Specifically 12 women, 1 for each Chinese zodiac sign, all of whom must be virgins. Thus old Master Gao spent a fortune searching far and wide for suitable beauties, naming them the 12 beauties of luck-bringing. Later, when old Master Gao led all his men out, the 12 beauties who had no combat ability were naturally left at home. 12 women. 6 were taking turns gnawing on instant noodles, cursing as they ate. "That old bastard Gao, dead and gone, didn't even think to leave us any food." The other 6 stood guard, whispering among themselves, "That little bastard Gao Zichen, not avenging your father, what are you even coming back for? Making us old ladies have to sneak our meals." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Gao Zichen's." Where the hell is everyone? Huh? What are you all doing blocking the door? The 6 women outside tensed up instantly. Young master, we're just resting here for a bit. Is that so? Gao Zichen frowned, eyeing the women before him with suspicion. Move. He kicked the door open and stormed in only to find them sneaking food. Damn it. He flew into a rage. Didn't you say there was nothing left to eat? This was all my father's. The women inside were stunned. The young master rarely came down to the basement. What was he doing here today? Slap. A crisp sound echoed as Gao Zichen sent one woman flying with a backhand. Get out. All of you. This is mine. Nobody eats it. With that he grabbed the instant noodles and stuffed them into his mouth. A bunch of sluts. Once I've had my fill, I'll slaughter every last one of you. Luo Qingyun refused to back down. Zichen, these things were your father's, but they were meant for us. Slap. Gao Zichen leaped up and delivered another slap. Were your stepmothers? Luo Qingyun said, clutching her cheek. Gao Zichen loathed that word. Stepmothers. Some of them were younger than him. He strode toward Luo Qingyun. Stepmothers, huh? Then today I'll send you all to accompany my father in death. Just then a voice came from the doorway. Oh, look at this. Is this all it takes for the young master Gao to fight his own mother over? It was Jiang Han who had just entered. He was baffled by Luo Qingyun's stepmother remark, but quickly pieced it together, a thrill rising in his heart. Who knew the Gao household had such unexpected spoils? All right, Gao Zichen, I'll take your mother. Jiang Han's voice made Gao Zichen freeze mid-step. His mind went blank for a few seconds, then he whipped around ready to attack. But before his white light could fire, Jiang Han's had already struck. Whoosh. It hit him square in the chest, almost exactly where Meng Meng had been wounded. Oh. Gao Zichen screamed, staggering back a few steps. You have the same ability as mine. Jiang Han, of course, had no white light ability, but he had his spatial power and could store attacks. Let me ask you, why do you have so many mothers? Jiang Han said with a grin, opening his spatial gate before him. 2 meters by 1 meter, enough to shield his entire body. Gao Zichen clutched his chest. Jiang Han, I'll fuck your mother. As he spoke, a beam of white light shot forth. The reason Jiang Han hadn't killed him immediately was to collect more of that white light. It was far deadlier than bullets. He kept his spatial gate open, letting Gao Zichen fire away, absorbing everything. Meanwhile, his eyes swept over the 12 women in the room. Young Master Gao, you've got it wrong. In the one fucking your mother, ha. This only enraged Gao Zichen further. His eyes flashed repeatedly, but to no avail. Already wounded, and without food or water for days, he lasted barely half a minute before dizziness overwhelmed him. He stopped, gasping for air, unable to fight any longer. Oh, don't stop now. Jiang Han examined his space with his mind. That's all you've got. Young Master Gao, you're pathetic. He kept provoking him. So which one here is your real mother? They'll start with her first. What's the phrase for this? All right, they'll plunder your very roots. A snicker escaped from Lu Shuangshuang and her 4 companions, who had their guns trained on Gao Zichen, ready to fire at the first sign of trouble. Gao Zichen was livid. Even if he couldn't fight, he had to. His eyes flashed again as he desperately fired more white light into Jiang Han's space. After a dozen more beams, Gao Zichen's face turned deathly pale, his lips black and purple. Finally, he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsed backward, and lay still. Jiang Han saw that the man had given his all. He shook his head. All right, fine. I won't push you anymore. They'll send you to meet your father now. As for your request to have your mother buried with you. He paused, scanning the 12 beauties of joy who trembled under his gaze. They'll think about it. With that, Jiang Han used spatial bullets to riddle Gao Zichen's motionless body. Dead. Completely dead. After killing him, Jiang Han approached the corpse. According to the novel's touching an ability, user's body could absorb their energy. He wondered if it was true. He touched Gao Zichen's head. Sure enough, a strange sensation rose within him, identical to the feeling of leveling up his ability, a euphoric floating bliss. So satisfying. Then Jiang Han sensed the change in his power. The boundary of his spatial gate shrank from 0.8 meters to 3 meters, and his spatial perception adjusted accordingly. Jiang Han let out a comfortable hum. He finally looked up at the 12 beauties in yoga wear. Are you all his mother? He asked, then laughed at himself. The question felt oddly wrong. Luo Qingyun and the others were terrified. Gao Zichen's ability had seemed godlike to them, and yet Jiang Han had killed that god with ease. It was horrifying. They quickly stammered, Stepmothers, not real mothers. No blood relation. We're not even family. What if this terrifying man decided to wipe them out? Jiang Han continued, you all heard what Gao Zichen called me, didn't you? The women immediately recalled the curse. They dared not hesitate. Yes. We heard. I hate being cursed at. If someone curses me, I have to repay them in kind. So you know what to do. Luo Qingyun froze. He said, head fuck my mother, so he wants to. Her face reddened. I understand. Lu Shuangshuang rolled her eyes, then glanced at her 4 subordinates. Warden will stand guard for you. Half an hour later, Jiang Han emerged from the room, thoroughly satisfied. He had experienced true softness. If not for the time constraint, he wouldn't have come out in 2 hours. Women who practiced yoga every day were truly something else. Lu Shuangshuang, like a loyal guard, approached him, her face flushed. Warden, where to next? She had listened for half an hour, her heart racing and legs weak. Jiang Han rolled his neck. The airport. Let's see if there are any flight attendants or international friends in need of help. The group got into the car. Luo Qingyun and the others sat in the back blushing with bread sausages and preserved eggs before them. A feast compared to the instant noodles they'd been eating for days. The Su sisters and the female guards whispered among themselves. Is the warden wearing a new style of prison uniform? I've never seen that before. The atmosphere grew awkward. Jiang Han cleared his throat. Let me tell you a joke. Zhuge Liang stood before a small dark room and called softly, Imperial Uncle, where are you? Liu Bei turned around and said, I'm under the bookshelf. This room is so dark. Find the bookshelf and you'll find me. The women were baffled. What kind of joke was that? The silence grew even more uncomfortable. The prison van rumbled slowly toward Tianhai Airport. This time Tian Xinyue was behind the wheel, introducing the airport's basic layout as they drove. Tianhai Airport was a fourth-class international airport with 3 terminals. The apocalypse had struck at dawn, and judging by the time Terminal 3 would have been the most crowded. Good, let's head to Terminal 3, Jiang Han said with narrowed eyes. They had set out at 8 in the morning, and after all the commotion it was now 3 in the afternoon. After eating, Jiang Han had kept his eyes closed in rest. Since leveling up to 3, he had been channeling a massive amount of bullets into his spatial realm. 27 cubic meters could hold tens of thousands of rounds. He fired with both guns for a full 3 minutes, and still hadn't filled a third of the space. He also discovered that if he opened the spatial gate smaller, say 80 centimeters by 80 centimeters, the consumption of his aberrant energy was greatly reduced. After an unknown amount of time, Tian Xinyue suddenly gasped. Warden, look at this. Jiang Han opened his eyes and peered through the car window. The ground was littered with corpses lying in all manner of poses. But they all shared one trait: they had no heads. Above the necks was nothing but emptiness, leaving only the bodies and limbs frozen in their death throes. Stop the car. Let me see, Jiang Han said. The strange manner of these deaths left him with a nagging sense of unease. The van halted. Jiang Han didn't get out but fixed his gaze on the nearest headless corpse. From its condition and the color of its nails, he could tell the person had already turned into a zombie before death. The wound was jagged, suggesting the head had been bitten off. That meant something nearby was feasting exclusively on zombie heads. Jiang Han looked around. The crimson mist was thick, obscuring everything. Could it be some kind of animal? Or a special aberrant? Did it only eat zombies, or both zombies and humans? There was no way to know yet. Everyone stay sharp. Load your weapons. Guards, take positions on both sides. Tell me immediately if you see anything off. Jiang Han gave orders to the back seat. Lu Shuangshuang perked up instantly, nudging her subordinates. Wake up, all of you. Stay alert. Is that Terminal 3 up ahead? Jiang Han lit a cigarette and asked Tian Xinyue. Though he appeared to be sleeping, he had kept complete track of the van's direction and position. His spatial perception had reached 3 meters. While he couldn't use it constantly due to limited aberrant energy, occasionally scanning the GPS screen was no problem. Coupled with his half-asleep, half-awake state, his aberrant energy suffered almost no depletion. Tian Xinyue nodded. Yes, at most half a kilometer. As they drove further, Jiang Han noticed fewer zombies, but more corpses. It seemed the head-eating creature was near the airport, or perhaps inside it. Soon the glass doors of Terminal 3 came into view, piled high with debris behind them. With unknown dangers outside, the van couldn't just stop at the entrance. Jiang Han pointed at the glass doors. Ram through. Ram through. Tian Xinyue was stunned. She had never driven so aggressively. But she quickly adjusted her posture and floored the accelerator. Boom. The glass shattered and the debris scattered like falling petals. The van emerged unscathed. With its all-aluminum body, bulletproof glass, and reinforced steel mesh, such a minor obstacle was nothing. As soon as they entered, Jiang Han saw several people rushing out from the side wielding sticks and such. Oh, my God. What are you doing? The man at the front was furious, throwing his stick to the ground in rage. Those behind him clutched their heads, looking as if they had lost a loved one. They all had high noses, blue eyes, and pale skin, clearly not from Dragon Country. Here came the foreign horses. Jiang Han's gaze swept through the crowd, spotting a few women who met his criteria. Then a large group surrounded the van, gesturing and chattering in a language he couldn't understand a word of. Someone pounded on the door, signaling them to get out. Does anyone here speak Lighthouse? Jiang Han asked the women in the van. I do. Me too. Tian Xinyue and Su Yingxue raised their hands. One was an international flight attendant, the other a foreign language department's campus belle. Both were fluent in Lighthouse. Jiang Han nodded, then turned to Lu Shuangshuang. Take a few people down and tell these foreign devils to keep their distance. Yes. Lu Shuangshuang, rifle in hand, led 4 others out. The combat uniforms worked wonders. The moment they stepped out, the restless crowd fell silent. Jiang Han stretched lazily and stepped out, followed by Su Yingxue and Tian Xinyue. About 30 people were gathered outside, led by the man who had shouted earlier. He stood opposite Lu Shuangshuang, at least 2 heads taller, gesturing wildly and saying something incomprehensible. Lu Shuangshuang didn't understand a word of foreign tongues and could only look to the 2 interpreters for help. What's this guy saying? Is he cursing me out? She asked Suing Shua. After spending so much time with Jiang Han, her personality had changed. She was no longer the timid girl she once was. If anyone dared to insult her, she wouldn't hesitate to put a bullet in their head. Suing Shua squinted. The man spoke too fast with what seemed like a dialect nothing like the lighthouse taught in class. Honestly, she couldn't understand a single word. It fell to Tian Xinyue, who had years of dealing with foreign devils, international friends, and was well-versed in the language. She translated, "This guy asks if we're the Dragon Country Rescue Force. Why did we take so long? He wants us to take him to an official shelter immediately." Jiang Han's eyes darted around. "Translate this: we're here to rescue, but there's limited space in the van. We can only take a few. Her, and her. Only these." He pointed out 6 in a row, all young golden-haired, blue-eyed foreign women. The women rolled their eyes. "Boss, you're something else." But Tian Xinyue dared not delay and relayed the message. The 6 named looked pleasantly surprised while the others grew indignant. "Why them and not us?" The man muttered something in a foreign tongue. Tian Xinyue covered her mouth. "He's asking why you're only taking women." "Because the rescue team is mine." "He's asking what about the rest of them?" "They can do whatever they want." At that the man lost it, jabbering on spittle flying everywhere, making Lu Shuang turn her head away. Jiang Han noticed several people, both men and women, eyeing the guards' guns with blazing greed. Tian Xinyue translated again. "He says we destroyed their hard-built defensive wall, and now it's unsafe here. He claims this is their turf. If we want to take them, we have to fix it." Jiang Han sneered. "This is Dragon Country's land, not theirs. Saving 6 is already generous. As for the rest, that's their problem." Tian Xinyue relayed this to the man, who suddenly pointed at Jiang Han and cursed, "Shit. Fuck you." At those words, Jiang Han's subordinates all changed color. They might not understand foreign languages, but they knew that phrase. Even if they had been innocent before they knew it now, the prison TV played it every day. They all aimed their rifles at the cursing man. "Insulting our warden. Looking for death." Lu Shuang shot Jiang Han a questioning look. He nodded once. Bang. The man's head exploded on the spot. Up. The screams were deafening. Tian Xinyue forced herself to stay calm and shouted in Lighthouse, "Let me say it again. This is Dragon Country's territory. Any foreigner here must follow the rules." Walla walla. Someone yelled something, and the remaining crowd charged at them en masse. 4 or 5 burly men wielding clubs charged toward Lu Shuang, followed by a menacing-looking foreign woman. They were no lambs to the slaughter. In fact, those who had survived this long had blood on their hands. Moreover, the submachine guns ignited a thrill within them. Previously, the hope of reaching a shelter had kept them from resorting to violence, but now the situation had changed. Jiang Han killed without hesitation, and they were certain he was not part of an official rescue force. "Since you refuse to save us, we'll kill you and take your guns and vehicles." Lu Shuang was no pushover either. All 5 prison guards moved in unison. The training over these days and the bullets they had fired were not wasted. With a burst of gunfire, a large number of attackers fell instantly. "Calm down, everyone, stay calm." Just then a red-haired woman stepped forward from the crowd. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes. So there was someone here who could speak the Dragon Kingdom's language. The woman was one of the 6 singled out, and judging by her appearance, she seemed to be a mixed-race individual. Raising her hands, she spoke in broken Dragon Kingdom tongue. "My name is Diana, please don't shoot. I hope you can act out of humanitarianism and stop killing." Jiang Han sneered. "Diana, since you understand the Dragon Kingdom's language, you must know the saying, if others do not provoke me, I will not provoke them. If your people hadn't struck first, mine wouldn't have opened fire. So don't lecture me about humanitarianism. If you had seized the guns, would you be talking about humanitarianism with us?" Diana was momentarily at a loss for words. She bit her lower lip, then looked up at Jiang Han. "Fine, the gun is in your hands. Whatever conditions you have, please state them. But no matter what, please stop killing. Our aim is not to kill, but to save lives, provided we can ensure our own safety. However, I have limited capacity and can only save 6. You're lucky to be among them. So are you willing?" Diana shook her head. "Sorry, we are not willing." "Oh." Jiang Han frowned slightly. He never forced women, but that rule applied only to ordinary Dragon Kingdom women who bore him no malice. "You Lighthouse Kingdom folks are not included." He nodded. "All right, since you're unwilling to be rescued." Lu Shuang. He produced 6 pairs of handcuffs from his back pocket, as if by magic. "Then arrest them." As a prison warden, arresting a few women seemed perfectly normal. Diana's expression shifted. "What? Arrest us? May I ask what law we have broken?" This stumped Jiang Han. Indeed, to arrest someone, one must clearly state the charges. He turned to look at Tian Xinyue. She understood instantly. As a flight attendant, she frequently attended various training sessions and was well-versed in laws and regulations. Without hesitation, she said, "According to the Dragon Kingdom aviation security regulations, you have engaged in armed assembly and affray disrupting airport order. We have the right to arrest you." Well said. Attacking others with weapons was indeed armed affray. Diana immediately protested, "You're twisting the facts." Lu Shuang made a funny face and said mockingly, "You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say will be used as evidence in court." With corpses at their feet, Diana wisely chose not to resist, allowing her hands to be cuffed. Yet she stared straight at Jiang Han. "Sir, let me emphasize again, we are citizens of the Lighthouse Kingdom, the Lighthouse Kingdom." She stressed the last 3 words heavily, as if expecting preferential treatment. Jiang Han smiled. "So what?" So. Diana didn't know how to respond, glaring at Jiang Han with hatred. "You'll regret this." "Could I enjoy the feeling of taming a wild mare?" Jiang Han thought, caressing his gun. The other 5 women also offered no resistance. They were not foolish. The firepower of Jiang Han's group was beyond their ability to counter. "Make the rest of them squat in that corner. Anyone who stands up gets shot," Jiang Han ordered Lu Shuangshuang. Tian Xinyue translated for the group again, so they all obediently went to squat in the corner. The 6 women boarded the vehicle and were locked in the last row. The next moment, they saw food, leftovers from Luo Qingjun's 12 beauties. But for them now, it was still an unparalleled delicacy. They exchanged glances, a hint of excitement in their eyes, as if being arrested wasn't so bad after all. Only Diana could communicate. Blinking her pale blue eyes, she pointed at the box on the floor with her cuffed hands. "Dear lady, could you give us some food?" Luo Qingjun knew she had no authority to do so, and shook her head. "Everything here belongs to Warden Jiang. You'll have to ask him." "Ask him." Diana glanced at Jiang Han, who had just boarded the vehicle, and seemed unwilling to speak to him, pressing her lips tightly together. Then the other women beside Diana began to argue. Jiang Han couldn't understand, so Tian Xinyue translated for him. "They're questioning Diana why she doesn't ask you for food." Jiang Han smiled, and casually took out a pack of sausages as he walked over. Tearing it open with his teeth, he waved it in front of the women before popping one into his own mouth. "Let me ask you a question. Is there anyone else in this building? Answer correctly, and you'll get some sausages." He spoke while chewing. The women's eyes were fixed on the sausage in his hand, nearly drooling. One of them said something, and Tian Xinyue translated. "She says there are people on the 4th floor, but she's not sure how many." Jiang Han immediately handed a sausage to the woman. "Any other information?" Seeing this, the remaining women began chattering eagerly. Through Tian Xinyue's translation, Jiang Han roughly understood. These Lighthouse Kingdom people had arrived on the same flight on the day the apocalypse began. After the zombie outbreak, they had occupied a noodle shop on the 1st floor, sacrificing over a dozen lives to clear this small area. But just yesterday, 5 or 6 men suddenly came down from upstairs, injuring some of them. The leader could even shoot fireballs. The Lighthouse Kingdom people were no match and had many supplies stolen. The women spoke one by one, but Diana remained silent the entire time. Jiang Han didn't force her. "If you want talk, others will." However, the mention of someone who could emit fireballs piqued his interest. He continued, "When did he come?" "Yesterday. And before that?" "Never." Jiang Han frowned. This person was certainly an ability user. Now that he knew ability users could absorb each other's powers, he wouldn't let this opportunity slip. The man was likely a newly awakened one like Gao Zichen, who had been unconscious after drinking poison water until yesterday, Jiang Han deduced. He immediately made a decision: set out now and go meet that person. Jiang Han allocated the troops with 2 prison guards and Tian Xinyue, following him upstairs, while Lu Shuangshuang stayed by the vehicle with the rest. The group of 4 ascended along the halted escalator. Jiang Han noticed that the escalator entrance was blocked by rows of stainless steel benches, likely placed by the lighthouse people to prevent zombies from descending from above. As they climbed over the makeshift barricade, zombies roaming the 2nd floor immediately swarmed toward them. Without Jiang Han lifting a finger, the 2 prison guards behind him opened fire. There were not many zombies in the building. After a few bursts of bullets, a large number of them fell to the ground. They pressed on. Just then a clatter sounded. Something had fallen nearby. The noise instantly drew more zombies converging from all directions. By now the zombies' hearing and vision were far keener than at the outset. They could detect targets from 5 or 6 meters away and charge recklessly. Being surrounded by a horde of zombies without sufficient mental preparation and ammunition was indeed perilous, but only for others. Jiang Han was an exception. He wrapped his arms around the 3 women, opening spatial gates in 4 directions, front, back, left, and right. In rapid succession, each interval a mere fraction of a second. Hundreds of bullets poured out, instantly slaying the zombies on both sides. With the zombies dealt with, Jiang Han looked a few meters away. What had been thrown down was a thermos cup. A deliberate act, murder by proxy. He assessed the situation immediately. He glanced upward, but could see nothing clearly. Still, Jiang Han knew he had been spotted. He opened a spatial gate 3 meters above his head, aimed toward the direction from which the cup had been thrown, and unleashed a volley. Almost instantly, he heard a muffled groan. Jiang Han smirked, confirming his suspicion. The trio continued onward, soon reaching the spot where the cup had been dropped. Jiang Han noticed a trail of blood drops, leading to a large door marked with the words 365 Convenience Store. "Even if you're not ability users, ambushing me is a capital offense. All of you inside come out now," Jiang Han declared, signaling the prison guards to fire a few shots. A series of bullets shattered the glass with a rattling sound. He continued, "If you don't come out, I'll start tossing grenades." He had no grenades, of course, but would those inside dare to take the risk? As expected, a voice responded from within, Wait, we're coming out. The supermarket door opened, and over a dozen men emerged, all wearing matching blue suits. Tian Xinyue immediately recognized them. Director Liu, Vice Captain Wang. She whispered to Jiang Han, explaining that they were airport staff. The main group of flight attendants was likely nearby. That Director Liu is a real piece of work, she added emphatically. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, this must be your boss, isn't it? The group in turn recognized Tian Xinyue. The leader, Director Liu, sized up Jiang Han and the two armed prison guards behind him, his gaze lingering on their guns with evident wariness. Xiao Tian, what are you doing here? And you all are? This latter question was directed at Jiang Han. Jiang Han, of course, refused to be led by him. He spotted a man in the crowd with a wounded shoulder, raised his pistol, and said, so you're the one who ambushed the warden. Director Liu quickly raised his hands placatingly. Please, sir, don't shoot. Let me explain. Explain? Fine. They'll kill him first, then you can explain. Director Liu frowned. Sir, you must not know who our master is. Oh. Jiang Han looked at him with keen interest. Master. That title certainly had a ring to it. More impressive than warden. Seeing this, Director Liu continued. Our master is a divine being who wields sacred arts. If you harm any of his followers, you will surely face divine punishment. Is that so? Jiang Han understood that the master in question was the ability user. He had initially intended to ask where this master was, but upon hearing the threat, he changed his mind. He raised the gun again. Then, let me try killing one and see. The wounded man instinctively stepped back, retreating behind the crowd. Jiang Han fixed his gaze on him and the others. I'm going to kill him now. If any of you want to take a bullet for him, you're welcome to. With that, a bullet flew toward the injured man. Several people stood between them, so the shot didn't hit its target, but instead blew the head off the person in front. As the corpse crumpled, Jiang Han continued, very good, very good. It seems someone really is willing to take a bullet for you. He fired a second shot. Another person blocking the way fell dead. With a sudden scramble, the rest scattered. No one was foolish enough to shield another. Only the wounded man remained, dropping to his knees with a thud. Don't kill me, don't. Bang. Before he could finish, Jiang Han pulled the trigger. Well, I've killed one of his followers. Why hasn't your master shown up yet? Jiang Han blew on the gun barrel, smiling at Director Liu. Director Liu's face turned pale, his legs trembling, but he still forced himself to say, you'll get what's coming to you. The master will punish you soon. Jiang Han let out a cold laugh. Oh, I get it. It must be that I haven't killed enough of his men. Let's add you to the list. He aimed at Director Liu again, but then changed his mind, turning to Tian Xinyue. Xinyue, how has your director treated you? Tian Xinyue was taken aback, then glared venomously at Director Liu. Xiao Tianyeye. Director Liu seemed to grasp Jiang Han's intent, and quickly begged her, please say something for me. Do you remember that time I got a complaint? Tian Xinyue's eyes seemed to blaze with fury. Jiang Han handed her the pistol. Go ahead. If you want revenge, shoot him dead. Huh. Tian Xinyue hesitated. I can't. What's there to be afraid of? You've been with me for days. Haven't you learned such a simple thing yet? Tian Xinyue was his driver, someone who would frequently stay by his side, and shooting was a basic skill Jiang Han had to teach her. Xinyue, don't listen to him. Don't shoot. Director Liu shouted, trembling. Tian Xinyue swallowed hard, then closed her eyes. Bang. The gun went off, hitting Director Liu, but not fatally. Perhaps by some twist of fate, the bullet struck his groin. He let out a pig-like scream, writhing on the ground in agony. Jiang Han pointed at Director Liu while explaining his shooting experience to Tian Xinyue. This is the perfect chance to practice your aim. See how he's swaying left and right? In such a case, you don't aim at his body. You need to predict his movement about 0.5 seconds ahead. Tian Xinyue finally got the hang of it after 8 shots. At last, Director Liu was dead, and everything fell silent. Jiang Han helped Tian Xinyue reload the magazine. Keep this gun. Practice when you have time. Don't let others suffer like this again. Tian Xinyue looked up at Jiang Han. Thank you. I never signed up for the political review because Jiang Han saw her hesitation and smiled. All right, we'll talk later. Then he turned to the remaining few. Tisk tisk tsk. Why isn't your master here yet? If this keeps up, I won't be so polite. The group nearly spoke in unison. Boss, please don't. Then a chubby middle-aged man stepped forward, trembling. How about we take you to him? He's sleeping right now. Sleeping? Jiang Han was taken aback. Yes, he's sleeping. He went out for a walk at noon, came back saying he was too tired and wanted to rest without being disturbed. When did he fall asleep? Jiang Han asked hastily. 20 minutes ago. Heh. Jiang Han chuckled. This was a freebie ability. Following the fat man's directions, he found the VIP lounge. There were even a few guards at the door. Jiang Han aimed his gun. Don't any of you dare speak. These people weren't foolish. Seeing the 2 armed policewomen behind Jiang Han, they knew they were outmatched. One by one, they fell silent. Going further in, he saw the women. On the left sat 5 shirtless with vacant stares, their bodies covered in whip marks. On the right were over 30 dressed neatly, but with faces numb from shock. It seemed this fireball-throwing bastard was a pervert far worse than himself. At least he wouldn't hit women. Well, not with a whip. And even if he did, he wouldn't leave them in such a state, Jiang Han mused. Tian Xinyue recognized most of them, her eyes filled with reluctance and sympathy. These were her colleagues' flight attendants. Jiang Han noticed too. He took a deep breath, feigning righteous indignation, even making his eyes slightly red, because it would make the women more willing to follow him. Then he gestured for everyone to stay quiet. The women who had just opened their mouths to speak immediately fell silent, gazing at him, as if he were their savior. Jiang Han crept toward the last door. It was tightly shut, hiding whatever lay behind. But he had spatial perception. Releasing it, he penetrated the thick door, and saw the scene inside. At either the head or foot of a small bed, there was a single foot. Steady snoring came from within. He was sound asleep, oblivious to the outside world. Jiang Han called the fat man over, and whispered, "How many people are in there?" "Just one." "The master?" "No, mister." "Sure. No, that kid never lets anyone in when he sleeps." Jiang Han nodded. That was all he needed. He opened a spatial gate through the closed door at the farthest reach of his perception. Judging by the foot's position, he estimated the Beauties location and launched his attack. Spatial bullets shot toward the snoring figure on the bed. 10 rounds. He didn't fire more as he still had questions for the man. Of course, if he hit the head, so be it. Thud. "Oh." A scream came from inside. Good he wasn't dead. Without a second's delay, Jiang Han kicked the locked door. Thanks to his spatial perception, he already knew the exact position of the bolt. The door flew open. Jiang Han immediately opened a spatial gate between himself and the other man to avoid any surprises. On the bed lay a short 40-something man with a mustache, half his body riddled with bullets and bleeding profusely. Jiang Han rolled his eyes. Who would have thought the guy slept with his legs spread so wide? The short man froze for 2 seconds, then let out a yell and began firing fireballs, each the size of a fist. Jiang Han just stood there. These things were useful. He needed to collect as many as possible while the man still lived. But after just 10 blasts, the short man stopped. Having only slept 20 minutes and bearing such severe wounds, his energy was depleted. He panted heavily, unsure which wound to cover, so he ignored them all. Looking up at Jiang Han, he shouted angrily, "Who are you?" Jiang Han didn't answer. He slowly walked toward the man, wanting to test if his ability was truly exhausted. Sure enough, the ability user suddenly bared a ferocious expression and raised his hand, firing another fireball. He shouted, "Careless fool, die." Jiang Han absorbed it all. But this one was small, barely bigger than an egg. It might be useful for lighting a cigarette if he forgot his lighter. Oh well, it seemed the man had given his all. Jiang Han looked at him through the spatial gate and said with a grin, "Before I kill you, let me ask you something. Are you?" But before he could finish, the man's face twisted with rage. "Baka." Jiang Han's smile froze instantly, the veins on his forehead twitching involuntarily. Squinting as if he hadn't heard clearly, he confirmed, "What did you say?" "Baka. I am from the Sushi Kingdom, a descendant of the Sun Goddess." Before he could finish the word, Jiang Han leaped up. "FCK your mother." He raised his hand and slapped the man's left cheek. Crack. This was the first time he had used full force since reaching 100 points of enhancement. As for the short mustachioed man's head, it was gone. After the slap, Jiang Han felt his ability grow 4 meters. But these were trivial matters. He turned to the chubby middle-aged man behind him. "He's from the Sushi Kingdom, and you called him master." The fat man dropped to his knees with a thud. "Boss, sir, we really didn't know." Jiang Han took a few breaths to calm himself, stared at him for a few seconds, then pointed at the window. "Jump." "What?" The fat man, still on his knees, glanced at the window from afar and nearly cried. This was the 4th floor, the 4th floor. And it was the 4th floor of the terminal, at least 25 meters high. If he jumped, wouldn't his thighs shatter into his hips? I really didn't know." Jiang Han stared at him. "I won't say it twice." The fat man stood up, trembling, thinking of running, but when he turned around, he saw 2 guns. No 3, as Tian Xinyue had also drawn her newly acquired pistol. "Jump, and he might live. Don't jump, and head die now." Finally, gritting his teeth, he climbed onto the windowsill, and with a cry plunged into the red mist, vanishing. Jiang Han looked at the rest. All men, every single one, jump. After much commotion, begging attempts to flee resistance, they all ended up the same jumping. Only the women remained. Jiang Han looked around. True to their reputation as flight attendants, they were all up to standard. He smiled warmly. "None of you knew he was from the Sushi Kingdom, did you?" "No," the women replied in unison, their voices firm. "Oh well then, come with me." Having slain the mustached man with a single slap, Jiang Han felt a twinge of regret. There were still questions left unanswered. He scratched his head, then turned to the flight attendants. What's his name?" Someone quickly stepped forward to answer. "We only knew his surname was Sure. He never told us himself." "When did he acquire his ability?" "Yesterday." Before long, Jiang Han had pieced together the man's situation. Like Gao Zichen, he had fallen unconscious after drinking poison water. However, unlike the former, he had not done so by accident, but voluntarily, specifically on the evening of the 4th day of the apocalypse after making a phone call. The 4th day of the apocalypse, Jiang Han murmured to himself. That seemed to be the day Gao Zichen had awakened. And this man surnamed Sure had made a call before willingly drinking the poisoned water. What did that imply? It meant he knew that consuming the poison could potentially awaken an ability. Of course, the greater likelihood was turning into a zombie. Yet he still drank. Either become an ability user or die. Ruthless indeed. Who had called him? Surely another awakened ability user, one who had shared this secret with the sushi chef named Sure. Jiang Han immediately reached for the man's phone. Oh, fortunately, it was still there though powered off. He turned it on. After a long shutdown, the battery had recovered somewhat enough to boot up. Sure enough, it powered on successfully, but required facial recognition. Jiang Han glanced at the headless, blood-soaked corpse and smacked his forehead. Ah, careless. The trip to the airport had been fruitful. Counting the 6 horses, he had gathered 43 in total. There were 12 more at the Gao family villa. Time to head home. Jiang Han led the women toward the prison van. The people from the Lighthouse Nation were still squatting by the wall. They couldn't manage the Asian squat and were exhausted, with many kneeling or lying prone. Lu Shuangshuang hadn't imposed strict rules, though as long as they didn't stand up it was fine. He stuffed the women into the back seats, piling them one atop another. The sturdy foreign women went to the bottom, while others climbed on like stacking dolls. Those who had practiced yoga squeezed under the seats. The only requirement was to ensure that Lu Shuangshuang and her fellow prison guards each had a seat. Jiang Han felt he should acquire another vehicle, perhaps a combat-ready one for mowing down enemies from inside, or an RV for mowing down prisoners. Ideally a combat RV, rat-a-tat-a-tat. The prison van hadn't traveled far when a strange cry emerged from the thick fog. Ow! The sound was neither feline nor canine. Jiang Han's pupils contracted. Stop! Squeal! Tian Xinhua brought the van to an immediate halt. Then came a heavy thud on the roof. Clearly something had leaped onto it. It had to be that head-biting creature. Ever since entering the airport, Jiang Han had been on guard, so he reacted swiftly. Pinpointing the sound, he opened a spatial gate through the roof and unleashed a barrage of bullets, white light, and fireballs without hesitation. Ow wow! The monster let out a pained howl, tumbled off the roof, and fell silent. Fortunately, Jiang Han had ensured each prison guard had a window seat, giving them ample room to maneuver. All 9 of them peered outside, one hand gripping a gun, the other on the window handle, a combat stance they had drilled many times. Yet still nothing was visible. Just then a flight attendant seated on a foreign woman's lap screamed, "Ah, what is that?" Others joined in her cries. It was a deep yellow enormous eyeball, the size of a basketball, sending chills down everyone's spine. The scream startled the monster. It sprang away with a whoosh, then swung a paw the size of a wash basin, slamming hard against the window it had been watching. Boom! The van shuddered with a deafening impact, rocking side to side as the wheels lifted 3 or 4 inches off the ground before stabilizing. Had the vehicle been moving, that blow would surely have flipped it. Jiang Han pinpointed the creature's position almost instantly. He opened another spatial gate outside the van and unleashed a torrent of attacks. This time using half his remaining reserves, several thousand bullets, over 20 beams of white light, 4 or 5 fireballs, and even the egg-sized trinket he had discarded. They formed a wall of projectiles. Even if it couldn't kill the beast outright, it would render it completely combat ineffective. Once committed, it had to be a fight to the death. No more letting tigers return to the mountains. Indeed, the damage was immense. The monster was blasted 5 or 6 meters away, lying motionless on the ground. Drive over it, Jiang Han commanded. Tian Xinhua made a sharp turn and pulled up behind the creature. Only then did Jiang Han see it clearly. It was a cat, but its size was monstrous. Even curled up, it stretched 7 or 8 meters long. Its fur was incredibly tough, and he could see the tails of bullets embedded in its hide. Bullets couldn't harm it, but white light and fireballs could. This proved that abilities far surpassed conventional weapons. A mutated cat. The thought struck him immediately. If humans could develop abilities, it was only natural for animals to mutate as well. Peering between the cat's hind legs, Jiang Han noted it was male. Kill it. Just kidding. A female wouldn't be spared either. He had Tian Xinhua drive to the other side, aligned with the cat's eyes, and fired 2 shots straight into them. Pop pop. Both bullets pierced the eyes. Perhaps from neural reflexes, the mutated cat thrashed a couple more times before going completely still. Jiang Han waited a while, ensuring no vengeful family or mate would come seeking retribution, then stepped out of the van. He approached the dead cat and reached out to touch it. A familiar sensation washed over him. His ability had upgraded again. The range expanded to 5 meters, and the minimum side length shrank to 0.6 meters, while his personal space increased to 125 cubic meters. Following the established pattern, if he opened the spatial gate at its maximum of 5 by 5 meters, it would last only 5 minutes. But at the minimum of 0.6 by 0.6 meters, it could sustain nearly 70 minutes. This correlated with energy consumption. The larger the gate, the faster the ability's energy drained. If it upgraded further to a mere 0.1 meter size, could it remain open for an entire day? The large gate served area attacks, while the small gate excelled at precision strikes. Each had its own purpose. Back in the car, Jiang Han was in high spirits. Suing Xue, as if trying to ease the awkwardness, asked softly, "Did this cat kill all those zombies outside?" Jiang Han shook his head. "I'm not sure, probably." That was all he could say. After all, he hadn't slit open the cat's belly. What difference did it make anyway? Could he avenge those zombies? Suddenly, a mischievous idea struck him. He activated his spatial perception, then immediately withdrew it, pulling out 2 bags of brown sugar. "Here, you two have had a hard day. This is your reward. Both sisters were taken aback. First, how deep were his pockets? He had just pulled out 6 pairs of handcuffs and now 2 bags of brown sugar. Second, he knew. Even if he did, why give it to both of them? But they forced themselves to stay calm. Why are you giving us brown sugar out of the blue? To replenish your blood. They were both stunned. You really knew. Ding. Detected female prisoner Su Yingshu's obedience 1, reaching 100 points. Ding. Detected female prisoner Su Yingyu's obedience 5. No way that worked. It wasn't until 1130 at night that the group returned to the prison. Jiang Han drove the last half hour speeding, eliciting gasps from the women behind. The reason for such haste was of course to arrive before midnight and change into prison uniforms, thereby earning an extra batch of PP coins. 20 minutes early, Jiang Han had Zheng Jiaro prepare, and they headed straight for the changing room as soon as they got out. There were 3 groups of women this time. The first group was the 12 beauties of the bridal procession, led by Luo Qingyun. Given what had happened before, they changed clothes readily. Jiang Han didn't treat them poorly, arranging for them to be placed in level 3 cells. The second group was 43 flight attendants. They had all witnessed Jiang Han kill with a smile and dared not offend him, so they were also very cooperative. The only trouble was that 5 of them were injured and needed prompt treatment. So right after changing, Jiang Han sent them to the infirmary with meals delivered directly to them. This treatment was undoubtedly generous. He even claimed it was all for Tian Xinyu's sake, which made Tian Xinyue feel truly honored, and she actively began to persuade the others. The most troublesome were the 6 led by Diana, who kept claiming they were citizens of the Lighthouse Kingdom and demanded human rights. In the end, it was Lu Shuangshuang who forced them to change clothes at gunpoint. Tomorrow we'll deal with you. They'll make you forget your identity as Lighthouse Kingdom citizens, and firmly remember that you are prisoners of the Dragon Kingdom, Jiang Han thought bitterly. Because they were a special group, the newcomers were generally attractive. 55 of them netted 4870. After midnight, he could earn nearly 200 more. Jiang Han planned to upgrade the prison significantly. This time out, he gained a new understanding of ability absorption. First, by killing an ability user and touching their corpse, he could absorb their ability level. Of course, this referred to the ability level, not the ability itself. The system had long stated that each person could only possess one type of ability. Second, killing mutated animals also yielded results. This raised a question: if someone killed an ability user and someone else touched the corpse, who got the ability level? The killer or the toucher? What if it was an ordinary person? Would they gain an ability? Of course, these things required further experimentation. Third, purchasing abilities from the prison system didn't depend on one's current ability level, but on the number of purchases. For example, Jiang Han was currently a level 5 ability user, but if he wanted to upgrade once more from the shop, it would only cost 300, not 600. Given this, Jiang Han decided not to use PP coins for upgrades for now, but instead to seek out ability users outside. The money saved could be used to renovate the prison. Time to eat. None of the women dared to sleep until Jiang Han returned. They all waited obediently. He was very pleased with this. I risked my life out there, and you think you can sleep? He first had Zheng Jiaro ask who could unlock phones, then went upstairs to eat. The prison guards, the Su sisters Tian Xinyue and Lu Shuangshuang, all followed. Qin Shirin had laid out a large table. Dinner was served. After eating and drinking their fill, Zheng Jiaro came up bringing a young girl with her. Warden, she's from the computer science department. Her name is Yulei. She's a hacker. A hacker? Jiang Han looked at her with considerable interest. Yulei scratched her head sheepishly. Not really, but cracking phone passwords is no problem. Jiang Han took out the phone belonging to that sushi chef surnamed Sure. Can you do this one? No problem, Yulei said after a single glance. It seemed she had some real skills. Jiang Han looked at her. At 86 in appearance, she was the most ordinary in the prison. A talent. He said to Zheng Jiaro, later do a survey on who has what skills, even if it's dancing, playing an instrument, or being good at games. That way you'll have an idea for future matters, and we won't let talents like Miss you stay buried. Yulei giggled at this. An 86, while not considered beautiful here, would be a class beauty outside, with a 200 head turn rate. How long do you need? What tools do you require? Jiang Han asked again. I need my computer. I handed it in when I arrived. Also a charger and data cable for this kind of phone. Nothing else. But the computer has no internet. No need. Having the computer is enough. Jiang Han nodded and had Zheng Jiaro prepare the items. In the meantime, he asked Yulei, have you signed up? Yulei puffed out her chest. I signed up on the first day. It hasn't been my turn yet. Jiang Han smiled. She was an optimist. All right, I'll wait for your news. Yes. Skipping over the less important details, at 1 o'clock in the morning, Yulei cut in line to enter. As soon as she stepped through the door, she cheerfully told Jiang Han that the phone had been unlocked. Jiang Han took it. The owner's name was Ishida, and the last call was made 5 days ago, but it was not an outgoing call. It was an incoming one. The caller was named Miyaguchi Kojiro, clearly a person from the land of sushi. The call lasted 35 seconds, nothing more. Warden, I found something else. Yulei reached behind her back and continued. I discovered that aside from that last call, the last time Miyaguchi Kojiro contacted Ishida was 4 months ago, and it was through a messaging app. Do you know what that means? What does it mean? Jiang Han asked, lounging on the edge of the bed, watching her with interest. Yulei leaned in. It means their relationship was ordinary, they weren't very close. Go on, think about it. If this Kojiro called even an unfamiliar person like Ishida, what about those he knew well? He must have called them all. For people from the land of sushi being in a foreign country, they'd inevitably keep in touch somehow. That means at least half of the sushi nationals in Tianhai City knew about the existence of supernatural abilities 4 days ago. Jiang Han nodded. That made sense. I have another question. By the 4th day after the apocalypse, phone signals should have been weak. How did this Kojiro manage to make that call? Yulei said the lack of signal was due to the thick fog blocking radio waves, but they weren't completely unable to propagate. If he had a computer connected to a network cable and was a skilled hacker himself, or had such an expert nearby, it wouldn't have been too difficult. After all, not all network cables were destroyed. Jiang Han nodded understanding. In his mind, the activity trail of this Miyaguchi Kojiro slowly took shape. He had drunk the poison water on the first day of the apocalypse, but survived by chance, awakening his abilities at the same time as Gao Zichin. His first act upon waking was to spread the news to every sushi national he knew, including Ishida. That was why Ishida had awakened his abilities on the 8th day. Calculating this way, from drinking the poison water to awakening, it should be about 4 days. This was no coincidence. Looking at Gao Zichin, Kojiro, and Ishida, they all fit this timeline. So how many people had this Kojiro notified, and how many of them had gained abilities? Just as he was thinking, Yulei crawled up beside him. All right, Warden, stop studying the phone. Study me instead. I did make a big contribution. Jiang Han laughed heartily. Fine, you're rewarded. Starting the next day, Jiang Han began overall planning for the prison. The first order of business was to upgrade the warden's office. After all, as the prison's warden, not even being able to take a hot bath was too much of a stretch. He couldn't keep going downstairs to bathe with the inmates. The warden's office was more expensive than other buildings, costing 1,000 units. Ding. Warden's office upgraded. Corresponding buildings unlocked. Garage No. 2 now open. Milk tea shop, now open. Cinema, now open. Interrogation room, now open. These buildings were now marked as open, but they weren't fully unlocked. Unlocking them would still require spending more money. The office expanded from its previous 80 square meters to 150 square meters with a new entrance hall. Inside there was still a desk, office chair, and sofa, but all were much more refined than before. The desk in particular was enormous, big enough for 2 people to lie on. The materials of the chair and sofa had also changed. They were all genuine leather, comfortable in any position. In both the formal review bedroom and the sleeping bedroom, everything, bedding, furniture, bathroom, shower, was significantly upgraded. The second task was to upgrade the outer glass of the main building. Level 1 bulletproof glass can withstand ordinary bullets. Price 1,000 Papa coins. He bought it. That way, even if someone else broke in, he wouldn't have to worry about the glass shattering. The next upgrade cost 2,000 and could withstand sniper rifle bullets and attacks from low-level ability users. That could wait a couple of days. Then he spent 5,000 to upgrade the cafeteria twice in one go, unlocking 20 types of vegetables, 10 types of meat, and 10 types of fruit. For the women, fruit was even more appealing than meat. The cafeteria grew larger, able to accommodate 300 people dining at once. But with more diners, the workload also increased. Jiang Han assigned 20 women to Qin Shirin, all identified by Zingjiris investigation as skilled cooks. He upgraded the prison van to level 3, and information appeared. Upgraded to a 6x6 model, total vehicle weight 13.5 tons. 3 differential locks upgraded. Level 2 bulletproof glass and manganese steel protective net upgraded. In short, the van was sturdier. With the unlocking of the second garage, 2 new vehicle types appeared in his shop. One was a super off-road vehicle seating 4 focused on maneuverability and comfort for a single driver. The other was an armored personnel carrier seating 12 designed for the rapid deployment of a small elite force. Both cost 1,000 units. Jiang Han thought for a moment and bought both vehicles, then upgraded them both to level 2, costing a total of 6,000 Papa coins. In the future, he could go out with the female officers, and when they found suitable people, have others come to pick them up. Alternatively, he could send the officers directly to find people while he drove out for fun. Both were options. In addition, he unlocked the cinema, milk tea shop, and interrogation room. The milk tea shop, as the name implied, made beverages, and it also unlocked the ingredients for 10 types of drinks. These ingredients were cheap and quite popular. Jiang Han found 2 women to work as shop assistants and gave them a small notebook for records. Level 1 female prisoners were not allowed to drink. Those who passed political review could have 1 cup a day. People like his secretary Zheng Jiro, assistant Shun Chinga, cook Qin Shirin team leader He Mengming, deputy team leader Lu Shuangshuang, and all armed female officers could have 2 cups a day. Jiang Han, of course, could drink as much as he wanted. The level 1 cinema seated 50 people with ordinary seats, offering no 3D movies, no IMAX screens, and no popcorn or cola. Jiang Han still found 2 people to work as staff and arranged a movie every 1 or 2 days based on the situation. Level 1 female prisoners were not allowed to watch. Those who passed political review could watch once a week and special groups twice a week. Jiang Han could watch whatever he wanted whenever he wanted, and whoever he wanted to watch with had to accompany him. Finally, there was the interrogation room. It cost 1,000 units and contained a comfortable sofa, a strange chair, a VR helmet, and over a dozen types of torture instruments. The system clearly stated that the purpose of the interrogation room was to better assist female prisoners in improving their compliance and further strengthen prison management. How could this thing improve female prisoners' compliance? Jiang Han decided to give it a try. The prisoners with the lowest compliance were Diana and her 5 women, all in the single digits. Jiang Han decided to start with Diana. Diana, with a look of utter astonishment, was brought in by the prison guards. Jiang Han sat comfortably on the sofa, pointing at the peculiar chair, and said, "Sit down." Diana, with her red hair and tall stature, cast a dissatisfied glance at him. "Jiang, God bless you for having this prison in the apocalypse, but I believe your management of it is a complete failure. We are all God's children, meant to love one another, share food, and face hardships together. No one should be above others." She tried to deliver the words she had rehearsed over the past few days as smoothly as possible, hoping to change Jiang Han's mind. Jiang Han clapped his hands, pleased. "Excellent, excellent. This is how we see the effect of the interrogation room." Her current compliance level was 2. He wondered how much it could increase. "Let's begin." Seeing that her persuasion was futile, Diana had no choice but to sit down, obediently, sighing, lamenting, and pitying herself as the helmet was placed on her head. Inside the helmet, an AI-generated film began to play. This is a true story set in Saxe County Lighthouse Country. Xiao Li once lived a happy and warm family life with her parents and younger brother. A deep, slow baritone narrated word by word. The short film depicted Xiao Li's background, which was strikingly similar to Diana's. She also had parents and a younger brother, the very one she had been worrying about these days. The film continued. Then one day the apocalypse struck, turning most people into zombies. The family of 4 managed to survive, but their true misfortune had just begun. A gang of savage thugs broke into their home. The thugs killed Xiao Li's parents, dismembered them, and even forced her and her brother to. "Oh no!" Diana trembled in agony, shaking her head repeatedly. Xiao Li refused, so the thugs lashed her with whips. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the remote control in Jiang Han's hand emitted a prompt, "Please cooperate with the system." Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. "Interesting." Diana continued to shake her head, shouting, "No, no, no." Seeing Xiao Li's disobedience, the thugs grew angry and wrapped a hemp rope around her neck. Xiao Li couldn't breathe, feeling her life slipping away. Just as she was on the verge of death, the thugs released their grip, not wanting her to die, because she was a woman, a young, beautiful woman. So they turned their venomous hands toward her 10-year-old brother. "Oh, God, damn it." Then Diana mimed the act of eating, followed by violent retching heaves. 20 minutes passed. Ding. With the death of Xiao Li and her brother, this story ends. Now let's begin the questions. There are 10 in total. First question: where did this story take place? Diana was sobbing uncontrollably, utterly unable to focus on answering. As the countdown reached 3, 2, 1, zap. An electric shock jolted her, making her hair stand on end and her soul feel as if it had left her body. Incorrect answer, no points. Second question. Zap, zap, zap. Ninth question: do you believe that the women's prison is the happiest, warmest, and most harmonious sanctuary in the world and humanity's last hope? This question was simple. Diana quickly answered yes. Yes, yes, yes. Correct answer, 1 point. Current total, 1 point. 10th question: for such a happy, warm, and harmonious sanctuary, what should you do for the rest of your life? I. Zap. Incomplete answer, no points. Diana's first test total score of 1 point. Did not achieve full marks. Rewatch the educational film. No. This is a true story set in Saxe County Lighthouse Country. After a full 2 hours, Diana finally achieved a perfect score. As the helmet was removed, she collapsed to the ground with a thud, drenched in sweat, gasping for air. Jiang Han noticed that her compliance level had soared to 72. Indeed, when Diana looked up, her eyes shimmered with profound gratitude. He smiled at her and asked, "Do you still think my management style is a failure?" "No, Warden, your management is the most correct. This place is the last Eden on earth. God bless me for meeting you. Oh no, you are God. I will tell my friends that you are always right." Jiang Han sat on the sofa, crossing his legs. "Excellent. Now bring them up. You will be personally responsible for each one, subjecting them to my, no, God's judgment. I will have someone watch you until they have all fully atoned." This task was somewhat troublesome, but the interrogation room could be bound to an interrogator specifically tasked with brainwashing. Jiang Han thought of a very suitable candidate: Zhang Xiaowen, Su Yingshi's roommate. Find. That evening, new arrivals signed up by Jie and Lu Wenjing. Jiang Han summoned them one by one and did not treat them poorly. He assigned Bai Jie to continue as a teacher, as she knew 4 languages specifically to teach Diana, and the others the Dragon Kingdom language. The pace was to be fast, 4 hours in the morning and 4 hours in the afternoon, with regular checks until they had fully mastered it. From now on, any foreign language was forbidden in the prison. Lu Wenjing was tasked with teaching dance. Jiang Han gave her an empty room to use as a dance studio. All female prisoners would take turns learning to improve their posture and maintain their weight. Additionally, Luo Qingyun and the others were to teach yoga. Both those on trial and those not yet tried had to learn. This served three purposes: first, to keep them from idleness and wild thoughts; second, to expend their excess energy; and third, it was a triple win, a stone that kills 3 birds, an arrow that hits 3 targets. 3 days had passed. To upgrade the prison, he had spent 500 of the 600 PP coins he had earned. Adding in the daily necessary expenses, water, electricity, heating, and food, roughly 200 coins, he had only 100 left. This was his emergency fund. Without special circumstances, Jiang Han would not touch it. On the morning of the 3rd day, Jiang Han decided to set out again to save more people. This time he planned to visit 3 places. First, the Dammy Internet Celebrity Incubation Base, the largest production hub for online influencers in Tianhai City, surely filled with many female streamers. Second, the Tianhai International Hotel, the city's most luxurious hotel, likely hosting many young ladies. The last stop was the Tianhai television station, where reporters, hosts, and models could all be found. Before departing, Jiang Han made a point to visit He Mingming and Wang Li. One had sustained an injury to her left chest, while the other was covered in wounds, both lying in the medical bay. Upon his arrival, the 7 doctors and nurses led by Su Yingyue and Su Linlin rose to their feet in unison. "Greetings, Warden." Jiang Han nodded with a smile, then turned his gaze to a young nurse holding an almond and avocado milkshake, asking with feigned concern, "Is it good?" The nurse's face instantly flushed crimson. She was one who hadn't undergone political vetting and by regulation was not entitled to such beverages. "Warden, I treated them." He Mingming's weak voice sounded from the hospital bed. As captain of the prison guards, she had saved up her daily 2 cups for 3 days just to treat the medical staff once. Jiang Han's smile remained unwavering. "They healed my Mingming, of course it's on me." "Oh yeah, long live the warden." He continued, "But I need to see if you've been obedient enough to wear the prison uniforms as required." They were all in standard white coats with what lay beneath unknown. The prison had clear regulations. Prison uniforms were the warden's favor, and aside from the guards, no one could go without them. The young nurse quickly nodded. "I'm wearing it, I'm wearing it." Jiang Han parted her white coat to check, and indeed she was. There was a saying about stockings under pants. Oh, what should one call a prison uniform beneath a white coat? Jiang Han racked his brains, but couldn't come up with a term. He walked to He Mingming's bedside and took her hand. "Rest well and recover. Tell the cafeteria whatever you want to eat." With the upgraded cafeteria now offering 10 types of meat, he spoke with newfound confidence. 3 days ago, he wouldn't have dared say such a thing, fearing she might request hot pot or something. He Mingming grasped Jiang Han's hand, tears in her eyes. I have a scar on me that will never fade." Ignoring the others present, she revealed the injured area. Jiang Han paid it no mind. In truth, after seeing so much flawless skin, a scar held a unique charm. Yet he still touched it with affection and sympathy. "Don't be silly. You were hurt for me, and I like it. Of course, if you dislike it and want to cover it up, how about a tattoo?" He Mingming's eyes lit up. "Tattoo what?" "Write a sentence," Jiang Han whispered in her ear. "You're annoying." "Then let's do it," He Mingming added, blushing. After some banter, she remembered the meals. "Sister Qin gives Wang Li and me chicken soup every day. We're getting fat." "Is that so? Let me see." Jiang Han smirked mischievously. Cough, cough. Wang Li was roused by their chatter, letting out a few light coughs. Her injuries were far more severe than He Mingming's. 3 fractures and 6 cracked ribs meant she wouldn't be out of bed for at least 3 or 4 months. Since her facial wounds weren't serious, the swelling had subsided over the past few days, restoring her beauty to an 85. Upon seeing Jiang Han, Wang Li's eyes instantly filled with gratitude. "Benefactor," she murmured. She tried to throw off the covers and get up, but the sharp pain forced her to abandon the idea. "Don't move. Just lie still," Jiang Han said, glancing through the cover she had lifted. A prison uniform. Su Yingyue and the others had helped her change into it. Jiang Han noticed that Wang Li's compliance was at 100 points. In fact, he had sensed it the moment she put on the uniform, even though she was unconscious at the time. Once she recovered, Jiang Han planned to give her a position bodyguard. No one was more suitable. After comforting the 2 women, he called for Su Yingyue and prepared to leave. Before departing, he approached the young nurse and whispered, "You don't actually need someone else to treat you." The group set off in a newly acquired troop transport. Su Yingyue was at the wheel, Jiang Han in the passenger seat, and behind them were 12 seats occupied by 10 prison guards, including Lu Shuangshuang. Over the past 3 days, as Jiang Han upgraded the prison, the guards hadn't been idle. Their numbers had grown from 10 to 20. Mornings were for firearms training, afternoons for driving practice. Both skills had to be mastered. Tian Xinyue, driving the prisoner transport, stood ready with 9 other guards. Whenever Jiang Han provided an address, they would rush over immediately to pick up the new arrivals. With such a team and the sturdiness of a level 3 prison vehicle, they stood a fighting chance even against ordinary supernaturals. If the guards could hold out for a while, Jiang Han would arrive in no time. 3 hours later, the troop transport reached the city center, home to the renowned landmark, the Twin Towers. Tower A. The financial tower stood 56 stories high, housing derivative companies dealing in banking, insurance, stocks, futures, bonds, and more, controlling 80 of Tianhai City's economic lifeline. Tower B. The complex tower, also 56 stories, was a commercial complex. Among its floors, the Dammy Influencer Incubation Base occupied levels 38 to 42. Jiang Han parked in front of Tower B. Of the 56-story skyscraper, only 4 floors were visible now. Beyond that lay a vast crimson mist. The prison guards extended submachine guns fitted with silencers through the firing ports, eliminating nearby zombies. 2 guards then disembarked, circled the vehicle to ensure safety, and only then did Jiang Han step out of the passenger seat. Having capable subordinates pleased him as their leader. As per protocol, 2 guards accompanied him upstairs while the rest stayed with the vehicle. The main entrance of Tower B stood wide open. Jiang Han strode straight in, the guards following closely, shooting any zombies within sight. Jiang Han pointed to the stairwell. Looks like we'll have to climb. First, find survivors. No sooner had they taken a few steps up the stairs than Jiang Han felt a crunch underfoot. Lifting his shoe, he saw a black beetle. He scraped it off and continued. Meanwhile, in a small internal supermarket on the 22nd floor, a woman, with an air of sophistication, reclined on a sofa. At her feet knelt several strikingly handsome men with perfect physiques. She blew out a smoke ring and casually extended her jade-like hand holding the cigarette. One of the handsome men immediately crawled over, opening his mouth to serve as an ashtray. The woman elegantly flicked her ash, her eyes sweeping over a dozen women huddled in the corner. Pointing at one, she said, "Big beauty, your turn this time. There in the east stairwell on the 2nd floor. That man should be a supernatural." Big Beauty shuddered, but dared not refuse. "As you command," she said. The woman continued, "Remember, seduction requires the proper demeanor. Act like you haven't eaten in 3 days, which, by the way, you've only had half a pack of instant noodles over these 3 days. Oh, and when you bite, be ruthless. 1 clean bite to disable the man. Do this well, and I, your sovereign, will reward you handsomely." As Jiang Han walked, he searched for survivors. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he encountered a woman. The female police officer behind him immediately raised her rifle, aiming at her head. But after a few careful glances, a prison guard suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this Lin de Piaoliang?" Jiang Han had heard the name Lin de Piaoliang before. She seemed to be a famous internet celebrity, but he had no clear impression of her appearance. So he narrowed his eyes to look at her. Name Lin Zhaodihe. He wondered if she had successfully brought in a younger brother. Age, 27. Appearance score 93, meets system requirements. Although the numbers were many, he had to admit this Lin de Piaoliang was indeed quite beautiful. Bringing her back for occasional change of pace wouldn't be a bad idea. Her figure was beyond words. Below, she wore tight jeans that clung like a second skin, outlining her full and firm curves with vivid clarity, exuding sensuality. Above, she wore a black off-shoulder top, her proud silhouette pushing the fabric high. 2 metal buttons strained tightly under the full contour, as if they might fly off at any moment from the tension, making it hard to look away. Lin de Piaoliang first scrutinized Jiang Han, carefully making a judgment in her mind. Then she deliberately tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes practically sparkling with allure. "Big brother, I'm an internet celebrity, and I'm starving. Can you spare some food? They'll do anything for it." You see, Lin de Piaoliang was famous precisely for her stunning figure. Jiang Han stroked his chin. Was she really? Lin de Piaoliang stared intently into Jiang Han's eyes. She believed no man could remain calm in the face of her physique. Then she walked over. "Big brother can try me out first." As she spoke, she moved to act. Jiang Han couldn't bring in a woman whose obedience he couldn't see. After all, he wasn't strong enough for that yet. And besides, he pressed down on Lin de Piaoliang. Wait a moment. Because within his perception range, 3 meters behind Lin de Piaoliang, he had discovered a beetle. It was identical to the one he had just crushed. While a few insects were normal, this beetle had followed Lin de Piaoliang here, which forced him to take notice. He looked at the woman. No need for the real thing. Use this instead. With that, he produced a pistol. De Piaoliang shuddered. Thighs. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. What, did she not want food anymore? Wah. I do, she said, her words somewhat slurred. Jiang Han extended his perception toward the beetle. The beetle lay quietly on the ground, its eyes fixed in his direction. Jiang Han casually drew another pistol from the prison guard's holster and aimed it from a distance at the beetle. His intention was to see if this insect possessed intelligence. Sure enough, the beetle seemed to suddenly sense danger and turned to flee. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. Something was wrong, definitely wrong. What insect could sense being aimed at by a pistol from 3 meters away? So in the next second, he opened a spatial gate right in front of the insect and whoosh obliterated it directly. Was it a mutated beetle or someone who could control beetles? He leaned toward the latter, as this beetle looked no different from an ordinary insect. The ability to control beetles meant it was a superhuman. Jiang Han felt a surge of excitement. There was a superhuman here, and killing one would allow him to absorb their energy. He looked at Lin de Piaoliang. Was this woman sent by the other party? It had to be, otherwise the beetle wouldn't have come with her. Jiang Han patted de Piaoliang's pretty face. Not bad, not bad. Very skilled. The 2 female prison guards also showed expressions of contempt. If we'd known, we wouldn't have bought the products you endorsed. The bullet is about to leave the chamber. As Jiang Han spoke, he cocked the hammer at the back of the pistol. This action terrified Lin de Piaoliang. Oh, she quickly stepped back. This was a real gun with real bullets. How could she possibly endure it? Big brother, you're not really going to shoot, are you? Of course I am, Jiang Han said while continuing to aim at her head. Oh no. With that, de Piaoliang stood up to run, but the prison guards firmly grabbed her from both sides. Jiang Han looked at her. Is there anything you want to tell me? You only have one chance, otherwise I can't guarantee. No, I'll talk. Jiang Han nodded. Go ahead, I'm listening. I really can't say. Lin de Piaoliang suddenly burst into tears, bawling with her mouth wide open, tears and drool streaming down together. She no longer looked like a beauty at all. Jiang Han's expression turned cold. Are you going to talk or not? Are you forcing my hand? But, de Piaoliang sobbed, her chest heaving. She continued, if I talk, you'll die. If you don't talk, you'll make your life a living hell. All right, I'll talk. Lin de Piaoliang swallowed hard, then looked at Jiang Han tremblingly. Someone sent me here to hurt you. How were you supposed to hurt me? Just like that. Hey, you people sure know how to scheme. And why did you listen to her? Because there's a bug in my stomach. Oh, Jiang Han was startled. He opened his perception and upon a closer look indeed found a beetle in Lin de Piaoliang's stomach. It wasn't in the gastric juices below, but was clinging to the top of the stomach lining. The insect was extremely small, only about a quarter the size of the one he had killed, but its sharp chelicerae were highly developed, firmly hooked into the gastric mucosa. Where is this person? Jiang Han asked again. De Piaoliang's face was somewhat pale. She stammered for a long time without answering. Jiang Han patted her cheek. Don't worry, I have a way to get this bug out. Upon hearing this, de Piaoliang's eyes lit up. Is that true? True. In fact, Jiang Han wasn't entirely sure. He could only see the insect, getting it out might not be possible. He said this, of course, to obtain more accurate information. Upon hearing this, Lin de Piaoliang was so excited, she almost jumped up. If someone could truly get that damned wretched bug out of her, she would do anything. Absolutely anything. Jiang Han looked at de Piaoliang. Speak. De Piaoliang's face was deathly pale. She lifted her head with great difficulty, and then said she is. Before she could finish, de Piaoliang suddenly let out a sharp cry, her body leaping over a meter into the air, her head nearly hitting the ceiling. Then clutching her stomach, she flipped over and collapsed to the ground, writhing and screaming in agony. Through his spatial perception, Jiang Han immediately understood. The bug was biting her. What a venomous ability. Lift her up, Jiang Han commanded sternly. De Piaoliang screeched in strange cries, streams of sweat pouring down like a river. Yet in her remaining consciousness, she knew Jiang Han was trying to save her, so she exerted every ounce of strength to control herself. Meanwhile, the two prison guards gripped her arms and hair tightly. Through his perception, Jiang Han sensed the small beetle savagely tearing at de Piaoliang's stomach. The ability user must have felt her betrayal through the beetle and thus decided to kill her. What a painful way to die. Jiang Han pinpointed the location, raised his hand, and used half his strength. Bang! He struck the beetle's position with pinpoint accuracy. Gag! De Piaoliang let out a pained dry heave. The beetle wobbled, losing 6 of its 8 claws, leaving only 2 large front pincers barely clinging to the stomach lining. Seeing this, Jiang Han slightly increased his force and struck another punch. Gag! De Piaoliang's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. The beetle finally couldn't withstand the blows. It tumbled down and fell into the gastric juices. Gastric juices are strong acid. The beetle couldn't stay long. As soon as it landed, it immediately crawled toward the edges. A perfect opportunity. Jiang Han grabbed de Piaoliang's face, shoving his rough fingers into her throat. Spit it out. Wah! De Piaoliang could no longer bear it. She bent over like a shrimp, vomiting heavily. A mess of yellow-green liquid splattered out. Her bile and gastric juices. Jiang Han dodged to the side, and then searched the ground. Soon he found a small bug, 1/3 of its body corroded. Squelch! He crushed it underfoot. Only then did he release de Piaoliang's chin. Lin de Piaoliang, as if all strength had been drained from her, collapsed limply into the pool of vomit at Jiang Han's feet. Thank you, she said weakly. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes. From the detail of the bug attacking de Piaoliang, he realized the other party had discovered him. This person was an ability user who could perceive everything around through bugs. Though unclear how far the range was, it was certainly farther than his spatial perception. If that person escaped, finding them again would be nearly impossible. He kicked de Piaoliang, who was on the verge of unconsciousness. Where is this person? De Piaoliang jolted, then weakly pointed upward. 20th floor in the small supermarket. Male or female? What do they look like? Female. Around 40 years old. Oh, she's wearing black leather pants. Before she finished, Jiang Han shot out like an arrow from a bow. 2 seconds later, his voice echoed back. Bring de Piaoliang to me. His 100-point physical enhancement now came into play. With a stomp on the ground, his body launched upward a great distance, landing on the stairs between the 6th and 7th floors. In a few leaps, he reached the 20th floor. Time elapsed no more than 10 seconds. He had been pondering the female ability user's combat prowess. Probably not too high. Her ability seemed more suited for scouting given it involved ordinary beetles. Even if hundreds or thousands attacked, they couldn't harm him. Moreover, she had sent to Pyongyang to bite him first, indicating she wasn't confident. Of course, these were mere speculations. He would only know for sure when they met. Exiting the stairwell, the corridor split into left and right. Jiang Han hesitated momentarily, unsure which direction the small supermarket lay. He expanded his spatial perception to its maximum and immediately detected a dozen beetles on the left. These beetles stood in the middle of the hallway staring directly at him as if afraid he wouldn't notice them. Jiang Han smirked and suddenly dashed to the right. Seconds later, as expected, he spotted a pair of leather-clad long legs sprinting wildly at the edge of his vision. From behind, it was somewhat intriguing. But even if she were a perfect 10, Jiang Han wouldn't let her live. A spatial gate instantly opened and dozens of bullets roared out, blanketing the area indiscriminately. At least half the bullets pierced the leather pants woman's body. Oh, a scream. The woman collapsed instantly. Even as an ability user, she couldn't escape such an assault. Jiang Han unleashed another volley. Only when she stopped moving entirely did he approach. First, he shot out both her eyes with 2 bullets. Confirming no movement, he reached out to touch her. Whoosh. A familiar yet strange sensation washed over him. Familiar because it was the feeling of absorbing an ability. Strange because the ability within her wasn't singular, it was threefold. Suddenly his spatial perception surged to 8 meters. The spatial gate's limit ranged from 8 meters down to 0. 3 meters. 0. 3 meters, barely larger than a plate. Today's events gave him deeper insight into the gate's constant shrinking. Previously, he thought the gate shrank merely to conserve ability energy, but now it seemed otherwise. If the gate could shrink further, say to 2 centimeters by 2 centimeters, he'd have had another method for dealing with the bug into Pyongyang's stomach. For instance, opening the gate inside her stomach and letting the bug fall straight in. Or even smaller, opening it directly in an enemy's artery, draining all their blood into the spatial void. No fighting needed, it would end in seconds. But that didn't seem right either. Blood flows constantly in arteries, and the spatial gate can't open in areas under influence. Jiang Han shook his head. Forget it ahead, study it later. One thing he knew, abilities were far from simple and required clever exploitation. Take the leather pants woman for example. She could only control bugs, yet she devised a way to control people through them. What a brilliant idea. As he pondered, Jiang Han suddenly noticed a massive swarm of beetles emerging from beneath the woman's body, hundreds of them densely packed. At the same time, from some unknown room, someone began screaming in agony. The sound, like a pig being slaughtered, was blood-curdling and hair-raising. Jiang Han quickly leaped back, unleashing a wide-area attack on the beetles, killing most. Then he sought the source of the screams. Pushing open the small supermarket's door, the scene before him made him shudder. 30 to 40 people, men and women alike, were writhing on the ground, clutching their stomachs. Their reactions were identical to Pyongyang's when she was bitten. Jiang Han approached a woman, fixed his gaze, and information automatically surfaced. Ignoring the charging aspect, he looked directly at the last item. Qualified. Enough. He lifted the woman with one hand, quickly sensed the bug's location, and punched. Then with a scoop of his hand. Gag. Gastric juices, bile, saliva, and the bug spewed out together. Next. With experience, Jiang Han could dislodge the bug with a single punch, making his pace extremely fast. He used the system to observe while saving people. Those who didn't meet the criteria weren't being ignored. There were just too many to save all at once. Don't worry, your turn will come soon. When the woman in leather pants died, these creatures lost control and went wild. When Jiang Han rescued the 10th person, someone could no longer hold on. A man with a typical male model physique was hopping towards Jiang Han while clutching his backside. Help me. Jiang Han scanned with his perception, and to his horror, there was a bug inside the man's intestines. How did it even get in there? Moreover, it had already bitten a hole the size of a ping-pong ball in him. It was hopeless. He truly couldn't be saved. Well, let me help you. Jiang Han thought compassionately as a bullet shot out. It struck the man right between the eyebrows, and just before death, a relieved smile appeared on his face. By the time the prison guards brought the beautiful woman up, Jiang Han had saved 21 women, all of whom were qualified. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time for the remaining ones. However, Jiang Han did not allow them to suffer further. Instead, he gifted them a priceless bullet, ending it all. Indeed, bullets had become incredibly valuable in these times. The surviving women knelt on the ground, retching and convulsing. Jiang Han sent a message to Tian Xinyue via his earpiece, urging her to come to Building B of the Twin Stars. Then he looked at the beautiful woman and smiled. The matter we discussed earlier still stands. Let me see your skills. The beautiful woman nodded vigorously. Of course, big brother, everything is up to you. Oh no, I mean yours. At that moment, with her mouth full of vomit, Jiang Han was merely teasing her. Whatever he wanted to do had to wait until she returned and cleaned herself up. Jiang Han instructed, let these women get up, take as much as they can from here, and then follow me downstairs. The 21 qualified female internet celebrities helped each other as they began to pack food into bags. Canned goods, instant noodles, compressed biscuits, mineral water. everything unopened and consumable. Though their stomachs hurt terribly, they looked at Jiang Han with grateful eyes, as if to say good job. I want more. Jiang Han then asked the beautiful woman several questions about the woman in leather pants, such as her name, profession, age, and past. These details were not important. He mainly wanted to know if the woman in leather pants had encountered anyone else, and he asked in great detail, since she was a third-level ability user. The beautiful woman divulged everything she knew. After awakening, the woman in leather pants used beetles to search for food and stumbled upon a guy with extendable arms. She perceived this as a significant threat and used the fact that zombies are attracted to sound to draw a large number of zombies to surround and kill him, using the beetles to topple debris. Subsequently, she found the man's corpse. By chance she touched it and discovered the ability to absorb powers. Later, another incredibly fast person entered faster than the zombies. The method of the woman in leather pants became ineffective, which led her to resort to seduction. She sent a female influencer named Su who also had bugs inside her to do it, and she dared not refuse. As a result, that ability user was seriously injured, but Su had her neck snapped by him. That is how the events unfolded. After hearing this, Jiang Han silently reminded himself that lust can lead to one's demise. A single ability user was taken down by an ordinary person, which was both tragic and lamentable. Jiang Han did not linger here. Upon reaching downstairs, he called for 4 prison guards to specifically protect the beautiful woman and the others, maintaining constant communication. He then boarded the military transport vehicle heading to the next destination, Tianhai International Hotel. Before the apocalypse, Tianhai International Hotel was full of beautiful young women and had official backing, allowing it to pass every crackdown on prostitution smoothly. Such a safe place naturally attracted high-class women, making the average beauty level there represent the pinnacle of Tianhai City. As they proceeded, just before reaching the hotel entrance, Su Yingxue tapped Jiang Han, who was resting with his eyes closed. Look quickly, what is that? Following Su Yingxue's pointing finger, Jiang Han spotted a mass of corpses lying on the ground not far ahead. Zombie corpses. Most of them had bullet wounds in their foreheads, clearly shot dead by someone. Jiang Han's mind tightened. Had a military unit been here? Was it official forces? He couldn't think of anyone else capable of eliminating so many zombies. He released his spatial perception to closely observe the bodies, noting at least 4 types of bullets inside them: handgun, rifle, submachine gun, and even shotgun. Jiang Han became increasingly convinced of his judgment. Soon, on the outer edge of his perception, he heard voices. Old Lu, this is great news. All the young strong men have been taken away, or doesn't that mean all the women belong to us brothers now? What good news. If the people are taken away, so is the food. Besides, can you handle it with your build? Then well, just take whichever beautiful one is first. Enough nonsense, hurry up and move forward. If we can't find food and water, who will take care of you? Fortunately, these people have cleared the zombies, otherwise we really couldn't get out. A few seconds later, the two entered Jiang Han's perception range and came into view. Both appeared to be in their 50s or 60s, and judging by their clothing, they seemed to have been security guards before the apocalypse. The two immediately spotted the military transport vehicle. One tall man shouted, "Damn, let's get out of here. They're back." Jiang Han narrowed his eyes. Based on their earlier conversation, they likely knew what had happened to the corpses before them. "Drive past and block them," he commanded Su Yingxue. Su Yingxue pressed the accelerator, heading straight for the 2 security guards. Quick, you go that way," shouted the tall man, running in another direction. "So they know to split up." Jiang Han chuckled. In fact, he had always wanted to conduct an experiment, to see if living creatures could fit into the spatial realm. Today was a perfect opportunity. With a thought, he opened a 2-meter by 2-meter spatial gateway in front of the tall guard. The tall guard was running frantically. Half of his body crashed right into it, but the next second, he seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying. His feet performed a sudden stop and his hands instinctively flailed, as if trying to grab hold of something to stop himself. But he couldn't grasp anything. His entire being still entered the spatial gateway. At that moment, Su Yingxue had also caught up with the other guard, who tripped over a dead body and fell flat on his face. "Bring him up here," Jiang Han instructed the prison guards, while keeping his consciousness focused on observing the tall guard within the space. The tall security guard floated silently in the space, his eyes wide with terror, maintaining the last posture he had before entering. 10 seconds later, Jiang Han opened the space portal 8 meters above his head. Whoosh! The tall guard tumbled out, letting out a terrified scream. Then Jiang Han opened the space portal again at a height of 5 meters, allowing him to land steadily inside. The 3-meter drop in between was just enough to sense the other's condition. He wasn't dead. Aside from a face full of horror, there was nothing unusual. Jiang Han silently counted. The second time, he waited 20 seconds. Then, repeating the trick, he dropped the tall guard from above. He distinctly noticed the guard's eyes showing signs of blood congestion. The third time, he waited 30 seconds. One of the guard's eyes burst, capillaries in his brain ruptured into countless tiny holes, blood gushed out, and a third of his brain matter turned red. 40 seconds. 50 seconds. Finally, by the 6th time, the tall guard was completely dead, his death gruesome beyond measure. This was quite different from what novels described. Living beings entering the space didn't die instantly, but only after a period of time. As for the reason, it required further investigation. At the same time, Jiang Han discovered another use for the space portal murder. Once you entered his space, no matter how great your abilities, you were at his mercy. What needed to be considered now was how to get people inside. Judging from the tall guard's reaction, entering the space portal instantly triggered unease. In fact, if he hadn't been running too fast, he might not have fallen into the space at all. The prison guards escorted another security guard back to the vehicle. This man was short and fat, his legs trembling with fear. Jiang Han looked at him. "Let me ask you something. Who killed those zombies outside?" The short fat guard looked at the people in the car with confusion. "Aren't you all together?" Jiang Han fiddled with his pistol. "Am I asking you, or are you asking me?" Understood. The short fat guard wiped cold sweat with his sleeve and continued. "A group of people came this morning driving cars similar to yours. Damn, they were ruthless. How many people, how many cars?" "Over 30 people, all armed, 5 cars in total." "Similar to this car?" Jiang Han tapped the steering wheel. "Yes," the short fat guard nodded, as if recalling something. "2 of them looked just like yours. The rest included a black sedan and 2 that were like big buses." Jiang Han squinted. "Similar to his car. What kind of car was he driving?" "An armored personnel carrier." "Who could be driving such a vehicle? Could they really be military personnel?" He pressed on. "Did they say who they were?" The short fat guard shook his head like a rattle. "No, who would dare ask?" As soon as they arrived, they shot dead over a dozen who resisted, then searched the entire building for supplies, taking all the food. After that, they gathered everyone in the second-floor conference room and made those they pointed at step forward and follow them. Anyone who resisted was killed. Oh right, they took only men under 45 who were physically strong. Jiang Han had basically figured it out. There was now a group of people with vehicles and guns, possibly even grenades or heavy weapons, searching for supplies and men. Supplies were obviously the most valuable thing in the apocalypse, but why were they looking for men? For manual labor or combat? Could their leader possibly be a woman? What kind of woman would have such a huge demand, almost rivaling his own? Of course, he didn't seriously believe that. It was just a morbid thought. Then another question struck him. Now the Tianhai International Hotel was left with only women and the elderly. From this perspective, these people didn't interfere with his plan and even helped somewhat. The women in the building had just lost all their food this morning. How else could they survive except by following him? Jiang Han patted the short fat guard's shoulder. "Good, I'm satisfied with your answers. You can go." The man looked surprised. I can really go?" "Of course. Thank you. By the way, do you know where old Lu, who came with me, went?" Jiang Han gave an enigmatic smile. "Old Lu. You'll see him soon." The short fat guard clearly didn't understand and was a bit annoyed with old Lu, muttering under his breath, "That guy abandoned me and ran off. They'll deal with him later." The man got out of the car. Jiang Han kept sensing him until he was 7 meters away, then suddenly opened the space portal. He wanted to see how an ordinary person would react when encountering the portal during normal walking, whether they might walk straight in. If so, killing would become far too convenient. You're walking along, and then you suddenly disappear. How interesting. The short fat guard, unaware of the terrifying thing before him, walked with a heavy heart, his mind on women. Bad start. Looks like I won't get to taste those little sluts. Then a third of his body sank into the space portal. In that instant, he felt a violent palpitation and unease, his heart racing. What was this thing? His body sprang backward like a spring, quickly withdrawing the part that had entered successfully, escaping the space portal. Jiang Han shook his head regretfully. It seemed it wouldn't work, but he wasn't discouraged. He immediately closed the portal and reopened it behind the short fat guard. This time the man was completely off guard. He could never have imagined that a place he had just passed, seemingly perfectly safe, would suddenly have a door appear, a door that could kill him. Jumping backward was nothing like stepping forward. The short fat guard had no time to adjust his body and fell directly into the second space portal. Jiang Han didn't conduct any more horrifying experiments. He wasn't a demon, he just needed to understand how to use his ability. Let him die without pain. At least that's what Jiang Han thought. Moreover, Jiang Han thoughtfully placed the tall guard, surnamed Lu, whose eyes had burst, brain congested, and heart muscle torn, beside the short fat guard. Jiang Han was a man of his word. If he said you'd see old Lu, you'd see old Lu. According to the short fat guard, the International Hotel now had over 100 people left, including guests and staff, most of them women. These people had been forced at gunpoint by the mysterious group and were all gathered in the second-floor conference room. As usual, he got out of the car with the 2 prison guards. Since all the zombies had been eliminated, the journey was smooth. 10 minutes later, Jiang Han opened the door to the conference room. As he entered, he heard sobbing, the sound of women crying in each other's arms. Jiang Han looked around. The charge levels varied greatly, from hundreds down to 0. Good heavens, he marveled. One young lady, outwardly demure, had a charge of 768. Indeed, professionals were different. No matter. As the saying went, who wouldn't love a 998 from before the apocalypse? Taking them back to serve as tools was fine enough. As soon as Jiang Han entered, everyone in the room looked up, staring at him with confusion and terror, especially at the 2 armed prison guards behind him. Jiang Han cleared his throat. I'm here to save you. Those whose names I call can follow me. Anyone who resists dies. The crowd's heart sank. Not again. Jiang Han called out names while enthusiastically introducing his prison. Our Papa Women's Prison has food, clean water, and guards to ensure everyone's safety. So far over 200 people are housed here. Hey, you're not good enough. You too, you can come over. Rest assured those who follow me will survive. The listeners' eyes gleamed with hope. One by one Jiang Han selected them, caring only whether they met the system's requirements, ignoring all else. For the other candidates were truly deplorable. Those chosen rejoiced inwardly, while those passed over fumed in silence. A tank-like woman angrily demanded of Jiang Han, "Why won't you take me?" Jiang Han, who loathed such tanks, replied without turning his head, "Because you consume too much." This remark flushed the tank's face crimson. Enraged and humiliated, she thrust her thick, stubby finger at Jiang Han. "Say that again." Crack. Jiang Han seized her finger and bent it backward. The sound of snapping bones echoed through the meeting room, sending chills down everyone's spines. "Oh!" The tank let out a pig-like scream of agony. Jiang Han looked perplexed. "Did your parents never teach you that pointing at someone is extremely rude?" He calmly surveyed the others in the room. "If I recall correctly, that's something you learn in kindergarten." Everyone quickly nodded. Yes, it was her rudeness. "All right, let's continue." After selecting over 30 people, a woman suddenly rose from a corner. Jiang Han. Startled, Jiang Han focused his gaze and realized it was his ex-girlfriend Yao Shanshan. He had nearly forgotten about her, never expecting to meet her here. Suddenly it dawned on him. The day before the apocalypse, Yao Shanshan had come to this very place for a tryst. Hell, life truly is a web of unexpected encounters. Looking at Yao Shanshan now, she was a wreck, disheveled, sallow, and emaciated. Her former goddess-like beauty utterly gone. Had I really wasted so many billions on her? Jiang Han reflected as he walked toward Yao Shanshan. Her face lit up with wild joy as she was starving to death. She observed Jiang Han, his complexion rosy, hair neat, radiant, and spirited. There was no trace of the apocalypse about him. She exclaimed excitedly, "Jiang Han, did you come specifically to save me?" He raised an eyebrow. "What do you think?" "You must have. You're so good to me." Just as Jiang Han was about to snap her back to reality, he noticed the tank-like woman glaring at him with venomous eyes. A thought struck him. He slowly stepped back, while saying, "Yes, Shanshan, you are the most important person in my heart. If any harm befell you, I would be consumed by guilt." Yao Shanshan's eyes blazed with ecstasy, and she said emotionally, "Jiang Han, take me away quickly." Jiang Han nodded. "All right, let's go now. I'll give you all my supplies. As for the other women, let them die of thirst and hunger." Behind him, a young female guard was stunned. "Boss, are you abandoning us? You can't leave." At that moment, the tank, driven mad by pain, charged forward. Too afraid to confront Jiang Han, she lunged at Yao Shanshan, wrapping an arm around her grimy neck. She shrieked hysterically, "You go enjoy yourselves while we wait to die. If I'm going to die, I'm taking you with me." Jiang Han, save me." Yao Shanshan's face flushed red from suffocation as she stretched out her hand, desperately pleading for his help. Jiang Han responded with perfect timing, "No, don't hurt her. If anything happens to her, I'll lose my mind." Seeing this, the tank tightened her grip, "Then promise to take me with you." Jiang Han feigned contemplation, finally drawling, "How about a different condition? You consume too much." "How dare you say that?" The tank was furious, her muscular arm strangling Yao Shanshan relentlessly. "Believe me, you'll kill her." The young guard raised her gun, unsure of the situation, but knowing Jiang Han had said not to harm that woman, she felt compelled to rescue the hostage for the warden. She had barely uttered a word when another guard interrupted her. "Little sister, don't move. With that IQ of yours, you'd better go learn cooking from Qin Shirin in the cafeteria." "Huh." The young guard, though confused, obediently lowered her weapon, as if realizing she wasn't cut out for thinking. Jiang Han said nervously, "Don't kill her. Let's talk this out. Give me more time to consider." Yao Shanshan felt she couldn't breathe, her chest felt like it would burst. She stared at Jiang Han with difficulty, screaming inwardly, "Agree quickly, or I'll die." But no sound escaped her lips. "Have you decided yet?" "If you don't agree, it'll really kill her," the tank roared. "I've decided." Jiang Han looked up. "My answer is no. Because you consume too much." "Damn it." The tank was utterly enraged. With a sudden jerk of her arm, she twisted Yao Shanshan's neck 120 degrees to the right, blood immediately streaming from her nose. "Ha ha ha. You killed her. Suffer in pain. Drown in guilt." The tank laughed maniacally and released Yao Shanshan. Her neck snapped, her body crumpled limply, but she wasn't dead yet. She seemed still conscious, her eyes frantically rolling toward Jiang Han. Jiang Han said with a serious expression, "Don't worry, Shanshan. I have the best doctors in the city. As long as you're not completely dead, I can save you." Hearing that she might still be saved, the tank refused to allow it. She grabbed Yao Shanshan's head and twisted it to the left. "They'll let you save her, let you save her." Dissatisfied, she continued twisting back and forth until the connection at Yao Shanshan's neck became a ragged mess, only then stopping. This time Yao Shanshan was truly dead, irrevocably so. Even in death, she couldn't fathom whether Jiang Han had intended to save her or kill her. Jiang Han curled his lip. while the criminal killed the hostage, losing the bargaining chip. I hereby pronounce the death sentence. He turned to the guards behind him. The woman who had earlier advised the young guard reacted quickest. Without hesitation, she fired a bullet. The tank, having fulfilled her purpose, died a fitting death. Jiang Han gestured for silence. Everyone see that? How dangerous the outside world is. Kidnappings and hostage-taking happening right before our eyes. So, he raised his voice, for your safety, please hurry and get imprisoned. Half an hour later, Jiang Han had selected over 70 people and strode away. He left 4 guards behind, instructing Tian Xinyue to pick up the newcomers, then set off for his next target, Tianhai City Television Station. Half an hour later, Su Yingxue glanced at the display screen in the vehicle. Warden will be there in about 3 minutes. Jiang Han opened his eyes, stretched languidly, and habitually extended his spatial perception. He immediately detected corpses ahead, scattered in clusters, their deaths identical to those at the entrance of the International Hotel. His heart stirred. Could it be that mysterious unit? Stop the car. Su Yingxue quickly slammed on the brakes, and then she too saw the bodies. Could it be them? Jiang Han frowned. Aside from himself, there were 5 others in the vehicle: the Su sisters, Yinhua Lu Shuangshuang, and another prison guard. Their combat capability was sufficient against ordinary people, but if they encountered that mysterious unit, these female prisoners would meet their end. After all, he hadn't yet tasted the Su sisters. He decisively pointed to the left. Drive there. The television station wasn't a standalone building, but was situated within a vast compound known as Media Plaza. Nearly all of Tianhai City's official media outlets were located here: the TV station, radio station, newspaper office, along with a converged media center and the Tianhai Performing Arts Group. If the mysterious unit were inside, they would most likely enter through the main gate. Jiang Han's plan was to find a section of the compound wall, leap over it alone to scout the situation. If there was no danger or the unit had already left, he would reap the rewards, summon Tian Xinyue, and take away the remaining women. After all, the mysterious unit had no interest in women. But if danger lurked, he would retreat. Given his current strength, making a clean getaway was well within his capability. Watching the screen, he directed Su Yingxue to drive to the northern wall. Then he turned to Lu Shuangshuang and the others. All of you stay in the car. If you see anyone, avoid alerting them if possible. If you're discovered, shoot to kill. If a large group approaches, message me immediately. But one thing, no matter what happens, no one is to leave the vehicle or open the windows. Only use the firing ports to engage them. Understood? The group was stunned. They had never seen Jiang Han so serious. They collectively grew anxious. You're going to risk yourself alone. No way. Su Yingxue, the eldest, grabbed Lu Shuangshuang. Jiang Han, if you're going down, at least take Shuangshuang with you. There are so many ability users out there. What if you run into one? Shuangshuang's aim is accurate. She can be of some help. Lu Shuangshuang puffed out her chest. That's right. Let me come along. I'm great with a gun. The others rolled their eyes in unison. Could you be serious for once? In truth, as a prison guard, Lu Shuangshuang understood Jiang Han's capabilities best. To put it bluntly, if they encountered any ability users that Jiang Han couldn't handle, she would be utterly useless, or worse, a burden. Her eagerness stemmed entirely from sheer boredom that day. Throughout the entire day, her sole task had been watching the vehicle. She had no part in searching for survivors, slaying ability users, or experiencing the hail of bullets and raging battles. Hearing her subordinates mention something about the warden's ex-girlfriend had filled her with envy. To be honest, Lu Shuangshuang was itching with curiosity, desperately longing to follow Jiang Han and wreak havoc. Jiang Han said, absolutely not. Shuangshuang, you must protect the others. I won't feel at ease without you here. Seeing her pout, he patted her head and whispered, I have a special mission for you tonight. Oh. Lu Shuangshuang's eyes lit up and she obediently returned to her seat. Having comforted the women, Jiang Han extended his perception to 8 meters. There was no anomaly nearby. Neither inside nor outside the compound showed any signs of human activity. 3 seconds later, he withdrew his perception, opened the door, and stepped out. With his level 8 spatial gate, if he maximized his perception, it could last about 8 minutes. Having used it several times today and rested for a while, his current limit was around 7 minutes. Using the spatial gate a few more times would further reduce the duration, so he had to act swiftly. He set a minimum of 3 minutes for himself. If the remaining time fell below that, he would immediately evacuate. Exiting the vehicle, Jiang Han took a single leap, clearing the 3-meter-high wall. The compound was eerily quiet with very few zombies. He encountered only about 20 along the way, all of which he dispatched silently, using spatial bullets set to their smallest size of 0.3 by 0.3 meters, fired at point-blank range. After more than 10 minutes, the main building of Media Plaza came into view. Since he had entered from the side, he first saw the building's flank. There were no doors or guards there, making it an ideal entry point. Jiang Han spotted a shattered pane of glass at once. Sensing no danger, he slipped inside with a swift motion. It appeared to be an office, though the computer desk was thick with dust, clearly untouched for a long time. Opening the door, he found a staircase opposite and began to ascend. Reaching around the 4th floor, he heard faint, indistinct sounds. Suddenly, a bizarre noise reached his ears. The sound made Jiang Han's skin crawl. What kind of creature was this? It sounded like a ghost whale. He quickly activated his spatial perception, but detected nothing. Then footsteps echoed from above, followed by a clattering sound as something was thrown down. It entered his perception range. The moment he discerned its shape, Jiang Han tensed. A grenade. It was indeed that mysterious unit. But a mere grenade was no challenge for him. Timing his move precisely, Jiang Han opened a spatial gate, allowing the grenade to fall steadily into the void. After a few seconds of silence from above, a voice spoke. Did you pull the safety pin or not? I did. Look what's in my hand. Damn a dud. Another grenade was tossed down. Jiang Han repeated his tactic, catching it effortlessly. This time those above grew uneasy. Something's off. You two go down and check it out. Be careful. Jiang Han's mind raced. He quickly retreated to a corner and withdrew his spatial perception. Why did the ya-ya sound trigger a grenade toss? Could it be a special ability user who could detect him through sound? He needed to conserve his energy and not exhaust his abilities. A few seconds later, sensing the time was right, Jiang Han swept his perception outward and indeed detected two men descending. They carried rifles and wore red camouflage uniforms. Red. Typical camouflage came in forest, snow, or desert patterns. A red was rare. It seemed tailored for the crimson mist apocalypse. He should capture one for interrogation now, but these two wouldn't do. Without knowing the enemy's numbers, he needed to eliminate as many as possible first. In the next instant, spatial bullets fired instantaneously. The two men in red camouflage toppled over dead without a sound. With the two dead, Jiang Han first used spatial perception to swiftly scan the surroundings. Sensing no danger, he strode out quickly. Grabbing each corpse by a leg, he tossed them into the spatial gate. Soon a voice called down from above, "Third, sixth, what's the situation down there?" Naturally, there was no response. The man upstairs frowned, then shouted, "Everyone prepare for battle. Follow me downstairs." Jiang Han felt a secret joy upon hearing this. Come on, the more the merrier. He'll take you all down. He expected them to charge directly, so he activated his spatial perception every 10 seconds. Strangely, a full minute passed, and no one came. His eyes darted as realization struck. That man had deliberately raised his voice for Jiang Han to hear. Claiming they would descend, they certainly wouldn't. It was a feint. This building had more than one staircase. They must be coming from another route, planning to ambush him from behind. Understanding this, he swiftly left his spot and hid in an inconspicuous room. Visibility inside the building was generally high, around 20 meters, while his perception range was only 8 meters. Fighting in the corridors put him at a disadvantage, but hiding in a room was different. No matter how sharp your eyes, you can't see through walls. Sure enough, faint footsteps soon echoed in the hallway, nearly imperceptible to anyone but Jiang Han, whose body was enhanced with extraordinary hearing. He immediately opened the spatial gate. 3 men approached, all in matching red camouflage combat uniforms and specialized boots. They advanced cautiously, rifles raised, moving with silent steps. As they passed the doorway, Jiang Han fired 2 silent spatial bullets, striking the back of the heads of 2 soldiers. Then, like an arrow from a bow, he shot out and appeared behind the surviving soldier. Reaching out, he clamped a hand tightly over the man's mouth and pinned him against the wall. Simultaneously, he grabbed the 2 falling corpses and tossed them into the spatial gate. This entire sequence was completed in under a second without a sound. Dragging the captured soldier like a dead dog, Jiang Han pulled him into the room. The man was a young soldier. I ask, you answer. 1 lie and you die? Understood. The young soldier's eyes widened with terror as he nodded frantically. Jiang Han loosened his grip slightly to allow him to speak. How many of you are there? The soldier gasped twice before replying, over 30. Be specific. 38 in total. 5 are watching the vehicles below. Who are you? What's your mission? We're from Zhongshan Base, an official rescue team. We were ordered to save people. Zhongshan Base. Jiang Han silently noted the name. He continued, who are you here to save? Survivors, of course. Citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Han stared into his eyes and sneered, you're lying. He tightened his grip. The young soldier's face instantly turned purple. He shook his head desperately. After a few seconds, Jiang Han slowly released him. 1 last chance. The man gasped for air, then spoke haltingly, we came for the men. Why only men? I don't know. We just follow orders. Jiang Han watched him, sensing his heartbeat. After a moment, he asked, what kind of ability users came with you? The young soldier's face showed shock. How do you? Am I asking, or are you? Understood, understood. The soldier's eyes wavered, as if making a decision. Finally, he gritted his teeth. One has extremely hardened skin. The other can emit a loud cry, seemingly using sound to perceive the surroundings. 2 ability users. Jiang Han felt a surge of excitement. That meant at least 2 abilities. Acquiring them would extend his spatial perception to 10 meters, greatly benefiting him in outdoor combat, where visibility was under 10 meters. However, the mention of the second ability user unsettled him. A loud cry, the eerie howling head heard earlier, must have come from this person. Could it be like a bat using reflected sound waves to locate enemies? If so, their eyes were far more effective than his own. Are they together? Jiang Han asked again. The young soldier nodded. One is the captain, the other the deputy. They're always on the 8th floor and never separate. Jiang Han roughly understood. One gathered intelligence, the other fought, and they never acted alone. A simple, yet perfect combination. He looked at the young soldier. Where is Zhongshan base? In the mountains of Zhongshan district. I can't give an exact location. We always travel by vehicle, and the area is always shrouded in thick fog. Jiang Han nodded. In such weather, pinpointing a base deep in the mountains was indeed difficult. He looked at the young soldier and said slowly, one last question, when did you arrive at Zhongshan base? 2 days before the apocalypse. Good. With that, Jiang Han twisted his neck with a sharp crack. Not having to explode his eyeballs in the spatial realm was the greatest mercy he could offer. Judging by the actions of Zhongshan base, it seemed to be an organization with official or military backing. Otherwise, they couldn't have known about the apocalypse in advance or transferred active duty soldiers to the base 2 days early. That required immense authority. Yet upon reflection, Zhongshan base didn't seem like a legitimate official organization. After all, they had killed over a dozen people at the International Hotel. He would figure it out later, Jiang Han thought, as he stored the corpse in his space. His plan was to first eliminate the ability user with the loud cry, rendering them blind and deaf, then deal with the rest. Just then the strange shouting started again, "Iya-ya-ya." As the sound faded, Jiang Han immediately left the room. He knew this cry came from the deputy captain. Hearing it meant he was exposed. But he didn't flee far. Instead, he slipped into the room directly across the hall, a position that allowed him to perceive his previous hiding spot. He continued using his spatial perception every 10 seconds. Within half a minute they arrived. 4 men in total. The leader made a forward gesture, and the one behind him pulled the pin on a grenade. It rolled into the room with a clatter. Thump. The sound was muffled. Through his perception, Jiang Han identified it as a flashbang. Watching their coordinated movements, he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. When would his prison guards display such seamless teamwork? As soon as the flashbang exploded, the 4 of them rushed in, and Jiang Han opened fire. This time he directly opened a spatial gate at the spot where the 4 fell, executing the move with flawless fluidity. After a brief wait, 5 more arrived, but the leader raised a hand to signal a halt, as if sensing the lurking danger. Since they had already entered the range of his gate, Jiang Han didn't wait for them to enter the room. He fired immediately, then stashed them into his space. Quickly shifting the battlefield, he moved to another room on the 4th floor. Knowing that the Esper had already pinpointed his location on this level, he decided to simply switch rooms rather than change floors. Using this tactic, he eliminated a total of 27 fully armed soldiers in less than 5 minutes. Calculating quickly, aside from the 5 guarding the vehicles downstairs, only 4 remained by the side of the 2 Espers. By then, Jiang Han's own energy had been halved, enough to sustain him for at most 4 more minutes. Just then a third cry rang out, followed immediately, as if in disbelief, by a 4th, still the same strange guttural sounds. A golden opportunity. Jiang Han hesitated no longer. Unleashing his perception to its fullest, he leaped toward the 8th floor. An Esper's energy had its limits. Judging by this one's performance, he couldn't sustain the ability for long. Otherwise, wouldn't it be more advantageous for his side to keep calling out and relaying real-time information? Having cried out twice in succession, even if he hadn't reached his limit, he wouldn't be able to call out a 3rd time soon. Jiang Han intended to exploit this time gap to annihilate him. With his speed, it took only a few breaths to reach the 8th floor. With his perception fully extended, he immediately located the remaining group. The numbers matched a total of 6, 2 standing guard at the door and 4 inside the room. Among the 4 inside, 2 were seated while the other 2 stood. At their feet lay over a dozen corpses and a small mountain of food, while more than a dozen people were crouched nearby. Clearly the 2 seated individuals were the Espers. Without any hesitation, Jiang Han opened fire on both Espers using his point-blank technique with 10 bullets each. As soon as he finished, the soldiers on guard at the door spotted him. "Damn it, Captain. That kid's up here." They shouted warnings while raising their guns, but Jiang Han was faster. Bullets pierced through both their eyes. He realized that as long as they were within his perception range, his aim was flawless. Beyond it, however, accuracy dropped the farther the target was. Immediately after, a flashbang was thrown from the room. Unsurprisingly, it vanished into his space. The last 2 fighters inside, expecting the flashbang to explode as usual, counted down the seconds and charged out, only to be shot dead instantly. The battle ended in seconds, and no one had even seen Jiang Han's face. Of course, without the prior elimination of those 27 men, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Who knew where a stray bullet might have come from? Just then Jiang Han noticed that one of the 2 Espers was still alive. He immediately understood it was the one with the hardened skin, the squad leader and primary combatant. Could his skin really be tough enough to stop bullets? But even if your skin is hard, are your eyes equally tough? Jiang Han aimed a beam of white light at his eye. Gao Zikin's white light, the most powerful bullet in his space. Oh. The squad leader was sent flying backward, but still alive, though his right eye was destroyed, blood streaming down. Oh, Jiang Han marveled inwardly. Truly tough indeed. Again, but this time, as if suddenly enlightened, the squad leader shielded his face with his hand and dashed swiftly to the left. He was going for the deputy squad leader's corpse. Unacceptable. That's mine. Jiang Han quickly opened a spatial gate between the man and the corpse. Just like that, the squad leader watched his entire arm disappear. Oh. He let out a terrified scream, not because of the lost arm, but due to an overwhelming bizarre sensation flooding his mind. Fear, panic, even the touch of death. He scrambled backward, yet still remembered to shield his remaining good eye. Jiang Han wiped his brow. That was close. The nearly secured prize had almost slipped away. After a moment's thought, he used his spatial gate to control the opponent while retrieving a masked hood from a corpse in his space. He covered his face before stepping into the room. With the Zhongshan base personnel vanishing here, they would surely not let the matter rest, possibly even sending more searchers. With so many people in the room, Jiang Han couldn't kill all those he couldn't take. Hence the mask was meant to protect others. When they met face to face, the squad leader observed Jiang Han through his fingers. Dressed in ordinary clothes, but wearing his subordinate's helmet. A truly bizarre sight. What kind of ability is this? He shouted while covertly eyeing the corpse on the ground, weighing whether to try again. An ability after all. With a formidable enemy before him, acquiring another power could drastically boost his combat strength and increase his chances of killing the opponent. Jiang Han replied coldly, "Go ask Lord Yan in the underworld." The squad leader rose, clutching his eye, then roared and charged at Jiang Han. Jiang Han sneered, "You've only got one eye left, and you're still covering it. How do you expect to fight?" The squad leader ran a few steps, then suddenly turned and lunged toward the corpse on the ground. But the next second, he vanished before everyone's eyes. Jiang Han had kept the spatial gate open to protect the corpse. The people in the room were terrified, screaming and huddling into the corner. Jiang Han pulled out his pistol, fired 2 shots, and barked, "Everyone shut the hell up." Silence fell instantly. All stared at him with horror. They couldn't believe that the demons they feared had been wiped out in mere seconds by this masked man. What kind of combat prowess was this? Jiang Han walked over to the corpse the squad leader had coveted. Reaching out, a familiar sensation coursed through him, a share of energy. Then he touched a corner of the squad leader's corpse. 3 shares. His spatial perception instantly expanded to 12 meters, and his spatial gate ranged from 12 meters to 8 centimeters. It turned out that once the minimum margin reached 10 centimeters, it decreased by 1 centimeter at a time. After sensing the changes in his ability, Jiang Han paced near the doorway, stowing all the corpses into his space before returning to the room. The crowd was utterly stunned, trembling in silence. Jiang Han looked at them and spoke gently, "Don't be afraid. I'm here to rescue you. When I call your name, follow me." He then called out over 20 names, including 2 strikingly familiar female anchors. One of them, Lan Ni, was rated 94 points, seemingly the top anchor of Tianhai television. Those summoned dared not disobey and obediently followed Jiang Han downstairs. As for the rest, he couldn't be bothered. Leaving behind the food that was about to be taken was already the greatest help he could offer these survivors. Before leaving, however, he left a warning. These people still have accomplices. If you want to live, run now. Jiang Han walked while sending messages to Tian Xinyue, continuing to pick up people. Location: Tianhai City Television Station. After absorbing those 2 ability users, his remaining time increased from 3 minutes after the previous battle to 7 minutes, likely due to the increase in his psionic energy. Suddenly, he noticed something in his system's personal panel. His enhancement value was 100, with only a plus sign behind it. But now a line of small text had appeared: overflow points activated, 120 points. What did this mean? Could it be? Jiang Han tried clicking the plus sign. 101, 102. No PP coins were deducted, but the number in parentheses was gradually decreasing. Level 12 ability, 120 points of enhancement, he murmured. Did each ability level grant a fixed amount of enhancement to his body? Reflected in the system's data, it became 10 points. Previously, his points had always exceeded his level standard, so it hadn't been activated. After adding only 20 points, Jiang Han dared not continue. He felt as if a blazing flame was burning in his abdomen, a side effect of his strengthened physique. This was a bit risky. He would endure for now. Soon the group reached the first floor. Jiang Han signaled the women to stay put while he went to deal with the remaining 5 people outside. He maximized his spatial perception. In the thick fog, visibility was less than 10 meters, so he could detect enemies in advance. With a casual turn, all 5 were shot in the forehead and met their end. He collected their bodies and then looked at the 5 parked vehicles: a black sedan, 2 troop carriers, and 2 buses, exactly matching what the short, stout security guard had said earlier. Either they were from the same squad, or all squads at Zhongshan base had the same configuration. Suddenly, he noticed something different about the 2 troop carriers. His own troop carrier had 12 seats besides the driver and front passenger, for transporting soldiers. But these 2 had only driver and front passenger seats. The rear compartment had been converted into sleep pods. The sleep pods had gray glass on the upper half and soft white mattresses on the lower half. A nearby cabinet thoughtfully contained sleeping pills. He understood at once. These were designed for ability users. They could sleep during the drive to recover their abilities. This vehicle was quite useful. It's mine now. Jiang Han's space was now a cube with sides of 12 meters, totaling over 1700 cubic meters. It could easily hold dozens of such vehicles. He opened a spatial gate in front of the vehicle, gave it a firm push, and it settled steadily inside. Done. Time to go home. Today's work was complete. From 3 locations, he had gathered 118 people in total. The first batch of female internet celebrities had been processed, and the PP coins had been credited. But their obedience level was generally low. It seemed Zhang Xiaowen would have her hands full. Jiang Han took off his helmet and led the women to the troop carrier. When the 5 women saw him return safely, their anxious hearts finally settled. At 9 p.m., both vehicles returned to the prison. It had been a fulfilling and busy day. Jiang Han stretched lazily and took the long list from Zhang Jira's hands. De Piaoyang Lan Ni and many other newcomers had signed up after changing clothes. He needed to use up the remaining overflow points today. 3 or 4 hours passed. Zhang Jira's legs were sore from escorting people, and she insisted Jiang Han assign her 5 subordinates before she would relent. In the dead of night, Jiang Han lay alone in bed. The side effects of 220 points of enhancement had gradually faded. He sat up, opened a spatial gate before him, and inserted a finger. Since he knew entering the space wouldn't kill him instantly, he dared to experiment. A tingling, numb, and itchy sensation spread, far less terrifying than what others had experienced. He then plunged his entire arm inside. Instantly, a powerless, heart-stopping feeling surged from his right arm. The sensation of blood flow ceasing and bodily functions failing. He understood now. Time within the space was frozen. Living beings didn't die instantly upon entering, but blood stopped flowing the heart. Even every cell ceased to beat. That was the true cause of death. Having grasped this, he thrust his head inside. Instantly, his brain shut down. The blood flow in his arteries, normally at 50 centimeters per second, came to an abrupt halt, causing a surge in vascular pressure. Had his body not been strengthened, he wouldn't have lasted a few seconds. Jiang Han steeled himself and dove entirely into the spatial gate. Inside, the space was gray and bright. All he could see were bullets and corpses. He couldn't move a muscle, not even his eyeballs, but his mind could still think. The next second, the spatial gate opened beside his desk, and Jiang Han tumbled out drenched in hot sweat. Ha 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 ha. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. He had mastered another use of the spatial gate teleportation. Entering here and exiting somewhere else. What else could it be? But it couldn't yet be used in combat. After tumbling through the frozen space, all his strength had been drained. But he believed that before long, as his body grew stronger and he gradually adapted to the space, he would absolutely master this technique. He slept until dawn. In the system, PP coins reached 48000. In the prison, there were over 300 female inmates, yielding daily rewards exceeding 3000. Knowing of Zhongshan Base's existence, Jiang Han's next priority was to upgrade the prison's defensive capabilities. Logically, under the cover of red mist, finding the prison would be harder than finding a needle in a haystack, since it was only visible within a 10-meter range. But things were different now. With ability users who could use sonic waves or similar transmissions worldwide, the chance of the prison being discovered had greatly increased. He believed that one day he would inevitably cross paths with the people from Zhongshan Base. After all, ability users could absorb one another, which meant they could never coexist. So he must prepare thoroughly before that day arrived. After rising, Jiang Han immediately upgraded the outer glass of the prison. Level 2 bulletproof glass capable of withstanding standard sniper rifle bullets and attacks, from level 1 ordinary superhumans, priced at 200 papa coins. Post-upgrade, Jiang Han stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, opened a spatial gate outside, and released Gao Zichen's white light, directing it at the glass. Gao Zichen was a first-level superhuman, and his white light could even pierce concrete walls. With a puff, the white light dissipated, leaving no trace on the glass. Jiang Han felt reassured, realizing the prison's outer glass was sturdier than concrete walls. Even if the people from Zhongshan Base truly arrived, breaking in would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. He instructed Zheng Jiaro to gather all female inmates, including He Mengmeng, who was on the sickbed, for a meeting. He intended to enhance their obedience overall, preparing for subsequent tasks. 20 minutes later, aside from Wang Li, everyone assembled before the hall, totaling 329 people. Standing at the front were 104 women who had undergone political review, while behind them were 225 who had not, including those yet to be scheduled for registration. Dressed in uniform prison attire, each held their heads high and chests out. Jiang Han stepped onto the stage, cleared his throat, and began. As you all know, many superhumans have emerged outside. The situation is dire. Any day now, a powerful superhuman might find this place and seize our home. I ask you, are you willing to become their slaves? No. The crowd replied in unison. Good. To better protect our sanctuary, I have decided to bestow superhuman abilities upon you. The moment he finished, the crowd erupted. What? Bestow superhuman abilities? Can the warden grant superpowers? Is this real? Is it possible? Jiang Han continued. Do you want them? Yes, yes, yes. Regardless of belief, the response had to be enthusiastic. And these were superhuman abilities. Superhuman abilities. Knowing of their existence, who wouldn't desire them? Yet as before, was it truly possible? Jiang Han perceived their doubt and strode toward the crowd. Granting superpowers is no simple task, and greatly harms me, so I must proceed one by one. Now who shall be first? As he spoke, he passed before several women in the front row, patting one and touching another, as if seeking the most suitable candidate. The women's eyes blazed with fervor, each hoping to be chosen. I have decided to bestow the first superpower upon He Mengming, who was injured for my sake. Me. He Mengming's eyes brimmed with surprise, her entire body trembling with excitement, as if she couldn't believe Jiang Han had chosen her. The other women showed disappointment, especially Zhang Jiro, who had expected to be selected. She bit her lower lip, gently stealing a glance at He Mengming, as if resolving something internally. Jiang Han touched He Mengming's scar and continued, "Don't be disheartened if you weren't chosen. As long as everyone dedicates themselves to the prison, all will have their chance. Now let the blessing ceremony begin. Woman, come with me." He Mengming felt both moved and anxious. She truly hadn't expected Jiang Han to give her the first opportunity. "Warden, didn't you say it would harm you greatly?" Then, Jiang Han looked at her. "The harm is indeed significant, so I hope you will cherish this chance." He Mengming nodded heavily. "Kneel down, cross your hands over your chest." Jiang Han walked to the center, pointed at the ground, and spoke with utmost seriousness. He Mengming obediently knelt at his feet. It wasn't the first time. Jiang Han extended his hand, placing it on He Mengming's head while scanning the crowd. "By the way, let me share a tip for a successful blessing: maintain a devout heart. When your turn comes, I don't want anyone failing due to lack of mental preparation. After all, each person has only one chance. If you fail, you will never have superhuman abilities for life." He Mengming knelt even straighter upon hearing this. Everyone watched with wide eyes. At this point, over 90% still doubted Jiang Han could truly grant superpowers. If he could, he would be no different from a deity. Jiang Han closed his eyes, feigning incantations, while actually accessing the system. He clicked on the superpower option in He Mengming's interface. Ding, awakened superpower for prison officer He Mengming. Yes. 10000 coins deducted. Prison officer He Mengming has awakened superpower telekinesis level 1. As the prompt ended, He Mengming shuddered beneath him. She then opened her eyes, staring at her hands in utter disbelief. Warden, thank you." The crowd watched quietly. Was that it? Did she have superpowers now? Jiang Han smiled. "Show everyone what you can do." "Yes." He Mengming rose, turned to face the others, and suddenly pointed at a broom not far away. It had been left there by level 1 female inmates who were scheduled to clean the entire prison after the meeting. Whoosh. The broom suddenly flew up, circled in the air 3 times, swept the ground twice on its own, and then steadily returned to its original spot. Gasps of astonishment erupted. It was real. Jiang Han could indeed grant superhuman abilities. Heavens, this was beyond incredible. Their gazes toward Jiang Han shifted instantly. Our reverence, admiration, their obedience surged. Jiang Han surveyed them with satisfaction. He Mengming's blessing went smoothly. Do you know why? It was because she was devout enough and trusted me fully. Only then can the ceremony be completed successfully. I will never waste such precious superpowers on those who don't believe in me. I will select the most loyal person, and she will become the next superhuman. Meeting adjourned. The women stood rooted to the spot for a full 3 minutes. Everything that had happened today far exceeded their understanding. Superhumans were already hard to believe, but Jiang Han could grant superpowers to others. What divine power was this? Ignoring the rest, Jiang Han summoned He Mengming to his office. He noticed her physical enhancement had risen from 8 to 18 points. Indeed, awakening superpowers strengthened the body, 10 points per level. Seeing He Mengming's face grow redder, Jiang Han's heart stirred. Could this be a side effect of the physical enhancement? He liked round numbers, so for ease of memory, he directly added 2 more points. He Mengming's face flushed even deeper as she stared at him, breathing heavily. "I will repay you with my entire life." After a brief exchange, He Mengming explained that her ability allowed her to control the flight of objects weighing up to 1 kilogram, with lighter objects achieving greater speed. 1 kilogram? Jiang Han pondered. This must be the level restriction of her telekinetic ability. In other words, when she advanced to level 2, she could control objects up to 2 kilograms, or perhaps control objects of the same weight at a higher velocity. Jiang Han produced a dagger worth 5 papa coins, weighted in his hand, then gently pinched the tip and snapped it with force. With a crisp crack, the blade broke cleanly into the fracture line, perfectly even. "I'm giving this to you, and it'll help you find better weapons, but remember, abilities must be cultivated through personal insight." He then explained ability levels, duration, and the fact that ability users could absorb one another's powers. He Mengming was so thrilled she could barely contain herself, eager to rush out and slay a few enemies. After dismissing He Mengming, Jiang Han set about increasing the compliance of the female prisoners. He summoned Zhang Jiro and Zhang Xiaowen, and with the roster in hand, he stared at the system and began ticking names one by one. Those above 90 points were sent to the interrogation room first. They were the most likely to reach 100. If all went well, he could harvest several thousand more tomorrow. Zhang Xiaowen looked at the list in surprise. Tian Xinyue, Su Ingyue, Su Linlin, the prison guards, and many who had just passed their political review yesterday. "Warden, do all of these need to go in?" Jiang Han nodded. Tell them it's my order. Everyone must enter the interrogation room. It's preparation for the ability blessing. Zhang Xiaowen's spirits lifted. If that's the case, they'll surely be willing. Can I go? Her compliance had already reached 100. Jiang Han smiled. If you wish, of course. Like this, select a few subordinates and it'll expand the interrogation room. Then several can undergo punishment simultaneously for greater efficiency. Zhang Xiaowen was stunned. The interrogation room could be expanded. Of course. Go inform them, starting with the guards on the list. 20 minutes later, Zhang Xiaowen arrived at the interrogation room with 5 subordinates and 5 guards ready for punishment. She was dumbfounded. The originally modest room of about 40 to 50 square meters had expanded to nearly 300 square meters, divided into 10 chambers. Each chamber was filled with an array of instruments of torture, and all featured one-way glass. Clear visibility from the outside, yet pitch black within. At the entrance lay a control room of nearly 40 square meters, its wall adorned with a massive 10x5-meter display. The screen was split into 10 smaller panels, each corresponding to one of the 10 chambers. With a remote, one could select a single view revealing every nuance of the female prisoner's expressions during punishment. To be honest, Jiang Han hadn't anticipated the level 5 interrogation room to be this twisted. Watching Zhang Xiaowen's stunned expression, he smirked. Not bad, is it? From now on, you'll oversee their punishment here. Zhang Xiaowen swallowed hard and nodded quickly. Since Jiang Han had demonstrated the miraculous ability to bestow powers, rumors spread among the women that he was the savior of humanity. So his transforming the interrogation room in 20 minutes didn't shock her. It only deepened her reverence and obedience. The first batch of female prisoners entered with resolute expressions. Zhang Xiaowen had told them this was a necessary step for the ability blessing. At the thought of gaining powers, they were thrilled, willing to endure any hardship. Jiang Han observed them. He remembered one name, Meng Chao. After praising each one, he watched them enter the small dark rooms. Returning to the control room, he lit a cigarette and monitored the proceedings intently through the display. Inside the interrogation rooms, Meng Chao and the others donned their helmets with anticipation. Soon their fists clenched, they began to tremble, sweat and tears streaming down in droplets. Each had a unique script tailored by the system to their personal histories, experiences, and deepest attachments. Jiang Han noticed that 3 of the 5 guards had scripts involving him, one where he was killed due to a guard's mistake, another where he was gravely injured saving a guard, and a third where a horde of ability users stormed the prison and he covered their escape alone. Damn, the system really knows how to craft a story. Soon someone began to break under the pressure, screaming, "No!" When it was time for punishment, Zhang Xiaowen directed her subordinates to strike, and various instruments rained down on their backs. Every micro-expression was captured in vivid detail. Then Jiang Han's system began to prompt Meng Chao. Compliance 2, reached 100, reward multiplier 2. 3. Half an hour later, Meng Chao emerged first, looking at Jiang Han with tear-filled eyes and bursting into sobs. Jiang Han patted her back. There. I'm alive and well, aren't I? Meng Chao lifted her head, tears streaming. If danger comes, you must retreat first. Don't worry about me. I'll shield you with my body, understand? Sobbing, she wept again, her distress palpable. The effect was remarkable. In the following days, Zhang Xiaowen worked tirelessly, and the prison's overall compliance steadily rose. More and more inmates moved into level 3 cells and earned the right to use the elevator. He directly unlocked all 12 tiers. Do not underestimate this expense. Upon careful calculation, it amounted to a staggering 7700 yuan. Thus, with the number of female prisoners unchanged, the daily reward of spank coins began to skyrocket. From 30,000 to 40,000, it finally settled at 48,000. Jiang Han used this fortune to gradually upgrade the entire prison's defenses. The walls and main gate reached level 5, standing 8 meters tall, impervious even to cannon fire. The exterior glass was upgraded to level 4, capable of withstanding bombs and grenade explosions without the slightest damage. Adding 4 new level 3 prison cells incurred yet another substantial expense. Meanwhile, he began selecting suitable prison guards. Youth, audacity, and high obedience were the basic requirements. He also upgraded the guardroom to level 4, unlocking weapons such as shotguns, rifles, sniper rifles, grenades, and flashbangs. 5 days passed, and all unlockable buildings had been unlocked, only their levels remained to be improved. This left Jiang Han dissatisfied, so he spent another 20,000 yuan to upgrade his office once more. A chime sounded. The warden's office had been upgraded, unlocking corresponding facilities. The Special Forces training room, swimming pool, gymnasium, and cake shop. Among these, the Special Forces training room naturally captivated Jiang Han the most. The training room was located on the 3rd basement level, and unlocking it alone cost 1000 units. After unlocking, several types of equipment appeared: human-shaped targets, electronic targets, moving targets, blank ammunition, laser training guns, simulated grenades. Jiang Han summoned all the prison guards, 50 in total, and divided them into 3 groups led by He Mengling, Lu Shuangshuang, and Meng Chao. Jiang Han had no clear idea about how to conduct the training, only knowing what he had seen on television. People running from one end to the other, continuously shooting at various targets that popped up and finally pressing a stopwatch to see who had the shortest time and the highest score. But this approach seemed unlikely to improve combat effectiveness, so he decided to go out again, hoping to find an instructor for the prison guards, preferably a beautiful female instructor. This time Jiang Han chose a 4x4 off-road vehicle. His first destinations were the military camp and the SWAT detachment. The vehicle was small, highly maneuverable, and less likely to be noticed. If he did find a large group of survivors, he could send someone to pick them up. Since the vehicle was small and could only carry a few people, Jiang Han planned to bring only one driver, Suing Xue. When they arrived at the cafeteria, they found Qin Shirin waiting at the entrance with 3 young kitchen maids. The maids had been carefully selected. They were the 3 most beautiful under Qin Shirin's command. When they saw Jiang Han, they immediately surrounded him. "Warden, take a look. We've prepared a special room for you. From now on you can eat here," they said, taking his hand and pulling him inside. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Han looked at Qin Shirin. This meal was well arranged. "Keep this standard from now on. As for the ability blessing you mentioned, the warden will consider it." Qin Shirin was delighted, and so were the 3 young kitchen maids. They were all trusted confidants of Qin Shirin. If their leader gained an ability, their own future would certainly become much brighter. As Jiang Han walked out of the cafeteria, he saw Su Yingwei and Su Linlin waiting anxiously at the entrance. "Warden, please go see Wang Li." "She." Jiang Han was taken aback. What was wrong with her now? He glanced at his watch. "I'm about to leave. If Wang Li isn't dying, just handle it yourselves." No, absolutely not. "You must go and see," Su Linlin insisted, flanking him with Su Yingwei as they pulled him along. Upon reaching the infirmary, Jiang Han immediately sensed something was off. 5 nurses surrounded a bed, all smiling at him with amusement. Wang Li, who should have been lying on the bed, was nowhere to be seen. Click. The sound of the door locking came from behind. "No, I really have things to do." Half an hour later, he thought he could finally leave smoothly, but then Shun Qingge rushed over with her subordinates. "Warden, something terrible has happened." "What now?" "Come and see for yourself." "Wait, are you all working together as a gang now?" Ever since Jiang Han demonstrated the ability, blessing the women's minds had begun to stir. Those without positions or favor naturally pinned their hopes on their leaders. It wasn't until 11 o'clock that Jiang Han, having dealt with the secretary team and the interrogation room team, finally made it downstairs. Honestly, women's imaginations were vast, especially when several of them studied a problem together. It was simply incredible. Suing Xue, wearing a dress, had been waiting by the car. As soon as he got in, Jiang Han caught a faint fragrance. He looked at her damp hair. "Did you take a shower?" Suing Xue didn't answer, only nodded gently, then started the car. After driving no more than 100 meters past the main gate, she stopped the vehicle directly outside the wall. She unbuckled her seatbelt and gazed intently at Jiang Han. "Oh, Jiang Han, a bug crawled into my clothes." Another half hour passed before the off-road vehicle slowly pulled away from the wall. In his mind, he began contemplating who should receive the next batch of abilities. He had plenty of PP coins now, so it was time to strengthen his forces. He had an idea: form an elite squad leveraging the synergy of various abilities to create formidable combat power. If they ever encountered a truly powerful enemy, this team would certainly prove its worth and maximize his safety. For now, the system seemed to grant abilities randomly. Only by awakening more could he see which ones were suitable for the elite squad. Thinking carefully, having a legion of capable and attractive women by his side, both skilled in battle and in other matters, would be a heavenly life. "Where are we going?" Suing Xue asked, rinsing her mouth and wiping her lips, interrupting Jiang Han's train of thought. "First to the SWAT detachment to see if there are any female SWAT officers." Originally, he had intended to head to the Tianhai military garrison, but he didn't know the exact location. It might be near Zhongshan base personnel, and it was too far to return by nightfall. So Jiang Han decided to check out the SWAT detachment first. After all, when it came to training troops, the SWAT officers were highly skilled. 2 hours later, they arrived outside the Tianhai City SWAT detachment compound, which housed a 4-story building. The off-road vehicle roared as it crashed through the gate. As soon as they entered the yard, Jiang Han sensed something off. It was quiet, too quiet. There wasn't even a single zombie. "It's so quiet here. I haven't seen a single zombie," Suing Xue said, looking around from the driver's seat. Jiang Han had also noticed the anomaly, wondering if no one had been here when the apocalypse struck. Could it be like those soldiers from Zhongshan base who had received orders and been redeployed in advance? He extended his perception to the surrounding 12 meters, then pointed at the SWAT building. "Come on, let's go inside and take a look." When they reached the entrance, Jiang Han casually tossed the off-road vehicle into his spatial storage. This was another advantage of choosing a small vehicle. No need to leave it outside and attract attention. Suing Xue watched him enviously, marveling at the wonder of abilities, then took his hand voluntarily. As soon as they entered, Jiang Han changed his mind. The people here hadn't been evacuated early. Large patches of dried blood stained the floor, and the walls were riddled with bullet holes. It was clear that a fierce battle had taken place here. But where were the bodies? Like the courtyard, there were no corpses nor zombies. Suing Xue pressed closer, and Jiang Han could sense her nervousness. This place was indeed eerie. A battle of such scale regardless of who was involved, how could there be not a single body left? And at a time like this, who would have the strength to bury the dead, even if they were their own comrades? The corridor was utterly silent. Just inside the entrance hung a red honor wall adorned with photos of exemplary SWAT officers, both men and women. Jiang Han glanced over them briefly, silently lamenting. There were quite a few strikingly beautiful female officers among them. If he could bring them back, they could help train his subordinates during the day. What a pity. Let's find the armory. Since there had been a fight, guns must have been used, and the SWAT unit's firearms would certainly be stored in the armory. But where was it? Jiang Han guessed it might be in the basement or some similar place, so he found the stairs and led Su Yingxue downward. Jiang Han continued to release his spatial perception every 10 seconds or so, ready to flee, with Su Yingxue at the first sign of danger. As they walked, he suddenly halted. During his latest scan, he detected two people lying in a room not far away. Two women. The steady rise and fall of their chests indicated they were both alive. Beside their feet sat two large boxes haphazardly filled with green pouches labeled individual combat rations. It seemed these two were getting by well enough. The room they occupied was quite peculiar, with thick metal walls and an unusually shaped security door, yet the sign above the entrance simply read storage. Glancing at their faces, he found them quite attractive. One looked familiar. It was the woman from the honor wall who had placed second in the national SWAT competition. Lee, something he recalled. He checked through the system. Name: Li Tianqing, age 26, charge 0, people appearance 92 points, meets requirements. Name: Tong Yao, age 25, charge 0, people appearance 93 points, meets requirements. Indeed, they were both beautiful and talented. Weren't these exactly the people he was looking for? He took Su Yingxue by the hand and walked to the storage room door. Reaching out to touch it, he pushed with 30% of his strength. The door didn't budge in the slightest, but the noise it made alerted those inside. The one called Tong Yao scrambled up from the table. Captain, it's here again. Let's fight to the death. Li Tianqing remained calm. Tong Yao, don't be impulsive. Maybe if we wait a couple more days, rescue will come. No, Captain, I don't want to wait anymore. I've had enough of this place. And everyone died protecting us. I want to avenge them. Then you can't let their deaths be in vain. Jiang Han's heart tightened as he listened. The women's conversation made him realize that some extremely terrifying entity lurked nearby. The very thing that had slaughtered the entire SWAT unit, leaving only these two female officers alive. What could it be? Whatever it was definitely inside the building and could appear at any moment. One thing was certain: this creature seemed unable to enter the storage room, or the two female officers would have died long ago. With this in mind, Jiang Han pounded harder on the door. Open up. We're here to help. Whatever that thing was, he needed to understand it first before fighting. Hearing a human voice outside, the two female officers grew excited. Captain, it's a rescue team. Li Tianqing jumped down from the table as well. Great, Tong Yao were saved. But she didn't open the door immediately. Instead, she cautiously pressed herself against it. Which unit are you from? We're from the SMAC women's prison, Jiang Han said offhandedly. Oh great. What? Li Tianqing was taken aback. SMAC women's prison? What kind of place was that? Jiang Han slapped his forehead. Damn, that was too casual. He had to continue. Our women's prison specializes in rescuing female survivors. Just open the door first. Li Tianqing hesitated. Clearly those outside were not official forces. Tong Yao said, Captain, open the door. There are monsters out there. But Li Tianqing glanced back at the two crates of individual rations. They're not an official rescue team. At least they're human. Jiang Han clenched his fist and barked, if you don't open up, I'll come in myself. He had over a dozen ways to get inside, the simplest being to kick the door down. Just then, at the edge of his ever-active spatial perception, a head the size of a wash basin appeared. It was purplish-gray, densely covered with bristle-like black fuzz from which two fist-sized black-green eyes stared. Jiang Han whirled around, locking eyes with the creature. A rat. A gigantic mutated rat. Su Yingxue spotted the rat, to her entire body tensing in terror as she let out a sharp scream. At that moment, the rat lunged, baring its teeth, charging at Jiang Han like a rocket. Jiang Han's mind went brilliantly clear. He opened a spatial gate directly in front of the mutated rat. With a whoosh, half its body plunged in. But the creature reacted swiftly, its stubby legs frantically scraping the ground to halt its momentum, then pulling back the part that had entered and turning to flee, trying to run. In the next second, Jiang Han opened another spatial gate behind it. Oh no, it's coming. Captain, open the door. Tong Yao's anxious voice came from inside the room. Li Tianqing had also heard Su Yingxue scream. After a brief hesitation, she gritted her teeth, and with a click swung open the storage room door. Getting quick, she pulled Su Yingxue inside, then reached out to grab Jiang Han, inwardly scolding him. I took such a huge risk opening the door. Why aren't you coming in yourself? But Jiang Han had no intention of entering. He had already confirmed that the thing Li Tianqing feared was this mutated rat. She might be afraid, but he was not. And he was determined to have it. This was, after all, aberrant energy. Li Tianqing tried to pull Jiang Han, but he remained utterly immovable, his strength immense. What's wrong with you? If you don't come in now, I'm closing the door. She was about to continue when she suddenly noticed the mutated rat trapped by Jiang Han. The rat was like a maddened creature darting east, and then west, yet each time it retreated after just a few steps, finally curling up in place, trembling violently. This. Li Tianqing was stunned. Mutated rats always attacked humans on sight. Why had it become like this today? But she harbored an innate hatred for mutated rats. Seeing it obediently waiting in place, she seized the opportunity, without hesitation raised her gun and fired. The bullet struck the rat's eye with lethal precision. The rat sprang up like a coiled spring, leaping over a meter into the air, then glared with its one remaining good eye, charging madly toward Jiang Han, as if for a final struggle. Whoosh. The next instant it vanished, disappeared without a trace. Overwhelmed by searing pain, it lost all reason and plunged headlong into the spatial rift. This left Li Tianqing, who had been aiming her gun, utterly bewildered. "Where's the rat?" she murmured. Jiang Han chuckled. "Dead. Dead. How is that possible?" Jiang Han didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Li Tianqing and Tong Yao behind her, saying with a hint of amusement, "I've already killed the mutated rat and avenged your comrades. So tell me, how do you plan to repay me?" Li Tianqing, however, urgently pulled him into the room. "Get inside first. More rats could come any moment." Jiang Han's eyes lit up. "There are more. Of course there are, otherwise our squad wouldn't have." Her eyes reddened as she spoke. Jiang Han paid no heed to her emotions, directly grabbing her hand. "Tell me quickly, how many are there? Are they all in the building?" Each mutated rat was a source of anomalous energy, and today he would take as many as he could. Li Tianqing tried to shake off his hand using all her strength, but it was futile. She could only cry out with a mix of shame and anger, "Let go of me first." Jiang Han finally released her. Li Tianqing rubbed her reddened wrists, somewhat displeased, but still answered obediently, "I can't say the exact number, but from what I know, at least 15. Jiang Han's eyes gleamed. 15, and at least 15 at that. This unexpected gain was far too great. Seeing him silent, she asked again, "By the way, you said that mutated rat is dead, right?" Jiang Han nodded. "Yes, dead as can be." Indeed, a minute later he discovered that all the blood vessels in the rat's brain had burst. He had quietly opened a small spatial gate, reached inside, and absorbed the rat's anomalous power. Li Tianqing's eyes widened in shock. "Are you an anomalous? You know about anomalous beings?" "Yes, during our last communication with the special police headquarters, we heard about them." She looked at Jiang Han with hope, continuing, "Since you can kill one, can you kill the others too? Please kill all the rats and avenge my comrades. They died so miserably." Jiang Han stroked his chin. Of course he had to kill the mutated rats, but still he said, "Avenging your comrades is no problem, but as I said before, how do you two plan to repay me? After all, I'm risking my life here, I might not even make it back." This. Li Tianqing didn't know how to answer. She looked around the room and finally pointed at the 2 boxes. "This is all we have left. If you like, take it all." "Captain, that's our last food supply." Tong Yao said, her voice anxious. Li Tianqing waved her hand. "It's fine. As long as the mutated rats are eliminated, it'll take you out to find food." Jiang Han laughed. "Keep your dry rations for yourselves. Besides, you said you want to go outside. Out there things are 10 times more terrifying than mutated rats. You can't even handle them. How will you survive outside?" Li Tianqing's face turned pale. Was the world truly this horrifying? Jiang Han continued, "How about this? I'll avenge your comrades, and you two come with me." "What do you say?" Li Tianqing was taken aback. "Come with you? Where? Didn't I tell you? Our Papa Women's Prison is dedicated to rescuing female survivors." "Huh?" Li Tianqing frowned slightly. "Why does that name sound so improper?" "What does the name matter? What matters is that the people are proper. If you don't believe me, ask her," Jiang Han said, pointing at Suing Shue. Suing Shue quickly nodded. Yes. Our warden is a genuinely good person. He saved me himself. Now there are over 300 sisters in the prison, all like me. If not for Warden Jiang, we would have died long ago. Over 300 people." Li Tianqing looked at Su Yingshu's hair, her eyes calculating. "Fine. If you eliminate those rats, we'll come with you." She wasn't foolish. In this situation, anyone who could still wash their hair, let alone bathe, must be living well. And with over 300 people in that prison, safety was assured. To be honest, these days in the underground bunker with just the 2 of them, it felt maddening. She had even thought of suicide. In her heart, she'd rather starve than stay another moment in this sunless place. Looking at Jiang Han, his complexion ruddy, his demeanor calm, and his ability to make that rat vanish in an instant. This was no ordinary power. So Li Tianqing made her decision, follow Jiang Han. Jiang Han nodded. "Then it's settled. First tell me about the mutated rats." Li Tianqing recalled that harrowing experience, recounting every detail, with Tong Yao occasionally adding a few words. On the day the apocalypse began, an urgent call roused everyone in the special police unit. The zombie outbreak had struck, and the entire unit was placed on high alert, awaiting further orders. But instead of orders, the mutated rats came. Around 4 days into the apocalypse, 5 enormous mutated rats suddenly surged from the basement. They moved with lightning speed, biting anyone in sight, and aside from their eyes, their bodies were impervious to bullets. Even grenades could hardly harm them. Often the grenades would explode before the rats fled, only to hit empty air. The special police immediately mounted a counterattack. After sacrificing over a dozen men, they killed 2 mutated rats. But a day later, even more appeared, forcing them to fight desperately again. After days of brutal combat, the number of special police dwindled. Li Tianqing and Tong Yao as women were protected and sent to a safe room. This safe room was originally prepared for special missions designed to store explosives, radioactive elements, and even nuclear materials. That was how the two of them survived. After listening to Li Tianqing, Jiang Han's expression grew solemn. You're saying you once killed 3 mutant rats? Li Tianqing nodded. Yes. Tong Yao interjected. The last one our captain used a grenade. It was mutual destruction. What about their bodies? No idea, probably eaten by their own kind along with our comrades' remains. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes. If that was true, could mutant rats absorb abilities from each other as well? It must be possible. That meant there were even more advanced mutant rats here. Would it be 3 level 2 rats, or 1 level 4? Jiang Han hoped for the former. They'd be easier to handle. He nodded. Alright, I have a general picture. Now let's avenge your comrades. Su Yingxue grew anxious. Jiang Han, you're not going out there, are you? There are over a dozen mutant rats outside. Call the guards. She believed in his ability against 1 or 2, but such numbers truly worried her. Hearing Su Yingxue mentioned, the guards Li Tianqing and Tong Yao exchanged glances, reading the same thought in each other's eyes. A longing for the prison. Guards food over 300 survivors. It must be a paradise. Jiang Han chuckled, placing a hand over Su Yingxue's heart. Let me listen. Are you truly scared? Her face flushed. Be serious, there are others here. Alright, I'll listen when we're alone. But don't worry, I don't need to go out to deal with them. Jiang Han pulled a phone from his back pocket. He had long forgotten whose it was. Ever since learning of the Zhongshan base, he had tossed all the female inmates' phones into his space. Who knew if those people had high-tech signal trackers? Over 300 phones lay quietly in a corner, taking up about half a cubic meter. In the space, the batteries didn't deplete, so they still had power. He removed the SIM card, set an alarm for 1 minute later, and turned the volume to maximum. Then he threw it outside through the space portal. You don't need to go out. You can kill those rats from in here. Li Tianqing asked doubtfully. Jiang Han rubbed his hands. Just wait. Soon the alarm rang, its beeping echoing sharply through the empty basement. Quickly a rat peeked out from 13 meters away, then, as if discovering a treasure, dashed straight for the phone. Jiang Han didn't open the portal immediately. The rats moved too fast for a sure hit, and doing so would only alert them. In an instant the rat bit the phone, crunching it as the alarm stopped. Just then Jiang Han opened a portal above its head. With a plop, a slab of pork about half a kilogram dropped out. The mutant rat lightning fast spotted its favorite treat and leaped up with gaping jaws. As it descended, Jiang Han struck his fatal blow. The rat was midair with no leverage to stop. He opened a horizontal portal in the gap of its jump. Leaping up was easy for the mutant rat, but going back was far harder. As it fell, its body vanished eerily. In its last second it let out a hysterical wail, its face twisted in terror. Done. Jiang Han took out another phone, repeating the trick by tossing it through the portal outside. Soon the second, third came one after another. The 4 of them stayed inside, and Jiang Han even brought out drinks, sipping as he worked. Li Tianqing and Tong Yao were stunned by the sight of those drinks. How amazing! Were ability users this powerful? She grabbed a bottle of soda, gulped it down, and let out a satisfied burp before looking at Jiang Han. So should I call you handsome, or warden? Call me warden during the day since you've agreed to enter the prison. Li Tianqing's expression shifted slightly. She caught the underlying meaning. Glancing at the drink in her hand, she gritted her teeth and endured it. Then she retorted dryly. Warden, are you just going to sit here drinking soda and kill the rats? When you claim the rats are dead, how do we believe you? Jiang Han stared at her. What, you don't believe me? Li Tianqing snorted, saying nothing, but her expression said it all. Fine, I'll show you so you two won't back out later. With a wave of his hand, 2 massive rat carcasses thudded onto the floor. Oh my god! Su Yingxue and Tong Yao screamed in unison, both scrambling behind Jiang Han, each grabbing one of his arms. Jiang Han, take them away. Su Yingxue was terrified. A small girl afraid of mice, let alone table-sized mutant rats with exploded eyes and blood-smeared faces. Tong Yao was equally horrified. Handsome big brother warden. Please take them away. We believe. Jiang Han shook his head. No can do. Your captain said there are at least 15, or I need to prove it all. He pretended to throw more. Li Tianqing pale cowered in the corner. No need. We believe. Though a special policewoman, she was still a woman with an innate fear of rats. 20 minutes later, Jiang Han had killed 17 mutant rats, in total absorbing their abilities one by one. His spatial perception reached 29 meters, his energy surged, and with full perception, he could maintain it for nearly 30 minutes. The space portal maxed out at 29 meters with a minimum of 1 millimeter. 1 millimeter was useless for anything. Jiang Han had no idea what purpose it served. Whatever, knowing was enough. His system also gained 170 surplus points ready to be added anytime, but he decided to wait until returning to the prison. The only thing unsettling him was the absence of any level 1 or higher mutant rats. By logic, rats eating dead mutants should have evolved. Did mutant rats not eat their own kind, or could animals not level up? Jiang Han couldn't figure it out. The 18th phone was still ringing. 3 minutes had passed. He decided not to wait any longer, clapped his hands, and stood up. All right, all the rats are dead. Let's go. Jiang Han twisted the door open. The hallway was eerily silent, showing no signs of the recent battle save for a phone ringing incessantly, with a sharp beep beep beep. Su Yingxue tugged at him. Are you sure there are no rats left? They won't hide somewhere to ambush us, will they? Jiang Han extended his perception to its fullest, even able to see the building's foundation with crystal clarity. Perhaps because this was the SWAT headquarters, the foundation ran deeply beneath it lay a crisscrossing network of rat holes, but they were all empty. It seemed there were indeed no more mutated rats. He sighed, oh, what a pity. I was hoping for an ambush. He bent down and stuffed the phone back into his back pocket, and the alarm ceased instantly. This thing was quite useful for luring zombies and mutated creatures, so he couldn't just discard it. The group didn't linger and headed straight out. Perhaps they could find some weapons by searching, but Jiang Han didn't want to take risks. The mystery of the 3 dead rats remained unsolved. He brought the car out ready to leave, keeping his perception active and constantly prepared for battle. After driving a short distance, Jiang Han suddenly detected at the edge of his perception, 29 meters underground, a large rat hole. Inside lay 8 rats in a row. These rats were much larger than ordinary ones, but smaller than mutated ones. The largest exceeded 1.5 meters in length, the smallest about 40 centimeters. Were they in the midst of mutation? Jiang Han instantly realized these rats were in the midst of mutation, like the sleeping Gao Zichen on the verge of awakening. What a golden opportunity. He immediately told Su Yingxue to stop the car, then got out and began circling the area. It was a massive hole, at least in Jiang Han's sight. Since his perception only extended 29 meters, he couldn't see the bottom or the full extent of the cavity. Some of the mutating rats were only partially visible. As he observed, the largest rat suddenly let out a couple of squeaks, as if about to wake. Had it already completed its awakening? Jiang Han narrowed his eyes and made a swift decision. He had to claim these abilities. He glanced at the 3 women in the car and tapped the roof. You 3 get out and go back to the building. Wait for me in the storeroom. I have something to take care of. The 3 were stunned. Su Yingxue said, Jiang Han, wherever you go I go. Jiang Han shook his head. No, be good. Go to the storeroom now. To go down he had to pass through the alternate dimension. He couldn't take Su Yingxue with him. Li Tianqing looked at Jiang Han's expression, then unslung the rifle from her shoulder. A weapon she hadn't parted with since the apocalypse began. Take this gun, it might come in handy. No need. Keep it to protect my women, Jiang Han said casually. Li Tianqing's heart fluttered. This man before her, though a bit roguish, made her feel incredibly safe as one of his women. Could he be mine? Or perhaps the other way around? Jiang Han ignored Li Tianqing's gaze, waiting until he saw the 3 women safely back inside the safe house before striding into the courtyard. He had learned from previous experiments that passing through the alternate dimension would leave him exhausted. After observing a while longer and finding no other issues, Jiang Han gritted his teeth and plunged through the spatial gate. The next second he tumbled into the hole drenched in sweat. But without a moment's pause, he instantly opened another spatial gate in front of himself to guard against any mishap. The cavity was a rectangular space less than 2 meters high, 5 or 6 meters wide, and over 10 meters long. Inside lay not 8 but 12 rats, 4 of which he hadn't detected before descending due to distance. Among them one had already awakened, its eyes slightly open as if adjusting to its new body. Just as he was about to grab it and toss it through the gate, Jiang Han suddenly noticed a few meters behind him, through 6 or 7 meters of soil, a pair of basketball-sized eyes snapping open. A level 4 mutated rat. He realized instantly. Boom. The level 4 mutated rat detected Jiang Han at the same moment. Its large eyes glowed green, its lips curled back to bare teeth, and whiskers as thick as arms trembled. It let out a piercing shriek, then lunged into the soil, charging straight at Jiang Han, as if determined to bite him to death. The tunnel was narrow, so Jiang Han could only open a spatial gate to its maximum size. The giant rat thrust half its head in, then instantly recoiled and retreated, circling the burrow. When it reappeared, it targeted Jiang Han's back. Jiang Han reacted swiftly, opening a spatial gate behind him. Whoosh. The giant rat was startled away again, but it didn't give up, changing direction once more. The giant rat seemed tireless, randomly emerging from the tunnels it had dug, only to be scared off by the spatial gate each time. Man and rat played a game. A true game of whack-a-mole. Jiang Han considered attacking, but that would require flipping the spatial gate to face the giant rat. He didn't have that luxury. Every time he opened a gate, even a 0.1 second delay would let the rat seize the space first, making it impossible to open the gate, and the consequences could be fatal. In the midst of this stalemate, the level 1 mutated rat, which had been half asleep, fully awakened. It squeaked, scrambled to its feet, and fixed its 2 egg-sized eyes on Jiang Han, as if just now noticing this uninvited guest. Squeak! Squeak! 2 sharp cries filled with fury and urgency came not from the newly awakened rat, but from the level 4 giant rat. It was agitated and raged, and its speed increased by a third. The level 1 mutated rat also sensed the danger and charged at Jiang Han on all fours. While using the spatial gate, Jiang Han's body remained unaffected, allowing free movement within range. But he couldn't use the gate against the mutated rat, as the giant rat outside might burst in at any moment. Fighting such a massive creature in such a confined space was extremely perilous. So he had to rely on this. Jiang Han looked at his fists. The level 1 mutated rat was upon him in an instant. Jiang Han swung his fist enhanced by 220 points of strength, striking the rat's forehead with a whoosh. Duong. The level 1 mutated rat was knocked back 5 or 6 meters, and Jiang Han stumbled back 2 steps. Tough one. The rat shook its head in a human-like manner and charged again. That punch had used all of Jiang Han's strength, but it seemed far from enough to kill the creature. In battle, the key was a swift resolution, so he directly opened the system interface and allocated all 170 surplus points, raising his strength to 390. With 390 points of enhancement, his physique had nearly doubled. Jiang Han felt 2 streams of heat surging from his kidneys to his fists, as if he could slay a tiger. No, a mutated tiger. Ordinary tigers were too weak. Bring it on, mutated rat. He multitasked, continuing to hold the spatial gate as a barrier, while keeping his eyes locked on the mutated rat. Unaware of the details, the mutated rat rubbed its short forepaws over the lump on its head before roaring and charging forward. But this time death awaited it. Jiang Han seized the moment and punched its nose. A deafening impact rang out. The rat's snout collapsed instantly, one eye bulging from the pressure and bursting blood splattering everywhere. The mutated rat shrieked and flew sideways, but before it could travel half a meter, Jiang Han grabbed its tail and yanked it back. Maddened, the rat twisted around to bite, but found only its own tail. You plague of the 4 pests, still daring to bite, even like this. He'll teach you to bite. Jiang Han rained down blows like a steel hammer, pounding the mutated rat's head relentlessly. After just 6 or 7 strikes, the rat's skull was reduced to a pulp. Only after confirming he had absorbed another dose of ability did Jiang Han stop. Meanwhile, outside, the giant rat seemed to sense something and let out a sudden roar, quickening its pace. Jiang Han's heart stirred. Had this giant rat stayed out all along, specifically waiting for these mutated rats to awaken? Was it to protect them, or to absorb them? Jiang Han suspected the latter, given it devoured even the corpses. That would explain everything. A lucky mutated rat had dragged away the 3 bodies slain by the SWAT team, and evolved, learning that abilities could be mutually absorbed. Whether by chance or some other means, it had discovered these Sun-Tobe mutated rats. To avoid missing the optimal absorption window, it hadn't sought out Jiang Han. It seemed that for animals, intelligence grew alongside their size. 10 minutes later, the stalemate persisted. Jiang Han had already used half his ability, while the mutated rat fared worse, its movements slowing and roars fading. It appeared that both ability users and mutated animals harbored a reserve of energy. Once depleted, sleep was required to replenish it. Jiang Han didn't want any surprises during the final strike, so he decided to revive the giant rat's flagging spirit. You care about these mutated rats, don't you? Fine. He walked over to the 11 rats and casually grabbed the second largest one, which was about 1.4 meters long and slept like a log. Jiang Han held it by the scruff and slapped its face repeatedly. Soon the rat was jolted awake. It stared around with bewildered eyes, then let out a terrified screech, its short legs thrashing. Jiang Han threw it to the ground and stomped on its neck. A grating crunch of bones echoed, sending chills down the spine. Quick, come save your little darling. He's about to be crushed to death. Jiang Han taunted, his spatial sense fixed on the giant rat. As expected, the giant rat grew enraged again and charged madly into the cave. Jiang Han increased pressure, and the rat beneath his foot couldn't withstand it. Its eyeballs and tongue were forced out of its skull, blood spattering everywhere. But Jiang Han noticed that after this mutated rat's death, he absorbed less than 1 dose of ability, with his spatial sense expanding only about 0.8 meters. It seemed not fully awakened, insufficient energy. He rubbed his chin and turned his gaze to the smallest mutated rat, a mere 40 centimeters long. I'm bad at math. You two can make up for it, he said, grabbing its tail and swinging it left and right like Tom tossing Jerry. Soon the rat's liver flew out of its mouth. Conveniently including this small one, it totaled exactly 1 dose of energy. Exhausted from its furious charges, the level 4 giant rat lay panting heavily outside the cave. Jiang Han finally had time to launch an attack. He flipped the spatial gate, opened a 5-centimeter gap, and aimed at the giant rat's eye. With a series of whistling sounds, a barrage of projectiles shot out. With a howl, the giant rat charged again. After several repetitions, it finally lay still outside, seemingly dozing off from depleted energy. Jiang Han used the same trick, blinding its right eye. This time the giant rat merely twitched and showed no further response. Jiang Han observed its heart. It had stopped beating. The giant rat was dead. He crouched and walked out of the cave to behold the corpse. It was enormous, larger than his off-road vehicle. Had it been full of vigor, fighting inside the cave would have been anyone's game. He reached out and felt the ability transfer. As expected, 4 doses. Mission accomplished. He looked at the remaining 9 mutated rats. Killing them now wouldn't yield 9 doses. What if he waited a few days for them to awaken? He might get nothing. So kill. Jiang Han moved from one to the next, quickly securing 5 more doses. In total he had 40, enough to perceive clearly within 40 meters. With a thought he opened the spatial gate and appeared directly in the safe room. The 3 women gasped in unison at his arrival. Su Yingxue especially had been frantic with worry during his nearly half-hour absence. She rushed over. Jiang Han, let me see. Ah, there's blood. She referred to his fists still caked with rat blood from the fierce blows. Jiang Han pulled out 2 bottles of mineral water to wash his hands. Su Yingxue quickly helped. But then, the side effect struck Jiang Han. While Jiang Han was battling the level 4 giant rat, Su Yingxue had already briefed the 2 women on the general situation of the prison. The clean and tidy cells, a cafeteria capable of seating over 300 people for meals and hot water for showers, all of which filled them with longing and anticipation. Was there really such a place in the apocalypse? And so everything went smoothly. The next morning Jiang Han refined the prison's personnel structure. First he established a prison guard team of 50 people, with He Mengming, Lu Shuangshuang, Meng Chaotian, Xinyue, and Yin Yu serving as captains of squads 1 through 5 respectively. Among them Tian Xinyue and Yin Yu were appointed the previous night. One had followed him through life and death situations multiple times with consistent performance, while the other, a sports department campus belle, was deemed capable of the role. Each of the 5 guard squads consisted of 1 captain and 10 members plus 1 doctor, totaling 12 per squad. Exactly enough to fill a personnel carrier. The 5 doctors were chosen from the 5 nurses under Su Yingwei and Su Linlin, all proficient in treating ordinary injuries. They would remain at the clinic during routine times and accompany squads on external missions. Jiang Han assigned each squad an exclusive top-tier cell and immediately upgraded them to level 4. With plenty of PP coins on hand, he didn't mind the expense. These 60 individuals all had a compliance level of 100, and with the boost from level 4 cells, they could generate nearly 130 PP coins daily. The 5 guard squads operated on a rotating day and night shift system responsible for the prison's overall security. When off duty, they trained to enhance combat effectiveness. Jiang Han also considered sending these guards out in the future to recruit new members for the prison. Second was a secretarial team of 6 led by Zheng Jiro, handling all daily prison management, tracking individual performance, monitoring compliance with dance and yoga lessons, and so on. Jiang Han had no intention of managing these matters personally. Instead, he let prisoners govern prisoners, leaving himself only to enjoy the results. Third was an assistant team of 6 led by Shun Xinga, responsible for prison chores such as fixing broken faucets in the bathing center, replenishing toilet paper in the restrooms, and replacing worn-out prison uniforms. Fourth was an interrogation team of 6 led by Zhang Xiaowen. Jiang Han added a new task for them. All new applicants must first undergo psychological evaluation in the interrogation room before being admitted. Fifth was a medical team of 7 led by Su Yingwei and Su Linlin. Doctors were strategic assets, so they were tasked with selecting suitable candidates to expand the team, with Jiang Han's goal set at 20 members. Su Linlin could train them. The medical team would be divided into 2 groups. Su Yingwei would primarily accompany Jiang Han on external missions, while Su Linlin would oversee the safety and health of those remaining at the prison. Sixth was a culinary team of 20 led by Qin Shirin, responsible for feeding over 300 people. Strict identity-based management was enforced. Those without formal review received simple meals of steamed buns, pickled vegetables, and a bowl of tomato egg soup. Those with formal review enjoyed a buffet with at least 12 dishes per meal, balancing meat and vegetables for nutrition, along with 4 or more types of staple food. Occasionally, they could have alcohol, and on birthdays they were treated to a cake. It was a labor-intensive task. Starting with 20 people as a trial, they could increase to 40 if needed. After all, there was no shortage of hands. Seventh was a teaching team of 14, including by Jia Lu Wenjing and Luo Qingyun, known as the 12 Beauties of Marriage. They were responsible for education. By Jia taught foreign female prisoners the Dragon Kingdom language, Lu Wenjing taught dance, and Luo Qingyun taught yoga. Jiang Han also instructed them to recruit any talents in fitness, Pilates, posture etiquette, or rhythmic gymnastics to join their ranks. Eighth was a newly added service team dedicated to Jiang Han's personal needs, choosing which socks to wear, which sheets to lay. Currently, only Dong Jin was on the team, and Jiang Han ordered her to select 5 more people today, eventually building a team of 20. Ninth was a technical team, led by Yu Lei, focusing on various technical issues, computer technology, network technology, and even modifications to firearms and vehicles. Though these skills might never be used, they showcased the prison's technological sophistication. For now, the team was responsible for managing and monitoring 120 cameras throughout the prison, deciding where to add or remove cameras. If there was nothing else, they could accompany Jiang Han in playing video games. Apart from the guard squad, most teams had fewer than 20 members. Jiang Han instructed them to recruit based on work needs until each team reached 20. This way, each team could occupy 1 cell, perfectly fitting the space. Additionally, several women were assigned special roles. Firstly, Tianxin and Tong Yao served as the chief and deputy instructors for the guard squad responsible for training. Of course, they couldn't conduct normal training for the first 3 days, so they would start with theoretical knowledge. Next, Su Ying-Xue became the full-time driver. Then the renowned hostess Lan Ni, well known in Tianhai City with excellent appearance and eloquence, was appointed as the tour guide. She would explain the prison to new female inmates, making them reluctant to leave upon arrival. Linda Piaoyang, with her impressive figure, was assigned as the usher leading newcomers to the changing room. Finally, the 6 women, led by Diana, though formally reviewed, were foreigners. Jiang Han named them the maintenance team, leveraging their tall and strong physiques for heavy labor, moving beds and furniture, so they wouldn't freeload. After Jiang Han announced these orders, the female inmates displayed varied expressions. Those granted positions were naturally delighted, while ordinary inmates pondered which team to join, whether to approach Jiang Han directly or seek out the team leaders. While convening the women for a meeting, Jiang Han upgraded 12 cells to level 4 in one go, located on floors 1-4 through 7, 12, 13, 15 through 17, 36, and 37. These were specifically crafted for the newly established teams. The choice of different floors was for operational convenience. Floor 37 housed Dongjin's service team, close to the warden's office. Of floor 36 housed Zheng Jira's secretarial team, facilitating building-wide management. Floor 15 had the monitoring room, so Yu Lei and her team resided there. Ding level 4 cell unlocked corresponding items, unlocked 12 shades of lipstick, 12 series of perfume, essence, water, cream, moisturizer, mascara, nail polish, makeup remover. Jiang Han was dazzled by the array. What a chaotic assortment. The level 4 cell block, still housing 4 inmates per room, was considerably more spacious. Upgraded from level 3, the bunk beds had been replaced with single beds measuring 1.2 meters wide. Additionally, each inmate was provided with a 1 meter wide wardrobe and 10 hangers for storing personal belongings. A 40-inch color television was installed in each cell, eliminating the need for 20 people to crowd around one set. The programming, however, remained unchanged. The original level 3 cell block had 6 bathrooms, 5 small and 1 large, with only the large one equipped for bathing. Now each small bathroom was also fitted with a shower offering hot water around the clock. The number of toilets increased to 1 per person, promoting hygiene, and a thoughtful toilet brush was provided. In case of clogs, the maintenance team could be summoned for repairs. The common living area outside was also significantly larger. It featured 4 oversized sofas, 2 lounge chairs, and a coffee table. On the coffee table sat a fruit platter where Jiang Han could place any rewarded fruits or snacks. A 60-inch television adorned the wall, and a water dispenser stood in the corner stocked with bottled water. When supplies ran low, they would request more from Shenxinga, and the maintenance team would carry them up. Each floor contained 10 cells, 9 level 1 and 1 level 4. The level 4 cell served as a showroom occupied by Jia Lu Wenjing and the 12 beauties. When new arrivals came, Lan and I would first give them a tour of this cell, then Piao Liang would lead them to bathe. After washing, they were directly escorted to a level 1 cell, where they remained until mealtime, when they would climb the stairs to eat steamed buns and pickled vegetables, watching others feast on meat and fish. Later, Zheng Jira's subordinates would announce the formal trial and its subsequent conditions. Through this orchestrated process, before the female prisoners even laid eyes on Jiang Han, more than half had already decided their own fates. This often led to Jiang Han encountering situations where, while strolling through the prison, he would be approached by women whose names he couldn't recall. At times, some would rise early, skipping breakfast just to climb to the 38th floor for a single glance at him. When one failed, they would come in groups of 2, 3, 5, or 10, utterly disregarding all rules. The prison guards had made several arrests, but the behavior persisted, with some guards even breaking the law themselves. Some guard captains were also complicit. Furious, Jiang Han summoned all 5 captains, and along with the chief and deputy instructors gave them a severe reprimand. As the number of those undergoing formal trials increased, the 9 level 1 cells, once at peak capacity, gradually emptied. Jiang Han chose not to upgrade them, keeping them ready for future arrivals. The teaching staff converted 4 of these cells into dance and yoga studios, having the maintenance team remove the beds. Among the 12 newly constructed level 4 cells, 5 were upgraded from level 3 at a cost of 400 each, while 7 were directly unlocked for 100 each. With the need to also unlock a cake shop, swimming pool, and gym, Jiang Han entered a phase of saving money. During the day, he would patrol outside, instructing the guards to bring back any suitable survivors he encountered. At night, he inspected the work and experienced the inmates' lives, fulfilling the duties of a warden. While Jiang Han tirelessly strove for the high-quality development of the entire prison, at the Zhongshan base in Zhongshan district, 150 kilometers away, a camouflaged assault vehicle bristling with 3 types of cannons drove into a mountain hollow and slowly came to a halt. With a faint sound, rocks on both sides of the hollow split open, revealing an electronic eye. Its laser beam scanned the vehicle. The massive iron gate, weighing over 10,000 genes, slowly opened, and the assault vehicle drove into the mountain's belly. The gate closed. A middle-aged man in his 30s stepped out of the vehicle, clad in a red camouflage uniform adorned with the epaulets of a Dragon Nation senior colonel. This man, by Chuanming, was one of the 6 squadron leaders of the Zhongshan base. Following him, 4 people were shoved out of the vehicle tied together by a rope, all with black cloth hoods over their heads, hands cuffed, and mouths gagged with cloth. As Bai Chunming alighted, 2 guards immediately ran over, saluted, and said, "Greetings, Captain Bai." Bai Chunming nodded slightly. "Is the battalion commander in the command room?" "Yes." "Report to him. I need to see him. Tell him there's a discovery regarding the disappearance of C3 squad." "Sir." The guard did not return, and Bai Chunming remained rooted to the spot, unmoving. After a considerable wait, the guard ran back, panting. "The battalion commander requests your presence." Bai Chunming nodded and followed the guard into a spacious office. The entire room was red, as if stained with blood. A display screen covered one whole wall, divided into several sections, showing real-time feeds from every corner of the Zhongshan base. In front of the screen was a desk, behind which sat a man who appeared to be around 24 or 25. His feet were propped on the desk, his expression lazy and cold. He toyed with a small knife, which still seemed to have traces of blood. Upon entering and seeing the younger man, Bai Chunming instinctively straightened his back and rendered a standard respectful military salute. "Greetings, battalion commander." The young man lowered his feet from the desk, walked over to Bai Chunming, circled him once, then patted him on the shoulder. "Chunming, it seems I didn't misjudge you. In just a few days you've already found a lead." Feeling a chill under the man's gaze, Bai Chunming dared not delay and quickly responded, "Your subordinate thanks the battalion commander for his guidance. This time I was ordered to investigate the disappearance of C3 squad and made some progress. I tracked down 4 witnesses and have brought them all back." The man's eyes brightened and a rare smile graced his lips. "Speak then," Bai Chunming said. "It's confirmed now. Lu Hu's C3 squad was ambushed at the media compound and all members were killed in action. According to the survivor, we found there was only one assailant. He wore our helmets and killed Lu Hu's deputy with his first strike without even showing his face." "Not showing his face? What do you mean?" Bai Chunming explained. "This person's ability is extremely bizarre. It seems he stood in the corridor and attacked Lu Hui through the wall." The man furrowed his brow. "So it's not him?" Bai Chunming shook his head. "Definitely not. His ability is rage. If he had struck, Lu Hui would have been reduced to pulp." The man pressed on. "Have you found the 2 rest vehicles?" Beads of sweat formed on Bai Chunming's forehead. "Strangely enough, I've searched a 20-mile radius and found no signal." Sensing the man's displeasure, he added, "Captain, I've brought back the 4 witnesses. They're all around 40 years old. Perhaps you'd like to interrogate them personally." A faint smirk curled at the corner of the man's mouth. "Bring them in then." "Yes, sir." Shortly after, guards escorted in 4 hooded individuals. Though their heads were covered, their physiques and appearances revealed them to be 3 men and 1 woman. The captain seemed satisfied, his gaze fixed intently on the 4 kneeling before him. He waved his hand dismissively. "Continue the search. Take the media compound as the center and sweep a 5-kilometer radius. Request additional personnel from me whenever needed." "Yes, sir," Bai Chunming said, backing out of the door. The moment he left, the man pulled a remote control from his pocket and pressed a button. The split-screen display instantly turned into a full-screen view, showing an extremely gruesome scene. The captives, upon seeing the screen, began trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Jiang Han remained unaware that someone was searching for him. Over 3 days, his balance reached 150000. He unlocked a level 1 gym for each of the 12 teams. Though it only contained the simplest treadmills, spinning bikes, and resistance trainers, it was enough to channel their excess energy, improve their figures, and tone their bodies. He spent 700 to upgrade the exterior bulletproof glass to level 4, said to withstand artillery bombardment. Additionally, he unlocked a pastry shop and upgraded it to level 3. Swiss rolls, cream puffs, and egg tarts were the most basic offerings. Now, they could also produce mango pancakes, tiramisu, Italian tea, jelly, and more. As per the rules, level 1 female prisoners were not entitled to these treats. Ordinary prisoners received 2 per week, team members 4, and squad leaders 8. Furthermore, Jiang Han unlocked a swimming pool on the 2nd floor for 100, along with items like goggles, swim caps, earplugs, swim rings, and bikinis. After all these expenses, he had 5800 remaining. He decided that today he would bestow the ability blessing. The female prisoners were gathered together, waiting anxiously for Jiang Han's announcement. He first inspected the ranks. Wherever he walked, he met eyes that seemed to plead, "Grant me the ability, and I will do anything." Then he began his announcement. First, Zheng Jiao. She was the first prisoner to arrive after the prison's appearance and the first to reach 100 obedience. She deserved it. Moreover, she needed authority to manage others. Would the ability users obey her if she were merely an ordinary person? Second, Suing Xue. She was his personally appointed driver and would frequently accompany him outside. Naturally, she too had to be an ability user. Third, Suing Wei. As the head of the medical team and his personal physician, she also merited the blessing. Fourth, Lu Xuanshuang. There was no need to elaborate. She was the second in command among the prison guards, second only to He Mengmeng in prestige. Whether operating independently or accompanying him, she needed formidable strength. Fifth, Jiang Han swept his gaze across the room and pointed at a woman standing ramrod straight. Zhang Xiaowen. Recently, Zhang Xiaowen had made the greatest contributions. Nearly 130 prisoners had reached full marks thanks to her relentless interrogations day and night. The 5 women rejoiced, and their subordinates celebrated with them. Those who weren't chosen pouted silently, vowing in their hearts to come up with more creative methods. The 5 knelt on the ground. Jiang Han, maintaining an air of mysticism, muttered incantations under his breath while opening the system panel. He spent 5000, and simultaneously their bodies shuddered. Then one by one they looked up at him, their eyes brimming with joy and devotion. Jiang Han looked at the 5 women. "Show me what you've got." Once an ability awakened, it felt like an inherent part of oneself. The possessor instinctively knew how to wield it. The 5 women closed their eyes, simultaneously sensing within. Soon Lu Shuangshuang was the first to open her eyes. "He'll go first." She picked up a gun, patted her pockets, and pulled out a pack of spicy snacks. She hesitated, seemingly reluctant to part with it, then turned to Jiang Han. "Warden, could you give me something more useful?" Jiang Han noticed her ability was listed as Sniper God, undoubtedly related to firearms. So he retrieved 3 coins from his back pocket. Lu Shuangshuang weighed them in her hand, then casually tossed them behind her. Drawing her pistol, she fired. Bang! The coins clattered to the ground. The women gathered around to inspect them. Gasps escaped their lips. All 3 coins had been struck, each with a perfectly centered hole blasted through their middles, equidistant from the edges. The 3rd coin, however, wasn't fully pierced. The bullet had embedded itself deep within, transforming it into a spinning top that whirled on its own. Incredible accuracy. What was most astonishing was that Lu Shuangshuang had fired while turning around without any aiming and with a single shot. A true 103 vulture's feat. Applause erupted from the women. Though her ability didn't exhibit the extraordinary magic one might expect, they all recognized it as a genuine power. Lu Shuangshuang beamed with pride. "Warden, that's not all. I have another ability." "Another ability?" Jiang Han was taken aback. "What ability?" Lu Shuangshuang pointed to her eyes. "I can see through the red mist." "See through the red mist?" The women grew unsettled. The wardens, who often ventured outside, had explained that everyone possessed only one ability regardless of its strength. How could Lu Shuangshuang have 2? Lu Shuangshuang continued, "But not too far. Just about 100 meters or so." 100 meters was more than enough. What was the current visibility outside? Less than 10 meters. Even a world champion marksman couldn't hit a target 100 meters away under those conditions. But Lu Shuangshuang was different. She could see 100 meters out, and combined with her peerless marksmanship, she was a formidable weapon. Jiang Han gazed at her thoughtfully. 2 abilities. The second one, like his own spatial perception, must be an adjunct to the first. In essence, without the power to see through the red mist outdoors, the Sniper God was useless. Within 10 meters, what did accuracy matter? He pointed at the window. "Look, what's out there?" To ordinary eyes, the world outside was a blur of red. But Lu Shuangshuang said, "I see our perimeter wall and 2 dead trees." The first-level female prisoners who had worked in the yard immediately reacted. "Yes, there are 2 trees outside that window, small poplars, and they're both dead." Jiang Han nodded. His perception had already sensed it. He pressed further. "Can you see what's beyond the wall, eh?" Lu Shuangshuang paused. "No, definitely not." Jiang Han understood. It was a sight ability akin to his spatial perception and the deputy captain's sonar, all with a detection range exceeding the 10-meter ordinary visibility. But Lu Shuangshuang started at 100 meters. What about level 2? 200 meters. Her eyes were formidable, yet still inferior to his spatial perception. First spatial perception was 360 degree, no 1080 degree, without blind spots, while Lu Shuangshuang could only see what was before her, oblivious to what was behind, above, or below. Second spatial perception could penetrate objects, like walls, or even the interior of a person's body, something Lu Shuangshuang clearly couldn't do. Third spatial perception offered clearer vision. Within its range, every pore and droplet was visible in exquisite detail regardless of distance or size. Moreover, Jiang Han could perceive sounds. If someone whispered within his range, no matter how softly, he could hear it clearly. None of this was possible for Lu Shuangshuang. All she possessed was a pair of ordinary eyes unaffected by the red mist. Exhilarated by her new ability, Lu Shuangshuang looked around everywhere, even running to the 3 coins to examine them smugly. But soon she suddenly clutched her head, her body swaying unsteadily. "What's happening?" "I know what's happening." At that moment, Su Yingxue stepped forward from the crowd. "Shuangshuang, I think you've shown off enough. Let me tell you. This is your energy depleted. At times like this you have to beg me." She walked behind Lu Shuangshuang and placed her hands on her shoulders. Nothing particularly remarkable was visible, but Lu Shuangshuang's eyes suddenly lit up. "Yingxue, this is..." Su Yingxue was even more triumphant than Lu Shuangshuang. "My ability is to restore your energy. So be nice to me from now on, okay?" Jiang Han noticed Su Yingxue's ability was labeled energy infusion, so it meant restoring others' energy. This ability would be invaluable in a team. Every ability user had a reserve of energy. Once depleted, they were in grave danger. With Su Yingxue's energy infusion, it was like infinite mana regeneration. But then he reconsidered. Su Yingxue also had her own energy reserve. Where was her limit? Jiang Han pulled her aside. "Tell me, how many Lu Shuangshuangs can you restore?" Su Yingxue thought for a moment. 2. I just restored about half of Shuang's energy, and it only used a quarter of mine. So assuming similar energy levels, I can fully restore 2 people. But then I'd be out. I'd probably collapse immediately. A 1-to-1 ratio. That seemed a bit low. Jiang Han continued. Can you restore yourself? For instance, using a quarter of your energy to recover half. Su Yingxue shook her head directly. No, it doesn't work on me. Jiang Han let out a disappointed "oh." It seemed no exploit was possible. But he quickly thought, what if he had 2 Su Yingxues? They could help each other progress together. Would that work? He would have to wait for another energy infusion to appear. He then turned to Su Yingxue. Your turn. Tell me what's your ability. Su Yingxue lowered her head with a smile. I can't demonstrate it here. Wait a moment. With that she turned and ran toward the elevator. Jiang Han smiled. Next Zhang Xiaowen stepped forward. She cleared her throat, then suddenly pointed at Jiang Han. Jiang Han, stand up. Huh. Jiang Han was puzzled. I'm already standing. But he soon realized something was off. Holy crap. What kind of ability is this? Mental manipulation. Jiang Han glanced at the panel where it was written. He calmed himself down, then became composed. The insignificant ability of a mere level 1 psychic could hardly exert any real power before him, a formidable level 40 expert. It could only launch a minor sneak attack when he was off guard. However, it would likely prove far more effective against ordinary people. As expected, Zhang Xiaowen seemed unsatisfied with just that one performance. She pointed at Dong Jin and commanded, you sleep. A miraculous scene unfolded. Dong Jin suddenly swayed, nearly collapsing, if not for someone supporting her. Then her eyelids grew heavy and she leaned against something instantly, letting out soft snores, only to jolt awake moments later. Oh, what? What just happened to me? You fell asleep, someone whispered to her. Dong Jin gasped, quickly realizing Zhang Xiaowen stopped messing with me. It seemed Zhang Xiaowen's level was too low. Even making an ordinary person sleep couldn't last long. But this was enough. In a duel between masters, victory or defeat is often decided in the blink of an eye. Every breath is crucial, let alone sleep. Jiang Han rubbed his chin. This ability seemed truly suited for Zhang Xiaowen's role as the interrogation squad leader. At that moment, Su Yingxue came down, followed by another person, Wang Li, the woman who had been bedridden with 5 broken ribs. Now she showed no sign of illness whatsoever. Her complexion was rosy, her spirits high, clearly just awakened. The bruises that had marked her neck yesterday had already faded to fair skin. Wang Li, you're okay. Su Linlin and the 5 nurses rushed over. They had grown close over the past few days and marveled at Wang Li's ability to walk. The women naturally deduced that Su Yingxue had awakened a healing-type ability. Indeed, the system listed it as healing art. This pair of sisters, one a healer, the other a mana supplier, seemed destined to stay by his side. Su Yingxue, though smiling, appeared pale, suggesting that healing Wang Li had drained a significant amount of her energy. Wang Li bowed to each member of the medical team, thanking them for their care, and finally turned her gaze to Jiang Han. She bit her lip, visibly moved. Benefactor, I thank you. With that she knelt to kowtow. Too much had happened recently. Jiang Han barely remembered how he had saved her. It seemed her husband had been beaten to death, and he had given her a chance for revenge, nothing more. Also, she had killed Scarface Chong with her bare hands. Jiang Han patted Wang Li's shoulder, signaling her to rise. Don't call me benefactor, it's awkward. Just call me warden like the others. As he spoke, he noticed her obedience was still at 100 points. In fact, he had discovered this since Wang Li had been in her prison uniform, still unconscious. Wang Li nodded. Yes, warden. Are you fully recovered? Yes, thanks to Dr. Su Dr. Su and the nurses. Can you work? No problem. Though she wore a prison uniform, Jiang Han saw no hint of romantic affection in her eyes. Only loyalty. Good, then start by training with the guards. Wang Li agreed without hesitation. She went over to He Mengming, exchanged a few words, and then joined the end of the first squad, appearing somewhat out of place. Not just because of her different attire, but also her unverified status. Jiang Han indeed intended for her to become his bodyguard, but the necessary training process couldn't be skipped, so she would start as a guard. After the 4 women had demonstrated their abilities, everyone turned to Zheng Jiro. Sister Zheng, what's your ability? Show us. The female prisoners all called her Sister Zheng, and over time it became a nickname regardless of age. Zheng Jiro kept her hands in her pockets, silent. But now, under everyone's gaze, she spoke somewhat shyly. My ability is a bit different from everyone else's. With that she opened her palm, revealing a small plant suspended in the air, 10 centimeters long, emerald green, with a single tender leaf. What was this? Everyone was stunned. Su Yingxue focused, and said grass. Then she laughed at herself. Zheng Jiro quickly explained, no, not grass, definitely not grass. This is a tree, a real tree. A tree. The crowd remained bewildered. Indeed, Jiang Han had already seen it. Zheng Jiro's ability was listed as guardian tree. He hadn't understood its meaning, which was why he had asked about it last. Zheng Jiro raised her hand, and the tree flew out on its own, hovering before the group. Lu Xuangshuang reached out to touch it, but Zheng Jiro stopped her. Don't touch. Whatever you do, don't touch it. If it dies, so do I. Lu Xuangshuang stuck out her tongue in fright, and quickly withdrew her hand. The guardian tree glided past everyone and finally stopped in front of Jiang Han. You can touch it, but gently Jiang Han extended his index finger and lightly tapped the tip of the tree. The guardian tree trembled slightly, then emitted a faint green glow. After Jiang Han touched it, Zheng Jiaro immediately retracted the small tree. All right, everyone stop staring. When it grows up you can touch it all you want. Jiang Han looked at her. It can grow. Yes, I have a feeling that when it matures it will become incredibly powerful. It might even be able to guard the prison. Oh, Jiang Han's interest was piqued. Then tell me in detail, what abilities does it have? And how can it grow? Zheng Jiaro replied, the bigger it gets, the thicker and tougher its branches become. I can control it to attack or defend. Indeed, Zheng Jiaro's ability was well suited for guarding the base. Jiang Han continued, does it have to stay with you at all times? No, I need to find a place to plant it. Once it takes root it can grow faster. Since it's a guardian tree planted in the main hall on the first floor, so it can protect the entire prison building. Zheng Jiaro lowered her head and thought. But not yet. It's still too weak now. Oh, it needs to stay under my watch. When it reaches level 10, I'll plant it in the hall. Jiang Han considered this. How about this? Starting today you'll have your own room to tend to your guardian tree. By the way, how does it grow? Zheng Jiaro said it grows by absorbing energy. Perhaps this was a late-game ability. Jiang Han noticed that the 5 women's enhancement points had all increased by 10 or reaching a common 18. With only Lu Shuangshuang at 19. He spent another 900 units to bring them all up to 20. Looking at them, Jiang Han spoke. Upstairs. The warden has something to say. By the time Jiang Han walked out of the office, it was already 1 in the afternoon. He grabbed a quick bite and prepared to head out again. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. He would rescue any woman he came across. This time Jiang Han brought along the Su sisters and Lu Shuangshuang. The Su sisters could restore health and mana respectively, so they would rarely leave his side from now on. Lu Shuangshuang, with her 100-meter visual range, even greater than his own, had to stay close for now. Though he couldn't use her clairvoyance constantly, it would prove invaluable when needed. During this awakening of abilities, Jiang Han noticed that Lu Shuangshuang was the only one with eye-based powers. The others, regardless of their abilities' strength, lacked such a skill. This made him think of the people from Zhongshan base. The ones he killed were a squad, and their vice-captain was the eye. How many squads were in Zhongshan base? Did each squad have an eye? Awakening as an ability user was already a rare event, and awakening an eye-based ability was even rarer. By that logic, how many ability users must the entire base have? Jiang Han pondered this as the car felt a bit cramped. He'd need to switch vehicles next time. He needed to unlock the 3rd garage as soon as possible and see if there was something more comfortable like a combat RV. Just as he was thinking, he sensed someone ahead 40 meters away. Stop the car, Jiang Han said in a low voice. At that moment, Lu Shuangshuang activated her clairvoyance. Both of them detected the anomaly almost simultaneously. Not far ahead was a gas station with several vehicles, specifically 2 vans and a tanker truck. There were also over a dozen people fiddling with the fuel nozzles, clearly stealing gasoline. But then a man in a suit caught Jiang Han's attention. With a wave of his hand, a large pipe inserted into the ground suddenly spewed out a massive amount of gasoline. The fuel didn't splash wildly but flowed out with intent, orderly like an oil dragon steadily pouring into the tanker truck parked on the ground. An ability user. Jiang Han squinted. What kind of power was this? Like he Mengmeng's telekinesis, but controlling liquids. The oil flowed swiftly. In about half a minute the tanker was full. The suited man clapped his hands and said, let's go home. Damn it, I wasn't done having fun, and they made me come out to steal oil. Just wait till I get back and have my way. The others laughed obsequiously and nodded in agreement. They all got into the vehicles and drove off. From the suited man's muttered words, Jiang Han deduced 2 things. First, he wanted to have fun. What kind of fun? He was a male ability user in the apocalypse. What could that fun be? Second, his enjoyment had been interrupted, forcing him to find oil. Who could interrupt an ability user's pleasure? Probably a stronger ability user or some organization. With this in mind, Jiang Han said to Su Yingxue, drive forward slowly. I want to follow those vehicles. He wanted to tail them and see if their lair had any women or other ability users. Su Yingxue couldn't see the cars, so she had to drive slowly. Tailing people consumed a lot of energy. Jiang Han activated his perception every half minute to check their position and ensure he didn't lose them. He also told Lu Shuangshuang to close her eyes and rest just in case. After about an hour, the 2 vans turned a corner and drove into a large compound followed by the tanker. Stop. Before entering the compound, Jiang Han sensed guards at the gate. 2 men were standing watch, pistols holstered at their waists. The car stopped about 30 meters away. Jiang Han called Lu Shuangshuang to take a look and see where they were. Lu Shuangshuang squinted, scanning the surroundings for a moment before saying, I know this place. It's the Li family mansion on Bin Road. Bin Road, the Li family mansion. Could it be the Li Corporation? As a native of Tianhai, he knew the Li Corporation well. It started in real estate and expanded into entertainment, dining, and other industries with influence across the city and even the province. Before the apocalypse, it was an untouchable powerhouse. The Li family mansion. Well, Tianqing is from the Li family, Su Yingxue murmured. Oh, Jiang Han was surprised. Li Tianqing is from the Li family. How do you know? Su Yingxue replied, she told me, or rather Tong Yao did. That day after you left I chatted with them. Since they were about to be imprisoned I had to get the details. So what relation is she to the Li family? She's not Li Zongqing's daughter, is she? The head of the Li Corporation was Li Zhongqing, as many knew. He hadn't expected to accidentally take in a super-rich heiress. Su Yingxue shook her head. No, apparently she's just Li Zongqing's niece, but she's very close to the Li family. Should I call Tianqing and ask? No need, Jiang Han refused. If that ability user had any connection to Li Tianqing, her presence might complicate things. He looked at the Su sisters and Lu Shuang. You two wait in the car. Shuang, and I will go in first to see what's happening. He wanted to quietly survey the situation inside the Li residence, whether there were any suitable women or other ability users. Su Yingxue parked the car by the wall, and Jiang Han got out. The outer wall was over 3 meters high. Jiang Han picked up Lu Shuang, and with a push from his legs leaped over it steadily. After a few steps, he sensed a villa. It was large, and within his perception range there were 8 people. 5 women and 3 men. All the women were young and beautiful, extremely beautiful. Jiang Han noticed that 3 of them looked alike, similar to Li Tianqing, tall, with oval faces, crescent-shaped eyes, and long fair necks. Through the system Jiang Han saw their names Tianqi, Tianyi, Tianyue, all surnamed Li. Their ages ranged from 22 to 24. So these 3 were Li Zongqing's daughters, a trio of sisters. The other 2 women were slightly older, one 28, and the other 27. The 28-year-old was Lu Yuding, and the 27-year-old was Lu Mei. A moment later Jiang Han learned their identities when Li Tianqi walked over to Lu Yuding and said, sister-in-law, he seems to be back. You two should go down now. Lu Yuding replied, I don't want to go, Tianqi. I really don't. Before Li Tianqi could respond, a man behind Lu Yuding approached. Ting, don't be difficult. Lu Yuding's face, which had been relatively calm, instantly contorted with fury. Li Iwan. You're a useless waste. A waste who can't even protect his own wife. The man called Li Iwan sighed and raised his hand, slapping his own face repeatedly. Yes, I can't protect my wife. I'm a waste. But Ting, I beg you, for the sake of all these years I've never mistreated you, please help the Li family. Lu Yuding's eyes filled with tears. Isn't he your cousin? Didn't you even open a restaurant for him? That was in the past. Things are different now. Society has changed. As they spoke, the villa's main door swung open, and the suited ability user who had been stealing oil walked in. Hurry up. The young master is back. Come and greet me. After the superhuman entered the house and saw no one coming to greet him, his expression soured slightly. He glanced upstairs and then spoke slowly. I'm a man who values contracts. Since you've broken the rules, don't blame me. Coming. Those 2 sisters-in-law of yours went upstairs to find some girls. Li Iwan shouted from upstairs with a hint of explanation in his voice. Then he looked at Lu Yuding. Ting, I'm begging you, just go. Another man in his 30s also urged Lu Mei, Xiao Mei, for the sake of our Li family, you and eldest sister-in-law. Sacrifice yourselves once more. As he spoke, he lowered his head. Are you even men? Besides them, a man in his 60s sat in a nearby chair. Jiang Han recognized him. Li Zongqing, founder of the Li Group, who had appeared on TV and in newspapers several times. Li Zongqing's face darkened as he slammed the table. Enough. You two go downstairs now. Father. Lu Yuding and Lu Mei blurted out simultaneously, exchanging glances that mirrored each other's despair. Just then the door was kicked open with a bang. The superhuman strode in with a hostile expression, causing everyone to step back in fear. You two went upstairs without permission, violating my rules, he said. Li Iwan, startled, hid behind Lu Yuding. Listen to me. They weren't coming for us. They were looking for Tianqi and the others. Iwan, so the other must be Iwu. Jiang Han deduced the relationships among these people through their names and forms of address. The men didn't matter, but he could confirm the 5 women were sisters-in-law and sisters, all rated above 90 points. He felt a grudging respect. Squinted at Li Iwan. I made it perfectly clear before, from now on I protect the Li family and ensure they survive, and all you need to do is make a small sacrifice. Give me your 2 sisters-in-law. But you broke the rules, so. Without any visible action, Li Iwan suddenly let out a strange cry. He clutched his head and collapsed to the ground. No. Li Zongqing sprang to his feet upon seeing his son's condition. Stop. Uncle will agree to anything. Just don't hurt your brother. Jiang Han noticed that at that moment all of Li Iwan's blood had surged to his head, stopping just before it burst through his carotid artery. What a formidable ability. He was certain that Li Iwan's superpower was controlling liquids, including gasoline and blood. If caught off guard, even he might fall victim. But then he reconsidered. Li Iwan was an ordinary man with a body enhancement of only 10, while he himself had 500 points. Even if Li Iwan could control blood to kill, the force of his psychic energy would likely be unable to breach blood vessels reinforced by 500 points. But what about the eyes? They were fragile even after enhancement. Jiang Han shook his head. Enough. Knowing this ability was sufficient, he decided to act, hoping to create chaos so that Li Iwan would kill the 3 men, and then he would kill Li Iwan, leaving only women without a backbone. Li Iwan continued, really? You'll agree to anything? Li Zongqing hurried to help his son. I mean, as long as you don't hurt them, he'll do whatever you ask. Li Aibin chuckled. Then he'll be direct. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes behind the lenses scanning Li Tianqi, Li Tianyi, and Li Tianhua. Besides the two sisters-in-law, I want them too. Li Zongcheng's face changed color, but quickly regained composure. I mean, Tianqi and the others are your cousins. So what? They're not blood-related. Uncle, go see the chaos in Zhongshan base. Sisters-in-law cousins, what does it matter? Besides, if they're with me, I'll treat them well. If other superhumans take them, who knows what fate awaits them. Jiang Han was startled. Zhongshan base. Li Aibin had mentioned it. Was he after the fuel at Zhongshan base? If so, people from Zhongshan base would likely arrive soon. He decided to listen a little longer. Li Zhongqing frowned, as if making a difficult decision. Finally, he said, fine. But remember your promise, protect the Li family and ensure Iwan and Iwu survive. Father, the three women cried out in unison. They had long known their father favored sons over daughters, but sacrificing daughters to save sons still exceeded their tolerance. Li Zongcheng's face hardened. Enough. You all go down with Aibin now. People from Zhongshan base will arrive soon. Don't let them see a spectacle. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han narrowed his eyes. So people from Zhongshan base were indeed coming soon. Knowing that was enough, he decided to act. A spatial gate opened silently, aiming at Li Aibin's left eye. Pop. A bullet fired. Just as Li Aibin was reveling in his triumph, pulling Li Tianqi with one hand and Li Tianyi with the other, he said, ever since I moved into the Li mansion, I've had a special feeling for my three little sisters. Oh. Before he could finish, he screamed as if electrocuted. The silent bullet pierced his left eye. The three women beside him were splattered with hot blood. But the next moment, Jiang Han noticed the bullet had only penetrated about 5 or 6 centimeters, lodging deep in Li Aibin's skull. Yet Li Aibin didn't die. Enraged like a wild beast, he roared, "You even have guns?" With a sweep of his hand, no. Li Iwan's voice trailed off as his head exploded, burst open by his own blood. Only his body below the neck remained collapsing with a thud, not a single drop of blood left. Only then did the women react, screaming in terror. Still unsatisfied, Li Aibin's remaining eye fixed on Li Aiwu, who was scrambling toward the door. "You die too. Pop. Another corpse." "Oh." The screams continued. The turn of events was too swift for Li Zhongqing to react. "This? Iwan. Iwu. My sons." Seeing his two sons die instantly, he felt as if plunged into an icy abyss, then spat out a mouthful of blood. But Li Aibin, driven mad with rage, didn't know who had shot him. He was certain it was one of these men, so in the next moment Li Zhongqing died too, his head exploding like his beloved sons. The instant Li Zhongqing died, Jiang Han struck again. Bang bang bang. 3 bullets shot toward the eyes. This time Li Aibin died instantly. 3 bullets struck him, with the fatal one piercing his left eye. A secondary wound, as the second bullet drove the first deeper into his brain. The bullet in his right eye also stopped at 5 centimeters, while the one in his throat was weaker, penetrating only about 2 centimeters. Jiang Han had no time to dwell. He ordered Lu Shuangshuang to wait where she was and rolled through the spatial rift. The next second he appeared in the house. His first move was to search Li Aibin's corpse. A familiar sensation coursed through him. He realized this was a level 7 ability user, which caught him off guard. A level 7 ability user, Jiang Han mused. So his body was more resilient. Converted to system data, that meant 70 OI plus his inherent 10 points, totaling 80. That was why a single bullet hadn't killed him. He completed his analysis in an instant, then considered himself. Could it be that he was now bulletproof? He had never actually tested it, nor had he ever been struck by a bullet, so he couldn't say for sure. As soon as he entered, the women's screams grew louder. Shoo! Jiang Han rose, raising a finger to his lips. But it was futile, especially for Li Tianhua, who was sobbing uncontrollably, clearly terrified out of her wits. Jiang Han had no choice but to draw his pistol. Make another sound and he'll kill you. This tactic worked instantly. The noise ceased. He looked at the trembling group and spoke. "I'm a friend of Li Tianqing. I'm here to rescue you." Those words were more effective than the gun, 10 times more so. Li Tianqi's eyes lit up. You're Tianqing's friend." "Yes, so there's no need to be afraid." Li Tianqing was their elder sister and also a SWAT captain. Everyone in the room knew this, and the fact that he was Li Tianqing's friend brought them a greater sense of security. Jiang Han directly took out his earpiece. "Jaro, get Li Tianqing on the line." Soon Li Tianqing's somewhat surprised voice came through. "Warden, you're looking for me. Do you know Li Tianqi?" "Tianqi? Of course, she's my younger sister." Jiang Han continued. "I heard about this, so I came specifically to save them." "Ah, you went out today for this." Ding. Li Tianqing's obedience 20. "She's right beside me," Jiang Han said, handing the earpiece to Li Tianqi. "Say a few words to your sister." Li Tianqi stared at Jiang Han in astonishment as she took the earpiece. "Hello, sis." "Sis, it's really you." "Yeah, they're here, yeah." Tianyi and Tianhua also crowded around the earpiece. After they had spoken for a while, Jiang Han took it back. "This isn't the time for chit-chat. I need to ask you, people from Zhongshan base will come, right?" With Li Tianqing as a familiar connection, their trust in Jiang Han grew significantly. They nodded in unison. "Yes." "What time?" They shook their heads again. Li Tianqi said, "That's hard to say. They don't notify us before they come." Lu Yuting stepped forward. "I've noticed that every time Li Aibin makes a call, people from Zhongshan base arrive about an hour later. We just need to check his satellite phone." Jiang Han gave Lu Yuting an approving glance, then walked over to Li Aibin's corpse and began searching. Soon he found a device resembling an old mobile phone, a satellite phone. Fortunately, there was no password. Jiang Han opened it. The last call was to a contact named by Chuming Zhongshan base squadron leader. The time was 1055. The current time was 1132. That meant the enemy would arrive in less than half an hour. Jiang Han calculated quickly, then spoke into his earpiece. "Tianqing, have he Meng lead guard team 1, and you and Tong Yao lead guard team 2. Come to the Li family mansion. Team 1 takes the troop carrier, team 2 takes the prison van. Stay in contact on the way." "Roger." Li Tianqing's reply was brief and forceful, tinged with excitement. Jiang Han kicked the corpses at his feet. "Let's find another place to wait." "Wait." The group was startled. They thought Jiang Han was taking them to escape. Lu Yuting, as the eldest sister-in-law, stepped forward. "I'm handsome. My name is Jiang Han." "Oh right, Jiang Han. Are you waiting for the people from Zhongshan base?" "Exactly. But once they find Li Aibin dead, they'll kill you." Li Aibin was very useful to them. Jiang Han smiled. "Don't worry. I know, but they can't kill me. Maybe you'll kill them instead." Li Aibin could control liquids. That was why Jiang Han hadn't killed and absorbed him yet. His ability was very useful for oil extraction, and that was precisely why Zhongshan base valued him. Jiang Han could roughly guess all this. Lu Yuting was still terrified. "How about we just leave? Take us to Tianqing. You might not know this, but they have many people like Li Aibin. They're called ability users. By the way, you must be 1 too, right? They always send 2 of them each time." She emphasized the number, the implication clear. Even if he was an ability user, it was 2 against 1. Could he really fight that? Jiang Han didn't interrupt her, but listened quietly. He felt Lu Yuting was more observant than the others, and might help him learn more about the opponents in advance. Seeing Jiang Han's lack of reaction, Lu Yuting continued, "They both have superpowers. One can shoot ice out of thin air, and the other is terrifying. He's always covered in bugs." Bugs. Jiang Han immediately recalled encountering such an ability user in the Gemini Tower. That one could control insects and use them to sense a certain area. It was a kind of ability that provided vision, and those eyes could see farther than his own. "All right," he nodded. "I understand. But as I said, they can't kill me. I might even kill them." The women had no choice but to follow Jiang Han, trembling with fear. Jiang Han threw himself onto the sofa and sent a message to Lu Shuangshuang, briefing her on the situation. He told her to regroup with the Su sisters' drive to find a suitable sniper position, not too close, just enough to cover the main gate, and stand by. He had great faith in Lu Shuangshuang's abilities, given her sniper god ability and enhanced vision. Now it was a waiting game. Jiang Han sat in the living room sipping tea brought by Tianqi as he waited. He recalled the insect-controlling ability user he had encountered last time. The opponent's detection range was wider than his, but his speed was definitely faster. Insect-based abilities relied solely on bugs, and bugs took time to crawl. The opponent couldn't release them too early. He would only use them within a certain range. Those bugs could only relay information once they got close to him. His perception range was now 47 meters. How long would it take an insect to crawl from 47 meters away? At least a minute. So all he needed to do was release his spatial perception once every minute. While waiting, Lu Yuting briefly recounted to Jiang Han what they knew about the Zhongshan base. In the early days of the apocalypse, Li Aibin, who had long resided at the Li family mansion, was bitten by a zombie, but did not turn. Instead, he fell into a feverish coma. Li Zhongxing desperately sought to save his nephew, calling the Public Security Bureau and the hospital, even pulling strings from his former military connections. Yet rescue never arrived. Instead, Li Aibin awakened. Initially, he remained as deferential as ever toward his uncle Li Zhongxing and his 2 elder brothers. Meanwhile, the entire Li family marveled at his supernatural ability, considering it a stroke of fortune, for in the apocalypse, having a superpowered protector ensured the family's safety. Until the 10th day of the apocalypse, Lu Yuting remembered it clearly. A mysterious military unit suddenly arrived, encircling the Li family mansion. Then a man named Bai Chunming entered, claiming to be a squadron leader of the Zhongshan base. He was immensely powerful. With a mere gesture, he drenched Li Aibin in sweat. Afterward, Bai Chunming had Li Aibin demonstrate his ability, and then took him away. 2 days later, Li Aibin returned unharmed, brimming with excitement. He claimed to have become immensely powerful and to have forged a partnership with the Zhongshan base, a collaboration that involved him retrieving oil from a nearby gas station. From that moment, Li Aibin changed. He began making advances toward his sisters-in-law, and after a quarrel with Li Aiwen, he used his ability against his own kin, terrifying the ordinary members of the Li family. Subsequently, Li Aibin grew bolder, even demanding that his sisters-in-law sleep in his room, while Li Zhongxing and Li Aiwen dared not voice their objections. Jiang Han listened in silence. When Lu Yuting finished, he asked, before Bai Chunming summoned Li Aibin, did he fight anyone, a person or an animal? Lu Yuting shook her head. No. In fact, Aibin used to be very docile. After acquiring his ability, he only played with mineral water and drinks at home. Jiang Han lowered his head in contemplation. Li Aibin possessed 7 units of spiritual energy. As far as he knew, the only way to enhance an ability was to absorb the corpses of ability users or mutated animals. Yet Li Aibin had never been in a fight. How could he have absorbed any corpses? The only possibility was the 2 days he spent with Bai Chunming. And Bai Chunming was so powerful. That meant Bai Chunming had given him the ability. He must have killed someone and made Li Aibin touch the corpse. But why? As an ability user who wouldn't crave greater power. Why would Bai Chunming gratuitously share his ability with a stranger like Li Aibin? If it were him, he would have killed Li Aibin immediately and absorbed his ability. That was what any ability user would do. Jiang Han glanced at his watch. It was time again. He extended his spiritual sense, retracting it after about 2 seconds. All was quiet around him. He detected nothing. He continued pondering. Again, why did Bai Chunming give Li Aibin ability? It must be because Li Aibin's own ability was insufficient. He could roughly guess Bai Chunming needed Li Aibin's ability to collect oil for him, but initially Li Aibin was only a first-level ability user. His power was too weak to fill a single tanker truck in one go, so Bai Chunming bestowed additional ability upon him. In truth, Bai Chunming wasn't at a loss. Once Li Aibin lost his usefulness, he could simply kill him, reclaiming the spiritual energy that was only temporarily stored in Li Aibin's body. At this thought, Jiang Han's heart stirred. He continued, "Tell me in detail what happened when Bai Chunming first arrived." Lu Yuding nodded. They brought about 30 men, all in matching red camouflage uniforms, and surrounded the Li family mansion. Only 2 of them entered. 2. What was the other one like? A woman, rather plain-looking, who never spoke. This was undoubtedly Bai Chunming's deputy, serving as his eyes. Though what ability she possessed was unknown. Jiang Han nodded. All right, continue. Lu Yuding went on. After they entered, they asked for Aibin by name. When he came out, Bai Chunming casually raised his hand, and Aibin fell to his knees. Fell to his knees. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. What kind of ability was that? It seemed formidable. Yes, he knelt, his clothes soaked through, shouting, "Don't kill me." And then, oi. Then Bai Chunming asked if he was an ability user, what abilities he had, and ordered him to demonstrate. Jiang Han understood now. Bai Chunming's first visit was intended to kill Li Aibin. The fact that he came with heavily armed soldiers confirmed this. It was only upon discovering Li Aibin's usefulness that he refrained from killing him outright, instead taking him away and granting him ability, all to serve the Zhongshan base. But how was Bai Chunming so powerful? How did he manage to give Li Aibin 6 units of spiritual energy in just 2 days? Most crucially, when Bai Chunming arrived, he clearly already knew Li Aibin was an ability user, otherwise he wouldn't have come specifically looking for him. How did Bai Chunming find out? The phone calls. It was those calls Li Zhongqing made. Jiang Han checked his perception range once more. Oh, everything was still normal. He then asked, after Li Aibin was bitten, how many calls did Li Zhongqing make to save him? Lu Yuding recalled, quite a few, to the Public Security Bureau, the hospital, and even a friend in the military. I mean the ones that got through, Jiang Han clarified. All of them got through. We have a satellite phone at home. The people on the other end asked for very detailed information about Aibin's condition, but no one ever came. All calls got through, including those to the Public Security Bureau and the hospital, and they asked for very specific details. Could it be? A thought emerged. Were the people at the Zhongshan base truly an official force? Were they using the various emergency calls made after the apocalypse to identify potential ability users, then sending people to kill them and plunder their abilities? Li Aibin was merely an exception because his ability was useful to the Zhongshan base. If this were true, then the ability users in that base must be incredibly powerful given their access to vast information resources. But there was one final question: would the authorities really do such a thing? Jiang Han shook his head. He couldn't be certain. It was time again. He extended his spatial perception, and this time he immediately detected a winged ladybug that had flown to within 30 meters. His heart stirred. He confirmed it again. It was a small black ladybug flying in a straight line, straight toward the villa. They're here. The people from Zhongshan base. Jiang Han shot to his feet, grabbing his earpiece. Shuang checked the situation at the Li family mansion's entrance immediately. Lu Shuang had been lying flat on the back seat, eyes closed, resting as Jiang Han had instructed. Upon hearing his command, she sat up abruptly, opened her eyes, and looked ahead. The spot she and the Su sisters had chosen was ideal, a small pedestrian alley about 90 meters from the Li family mansion, in a shop, with a half-open rolling shutter door. Even in normal times, parking like this would hardly be noticed. Lu Shuang watched for only 2 seconds before replying. Warden, there are 12 people at the mansion's entrance, all holding guns. They look just like the Zhongshan base people you described. Kill them all. Spare no one. Watch out for the one connected to insects. Kill him first. With a suppressed pop, Lu Shuang fired, striking a man whose neck was crawling with a bug. The weapon in her hands was the sniper rifle Jiang Han had given her, fitted with a silencer costing 1000 credits. In the system shop, only this one model had been unlocked, the Anio 01, presumably the lowest tier. Yet within the red mist, where visibility was limited to 10 meters, it sufficed. Pop, pop, pop. Lu Shuang pulled the trigger round after round, each shot finding its mark. Warden, I hit 11 of them. One of those had a bug on him, but there's another one. I can't say for sure whether I got him or not. After emptying the magazine, she spoke with a hint of frustration. The instant she fired her first shot, one figure had darted behind a vehicle with astonishing speed. From behind the car, she couldn't see a thing. His movement was too swift, she could only fire blindly toward where head vanished. Whether any bullet struck him, she truly couldn't tell. At the same time, Jiang Han stirred. He stepped out of the villa, fully extending his spatial perception across 47 meters, and made his way toward the gate. According to Lu Yuting, the distance between the villa door and the courtyard gate was roughly 100 meters. He noticed that the tiny ladybug from before was still alive, flying in a perfectly straight line. Lu Shuang had been clear. She hit the man carrying that bug. Could it be? He didn't die? Jiang Han mused as he opened a spatial gate directly in the bug's path. The insect was small, and by the time it realized the danger, it had already plunged fully inside, unable to escape. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Li family mansion, behind a combat vehicle from Zhongshan-based, two operatives in red camouflage crouched with tense expressions. If anyone saw their shoulder insignias, they would be astonished. One was a colonel, the other a lieutenant colonel. Turning to the colonel's face, he appeared barely over 20, at least a decade younger than the typical Dragon Country colonel. Yet even so, he still bore a semblance of a soldier. The lieutenant colonel, however, was a withered, dark-skinned old man in his 50s, his face etched with grimy wrinkles, limbs bony and shriveled, with a mere dozen strands of hair clinging to his scalp, the very image of a beggar on the street. At that moment, the old beggar's neck was drenched in blood. Huddled on one side of the vehicle, he stared at the crimson staining his body and cried out in disbelief, "A sniper! There's a sniper here!" The colonel on the other side of the vehicle wore a grave expression. He mused, "That's no sniper. It's an awakened with the same ability as Hong Sheng, the captain of First Company." Then he looked at the old beggar. "How are you holding up?" The old beggar touched the bloody hole in his neck. "It's nothing. The shot's power is weak. Do I want die from this?" He then added, "Same ability as Captain Hong." "Then, aren't we doomed?" The colonel's eyes narrowed. "Hard to say, but he's definitely not as strong as Hong Sheng. Otherwise neither you nor I would be alive." At the thought of death, the old beggar grew dazed. "Then, what do we do?" "Don't panic. He can't hit us, can he? Let me think." Just then the old beggar's face twisted in terror as he stared toward the villa. He raised a withered branch-like hand and pointed shakily. "Fears another awakened." The colonel's heart jolted. He spun around instantly, but all he saw was a vast expanse of red. Behind him, was there an enemy there too? "How do you know?" he demanded. My sacred bug has vanished." "Vanished?" The colonel squinted. Had initially thought the old beggar meant Li Aibin, but making bugs disappear wasn't something Li Aibin could do. "Release more. Send them all out. I want to know who's back there." "Ah, yes. The old beggar complied with a wave of his hand, sending more ladybugs surging into the mist. The colonel watched him, a thought stirring in his mind. He then drew a strange-looking phone from his belt. The call connected and a middle-aged voice answered. "Hello, Bai Chunming speaking." The colonel spoke urgently. "Captain Bai, it's me. I'm under attack at the Li family mansion." "What?" Bai Chunming's tone shifted instantly. "Is it that liquid-controlling fellow, what's his name, Bin? Li Aibin. Right, Li Aibin. The one who had his way with his sister-in-law. Is it him?" "No, it's another awakened." Bai Chunming's voice grew even more anxious. "What's your situation now? What ability does he have? Any casualties?" The colonel cut him off abruptly. "Captain Bai, I request the captain's prerogative." There was a clear pause on the other end, a silence of about 2 seconds before the reply came. "Request approved. Come back alive." "Yes, sir." Neither spoke further, and the colonel hung up. The old beggar, sensing his ladybugs, asked with some confusion, "What's the captain's prerogative? I've never heard of it." The colonel looked at him. "You're the vice captain, so of course you wouldn't know what the captain's prerogative is." "Enough. Forget that. Keep an eye on your little darlings. Tell me when you sense that person." Within seconds, the old beggar stared in terror toward Jiang Han's direction in the red mist. "He's vanished again. He's right there." "How far is he from us?" 30 meters, 30 at most." He was right. Jiang Han had arrived on the battlefield 10 seconds ago, his spatial gate locked firmly onto the colonel's entire body. He was confident he could incapacitate the man in an instant. The reason he hadn't struck immediately was that he wanted to wait for the call to finish. He believed Bai Chunming would never easily abandon these two awakened, not even their corpses. No, especially their corpses. What he needed to do was keep waiting, ambush the reinforcements, and devour more abilities. It was a tactic akin to besieging the enemy to strike at their relief force, except this besieged point would soon become a dead point. Beyond that, there was the matter of the captain's prerogative the colonel had mentioned at the end. Jiang Han was curious. What kind of privilege would a squad leader invoke in such a dire moment? Could it be? Soon enough, the colonel confirmed Jiang Han's suspicion. The instant the old beggar uttered 30 meters, the colonel's face twisted into a savage grimace. With a sharp whoosh, a thin, elongated icicle shot straight toward the old beggar's eye. So fast. But Jiang Han was faster, for he had been prepared. He opened a spatial gate between the two men, and the 30-centimeter icicle plunged inside immediately. The turn of events was so sudden that the colonel's face still wore a smile, vicious, cruel, and laced with anticipation. The old beggar's face was a mask of disbelief. He never imagined the other would try to kill him. Zhongshan base had a strict rule: no infighting among comrades. In an instant he understood. This was the captain's prerogative. In a crisis, a captain could kill his vice-captain to boost combat power and ensure the ability didn't fall into enemy hands. "You want to kill me," he blurted out, but in the next second he saw blood begin to seep from his captain's body. The old beggar froze for half a second before he realized it was bullets raining down upon the colonel's entire body. His head, his chest, even his eyes. Wait, where did so many bullets come from? Bang, bang, bang. The colonel felt utterly defenseless. But the eerie bullets continued materializing out of thin air 10 centimeters before the colonel's eyes, relentlessly and precisely striking his right eye one after another. Each bullet struck the rear of the previous one, as if blacksmiths were taking turns hammering the same steel billet. As their abilities leveled up, the bodies of ability users grew stronger, making it increasingly difficult to kill them with bullets. The old beggar watched this unbelievable scene, recalling to himself, wasn't he about to shoot my eye just a moment ago? How come he's the one being shot now? But he soon realized the captain is dead. He's dead. This is an ability. So his trembling hand reached for the corpse, but it vanished instantly. Then a nameless dread surged within him. The old beggar recoiled like had been electrocuted, letting out a strange cry. "I saved you, and this is how you repay me." At that moment, Jiang Han's voice emerged from the thick fog, making the old beggar tremble. "You, who are you?" he asked, panicked and bewildered, looking around, but seeing no one. "That is precisely what I want to ask you." Jiang Han did not reveal himself, merely questioning from within the red mist. Simultaneously, he fired 2 more bullets, striking the colonel's forehead and shoulder. Then he opened a spatial portal behind him. Propelled by the bullets, the colonel's body tilted backward and steadily tumbled into the space. Reaching inside, he retrieved 9 portions. I. The old beggar hesitated for 2 seconds upon hearing Jiang Han's question. Instantly, a bullet whistled past his ear. "I don't like waiting." Yes, I understand." The old beggar, terrified, quickly spoke to the air. "My name is Lu Changfu." Jiang Han stifled a laugh and continued, "Are you from the Zhongshan base?" "Yes." Lu Changfu's reply was terse and direct. He seemed a clever man. "I asked you how many ability users are at Zhongshan base." This seemed to stump Lu Changfu. Let me calculate. 636 times 2 minus 2, dead, no 3. Approximately. Jiang Han barked. Lu Changfu jolted. Approximately around 100 or so. 101 or 199. About 100 and a few, no more than 120. 120 ability users. So many. Tell me about the structure of this Zhongshan base. Alright. We have 6 squadrons in total, very simple, just numbered 1 through 6. I belong to the 1st platoon of the 3rd squadron. He spoke word by word while Jiang Han listened quietly. Zhongshan base had 6 squadrons, hence 6 squadron leaders. Each squadron was further divided into 6 platoons ranging from A1 to F6. Lu Changfu belonged to platoon C1. Jiang Han continued, "Does every platoon have a leader and a deputy leader?" "Yes, and not just platoons, but squadrons too. Each squadron also has a deputy leader who must possess an exploration-type ability." Lu Changfu seemed to anticipate Jiang Han's next question. Exploration-type ability. Jiang Han muttered to himself, understanding that this was what he considered eyes. He spoke again. "Tell me everything about your squadron leader. His name, his ability, and the details of his deputy." "Our squadron leader is Bai Chunming, and the deputy is Wang Haiyan." Lu Changfu poured out everything he knew like beans from a sack. Bai Chunming's ability was said to be freakish. It could supposedly prevent others from using their abilities, which everyone called seal. But Lu Changfu couldn't quite explain how it worked. As for Wang Haiyan's ability, it was much easier to understand. Her nose was incredibly sensitive. She could sniff out everything around her, though the exact range was unknown. Armed with this knowledge, Jiang Han calculated in his mind, then looked at Lu Changfu. "Call Bai Chunming and say this." He began instructing Lu Changfu through the red mist. Lu Changfu grinned wryly, a hint of fear in his expression. Jiang Han said, "Don't be afraid. Once this is done, I'll send you home." Lu Changfu's face turned even more sour. "Brother, I know you mean going back to one's roots. Death." Jiang Han chuckled. "Don't misunderstand. Just rest assured, if you do a good job, I won't kill you." "Well, alright then." Having obtained Jiang Han's promise, Lu Changfu threw caution to the wind. He picked up the colonel's phone and pressed the redial button. "Hello, Captain Bai." "Old Lu." Bai Chunming on the other end sounded surprised, but quickly composed himself. "Where's Chi Peng?" "He's injured in critical condition." Just after he hung up the phone, a bolt of lightning struck. Bai Chunming asked a few more questions, which were much as Jiang Han had anticipated. Who the enemy was, how many ability users they had, and what had become of Li Aibin. Following Jiang Han's instructions, Lu Changfu said they had only encountered a single lightning-type ability user, albeit a very powerful one, and nothing more. The aim was to keep the other side's guard as low as possible within reasonable bounds. As expected, Bai Chunming began to analyze. If it's just him, it'll be hard for him to find you. So just stay put. They'll be right there. Don't use your bugs, lest we alert the enemy. And also Bai Chunming paused before adding, if Chi Peng is dead as body. Captain Bai, rest assured. I, old Lu, am not the type to forget friendship for profit. Even if Chi Peng doesn't die, or even if he does, he'll definitely keep the body for you. Upon hearing this, Bai Chunming on the other end of the line visibly relaxed. Good old Lu. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. After hanging up, Lu Changfu said with some pride, brother, how was my acting? Not bad, right? You heard him. He'll be here soon. Jiang Han clapped his hands. Very good. I have one more question. How did you end up at Zhongshan base? Don't tell me you were a soldier. Oh no, I'm no soldier. I used to be a janitor at the city government. A janitor? Yes. The day before the zombie outbreak, those city leaders seemed to have gotten some news. No one was allowed to leave the compound, and then I was taken to Zhongshan base. This aligned with Jiang Han's intelligence. And how did you get your ability? By drinking water. Drinking water? They forced you to drink it. Lu Changfu shook his head. No, not at all. Guys like me only had two choices: work or drink the water. I saw those who awakened their abilities, each with their harem, so I drank. Alright, I have no more questions. You can come out now, Mr. Janitor. Bang. Lu Shuang's gun fired. Jiang Han looked at the slain Lu Changfu and murmured, I didn't lie to you, did I? It wasn't me who killed you. Seeing that Lu Changfu indeed had no heartbeat, Jiang Han stepped out of the red mist and touched his hand, acquiring 3 abilities. By now he had accumulated a total of 59 abilities. With Lu Shuang and the Su sisters driving in, Jiang Han contemplated what to do next. According to his analysis, Bai Chunming should arrive in about an hour. Of course, this conclusion was drawn from Lu Changfu's intelligence, and it couldn't entirely rule out the possibility of him lying. Should he lay an ambush or retreat as the best strategy? Jiang Han's original plan was the former, but after learning about Bai Chunming's assistant Wang Haiyan's abilities, he became somewhat hesitant. After all, he had never encountered such a keen sense of smell before. Just how sensitive was it? Could it detect anything? How far could it be? 100 meters? Or 1,000 meters? If it truly was 1,000 meters, then it would be impossible to fight back, as the first consideration in combat within thick fog is the information disparity between both sides. The Su sisters drove into the courtyard and met up with Jiang Han. Su Yingxue pointed at the back seat of the car, asking what about her. Jiang Han looked over and saw Lu Shuang with her eyes closed, soundly asleep in the back seat. Just from that minute-long battle, she had exhausted all her abilities. Su Yingxue hadn't replenished her energy because her own abilities needed to be reserved for Jiang Han. It seemed that women were still too weak. In this world of ability users, one ability can only bully ordinary people. If they encounter true experts, all that awaits them is to be absorbed. Jiang Han decided that he needed to go out more often to find more ability users, not just for himself, but to also enhance the combat power of the women. If they only enjoyed life, one day they would surely be confronted by overwhelmingly powerful ability users. By that time, not only would the women and the prison be forced to yield, but even their lives might not be safe. Jiang Han looked at Lu Shuang and said, let her sleep. You two come inside with me. When Lu Yuding and Tian Shi saw Jiang Han, they stood up from the sofa, revealing expressions of both surprise and unease. They all knew that Jiang Han had just gone to deal with the people from Zhongshan base, and they were terrified. In their eyes, there was no way Jiang Han could have any chance of winning, yet he had returned. Lu Yuding hurriedly approached, saying, the people from Zhongshan base, I killed them. It was as easy as slaughtering chickens, Jiang Han replied simply and casually, wanting the women to see his strength. What seemed unshakable about Zhongshan base to them was merely a nest of ants that could be easily exterminated in his hands. Sure enough, the way the 5 women looked at Jiang Han changed, filled with shock and, more importantly, reliance. Jiang Han continued, we'll discuss other matters later. Right now there's something urgent. We need to relocate. You all drive and follow me. We'll find another place to wait for the weather to clear. In a place fraught with danger, it was unwise to linger. Since they knew there were risks here, it was better to change locations. The 5 women had no objections, and Lu Yuding nodded. All right, we'll pack up right away. No need to pack. I have everything, he said, but he needed them to pay a price for it. Of course, he didn't mention that last part. Once they reached the prison, there would be plenty of time. Su Yingxue drove the off-road vehicle in front, while Su Yingwei followed in a van. If Bai Chunming were to come, he would likely approach from the east, while Jiang Han's people would be coming from the north. Thus, Jiang Han directed the cars to head northwest. 15 minutes later, through the earpiece and positioning, Jiang Han met up with He Mingming and the others. When Tianqing, Lu Yuding, and the others reunited, they were naturally both shocked and delighted. Tong Yao seemed to know Tianqing and the others as well, and they held hands, chatting animatedly, nearly in tears from joy. Now was not the time for small talk. Jiang Han called over the main responsible individuals to issue commands. Team 2 would take the bus to bring the 5 women from the Li family mansion back, while the others would hold a small meeting. Soon the bus departed, and Jiang Han expressed his hesitations to everyone, seeking their opinions on whether to prioritize safety and retreat or to take some risks and lay an ambush. If you ask me, we should attack. He Mingming was the first to stand up, her face filled with excitement. This was her first real combat since gaining her abilities, and she was eager to try. She suggested splitting into two teams. One team would lay an ambush in the Lee family mansion waiting for the enemy to arrive, while the other would strike from behind encircling them. Jiang Han shook his head upon hearing this. It was too crude. It wasn't merely a matter of ambushing, but rather who discovered whom first. If the enemy found them first, the ambush would turn into them being ambushed, and it wouldn't be Zhongshan base that suffered but their women's prison. He looked at Li Tianqing. Among these people she should have the most say, since she was the special police captain and had participated in real battles. Li Tianqing understood what he meant. After thinking for a moment, she said, first of all, I agree that we should attack. Although I'm not an ability user, I know that abilities are precious and definitely useful to the warden. Since the other side has a captain from Zhongshan base, they must have plenty of abilities. I think we can set a trap at the Li family mansion while the others lie in ambush 500 meters away. If the trap is triggered, that means the enemy has arrived, and we can strike. If the trap is not triggered, it means they have discovered us, but they can only detect the trap, not us. What do you mean by trap specifically? Jiang Han asked. Grenades. You distributed them before, and each guard has 2. Now we have a total of 26. If used correctly, they can cause substantial damage. And didn't you say the female ability user on the other side has a keen sense of smell? I don't believe she can detect people nearby, and also discern the presence of grenades. Even if she could she tell whether the safety pin has been pulled? Just give me half an hour, and I guarantee to turn the Li family mansion into their grave. Jiang Han believed her. As a special police officer, and Captain Li Tianqing must have received specialized training. He nodded. All right, let's proceed as Tianqing suggested. However, 26 grenades are too few. He had barely finished speaking when he noticed the women staring at his pocket. Jiang Han knew there were rumors among the female prisoners that he possessed the ability from the most popular rebirth novels before the apocalypse. The male protagonist's capability of having an infinite space filled with enough supplies for them to last a lifetime. Jiang Han had never denied this, which was good as it could protect his true trump card. Since that was the case, he began to pull out high-explosive grenades, smoke bombs, and flashbangs, all priced at 20 each. Jiang Han got 50 in total. Li Tianqing seemed a bit unsatisfied, asking, do you have any bouncing grenades? You know, the kind that explodes midair when stepped on, causing massive damage. Jiang Han shook his head. No. That item hadn't been unlocked yet. Li Tianqing muttered, I wonder if we can collect some more. At that moment, a young female prisoner suggested, since the other side has a keen sense of smell, why not give the warden some pepper to mask the scent, so she can't smell anything? Li Tianqing quickly shook her head. No. Their ability is a keen sense of smell, but they are not actual dogs. If she detects the scent of pepper, she would definitely deduce that there is an ambush, and even realize that we know about her ability. The young female prisoner then suddenly understood, silently admiring the special police captain's acumen. With 76 grenades packed into 2 large boxes, Li Tianqing waved her hand. All members of Team 1 follow me to the Li family mansion. Inside the Li family mansion, Li Tianqing and Tong Yao split into 2 teams, each leading 6 prison guards, laying mines on the left and right sides of the courtyard respectively. Watch closely. Li Tianqing crouched down, her dagger fiddling in the gaps between the blue bricks. To make a grenade trap, it must be firm and secure, otherwise accidents may occur. As she explained, she inserted a grenade with the safety pin removed into the brick crevice. When setting a trap, you must fully consider the direction from which the enemy will approach and how they might react, ensuring maximum damage to the opponent. This grenade is a secondary mine. Its purpose is that when the primary mine explodes, the ground vibration will cause it to inflict greater harm. Now I will teach you how to set the primary mine. She taught with great seriousness, and the prison guards listened even more attentively, never imagining they could experience such scenes previously only seen on television. After a while, Li Tianqing clapped her hands. All right, the primary mine is set. As soon as someone touches this steel wire, it will explode. By then, the enemy's main force should have entered this courtyard, and the other secondary mines will detonate behind them simultaneously. The work is done, let's go. Li Tianqing and Tong Yao each led their teams onto the troop transport. The vehicle started and headed northwest. A prison guard sitting in the back raised her hand. Instructor, I have a question. Li Tianqing, seated in the front passenger seat, looked at the rearview mirror and said, go ahead. If the enemy only sends 1 or 2 people to scout ahead, wouldn't our mines be set in vain? You're right, that situation is indeed possible and very likely. In that case, remote control bombs would be the solution, but with our current equipment, it's not feasible. However, today's main goal is to know when the enemy will arrive. So if the grenade explodes, well, consider it a success. The guard nodded, looking as if she understood. Li Tianqing continued, this is everyone's first time laying mines. Let me ask you, what do you think is the most crucial aspect of mine laying? The women chimed in with various answers. Some emphasized concealment, others focused on lethality. Then a woman crouching on the ground spoke up. Instructor, I think the most crucial thing is to remember where the mines are so we don't blow ourselves up. Li Tianqing looked at her with a hint of surprise, not only because of her answer, but also because of her posture. Everyone else had a seat, but she did not. Li Tianqing recalled the frail woman before her, and said, Wang Li has made an excellent point. We lay mines to kill the enemy, not to commit suicide. So remembering every mine we set is the most important thing. But, why are you squatting on the ground? At that moment the young guard beside Wang Li sighed helplessly. There aren't enough seats. Sister Li said she was the last to arrive so. The guard team was mainly composed of female students. 27-year-old Wang Li was the oldest, so everyone called her Sister Li. Li Tianqing glanced at the back row and understood. The troop transport had a standard 12-seat capacity, plus the front driver and passenger seats totaling 14 seats. When Jiang Han had initially assigned the prison guards, he had considered this, thus establishing a 12-person system of a squad of 10, plus a squad leader and a medic. Later when Wang Li joined the squad became 13 people. With Tong Yao and Li Tianqing accompanying them today there weren't enough seats. Wang Li smiled. It's nothing. I was the last to come so of course I have to squat. Li Tianqing looked at this married woman about her own age with some approval and said, Well said. Back when I was in the Special Operations Brigade my instructor asked me the same question and your answer is exactly what I said back then. But giving the right answer doesn't mean you can execute it. Let me test you how many grenades did we lay today? Wang Li blurted out, Today I was in a group with Instructor Li responsible for the north side of the Li family mansion courtyard. We laid a total of 38 grenades, 3 primary mines, and 35 secondary mines. The 3 primary mines are respectively at the villa entrance, the flower bed, and under one corpse. The other prison guards on the vehicle stared at her in astonishment. They had all participated in the entire process, but none of them could accurately recall the location of each grenade. Wow, Sister Li is amazing. Let's quickly form a 6th squad specializing in mine laying, a young girl teased. You're the one with the big mouth. Why don't you get up and give Sister Li your seat? He Ming glared at her. The young girl stuck out her tongue, and with some pulling and tugging managed to drag Wang Li into her seat. The conversation shifted, and someone suddenly remembered. Instructor Li, were you really a Special Forces soldier? Special Forces? Can you break bricks with one hand? Li Tianqing said with a hint of pride. I served as a Special Forces soldier for 2 years before transferring to the Special Police Unit. As for breaking bricks with one hand, of course I can. Whoa, everyone welcome Instructor Li to give us a demonstration. Some even clapped enthusiastically. Li Tianqing waved her hand. Actually, it's nothing special. As long as you master the technique, anyone can do it. They'll teach you later. At this point Tong Yao interjected, breaking bricks with one hand is too boring. Why don't you ask Instructor Li about her own instructor? Her instructor? The women were a bit confused. But Li Tianqing was not confused as she gave a light scolding Xiao Yao. Her expression turned somewhat serious. Tong Yao quickly turned away and stopped talking. Then the girls caught on. Oh. They drew out the sound in unison. Instructor Li, tell us about your instructor. A tall figure emerged in Li Tianqing's mind. A man 10 years older than her, a man who had been awarded 2 first-class merits and 3 second-class merits. Li Tianqing shook her head, making an effort to replace that figure with Jiang Han. She wouldn't be foolish enough to actually talk about her instructor. Although no one in the prison had ever said it, all the women knew a major taboo. They never spoke of any man other than Jiang Han. Any man at all. Ex-boyfriends, husbands. These were never mentioned. Even when talking about a pet dog from the past, they would deliberately emphasize that it was a cute, beautiful, obedient, well-behaved little female dog. In fact, this taboo was something only Jiang Han was unaware of. Soon the troop transport arrived at the designated location where Jiang Han, the Su sisters, and the sleeping Lu Shuangshuang were waiting. The next step was to wait for the explosion. Everyone sat in the vehicle. About half an hour later, just as Jiang Han was nearly losing patience, a series of explosions erupted from the Li family mansion. Boom, 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 boom. 3 minutes earlier, Bai Chunming, accompanied by his deputy Wang Haiyan and 30 soldiers, rushed to Bin Road in 2 combat vehicles. Throughout the journey, he prayed fervently, Chi Peng, oh Chi Peng, you must not die. Even if you do, don't let them plunder your ability. The vehicles came to a gradual halt about 200 meters from the entrance of Li family mansion. Bai Chunming turned to the woman beside him, who was in her 30s with average looks. Haiyan, can you tell if Chi Peng is here? Wang Haiyan sniffed the air, then closed her eyes to concentrate. After a moment, she said, he's dead. Dead. So he had perished after all. In an instant, Bai Chunming felt utterly drained both physically and mentally. Is his ability still there? Wang Haiyan shook her head. That I can't smell. All right, Bai Chunming rubbed his temples. Truth be told, the possibility was extremely low. He asked again, what about that fellow Lu Changfu? He. Wang Haiyan hesitated, then sniffed twice more before speaking with some confusion. He has vanished. Vanished? You mean he left? Absorbed Chi Peng's ability and fled. Wang Haiyan shook her head. No fleeing leaves a trace. But he simply vanished. Right beside Chi Peng's corpse he disappeared abruptly. Either that or he teleported beyond 250 meters where my sense can't reach. Bai Chunming grew even more perplexed. Lu Changfu had vanished beside Chi Peng. What on earth was going on? But Bai Chunming had never doubted Wang Haiyan's words. Among the multitude of exploration-type ability users, she stood out not only because of their 7 or 8 years as arms, but also due to her unique power. Her ability was far beyond what any deputy squad leader could match. She could not only detect the scent of objects, their location and state, but most importantly, she could sense approximate time, thereby deducing the sequence of events. With this deputy and the intelligence provided by the base, Bai Chunming had successfully located and killed nearly 100 ability users. Of course, he had not treated Wang Haiyan poorly, always ensuring she maintained half of his own energy reserves. By now she had accumulated 25 portions. Bai Chunming took several deep breaths, gradually accepting the reality, and continued, asking, anything else? Yes, Wang Haiyan spoke again. Neither of them ever went to the villa basement Lu Changfu mentioned. In fact, they never moved from this spot until they died. So Lu Changfu was lying to you on the phone. Lu Changfu had vanished while Qi Peng remained. This was of course Jiang Han's deliberate design. In truth, he had deliberated long and hard before deciding to leave Qi Peng's corpse behind. It was bait, a colossal bait. Isn't your deputy's nose as keen as a dog's? Then shall surely know Qi Peng is lying here. With no way to tell if his ability still remains, won't you take the risk? This was 9 portions of energy after all. Indeed, after only a brief pause, Bai Chunming decided, let's go inside. I want to see for myself whether Qi Peng's ability is still there. Wait, I've noticed something else. Some women left here not long ago. Some women. Bai Chunming's eyes darted. The Li family did have quite a few women. They probably fled. He curled his lip. As the movies say in war, women should step aside. Women are nothing to fear as long as there are no men. Wang Haiyan shot him a glare and sniffed more carefully. It seems. There might have been a man too, but no, that doesn't feel right. That man had too much of a feminine scent. Probably a tomboy. Enough we'll know if it's a man or a woman once we're inside. Wang Haiyan instinctively wanted to dissuade him, but recalling Bai Chunming's special ability, she ultimately held her tongue. Soon they found Qi Peng's corpse. Bai Chunming reached out and touched it. No reaction. Damn it. He cursed, kicking the body away. But the next second a grenade was exposed beneath the corpse. Grenade. Bai Chunming's heart jolted, and he instinctively shielded Wang Haiyan. Then came a deafening explosion. The courtyard wall was instantly leveled, and his men were sent flying. A full 10 seconds passed before the blast subsided. At that moment, only the two of them remained standing. In truth, if not for Bai Chunming's protection, Wang Haiyan would have been blown away too. Looking at the two of them, their clothes were riddled with holes, and the blue bricks beneath their feet had been blasted into rubble. Bai Chunming shielded his eyes and face with his left hand, his chest heaving while his right hand was clenched into a tight fist. Damn it. Damn. Someone ambushed us. Find him. He shouted hysterically. In that instant, everyone he had brought was dead. He was furious. Wang Haiyan coughed violently. The acrid smoke affected her greatly. She couldn't recover for a while, and her eyes had temporarily gone blind. She gasped twice before opening her eyes. Good heavens, the ground was littered with arms and legs. Captain, we've walked into a trap. We shouldn't stay here. Let's go quickly. No. Bai Chunming's eyes were bloodshot. I must find him. Then he looked toward the villa, its glass all shattered. Let's go. Follow me inside. Meanwhile, Jiang Han was also racing toward the Li family mansion with his people. The off-road vehicle was in front, driven by Su Yingwe. Su Yingxue sat in the back looking somewhat listless, while beside her was the spirited Lu Xuanshuan. They had traveled this road several times, so they drove fast. It would take at most 3 minutes to arrive. Soon, still 300 or 400 meters from the mansion, Jiang Han patted Lu Xuanshuan. Xuanshuan, quick. Lu Xuanshuan focused her gaze ahead. Before long, the Li family mansion came into view. I see the mansion. The wall has collapsed, and there are many bodies. There are people. 2 people are coming out of the villa. What do they look like? A man and a woman, both in red camouflage. They're from Zhongshan base. Jiang Han's eyes lit up. A man and a woman. That was them. Soon, with his enhanced perception range, Jiang Han also located the courtyard wall, and then found the 2 people. With a single glance, Jiang Han could tell they were both ability users. Their clothes were shredded by the blast, but their bodies were unharmed. This could only mean one thing: their bodies were extremely strong, and only high-level ability users possessed such formidable physiques. Coupled with their builds and appearances matching Lu Changfu's description, Jiang Han immediately concluded that these 2 were the captain and deputy captain of Zhongshan base's 3rd squadron, Bai Chunming and Wang Haiyan. Without a word, he directly opened a spatial portal, and bullets poured out, aimed at their entire bodies, especially their eyes. Oh, the 2 had no defense whatsoever. Their eyes, heads, and entire bodies instantly absorbed hundreds of bullets. Oh, Bai Chunming reacted quickly. After the first strike to his eyes, he immediately shielded his face with his forearm, turned around, grabbed Wang Haiyan, and ran back inside. He could roughly deduce that he had been set up by an ability user. Lu Changfu's phone called Qi Peng's corpse. Everything was bait. But the next instant he recoiled as if electrocuted. This. Without time to think, Bai Chunming fled in another direction, but the same reaction awaited him. Jiang Han trapped him like a rat, confining him firmly at the villa's entrance. Jiang Han discovered that Bai Chunming's body was extraordinarily strong. 100 bullets fired at him could not even budge him. Soon He Mingming arrived as well, gripping a dagger with excitement in her eyes. "Warden, where are they?" It seemed she was ready to risk it all. Li Tianqing, Tong Yao, Lu Shuangshuang, and a group of prison guards stood behind Jiang Han, each holding their weapons cautiously directed at the place Jiang Han was staring at. Of course, apart from Lu Shuangshuang, the others could see nothing. At that moment, Jiang Han sensed that Bai Chuanming, who had been passively enduring attacks, suddenly extended his palm, pushing through the air from a distance. The direction was not accurate, deviating at least by 30 degrees from him. Yet Jiang Han suddenly felt his body grow heavy, and his spatial perception abruptly shrank to only 9 meters, losing control over Bai Chuanming. He quickly turned to look at He Mingming and Lu Shuangshuang, both of whom also covered their heads, seemingly affected by some force like him. I can't see anymore." Lu Shuangshuang's face changed dramatically. "I have no powers either." He Mingming followed up. "Haha." Laughter echoed from the red mist. "How's that your abilities are useless now? Perhaps you don't know, but I can suppress any ability user. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are futile." Jiang Han signaled for everyone to be silent. His mind raced. Why had the abilities of He Mingming and Lu Shuangshuang disappeared, while his merely dropped from 59 meters to 9? Lu Changfu had mentioned that Bai Chuanming's ability was called sealing. He understood that this ability could affect others' powers, but depended on one's own level. Bai Chuanming should be precisely at 50 units. As long as the opponent's level was lower, their abilities would vanish directly. Since he was at 59 units, his spatial perception dropped by 50 meters, but how would he kill? It should be through his body, a formidable physique. With 50 units of ability, his enhancement should be 500 points. In the absence of both parties having powers, it would revert to the most primitive form of combat. These thoughts flashed through Jiang Han's mind in an instant, a barely noticeable smile gracing his lips. His enhancement points also stood at 500, with an additional surplus of 190 points from absorbing Li Aibin, Shi Peng, and Lu Changfu. He had originally planned to enjoy these points later in the evening, but it seemed he couldn't wait any longer. As for side effects, those were trivial. With so many people behind him, what was there to fear? Jiang Han quickly opened the system, adding all the points he had, totaling 690. Meanwhile, Bai Chuanming was quietly waiting for Wang Haiyan to find Jiang Han's exact position. In the past, Wang Haiyan could have completed this quickly, but now she couldn't. The smoke from the grenade explosion affected her abilities. After a while, she finally opened her eyes and pointed, "Over there in that direction, about 40 to 50 meters away." Bai Chuanming waited for this sentence. After activating his ability, the opponent's attacks ceased, indicating he had found the right direction and had sealed him. As long as he found the person, he would win, reclaiming Chi Peng's powers and possibly gaining even more. "Let's go," he said in a low voice, moving alongside Wang Haiyan towards Jiang Han's location. He didn't hurry, moving cautiously, sensing that today's opponent would not be easy to deal with. In addition to having a keen sense of smell, Wang Haiyan was also an ability user with a power level of 25 units, which was useful for combat and team leader privileges. Of course, Bai Chuanming wouldn't act recklessly until the last moment, but he needed to ensure that Wang Haiyan remained within his controllable range. The two sides drew closer, 40 meters, 30 meters. Jiang Han waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to spread out to avoid friendly fire. "There are two opponents, one male and one female. When I tell you to attack, you focus on the male, understood?" The prison guards nodded in unison, then retreated, leaving only Jiang Han standing in place. Wang Haiyan sniffed again. "I've locked onto him, he's right ahead," she whispered to Bai Chuanming. A glint of excitement flashed in Bai Chuanming's eyes as he shook his head, and the two charged towards Jiang Han. Breaking through the red mist, they saw a young man with a face full of confusion and terror. Just from his expression, Bai Chuanming knew he had already won. "Die!" he shouted, leaping up to punch Jiang Han faster than a bullet. He wielded no weapon. His strongest weapon was his own body. Jiang Han worked hard to make his expression look genuine until Bai Chuanming left the ground. The spatial door was merely suppressed, not completely closed. In fact, he still had a maximum span of 9 meters by 9 meters. However, Bai Chuanming was unaware of this as Jiang Han opened it in the space between him and Bai Chuanming silently and without a sound. Bai Chuanming was incredibly fast, and in no time he was halfway through. Just when Jiang Han thought he would easily win the battle, Bai Chuanming suddenly shook his head and executed a backflip, astonishingly flipping out from the spatial door. "You still have abilities." Bai Chuanming was drenched in sweat, both shocked and enraged. As he spoke, he sat on the ground and panted heavily, sweat cascading down like a waterfall. Jiang Han said nothing, merely watching him, impressed by his agility. At that moment, Bai Chuanming, who had looked astonished, suddenly laughed maniacally as if he had an epiphany. "Ha, I understand now. I know who you are. The Media Academy Lu Hui, one of my subordinates. You killed him, didn't you?" Jiang Han narrowed his eyes. Lu Hui. He remembered him as the squad leader with tough skin. He replied coolly, "Whether it's true or not, why don't you ask him?" As he spoke, he maximized the spatial door, placing it between himself and Bai Chuanming, waiting for the other to make the first move. Bai Chuanming fixed his gaze on him, moving closer to Wang Haiyan as he continued. "Your ability level exceeds 50 units, right? Therefore I cannot suppress you. Moreover, your ability is peculiar, allowing you to absorb others into space, but He paused, revealing a smug expression. You must wait for me to strike first. This is also your flaw. Jiang Han observed his footsteps and suddenly understood. He shouted, attack. The guards behind him opened fire simultaneously, countless bullets whistling towards Bai Chunming. Jiang Han also moved, retracting the original spatial door and flipping it to reopen, launching an attack, but targeting not Bai Chunming, but the woman beside him, Wang Haiyan. Having witnessed Qi Peng utilize the leader privileges, Jiang Han discerned Bai Chunming's intentions. Whoosh. The white light of Gao Zichen, the most lethal weapon in the current space, shot out just 10 centimeters in front of Wang Haiyan. With a thud, Wang Haiyan was directly knocked away, accompanied by a scream. Simultaneously, Jiang Han sprang forward quickly towards her. Bai Chunming roared in anger. He indeed wanted to use the leader privileges. With Wang Haiyan's 25 units of ability added, he could certainly defeat Jiang Han. However, he never expected Jiang Han to act first. That was his vice-captain. Even if she died, her ability would still belong to him. Bai Chunming was closer to Wang Haiyan. Without a second thought, he threw a punch, only to find to his astonishment that his fist had vanished once again. It was of course the spatial gate Jiang Han had opened to prevent any mishap. Damn it, he cursed. What kind of ability was this? How bizarre. Wang Haiyan lay just 3 or 4 meters away, as if quietly awaiting absorption, yet he could see her, but not touch her. Jiang Han kept a close eye on Bai Chunming as he walked toward Wang Haiyan. She lay on the ground, her right eye a bloody hollow, her fate unknown. He launched no further attack, merely maintaining the 9-meter spatial gate. As for Wang Haiyan, he raised his foot and stomped hard on her neck. Bai Chunming watched helplessly, his heart bleeding. That was 25 units of ability. Every single one had been earned through his hard labor, and now they were gone. With a crack, Wang Haiyan's neck snapped, her vertebrae emitting a crisp sound. She was dead. Jiang Han crouched down, reached out, and claimed the 25 units of ability. I will kill you. Bai Chunming roared through the spatial gate. What a rush. Jiang Han let out a long breath. This was the first time he had absorbed so many units of energy. His spatial perception expanded, reaching 34 meters, and he gained in excess of 250 points. He slowly rose to his feet, a playful look in his eyes as he regarded Bai Chunming. Kill me. Hayu. Do you believe I can beat you as easily as a father disciplines his son? The wrinkles on Bai Chunming's nose twitched violently, much like a wild dog about to bite. If you're a man, fight me fair and square. Jiang Han curled his lip in disdain. Don't think I don't know. The moment I drop my ability, you'll scurry away like a mangy cur. Bullshit. You're the one who's scared. What did you say? I'm scared. Jiang Han seemed provoked. He twisted his neck, cracked his knuckles, and stretched the 2 major tendons in his waist, striking a pose as if ready for a brawl. Let's get this straight. When I drop my ability, you'd better not run. Bai Chunming snorted coldly. I've been wounded twice, bullets through my chest. I was born not knowing how to flee. Enough. Don't feed me that crap. Tell you what, if you do run, you're not your mother's son. You're a dog's son. Agreed. This enraged Bai Chunming, who wished he could tear Jiang Han apart, shredding him into pieces. Yet he gritted his teeth and said, I want run. Fine. I've already deactivated my ability. Bring it on. Let me show you what it means when a father teaches his son a lesson. Bai Chunming's eyes narrowed. You really deactivated it? Nonsense. Are you fighting or not? Bai Chunming reached out cautiously, feeling the space before him. Indeed, the terrifying thing that had repelled him twice was gone. He looked at Jiang Han, whose face bore an expression of invincibility. He was getting cocky. At this thought, Bai Chunming's heart swelled with joy. Pride precedes a fall. Killing an arrogant opponent was far easier than slaying a cautious one. Though he estimated Jiang Han's level to be between 70 and 81.5 times his own, it still held true. His arrogance mattered more than anything. Besides, he had a trump card unrelated to his ability, the killing techniques accumulated over a decade in the military. If he could close the distance, he was 80% sure he could kill his opponent, even if that opponent was 1.5 times his level. Adding the factor of underestimation, he could raise his chances by another 20%. 80 plus 20 made a sure win. He took 2 more large strides, narrowing the distance between them to less than 5 meters. The terrifying thing did not reappear. Jiang Han looked utterly nonchalant, standing there without any defensive posture. Bai Chunming noticed Jiang Han reaching into his pocket, pulling out a cigarette, and lighting it with casual ease. Smoking? What a chance. Bai Chunming hesitated no longer. He charged at Jiang Han like a shell from a cannon. 3 meters. 2 meters. Half a meter. He landed the hit. His heart raced with excitement, for Jiang Han had made no reaction at all. Victory. He too would become a 100-unit ability master. But the next second, just as his fist brushed against Jiang Han's body, here's the familiar terrifying sensation returned. He had plunged into the spatial gate. This time Jiang Han had opened the gate just 3 centimeters in front of himself, keeping it wide open. A 3-meter square frame. He had done all this waiting for Bai Chunming to strike. Provoke him, deceive him, then finish him. Bai Chunming's speed was too great, and he was utterly off guard, his body plunging halfway in. Simultaneously, Jiang Han moved swiftly, circling around the spatial gate to Bai Chunming's rear. In you go. With a solid kick to his rear by Chunming had no power to resist this time. He tumbled into the alternate space. As luck would have it, he collided with the very Lu Hui he had longed for. Their eyes met, and Bai Chunming's consciousness slowly faded into darkness. The moment Bai Chunming entered the space, Jiang Han felt his sealed ability return. 84 meters. Once he absorbed Bai Chunming, it would reach 134 meters. It was over. Jiang Han clapped his hands. The women immediately surrounded him. Warden, darling, mighty. Jiang Han laughed heartily. The Li family mansion had truly yielded him a great harvest. He pointed toward the troop transport. Everyone get in the vehicle. I'm driving. We have a driver. We can't have the warden drive himself. He Ming began, but then sensed something amiss. Oh, she understood. Because Jiang Han had absorbed many ability units he needed to drive. They would be the passengers. Soon the combat vehicle shook violently. Sisterly, keep a good watch outside. At dinner time, Jiang Han sat with the prison's leadership eating hot pot. The aroma filled the air, steam rising. As he ate, he shared his experiences fighting ability users. On this trip, they had encountered 5 ability users: liquid control, ice, insect mastery, heightened smell, and sealing. He explained the weaknesses of each ability type, what to watch out for, and how to fight them next time. The women listened attentively on the surface, but beneath the table a covert struggle began. Someone dropped their chopsticks. Someone who didn't eat spicy food wanted to switch seats. Why order a spicy pot then? Another spilled a drink on Jiang Han's pants while toasting. This made Jiang Han quite angry. Those who didn't listen seriously had to be severely punished. He also added all the newly obtained 750 excess points. By now he possessed 134 units of ability. Late into the night, Jiang Han held a slip of paper discovered on Bai Chunming's body carefully tucked into his chest pocket. On it were written 4 addresses. What is this? Could it be the locations of ability users? Jiang Han speculated, piecing together the information he had previously gathered about the Zhongshan base. The base could deduce the whereabouts of ability users from emergency calls, and then relay the information to the 6 squadrons. The list in his hand was precisely the intelligence held by Chunming's 3rd Squadron. Hongqiang Steel Plant, Jianyang District, Hengfu Huayuan Jinshan District, Banbidian Village, Longhua Industrial Bank, Guangming Road Branch. Jiang Han decided to visit each of these places tomorrow, and also enhance the women so they could become his allies in the future. In the control room of Zhongshan base, the same cold, gloomy man referred to as the battalion commander sat in his office chair, the Major General insignia on his shoulder gleaming. At his feet knelt a man in his 50s with a square face and his arms tied behind his back. Nearby lay a woman in her 40s, unclothed, her eyes shut tight. Beside the two were a heap of corpses, men, women, old and young. All shared a common trait: they were shriveled, shrunken, ashen black, and utterly bloodless, as if some nameless monster had drained every drop of blood from their bodies, turning them into desiccated husks. Director Ian, the battalion commander said, propping his feet on the table and still toying with his knife. I must commend you. Your wife at her age remains so supple. My men had a splendid time with her. If only your daughter were here, it would have been perfect. The man called Director Ian lowered his head. When he heard the mention of his daughter, his expressionless square face twitched slightly. He slowly opened his eyes. My daughter is dead. She was bitten to death by zombies right when the apocalypse broke out. The battalion commander stared into his eyes. Hey, I heard you got the news early and sent your guards to protect her. Could she be in the concentration camp right now? Director Ian's gaze remained unwavering. I wish she were in the camp. At least she'd be alive. But she's dead. If you don't believe me, you can capture my former guards and ask them. The battalion commander raised an eyebrow. You speak cleverly. But all your guards were killed in the rebellion. Who am I supposed to ask? Director Ian fell silent. The battalion commander spoke again. All right, next question. When I was up for promotion to lieutenant, I met all the criteria. Why did you block me? Director Ian sighed. I've told you countless times. It was an organizational decision, not something I could control alone. The battalion commander narrowed his eyes. Don't give me that bureaucratic nonsense. We both know why I wasn't chosen. It's because I didn't bribe you, isn't it? Look at my rank now. Do you know who this belonged to? He showed the Major General insignia on his shoulder to Director Ian. Director Ian knew exactly whose it was. His face paled as he took a few deep breaths before saying, It's not what you think. You're too extreme. Shut up. You petty man. A hypocrite. Director Ian said nothing more and simply closed his eyes. The battalion commander sneered and walked over to the beautiful woman. Tsk. These brats don't know how to be gentle with Madame Ian. Look, it's torn. Since you didn't answer my questions to my satisfaction, I'll let you watch your wife die with your own eyes. No. Director Ian's eyes snapped open. The battalion commander sneered. Tell me, where is your daughter? She's dead. Very well. With that, the battalion commander plunged his hand into the woman's body. The unconscious woman screamed in agony. Then streams of energy-like substance writhed from within her, flowing up the battalion commander's right arm into his body. With each wave, the woman rapidly shriveled, becoming just like the other corpses, utterly grotesque. Chin foam. Director Ian roared, struggling to his feet and staggering toward the battalion commander. Chin foam. It's been a long time since anyone called me that, the battalion commander muttered, closing his eyes to savor his feast. Director Een stumbled forward, his bound arms throwing off his balance. He crashed to the ground after a few steps, then struggled to rise again. The battalion commander Chen Feng flicked the liquid from his hand. All women's chi and blood are just inferior. Come, Director Een, let me see how yours fares. Director Een's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Chen Feng. I was right about you all along. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? During your background check, someone found you frequently visited snuff websites, and even registered as a member. I suppressed that information. Otherwise, you'd have been expelled from the military long ago. Chen Feng's eyes shifted, as if recalling something. So that's it. But what of it? Everyone has their little secrets. And since you knew mine, you deserve to die even more. With that, he drove his hand deep into Director Een's heart. When it was over, Chen Feng picked up the phone. Get rid of the bodies. Tell Bai Chunming to come see me. In the women's prison the next morning, Jiang Han performed his usual morning exercises. Zheng Jiaro had arranged for herself and a female freshman under the pretense of passing on experience to the newcomer. Not bad. One experienced, one raw. Good for the kidneys. Afterward, he inspected the prison, pondering which area to upgrade next. He happened upon Zhang Xiaowen, the administrator of the interrogation room, who was leading 5 female prisoners in prison uniforms: Lu Yuding, Lu Mei, and the Tianqi trio. Oh, that was fast. Jiang Han was slightly surprised. These 5 women had only arrived yesterday and had eaten nothing but steamed buns and pickles. Why were they so eager? Even more surprising was how quickly they had entered the interrogation process. Zhang Xiaowen's interrogation room was notoriously busy handling both new arrivals and ongoing cases, with a queue reportedly stretching a week long. The 5 women were shy when they saw Jiang Han, lowering their heads and occasionally stealing glances at him. Zhang Xiaowen was much more at ease. She greeted him with a "Good morning, Warden," then leaned close to his ear. Instructor Li was quite busy yesterday. First she did some ideological work with them, then she went to Sister Zheng and me to arrange an early slot. Oh, so they pulled some strings. Well, you use the back door, I'll use the back door, too, Jiang Han thought with a grin. He could understand Lu Yuding and Lu Mei. They had been married for a long time, and after the Li Aibin incident, they likely had no ridiculous psychological barriers. But why were the Tianqi trio so proactive? Zhang Xiaowen shook her head. I wouldn't know. All right. I'll ask him myself. Jiang Han patted each of the 5 women on the shoulder, giving them an encouraging look. Hang in there. You'll pass the formal review. Jiang Han continued his patrol of the prison, and soon found Li Tianqing in the Special Forces training room in the basement where a stack of bricks lay. Li Tianqing was instructing the prison guards on how to break a brick with one hand. Watch closely. Just leave a small gap between the brick and the hard surface beneath and strike hard, she said. With a swift chop of her right hand, a crisp crack sounded, and the brick split in 2. See? Like this. Wow. Amazing. Li Tianqing continued. But this is just a clever trick. In the Special Forces, we don't train this way. Instead, we use a towel underneath and rely on pure solid skill. She picked up 2 bricks, placed a towel beneath them, and struck again. Another sharp crack, and both bricks broke apart. This demonstration was far more impressive than the last. The prison guards burst into applause, their eyes full of admiration. Li Tianqing clasped her hands behind her back and said, All right, enough with the brick breaking. Time for the next training subject, landmine placement. The guards obeyed with unusual docility. Jiang Han had originally come to see what they were up to and to ask Li Tianqing why Tianqi and the other 2 women had willingly submitted to the formal interrogation. But when he saw the stack of bricks, a thought suddenly struck him. In recent battles, he had noticed that the abilities of superhumans were becoming increasingly powerful. Once they exceeded level 5, their physical resilience made them impervious to a single bullet. Beyond level 20, even their eyes could withstand gunfire. He needed a more lethal weapon, one capable of delivering a fatal blow in a single strike. Originally, he had planned to upgrade the guard room to unlock more destructive weapons. But that was too expensive. Not the upgrade itself, which cost little, but the consumable ammunition. Even if he could unlock missiles, how many Papa coins would that require? 5,000. 10,000. Spending 10,000 coins just to kill someone was hardly worth it. But now, seeing these bricks, a new idea emerged. Li Tianqing ran over and reported, Warden, Prison Guard Squads 1 through 558 personnel present, as ordered, report complete. She was actually quite convincing. Jiang Han looked at her. How are your hands? Li Tianqing feigned ignorance. Hands? What hands? Jiang Han didn't press further. Instead, he pointed at the bricks. Where did these come from? From the yard. There are plenty of them stacked against the wall during work. All right, come with me for a moment. Okay. As they walked out, Jiang Han asked, How did you convince your sisters and sister-in-law to submit to the formal interrogation? Li Tianqing chuckled. 2 words: superpowers. Jiang Han understood. They had all been bullied by superhumans and naturally wished to become strong. And now the path to power lay in acquiring superpowers. They reached the pile of bricks, and Jiang Han patted the small mountain of them, further solidifying his plan. All right, come help me with some work. Consider it your punishment. Punishment? She glanced around. Warden, you're getting more creative. What are you thinking? Help me throw the bricks. Throw. Bricks. Jiang Han opened a spatial portal before him and casually pushed a large row of bricks into it. Li Tianqing was tasked with gathering the scattered ones. The more she saw of Jiang Han's superpower, the more she marveled at it, silently vowing to become a superhuman herself, even if it meant being a flawed one. They walked around tossing nearly 10,000 bricks from the yard into the spatial portal, leaving Li Tianqing drenched in sweat. All right, you can go now. Huh, no more punishment. Isn't this punishment enough? No way, Li Tianqing said, her eyes twinkling. Do you know which unit I served in during my military days? Field Army Field. Field combat, that's what it means. I'm very skilled at it. So come on, this backdoor business can't just end so casually. Jiang Han paused. Maybe you should wash up first. I have a natural fragrance. Half an hour later, Jiang Han stood on the rooftop, touched himself, and brought his fingers to his nose. Indeed, there was a fragrance. The rooftop was completely empty. Eventually, he would unlock some structure here, but his current level was too low to see it. He wanted to run an experiment. He took out a pistol, not one from the shop, but one taken from a soldier's corpse at the Zhongshan base, and aimed it at his left hand. Bang! His palm tingled slightly. When he opened it, a flattened bullet lay there. Indeed, his body was now bulletproof. He raised the gun again, aiming at his temple, but then thought better of it. This was a risk he couldn't take. Even if he could withstand bullets, missiles, or atomic bombs, it was best not to let anyone hit his head. Any head. Next, Jiang Han put away the pistol, closed his eyes, and opened a spatial portal above his head. 134 meters. That was his current limit. Whoosh. The nearly 10,000 bricks he had collected came crashing down from the sky, slamming heavily into the ground. As soon as they fell, Jiang Han opened a spatial portal beneath his feet, also at 134 meters, near the third floor of the prison. About 6 seconds later, the bricks howled back into the portal. Now they had an initial velocity of roughly 40 meters per second. But that was far from enough. He repeated the process, opening the portal above his head again. The bricks, now with initial speed, shot out once more. This time they took only 5 seconds to fall back into the portal. Again, the speed continued to increase. 4 seconds, 3 seconds. After 30 repetitions, the bricks broke the sound barrier, generating deafening sonic booms. Boom, boom, boom. The noise rattled the eardrums. After another 30 cycles, the speed reached the limit of Jiang Han's control. What was the limit? A human reaction time of 0.2 seconds, the interval between opening the portals above and below. Jiang Han might have been a bit faster, but he stopped. If he failed to catch them, the bricks could cause massive damage to the ground and the prison structure. 0.2 seconds, 260 meters, converted to speed that was over 1,000 meters per second. What did that mean? It was equivalent to the muzzle velocity of a sniper rifle, but the bricks had greater mass, hence greater destructive power. He believed that even if Bai Chunming himself came, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single brick from him. And most importantly, it was cheap. It cost nothing. Armed with this new super weapon, Jiang Han felt more confident. Time to set out. To find the superhumans. The first place Jiang Han chose was the Hongxiang Steel Mill, as it was the closest, located just outside the East 3rd Ring Road, like the prison, only an hour's drive away. Jiang Han brought 3 people with him, the Su sisters, and He Mengmeng. After all, it was just a note. He couldn't be certain that the information on it pointed to an ability user's location. Even if it did, he had no idea how strong they were, or how many there were. He had his own plans. If he could obtain only one ability, it would go to Su Yue, who was essential for survival. If there were 2, Su Yue would get one to enhance her combat duration. If there were more, He Mengmeng as the team leader could go out and find female prisoners for him. Soon the car arrived outside the steel mill. From a distance, Jiang Han sensed smoke, the kind that rises from burning. They got out of the car, and Jiang Han casually tossed the off-road vehicle into his spatial gate. He wanted the women to learn combat skills too. Eventually, they would have to face enemies alone, including the Su sisters. Taking a few more steps forward, Jiang Han saw people. About 20 or more, all men, rough-looking guys in their 40s. They were cooking, and in the pot. Jiang Han squinted. A man. It was a man dismembered into pieces. How did he know it was a man? Because someone wearing a hard hat was holding a bowl of steaming meat chunks with a stewed penis on top. The hard hat walked up to a dark-faced big man and said, "Boss wants some nourishment." The dark-faced man shot him a glance. "Damn, no women around. If I get too nourished, who's going to satisfy me?" The hard hat chuckled, awkwardly set the bowl on the table, and hurried back to distribute the meat. "Good, I'll use you for practice." He waved his hand and said, "Let's go," leading the 3 women toward the steel mill workshop. There were some zombies on the way, but now Jiang Han didn't need to act. The 3 women each held pistols, clearing the path as they walked. Soon they arrived outside the workshop, facing a large iron door. Jiang Han pointed at it and said, "There's an ability user inside. Kill him, and the ability is yours." The 3 women were stunned. An ability user. An ability. They grew excited. But Jiang Han continued, "However, no guns. But you can use these." He pulled 3 machetes from his back pocket. The Su sisters frowned. "Using knives? Then we definitely can't compete with Mengmeng." Jiang Han smiled. "It's not a competition, it's cooperation. I have my own plans for who gets the ability. Don't worry, as long as you obey, I promise each of you will get at least one ability today. The three women exchanged glances and nodded. With Jiang Han here, what did they have to fear? All right, they said in unison. Then they handed their pistols to Jiang Han. No need for that. Keep the guns for self-defense, use them only in danger. Su Yingyue took the machete and tucked the gun back into her waist. Jiang Han, what type of ability user is inside? We need to be prepared. Jiang Han shook his head. I don't know either. In fact, in the future, when you face enemies, most of the time you won't know what kind of ability they have, or even if they are ability users at all. For example, right now I say there's one ability user inside, but that's just my judgment. There could be more than one. So you'll have to rely on your own thinking during the fight. That's the point of me bringing you out. The three women trembled at his words. They exchanged glances as if suddenly enlightened. After speaking, Jiang Han looked at the door before him. He knew it was tightly blocked from the inside. With a thought, a supersonic brick flew out. Boom. Instantly the door shattered into pieces, scattering broken bricks and stones everywhere, and the entire workshop shook twice. So powerful. This was his first time launching a supersonic brick, and he hadn't expected such force. Naturally, the people inside heard it. They stared at the demolished door, forgetting to swallow the meat hanging from their mouths. But the next second their eyes were drawn to the three women. The hard hat from earlier looked at the Su sisters, and he ming with delight. Boss. Women. Look, women. Damn, they're gorgeous. The dark-faced man wiped the grease from his mouth. Ha ha ha, who would have thought there could be such pretty women in this world now? Then he looked at Jiang Han. Pretty boy, leave these women here, and I'm in a good mood today, so I might let you live. Is that so? Jiang Han placed his hand on the women's shoulders, and they obediently leaned their heads against his chest, arousing the 20-odd rough men. Jiang Han continued, but I'm not in a good mood. What should we do about that? The dark-faced man set his bowl aside, jumped down from the platform, and walked toward Jiang Han with a cold smile. Kid, I gave you a chance to live. Since you don't want it, don't blame me for being rude. Meanwhile, the others stood up, each holding a weapon, steel pipes, sledgehammers, iron rods, and surrounded the four with sneers. Jiang Han patted the women. See, aren't they living comfortably? They even have meat to eat. Indeed, meat. Where did the meat come from? Reminded by Jiang Han, the three women showed puzzled expressions. There was a strange smell of stewed meat in the room. These days it was hard to find even a rotten piece of bread, let alone meat. How could so many of them have meat to eat? Su Yingyue was the first to realize, her face turning pale. Are they eating? Jiang Han nodded. Congratulations, you got it right. They're eating humans. Ugh. Su Yingyue almost vomited. Pull yourself together, Jiang Han said, straightening her head. I'm telling you this, so you won't hesitate. If you hesitate, you'll be next. Got it. Yes, Su Yingyue barely steadied herself, then looked at the approaching crowd. Kill them. Jiang Han pushed the three women. Go. The three women charged into the crowd. The rough men were stunned. Were these women really that fierce? Wielding knives to chop. The dark-faced man sneered. Brothers, go easy. It's no fun if they die too quickly. The hard hat rushed towards Su Yingyue. Beautiful knives aren't fun. Uncle has a gun. Crack. Terrified Su Yingyue swung her knife with her eyes closed. By sheer luck, it struck the hard hat's right hand. This seemingly weak slash caused immense damage, severing his forearm. All three women were first-level ability users with 20 enhancement points, twice the physique of a normal adult male. A casual swing carried hundreds of pounds of force. The hard hat screamed like a stuck pig. This was just one corner of the battlefield. Su Yingyue and He Mingming also swung their blades, filling the air with flashes of steel and flying flesh. Meanwhile, Jiang Han's spatial perception kept a firm lock on everyone. If anything went wrong, he would step in immediately. But soon he noticed something was off. Women, after all, were women. They couldn't handle bloody scenes. After a few clangs, Su Yingyue was the first to drop her knife, frightened. Mingming, she shouted with her eyes closed. He Mingming had some experience. She charged at the dark-faced man with her knife, but when she heard Su Yingyue call her name, she hesitated and grew anxious. Gritting her teeth, she turned back to find Su Yingyue. This gave the dark-faced man time to react. Brother, something's wrong. Hurry up, go for the kill. The dark-faced man's roar not only intensified the attacks from his underlings, but also heightened the psychological pressure on the three women. Rat-a-tat-tat, Su Yingyue was the first to break, drawing her gun and firing a burst into the crowd, instantly felling several bodies in a pool of blood. Seeing this, the other two women hesitated no longer and drew their guns to fire. In truth, Jiang Han had been prepared to shoot at the first sign of danger to his team, but since the women had opened fire, he forcibly halted his own bullets. In a critical moment, let them use it. It was their first battle after all. Only then did the dark-faced man realize the three women were armed with guns. They had come to kill him. With that thought, he roared in fury, his body turning an ashen black. Clang, 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 the bullets struck his form with crisp metallic sounds. Bulletproof. Iron Man. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes. This was a new ability. He needed to let the women continue. First, he had to observe this power's capabilities and how to counter it in the future. Second, the women still needed combat experience. This was undoubtedly a fine training opportunity. He Mingming's heart sank as she realized the bullets were useless. Though she was an ability user, the gun remained her most relied upon weapon. To see her primary tool rendered ineffective was something she had never anticipated. The dark-faced man moved with incredible speed, closing in on the three women in an instant. Scatter! Meng sensed the danger and shouted sharply, but the Su sisters, frozen in shock, failed to react. While they stood dazed, the man did not hesitate. With a bellow, he swung a heavy punch straight at Su Yingshi's face. The wind from his fist whipped her hair into a frenzy, and she stood paralyzed, unable to dodge or fight back. Whoosh! The iron fist the size of a sandbag hurtled forward. The dark-faced man had already discerned that among the three women, Su Yingshiue was the most timid and easiest to handle. Oh! All Su Yingshiue could do now was scream. Jiang Han, with a sigh, opened a spatial portal before her. The fist entered the portal and then recoiled. What is this? The man stared at his hand in horror. The sensation he had just felt was terrifying. In that moment of shock, Meng reacted. With a flick of her wrist, a razor-sharp iron shard flew from her hand. Die! Her iron shard seemed to possess a soul, arcing around from the left to strike straight at the man's eyes. But it was too slow. The dark-faced man swatted it away with a wave of his hand. Slap! The iron shard was sent flying. The melee resumed, with Jiang Han watching silently from the sidelines. Meng bore the brunt of the fight, while the Su sisters, unable to intervene, stood with their guns raised, uncertain whether to fire. The dark-faced man, with his immense strength and sturdy body, soon overwhelmed Meng. Seizing an opening, he threw a punch. Meng tried desperately to evade, but was too slow. The blow struck her shoulder, sending her flying through the air. Jiang Han shook his head. A spatial portal opened, and a supersonic brick shot forth. Boom! It struck the head of the exultant man, ending the battle. The dark-faced man's head was obliterated in a single blow, and his body reverted to its human form. The headless corpse flew backward dozens of meters, crashing heavily into the workshop wall, where it stuck like a meat patty. Thud thud. Seeing the man dead, the Su sisters collapsed to the ground in unison. Though they had not directly participated in the fight, their legs gave way, too weak to stand. The worst off was Meng, lying in a corner grimacing in pain, clearly badly injured. After a long moment, Su Yingwei rose. Xiaoxue, hurry, come with me to check on Meng. But Su Yingshiue was in a state of near shutdown, only snapping back to reality after her sister called her several times. Oh, okay. With Meng injured and her abilities nearly depleted, the Su sisters took turns laying hands on her, restoring her to full health. Jiang Han watched them quietly. To be honest, he was deeply dissatisfied with this battle. Only when the three stood up did he speak. Now I'll announce who gets the ability. The three women stared at him expectantly, each hoping he would grant them the power. Jiang Han cleared his throat. I declare this man's ability. Mine. The three were taken aback. Not for us. Jiang Han continued. First, you used guns, which violated my earlier requirement. Second, without my covert assistance, you'd all be dead. And most importantly, you are ability users yourselves. 3 against 1, yet you were thoroughly trounced. So none of you deserve this ability. Just then, the dark-faced man's corpse, now a flattened mass, fell from the wall under gravity. Jiang Han opened a spatial portal beneath it. Thump! It dropped steadily inside. Jiang Han reached and then raised his right hand. Look. He was just an ordinary first-level ability user. In fact, by the time I killed him, his power was nearly depleted. If you had held on for just a few more seconds, you would have won decisively. Also, did you notice he wasn't completely bulletproof? Jiang Han said, tossing out the headless corpse. Upon closer inspection, dozens of bullet holes dotted the body. Though the bullets had only penetrated 2 to 3 centimeters deep, they had still inflicted damage. The three women realized that if they had kept firing, draining his ability before engaging, the outcome might have been entirely different. Jiang Han kicked the corpse and continued, you're a good team. A fighter, a healer, and someone who restores energy. Yet in a 3-0 you performed this poorly. Reflect on it. If your next battle is as lackluster, I'll consider replacing you. With that, he tossed out the off-road vehicle. Stop spacing out. Let's go. We have another destination. If we waste too much time, you'll be the ones to suffer. The three women got into the car in collective silence. Jiang Han gave Su Yingshiue an address, Hengfu Huayuan Jianyang District, a 4-hour drive away. This was the second location from Bai Chunming's note. Based on the first experience, it likely housed another first-level ability user. About 3 minutes later, Meng spoke first. Yingshiue, let me ask you. Who told you to fire? Su Yingshiue shuddered. Indeed, she had been the first to shoot, the first to break Jiang Han's rule. She was already filled with self-reproach, dreading that others would blame her. At the same time, she felt wronged. Could she have not fired? With so many people charging at her with weapons, not firing would have meant not just losing the ability, but losing her life. So Meng's question triggered an eruption of the anger she had been holding back. Don't act like you could have killed him without me pulling the trigger. If I hadn't fired, would you even be alive to sit here? Meng was also displeased. How do you know I can't beat him? If it weren't for your howling and screaming, I would have blinded him already. Stop bragging. If it weren't for me and my sister, you'd be dead by now. What nerve? You're talking nonsense. I only got punched in the shoulder, it's nothing. Besides, I never asked you to save me. Fine then. Give me back my superpower. I saved you, and yet you blame me. What kind of person are you? Jiang Han did not stop them. He simply listened quietly, wanting to see if these two women would argue until a conclusion or continue to follow him to find the superpowered individual. Just then Su Yingxue spoke. Both of you shut up. She first stole a glance at Jiang Han, then looked at the two women. He'll ask you one thing, do you still want the superpower or not? The two women fell silent. Su Yingxue continued. The warden is taking us to find the next superpowered person. The round trip will take 8 hours. This might be our last chance. Let's solve our own problems back at the prison. For now, focus on how to deal with the next one, alright? If you agree, don't speak. Listen to me. If you disagree, then keep fighting. I don't want this superpower anymore either. Su Yingxue finished in one breath and waited quietly for the two women. Sure enough, they both shut up. No matter how much they argued among themselves, they were still on the same side. An internal conflict that could be resolved anytime. But now they had to think about the next battle. Jiang Han had said that if their performance remained mediocre, he would consider replacing them. Seeing them silent, Su Yingxue continued. Now listen to me. Based on the distance, we have 4 hours. I've lost a quarter of my superpower, and Yingxue has lost half. That's enough time to recover. Muming, you're the only one among us without a driver's license, but you'll have to drive now. You learned at the prison, right? Driving for an hour shouldn't be a problem. After an hour, my superpower should be restored, and it'll take over. Also, whoever drives must go fast and stay focused. Try to reduce the 8th-hour drive to 7 or even 6 hours. If we do that, she leaned toward Jiang Han, wrapped her jade-like arm around his neck, and whispered in his ear, I think the warden will take us to one more place. Jiang Han casually touched her cheek. No need to speed. Ensure safety. If you successfully kill the next superpowered person, it'll still take you to the next place. Oh yeah. Su Yingxue planted a fierce kiss on his face. They stopped the car. Su Yingxue and he Mingming switched seats. As they got out, they glanced at each other and smiled simultaneously. After all, they had been college roommates for 4 years. A quarrel was nothing compared to something as important as superpowers. Back on the road, he Mingming pressed the accelerator. To be a good team leader, she had practiced driving diligently and quickly adapted to the off-road vehicle. Remembering Su Yingxue's words, she focused even more, striving to increase speed. The Su sisters took off their shoes in the back, laid the seats flat, and squeezed together, forcing themselves to sleep. Jiang Han had nothing to do. Every so often he activated his spatial perception to check for any developments around them. About an hour later, Su Yingxue woke up and had he Mingming rest in the back while she took the wheel. Just as Jiang Han was tirelessly searching for superpowered individuals in the control room of Zhongshan Base, Captain Chen Feng's face darkened as he looked at the 5 squadron leaders before him. 4 of them felt a chill down their spines under his gaze, but one was an exception. He was a young man in his early 20s with red hair, holding a large spear taller than himself. His head drooped, chin resting on the spear's tip, looking drowsy. A sight that made one nervous, fearing an accidental discharge would blow off his chin and head together. Chen Feng seemed to ignore his peculiar behavior. He stood up with a grave expression and addressed the other 4. I believe you've all heard the news. Bai Chunming is dead. Yesterday afternoon. And I only learned of it this morning. The other 4 remained silent. They had just heard of Bai Chunming's death themselves. They knew his superpower seal. Very effective against ordinary superpowered individuals. Combined with his deputy Wang Haiyan, such a duo had died along with his squad and over 30 soldiers. They all silently calculated if they could have done it. Clearly they couldn't, not even with a surprise attack. So this was an expert, even more formidable than them. Chen Feng looked at the red-haired youth and said half-jokingly, Hong Sheng, stop sleeping, damn it. I'm giving this mission to you. What do you say? The red-haired youth named Hong Sheng lazily opened his eyes upon hearing Chen Feng. Don't worry, big brother. The other 4 squadron leaders knew that besides Hong Sheng, no one else in the entire Zhongshan base dared to speak to Chen Feng like that. Chen Feng chuckled, brother, if you have any requests, just say them. They'll make sure they're met. Hong Sheng stretched lazily. Big brother Old Bai is gone. He still has 4 combat squads. Before he could finish, Chen Feng waved his hand. They're all yours. But you must find this person and bring back his body. Chen Feng's expression turned very serious with that last statement. Hong Sheng maintained his indifferent demeanor. Big brother, don't worry. He'll bring this kid back alive. You can absorb his superpower. Chen Feng was very confident in Hong Sheng. He walked over and patted his shoulder. They'll treat you to a drink when you get back. It's a deal? I'm off, big brother. Without waiting for Chen Feng's reply, Hong Sheng picked up his large spear and walked straight out of the control room. Chen Feng smiled, then resumed his previous expression as he looked at the remaining 4 squadron leaders. This person is definitely skilled at ambushes. He must have a very powerful exploration-type superpowered individual by his side, or he might be one himself. So everyone be cautious for now. Alright, go about your duties. Wainer, stay behind. The others left, and the only woman among the 4 remained. She was the one called Wainer. Once the others had gone, Chen Feng looked at this woman who was as tall as him and exuded a heroic spirit. Wainer, I promoted you and gave you important responsibilities, making you a squadron leader and a senior colonel. I asked you, can I trust you? Mo Wainer immediately showed a shocked and puzzled expression, then straightened her already upright posture. I am willing to serve the captain with all my heart. Oh, is that so? Chun Feng squinted, as if judging the truth of her words. Then he suddenly said, "Since you say that'll be blunt, I want you right now right here." Without a moment's hesitation, M.O. Wayner's face took on the solemnity reserved for awaiting a commander's inspection. "Yes." With that, her jade-like hand reached for her collar and swiftly unbuttoned the first button. Half a minute later, her clothes lay on the floor, yet she remained standing at attention. Chun Feng watched for a while longer, then bent down to pick up the crumpled clothes. "Put them on. I've seen your loyalty." 5 minutes later, M.O. Wayner dressed neatly and walked out of the control room with a calm expression. It was not until she had walked quite a distance that large tears suddenly rolled down her cold face. Yet she dared not wipe them away or make a sound, allowing the tears to flow as she returned to her office. Before the apocalypse, she believed there was no difficulty that could make her retreat. She thought she feared nothing under heaven. Yet now she found herself reduced to resorting to such means to gain the trust of a demon. She felt unwilling to. For so many years she had maintained her purity and integrity, but today she stood completely exposed before the gaze of a man she despised the most. She was no longer pure, no longer clean. The thought made her heart bleed. As soon as she entered the room, 2 female guards immediately approached her, noticing that something was off with M.O. Wayner. "Captain, it's nothing. It was only once she entered the room that she dared to relax slightly. Looking at the 2 concerned young female soldiers, M.O. Wayner felt that everything she had done was worthwhile. After all, she had protected all the ordinary female soldiers at the Zhongshan base. This was also what Chun Feng promised her after she feigned allegiance to him. Every active female soldier at the Zhongshan base would form the 6th squad, which she would manage. After pushing her 2 worried subordinates out, it took her a long time to calm her emotions. M.O. Wayner reflected on the command Chun Feng had just given her. Tomorrow night, she was to go to the warehouse at Pier 9 of Tianhai Port to kill a person. That person was once her comrade, someone she was unwilling to harm under any circumstances. Thunder soldiers. Has Chun Feng found them? Could it be a test? M.O. Wayner's jade-like fingers tapped on the table as she pondered repeatedly. Until around 2 p.m., Jiang Han and his group spent 3.5 hours driving to Hengfu Huayuan in Zhangyang district. It was a somewhat small community, and at the entrance Jiang Han had been searching for survivors through his senses, but unfortunately, he found nothing. Within the range of his perception, there were 6 buildings, each 12 stories high. Most of the rooms were stained with blood, indicating there had been much fighting after the apocalypse. But where were the people? Could the information be wrong? Including the basement, he had not seen a single living person. However, there were many corpses scattered everywhere. He noticed that these bodies had a common feature: their heads were smashed. Could it be that they were killed by some ability user? He Ming and Su Yingxue had long since awakened, seemingly having forgotten the earlier unpleasantness, and simultaneously asked Jiang Han, "Warden, where are the ability users?" Jiang Han shook his head. "Forget about the ability users. I haven't found a single living person." The 3 women felt somewhat disappointed. After such a long drive to get here, if they couldn't encounter any ability users, wouldn't it be all for nothing? Jiang Han opened the car door. "Let's go take a look around." The community was large. Perhaps people were hiding in. He walked deeper into the area and quickly made a discovery. This was the last building. The top floor was a duplex considered the most luxurious in the entire community. In a small, inconspicuous bedroom inside, there were 8 people crowded together, the only 8 survivors in the whole community. Jiang Han casually swept his gaze over them and exclaimed, "What the hell?" Among the 8 individuals, there was 1 man and 7 women. The man was a chubby, scruffy-looking fellow engrossed in his computer. On the screen was an animated film from the sushi country, albeit a cartoon. The 7 women were all young and beautiful, dressed in bizarre outfits, sitting alongside the middle-aged man watching. Their clothing resembled characters from anime: blue, purple, pink, and green. None of it was normal. Jiang Han recalled that this seemed to be called cosplay. The chubby man seemed to be getting into it, his eyes glued to the screen, breathing heavily. A woman dressed like a warrior was playing LOL. "What the hell? Chubby, are you really that useless? With so many beauties around you, this is what you do. Just watch, it's still an animated version." Jiang Han felt a wave of speechlessness. "Found it, let's go up. I hope you won't disappoint me this time," Jiang Han said as he walked directly towards the building. Su Yingxue jogged a couple of steps to catch up with him. "Jiang Han, do you know what kind of ability user the other side is?" Jiang Han had a rough idea in his mind, but still shook his head. "I don't know, it's already quite difficult to find him." "What kind of person is he?" "A chubby guy watching porn." "Huh." Su Yingxue seemed slightly dazed. "A chubby guy watching porn. Are you sure he's an ability user?" She continued to ask, "Can you be more specific? What's he doing now? Does he have any weapons? I can tell you what's happening in the film. Do you want to hear?" Su Yingxue's face turned slightly red, and she lowered her head, appearing a bit uneasy. Jiang Han walked downstairs and pointed up. "He's on the 11th floor. Oh, let's go." Su Yingxue tugged at the corner of his clothes. "Wait, let's discuss this." "Oh." Jiang Han looked at them, wondering if they were going to formulate a battle plan in advance. He kept silent and let them discuss. The 3 women huddled together, whispering, "You both heard. We only know this much now. That ability user is hiding in the room, watching a movie, and the room is small, not suitable for multiple people to fight." After discussing for a while, they approached Jiang Han. "We're ready, let's go." Jiang Han nodded, and the group arrived at the 11th floor. What greeted their eyes was a sturdy security door. Just as Jiang Han was about to smash it open with a brick, he saw Su Yingyue repeatedly waving her hands, signaling him not to interfere. Then He Mengmeng took out a dagger, aimed it at the peephole, twisted it a couple of times, and with a strong pull the entire peephole fell out. Next she pulled out a thin string with a loop at the end, and inserted it through the peephole. Oh! Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. Being able to use her abilities to open doors and pick locks showed she was quite clever. Whose idea was this? He asked, but what greeted him was a series of shushing from the Su sisters, clearly indicating don't speak, we're doing something important. He Mengmeng closed her eyes, seemingly controlling the thin string. With a strong tug, cracked the door opened. It was truly unexpected, it was so easy. Chubby, come on out quickly, or you'll definitely die with your eyes closed. As Jiang Han scanned the chubby man's every move, he felt anxious for him. Was this guy so used to such things that he had become useless? The three women entered the room and immediately heard faint sounds. Su Yingyue pointed upstairs, and they followed the stairs up until they reached that bedroom. The Su sisters leaned against the door to listen for a while. After confirming that the noise was indeed coming from this room, they signaled to He Mengmeng with hand gestures, 3, 2, 1, go. Both women raised their feet simultaneously. Their bodies had undergone enhancements. With a kick, the wooden door was kicked off its hinges. Following that, He Mengmeng made her move, throwing a dagger at the astonished chubby man, while simultaneously the small blade Jiang Han had given her shot out from her fingertip. He Mengmeng struck with two weapons at once. The dagger in front was a feint, while the blade tip behind was the true killing move. This blade tip was originally given to her by Jiang Han, and she had sharpened it tirelessly until it could split a hair blown against it and cleave iron like mud. Her ability allowed her to control lighter objects at greater speeds, so the blade tip shot toward the fat man like a bullet. Yet it surpassed a bullet in one regard: it was under her control, imbued with sentience, and now she concealed it behind the dagger. The fat man's trousers were still around his knees, his hand clutching the mouse, utterly unprepared. His attention was fixed on the computer screen when someone burst in, startling him. As the flying dagger hurtled toward him, he let out a roar, twisted his head sharply, and dodged the first strike by reflex. But the inconspicuous blade tip behind it was lethal. He failed to notice it, and it pierced his eye. He screamed, toppling backward along with the swivel chair, crashing heavily to the floor. Only then did the cosplayers in the room react, shrieking and huddling together, trembling. He Mengmeng, having landed her blow, without hesitation controlled the blade to fly out from the fat man's right eye, dragging with it a watery, blood-drenched eyeball. Then she waved again, sending it toward his left eye. With another soft thud, the fat man was blinded. He covered his gushing eyes with one hand, while frantically pulling up his oversized shorts with the other. Who are you? The fat man bellowed. In an instant his hands mutated, swelling to 3 times their normal size, as large as a chamber pot. They turned pitch black, appearing not only enormous, but also incredibly hard. What was this? A specialized enhancement of a certain body part? Jiang Han shook his head. Your ability would be amazing if used elsewhere. The fat man, driven mad, swung his fists wildly. His transformed hands were extraordinarily powerful. With a single swipe, he shattered the desk and computer into pieces. Another punch blasted a massive hole through the wall. Relying on his memory from before he went blind, he charged toward the door, shielding himself with one hand while flailing at the air with the other. The 3 women seemed to have anticipated this, remaining silent as they stepped back in unison, clearing the doorway. Jiang Han nodded inwardly at the sight. This battle was already won. The fat man was clearly a close-range fighter, while He Mengmeng excelled at ranged attacks. A larger battlefield favored them. Jiang Han sidestepped the fat man's charge, then strolled cheerfully into the room, approaching the terrified cosplayers. Don't be afraid. I don't kill women. None of the 7 women dared to speak. They stared at him in fear. Jiang Han sat down casually in their midst, touching one's clothes, examining another's outfit. Who are you? He asked a girl with purple hair and white strands, the only one among the 7 who had never been charged. Fat man, you're damned. All this time, and still 0 charges. Succubus. Kaching, the girl answered timidly. A huge question mark appeared over Jiang Han's head. Then he looked at another. And you? Rem. All right. It seems you'll have to come with me and help popularize this knowledge. I trust you're willing. The 7 women exchanged glances, but said nothing. Jiang Han then pulled out a pistol. I haven't cleaned my gun in ages. He grabbed the black skirt of the succubus, Kaching. Here, wipe my gun for me. Fine, big brother will go with you, the women quickly replied. Outside, the clatter of battle raged. This was Jiang Han's favorite state, women fighting while he relaxed indoors. He believed it wouldn't be long before this dream was fully realized. Yet though seated, his spatial perception remained locked on the battlefield, ready to intervene at the first sign of trouble. Soon a minute passed. He Mengmeng's attacks had been relentless, leaving countless wounds on the fat man's body, though none fatal, as he always kept one hand shielding his head. Just then Su Yingyue, who had been observing, suddenly leaped to He Mengmeng's side and touched her shoulder. In moments, He Mengmeng's nearly depleted ability was replenished. As for the fat man, he was at his last gasp. His fists had shrunk to half their peak size, his face drenched in cold sweat, panting heavily. With his hands smaller, the area he could protect diminished. He Meng seized the moment, sending the dagger flying once more, slipping through the gaps between his fingers and into his throat. Done. The fat man staggered back 2 steps before crashing heavily to the ground dead. He Meng's spirit soared. She had finally killed an ability user. But she seemed unsatisfied, looking at Su Yingwe. Sister Yue, can you revive him? I haven't had my fill yet. Enough. Just stay put for now. Let's go ask the warden who gets the ability. The other 2 felt a stir in their hearts. Right. There were 3 of them, but only 1 corpse. Who would it go to? Who would it be given to? When they entered the room, they saw Jiang Han sitting on the bed, cleaning his gun. You're quite comfortable. The 3 women thought simultaneously, but they didn't say it. Instead, they all smiled at him. Warden, he's dead. Jiang Han put away his gun and clapped. Excellent. Let me go see. Approaching the corpse, he pondered for a moment, then pointed at Su Yingwe. Yingwe performed the most outstandingly earlier. She prevented your quarrel and devised the battle plan. Without her, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Am I right? Do you both agree? The other 2 weren't entirely in agreement. He Meng felt she was the main combatant. Without her, killing the fat man would have been impossible. Su Yingwe believed her role was most critical. What did a fight between 2 first-level ability users come down to? Ability energy. Without her final replenishment for He Meng, could she have delivered the fatal blow? But would they say so? Of course not, because they weren't foolish. Jiang Han had hundreds of women. Hundreds. Only a fool would contradict his decision. Yes, I think the warden is right. Without Sister Yu's plan in advance, we couldn't have been so smooth, said He Meng. Right, absolutely right. It should indeed go to my sister. If not for her, we might have ended up fighting each other. Su Yingwe also chimed in with a hint of embarrassment. But Su Yingwe wore a serious expression. I think you're both wrong. The one we should truly thank is the warden. Without him, we would never have found this fat man. So I believe this ability should go to the warden. The other 2 women were taken aback. Well, so she was on a higher level. Oh no, a higher level of awareness. Jiang Han, true to his word, patted Su Yingwe on the shoulder. Go on. Experience what it feels like to level up. Su Yingwe had been eager all along. Hearing Jiang Han's words, she didn't refuse further. She walked over and touched the fat man's body. Soon she stood up, her face brimming with surprise. I can feel it. My ability energy has increased. Anything else? Jiang Han asked with a grin. Su Yingwe's face suddenly flushed, her watery eyes fixed on Jiang Han's face. I think. She suddenly remembered what Jiang Han had said before, that absorbing abilities would also come with bodily enhancement, which had side effects. Su Yingwe's delicate face turned increasingly red, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. The side effects were not something everyone could withstand. Help her, Jiang Han thought. Fortunately, there was a suitable place here, and he took out 2 blankets from his pocket to lay them on the sofa, mindful that one should always pay attention to personal hygiene. Quick, sit down and rest for a bit, he said with concern. But I don't want to rest. What about you 2? Do you want to take a break? Half an hour later, Jiang Han contacted the headquarters. Today, the 5th squad was responsible for the fieldwork, which meant it was Yin Yu's team. He instructed them to come to Hungfu Huayuan to pick someone up, while he continued on to the next location, Bandiankan in Jinshan district. The 7 women briefly discussed the situation with the fat man. He was an enthusiastic anime lover who had been obsessed with anime like LOL before the apocalypse, and after awakening his powers, he transformed from a socially anxious person who was often bullied into someone driven by his deepest desires, frantically searching for aesthetically pleasing girls throughout the neighborhood. Eventually, the residents formed a defense team specifically targeting him, but he managed to turn the tables, leaving only these 7 women. Before the apocalypse, the fat man had a massive collection of cosplay costumes, and now these costumes finally had their moment to shine. With the food left by the defense team and 2 generators from the property management, they swapped costumes and spent more than 10 days living in silence with the fat man. Aside from eating and drinking, the fat man was fixated on one thing. Thus they developed incredibly strong arms. Jiang Han was not interested in these past events, so what intrigued him were the fat man's collectibles, which were crucial tools for learning in this area and needed to be taken with him. He instructed the 7 women to tidy up the teaching tools and wait for rescue. To prevent any mishaps, he emphasized that he was going out for a bit and would return shortly. He believed that these 7 women were neither foolish nor overly bold and were unlikely to run away on their own. Afterward, the 3 of them started the vehicle and continued towards the next destination. Jinshan district had the most mountainous terrain among the 16 administrative districts of Tianhai City, and by the time they arrived, it was already past 6 in the evening. The sky was completely dark, and after a bumpy ride, Jiang Han fell asleep until he was jolted awake by a sudden violent shake. I think I've crashed into something, Su Yingwe exclaimed as she slammed on the brakes. Jiang Han used his senses to probe ahead and found several barbed wire fences connected by wooden stakes every 5 to 6 meters, with little bells hanging from the wire. It seemed like a makeshift warning line. Unbeknownst to Su Yingwe, she broke through the barbed wire and uprooted several wooden stakes. Just then, barking echoed from the village, followed by villagers quickly approaching them, wielding hoes and sickles as weapons. Soon the off-road vehicle was surrounded, led by a tall, old man with a snarling big wolf dog by his side. "Where did this reckless kid come from? You've damaged our beast defense net," a young man shouted from behind the old man. "Don't let them go," the others shouted in unison. These were ordinary people, regular villagers. Jiang Han could tell, because while he had been idle, he used his spatial perception to observe the three women in the vehicle. He suddenly noticed that Su Yingyue, as a level 2 ability user, had stronger muscle fibers than the other two, though just slightly. This difference sparked an idea in him. He could use this method to determine if someone was an ability user and even estimate their power level. The people outside, though muscular, were nowhere near the strength of He Mengmeng and Su Yingxue, so they were simply ordinary folk. Additionally, there were two girls that fit his criteria, two shy little girls, both 18 years old and quite attractive. They had their hair in braids and looked quite alike. They seemed to be twins. Jiang Han began to imagine the possibilities, as this was a relationship yet to be unlocked in prison. As he pondered how to act, the old man waved his hand, signaling everyone to stop, and approached the vehicle, tapping on the door. "Young man, get out, and let's talk." Jiang Han rolled down the window and looked at the tall old man, smiling as he said, "Really now, blocking the road like this has scratched my car." The old man was taken aback. He had not expected this young man to speak so calmly in front of so many people. The young man behind the old man immediately protested, "Who is this kid? He damaged our property and still talks back. Second grandfather, should we take care of him?" "Yes. Village chief, tell him to get out." The crowd's emotions began to rise. "Very well." Jiang Han stepped out of the car with a smile. "Go ahead and insult me, make your move. This gives me ample reason to take you down and take those twins with me." The tall old man, referred to as second grandfather, was the village chief. He squinted his old eyes to size up Jiang Han. Quickly, through his 20 years of experience as village chief, he determined that this young man was definitely not an easy target. The calmness he exhibited suggested he was unafraid of anyone. Suddenly, he wondered if this person was similar to Amin from the village. So he hurriedly said, "Young man, I'm sorry, it was our fault for blocking the road. You may go on your way." Now it was Jiang Han's turn to be surprised. He hadn't expected the village chief to be so tolerant. Watching the chief slowly retreat, Jiang Han understood the village chief had sensed that he was not to be trifled with and did not want to suffer immediate losses. But they could not simply walk away. With this in mind, Jiang Han took out a loaf of bread, tore open the packaging, and began to eat. The crowd was instantly taken aback. Food. Although they could still manage to eat, it was only barely enough to stave off hunger. Immediately, two people started swallowing hard. Second grandfather, he is bread. The village chief's eyes were also fixated on the loaf of bread in Jiang Han's hand. After a few seconds, he turned back and said, "He has bread that belongs to him. What does it have to do with you?" At this moment, he was almost certain that this young man was quite extraordinary. To be able to drive out in such times was no ordinary feat. He must possess some kind of superpower like Amin. The village chief did not want to cause trouble. Life was already so hard, though after all he was still alive. But if he provoked someone he shouldn't have, it would mean death for him and his entire family. Jiang Han savored the bread slowly, making the crowd's stomachs growl in hunger, but since the village chief had not spoken, they did not dare to act. With a smacking sound, Jiang Han continued, Bread may look big, but it's truly not filling. If you want to satisfy your hunger, you need beef jerky. Not only does it fill you up, but it's also a delight." Saying this, he casually took out a piece of beef jerky. "Second grandfather, he's eating again, and it's beef jerky," someone exclaimed. The village chief's eyes momentarily glazed over before he shot a fierce glare at that person. "Once we catch a wolf, I'll make you wolf jerky." "I don't want wolf jerky, I want beef jerky." "Shut up. If you say another word, I'll slap you to death." That person fell silent. However, while he was quiet, someone else spoke up. "Woof, woof, woof." It was the dog beside the village chief. In the next instant, the dog couldn't hold back any longer and lunged at Jiang Han. Bang! Jiang Han kicked out, and the dog vanished. "Oh, look how dangerous. Remember to keep it on a leash next